My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 3403 to chapter 3576. Do you see? There are scorpions everywhere, we have nowhere to run. Xianxia angrily put down the curtain and said harshly, how long do you want to be willful? Do you want the whole clan to pay with their lives because of your willfulness? Chiao. Wang Liming angrily shouted, how can you talk to your sister like that? Wang Liming loved her youngest daughter the most, of course she couldn't bear to see other people scold her beloved. Jing Minyao was also very angry, she couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, pointing at Jing Qiao and reprimanding, how dare you? Don't say you're a member of the Panga clan's Jing family when you go out. Father's face is about to be lost because of you. You. Jing Qiao angrily glared. Jing Minyao continued to scold, why are you panicking? Of course I have a plan. I've already sent 2 consecrators to deal with it. Consecrator Jiang and Consecrator Lan are both level 9 of the deity realm. What can't be settled? What a joke. What's the hurry? Jing Linyao's eyes were suppressing traces of anger. These sand scorpions must have been brought here by the Crown Princess. Right now the other party is only releasing sand scorpions to surround us, they don't have the intention to harm us. If you rashly resist, I believe that by then you'll enrage her further, and by then it'll be out of control. When did our Panga clan's Princess Jing become such a coward? Jing Minyao sneered at her mockingly. At the same time, the 2 consecrators of the Panga clan broke through the surrounding vines and suddenly rushed out of the gate. Before they could move, they both felt their legs go numb. Lowering their heads, they saw that their legs had been tightly entangled by the vines. The 2 consecrators instantly lost their balance and their entire bodies were pulled downwards. Their hearts sank at the same time. Small vines could hold 2 deity realm experts, there was no other reason, it must be that the other party's control of the 5 spirits was more powerful than theirs. Who are you? The 2 consecrators calmed down, one of them, Consecrator Lan, who was at the peak of level 9 of the deity realm, spoke. Consecrator Jiang, on the other hand, looked at the group of people in Arbor with a straight face. His heart skipped a beat when he saw it. The formation of the opposing team seemed to be a little unpredictable. There was no need to mention this little stoic girl. This girl looked young at a glance, so no matter how high her cultivation was, it couldn't be that high. However, just the red-robed man standing beside her with a smile on his face was enough to make one unable to estimate his cultivation base. Even with Consecrator Zhang's eyesight, he was unable to see through the other party's cultivation. This made him suspicious, and at the same time, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Not to mention, behind the red-clothed man, there were 2 smiling and flirtatious women. It was a half-bald Duda with disheveled hair and slovenly appearance. They were a pair of twin brothers, and one of them was a smiling young man who was holding a saber. Consecrator Zhang's pupils constricted slightly. His gaze shifted to the side and landed on an 8 or 9-year-old boy who was looking at him coldly with pursed lips. This boy looked quite young, but the vicissitudes of life in his eyes were frightening. Who were these people? The ethereal and frightening aura on their bodies didn't seem to come from deity realm cultivation. Consecrator Jiang suddenly regretted coming out to be the bird that stood out. He felt that today's matter was most likely going to get worse. This feeling expanded even more clearly in her heart the instant she saw Consecrator Lan being flung away nimbly by a vine. The vine in Shurchen's hand tightened slightly, dragging the wailing Consecrator Lan to her side and heavily landing him on the ground. Consecrator Jiang didn't dare to be careless anymore. He hastily landed on the ground and bowed very respectfully. Seniors, may there be some misunderstanding for you to suddenly visit the Panga clan? Shurchen unhurriedly tightened the vine around Consecrator Lan's wrist. Like a dead dog, Consecrator Lan was dragged in front of the stoic-faced little crown princess. Tell your clan leader to come out. Arbor said impatiently. Don't waste any more time. There isn't much time left for you. Consecrator Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look at the little stoic. The clan leader left our clan's land a few days ago for an important matter. A ruthless glint flashed through Arbor's eyes. All right then. Consecrator Jiang saw her expression abruptly change and inwardly cursed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the little stoic girl coldly shout, all purple forest guards, listen up. Present. Charge in with me. Kill all those who resist without mercy. She didn't have that much time to waste here with them. She seemed to have sensed that Xiaolin's situation wasn't good. For some reason, her eyelids kept twitching, and she felt that Xiaolin was in danger right now. Wait. Consecrator Jiang couldn't resist shouting, "Princess! Our Princess Jing is here. You can speak with our Princess Jing if you need anything." Arbor abruptly turned her head, and her cold, electrifying gaze landed on him. Her patience had been completely exhausted. Even if the Jing clan's clan leader, Jing Ti, was standing in front of her right now, she didn't want to waste any more words with him. Kill, kill, kill. The voices of the 500 purple forest guards shook half the sky. Consecrator Jiang only felt his heart tremble slightly, and he hastily shouted, "No, wait a moment. Our clan's land still has a lot of the people inside, listen up. I don't want to kill the innocent. If you stay in the tent obediently, I can spare your lives. Anyone who leaves the tent to resist will be treated as an enemy of this crown princess. Kill them all." Arbor opened his hand, and a large number of fiery evil mosquitoes swarmed out of the 100 Poison Valley. They flapped their wings and buzzed as they flew towards the camp. Soon after, hundreds and thousands of explosive birds also rushed out. They let out a series of cries and flew through the gaps between the vines like a swarm of bees, besieging the soldiers of the Proud Heroes Battalion who were desperately resisting the sand scorpions. Bang, bang, bang. These suicidal little things instantly exploded in the barracks, causing waves of miserable howls. More than half of the members of the Pangu clan were hiding in their tents, not even having the courage to extend their heads out. All he could hear were the sounds of soldiers struggling to put up a desperate struggle, as well as the screams of agony. Sounds of phoenix chirping could be heard. Qing Wan and Huafeng were the first to enter through the broken vines. He opened his mouth and a stream of fire and ice beads shot towards the soldiers of the Proud Arrogance Battalion. Ah! The soldiers of the Proud Heroes Battalion who were struggling to resist the sand scorpions under their feet, a swarm of fiery evil mosquitoes, and explosive birds, were caught off guard and hit by the attack. Arbor led the crowd to kill their way in. As long as they saw anyone who blocked their way, they would cripple them regardless of the consequences. She didn't have the time to waste on these miscellaneous people right now. She was simply burning with worry. The fury in her heart was about to completely engulf this place. She increasingly felt that Xiaolin's breathing was weakening. It wasn't a misconception, Xiaolin was definitely in trouble. On the other side, Jing Minyao saw that the situation wasn't right and immediately pulled up Xiaolin, who was lying on the bed, out of the tent, running towards the sandy slope behind the barracks. Upon seeing this, Wang Liming and Jing Qiao also followed after her. Meanwhile, Jing Linyao was so anxious that she stomped her feet and charged out with 100 personal guards. Her heart ached incessantly when she saw the corpses of the Proud Pride Camp soldiers lying around. This was all Jing Minyao, this brainless woman's fault. How many innocent soldiers had died because of her momentary willfulness? What right did she have to be so willful and reckless, making the innocent pay such a painful price for her willfulness? The more Jing Linyao thought about it, the angrier she became. She charged out of the tent with 100 personal guards and did her best to confront the swarm of evil fiery poisonous mosquitoes. Seeing her personal guards die one by one in the suicidal explosions of the explosive birds, Jing Linyao shouted angrily, "Arbor! Arbor! Get out here!" After she finished roaring out a string of curses, she turned around. Her face and body were covered in blood, and her eyes furiously met the little stoic's expressionless and cold face. She was standing far away on the other side of the sandy slope, staring at her with a cold expression. Her expression was like an ice-cold jade sculpture, without the slightest bit of human emotion. No, that wasn't it. It should be said that she didn't have the slightest bit of emotion towards strangers like them. She stood there like a jade sculpture, staring at others as if she was looking at corpses. Perhaps right now, she was looking at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Other than the people beside her, everyone else was her enemy. Stop. Stop. What did they do wrong? They were only following orders. The person who truly captured your younger sister is Jing Minyao. She's already running towards the sandy slope behind the barracks. It's useless even if you kill them all. Over half of the Proud Pride Camp's 10,000 soldiers were dead or injured. Jing Linyao looked at the tragic scene in front of her and painfully closed her eyes. What right or wrong can there be in a war between two armies? Xiaomu gazed icily at Jing Linyao, and she remarked indifferently from across the sandy ground, "You still claim to be the invincible and victorious Princess Jing in vain. When you were 12 years old, you led your clansmen to defeat the 300,000-strong giant demon clan army. Didn't you kill anyone? Our positions are different. Why are you talking to me about right and wrong? Because it is your people who are dying right now. They are the heroes that the Panga clan raised after all the trouble. So, you feel sorry for them, don't you?" Xiaomu's icy voice landed on Jing Linyao's heart word by word, causing her to involuntarily shudder all over. That seemed to be the case. But to be said so mercilessly like this, it was really irritating. With a wry smile, Jing Linyao summoned a long sword from her sense pool and said coldly, "Jing Linyao, please fight with the crown princess of the divine land." Arbor's eyes narrowed. With a swipe of her left hand, a thunderbolt sword that was flickering with purple light fell into her hand. Her fair little hand stroked the tip of the sword and gently flicked it. With a boom, it seemed to shatter everyone's ears. Even the swarm of fiery evil mosquitoes flying in the air couldn't help but retreat. A few days ago, her Spirit Division Record Soul chapter had advanced to the 9th level, and her Spirit Meridians had formed a 9th branch meridian. As for the Technique chapter, she specifically practiced swordsmanship in order to complement the Thunderclap sword. Today, it just so happened that she was going to test out this extremely powerful Jing Linyao. Jing Linyao was a peak level 15 spiritual master with a level 8 spiritual fire. In the Divine Province, she could be considered a rather outstanding genius among women. However, the person she wanted to challenge today was Arbor, a little monster whose talent was close to monstrous. Jing Linyao took a deep breath, and the spirit sword in her hand was enveloped in a layer of fire. Her body suddenly moved, and she swept toward Arbor like a bolt of lightning. Bam! The two swords heavily collided. An enormous force radiated from Jing Linyao's arm. Zichen raised her brows slightly. On the side, Dao Wuji couldn't resist applauding and cheering. Good, good. Princess Jing's move is like splitting mountains and breaking seas. It's immensely powerful. Everyone simultaneously turned to glare at him. Which country was this dunce from? Dao Wuji rubbed his nose and glanced at Zichen ingratiatingly. Peach Blossom, I just feel that Princess Jing is evenly matched with the little crown princess. Cough, she's worthy of being the little crown princess's opponent. Everyone chuckled at him, then turned their heads to look at the field. In the billowing sandstorm in the barracks, two slender figures flew up and down, one on the left and one on the right. They had already exchanged over 100 moves. After exchanging blows with the little stoic, the more Jing Linyao fought, the more apprehensive she felt. This little stoic was young, but her attacks were very shrewd and ruthless. She didn't have any openings from head to toe. Moreover, she had only been using her sword up until now and hadn't used any other assistance. Although her cultivation was inferior to Jing Linyao's, her actual combat strength far surpassed Jing Linyao's. Jing Linyao involuntarily chuckled bitterly, thinking that she had already lost. However, people were like this. The moment before admitting defeat, Jing Linyao still wanted to fight one more time. Crown Princess, if Jing Linyao defeats you, are you willing to agree to my withdrawal? Arbor glanced at her coldly. What's so difficult about that? Jing Linyao was secretly delighted. Without another word, she summoned a fire spirit and pointed in Arbor's direction. Go. The tip of her sword suddenly spat out a tongue of flame, like a wriggling giant snake suddenly opening its mouth and biting towards Arbor. Arbor's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he raised the Thunder Crash sword in his hand and activated the incantation. The first move of the Thunder Crash technique of the 9th heaven fell. Hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly exploded at the same time, forming a dazzling reddish-purple wheel in front of him. With a speed comparable to light, it quickly swept toward the giant snake phantom that Jing Linyao had waved out. The giant snake suddenly shattered into pieces inside the wheel. The wheel carried the terrifying power of thunder and lightning as it smashed towards Jing Linyao, who was slightly opening her mouth in front of her. In an instant, Jing Linyao was like a kite with a broken string. She was sent flying by the wheel. She fell heavily on the dusty ground and ate a mouthful of hot sand. Her expression was still somewhat dull and sluggish. She had no idea what had happened at all. One move, lost, Jing Linyao was slightly alarmed. She coughed several times and propped herself up, wanting to sit up. However, at this very moment, she suddenly discovered that the meridians in her body were moving slightly. A majestic spiritual energy surged out of her body and instantly sucked in the spiritual energy from all directions. She was startled and promptly sat cross-legged, a trace of excitement surfacing in her eyes. After her battle with the young crown princess, she had unintentionally broken through to the peak and was about to break through to the divine realm. This sudden joy instantly drowned Jing Linyao. The few remaining personal guards by her side hurriedly ran forward and looked at Arbor with vigilance, guarding against her sudden attack. The young crown princess only looked deeply at Jing Linyao and then called for everyone to head towards the sandy slope that Jing Linyao had mentioned. Right now, she was burning with worry and didn't have the energy to find trouble with Jing Linyao. He led his men and ran towards the sandy slope behind the barracks. At a glance, she saw that there were many soldiers from the Pride camp lying in ambush in front of the sandy slope. Xiaomu waved her hand, and countless sand scorpions crawled over with rustling sounds. Whenever someone resisted, they would immediately surround that person and gnaw on them until not even their bones were left behind. When Jing Minyao saw that Arbor was chasing after them, she hurriedly carried Jolin, who was drooping her head, out from behind the slope. She hid behind a sand wall with a hole in it and looked at Arbor through the hole. Her voice was extremely sharp as she shouted at her, "Stop right there." Arbor clenched her small fists and saw Jolin, who had fallen into Jing Minyao's hands. Jolin's body seemed to be limp and she seemed to be unconscious. "You're courting death." Arbor exploded with a roar and terrifying spiritual energy erupted from her body. It was as if layers of huge waves were crashing towards the sandy slope. Bang, 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 bang. The sandy slope was swept up by the spiritual energy, forming a sandstorm that was half the height of a person. The sandstorm swept towards Wang Liming and her daughters. Jing Qiao's cultivation was lacking and she was the first to be knocked to the ground by the sandstorm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was pale with fright. She lay there, not daring to move. So terrifying. Did the young crown princess want to kill the three of them? Wang Liming was also shocked and cried out in alarm, "Crown princess, is there a misunderstanding? Let's talk things out." Min, quickly release the crown prince consort's younger sister. You didn't capture her in the first place. Wang Liming was badly frightened and hurriedly reminded her daughter. She had personally seen the young crown princess ruthlessly execute her daughter back then. At this moment, she no longer dared to provoke this vicious and merciless crown prince consort. She was afraid that today's matter wouldn't end peacefully. Her Min. Wang Liming's face darkened and her palms were sweating. She hoped that her master Jing Ming's return quickly. Master had a transcendent god realm cultivator by his side. That was their Jing clan's ancestor-level figure. As long as old master and that transcendent god realm cultivator rushed back, they would definitely be able to save Min's life. Yet Jing Minyao's eyes had already turned red from anger. She clutched Xiao Lin's neck and hooted at Xiaomu, "You! If you don't stop, I'll break her neck immediately." Xiaomu's eyes shot out wisps of venomous light, and she clenched her fists as she glared fixedly at Jing Minyao. She enunciated each word, "You! Die! Freeze! Die!" Whoosh! A stream of light flashed through the air and everyone felt their vision blur. When Jing Minyao looked up again, she was horrified to find that Arbor, who was originally far away, was now standing right in front of her. She was only 3 inches away from her. She placed a small hand on her arm, causing Jing Minyao to tremble. It was as if an ice-cold venomous snake had crawled up her arm. That hand was as hard and firm as jade. It was ice-cold and emitted a chill. Jing Minyao opened her mouth slightly and let out a suppressed cry. She felt as if the little crown princess' 5 fingers that were squeezing her arm were about to crush her bones. Those 5 fingers that were as hard as iron clamped down on her arm, forcing her to let go of Jolin's neck inch by inch. Then, she was forced to raise her arm inch by inch. Wang Liming's frightened scream sounded in her ears. Jing Minyao discovered that her hand was uncontrollably bent in the opposite direction until it was stretched to an angle that could not be stretched any further. A crisp crack sounded in her ears. The bones in her arm were broken. A piercing pain spread to her brain, causing Jing Minyao to let out a blood-curdling scream. Min. Wang Liming was about to rush forward. However, the peony fairy quickly walked over and tapped her to the ground. Big sister, you're wrong. Our Jojo is having a one-on-one duel with your daughter. How can you interfere and disregard the rules of the pugilistic world and come up to mess things up? Wang Liming looked at Jing Minyao, who had fallen into Arbor's hands, in horror. She kept praying in her heart that her master would come back soon, come back soon, come back soon. Bam! Arbor ruthlessly punched Jing Minyao's nose. Wang Liming's eyes shrank in fear. She could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking coming from her daughter's face. Arbor reached out to take the limp Jolin and quickly checked her pulse. A trace of fury surged in her eyes. She stared coldly at Jing Minyao and coldly ordered, tie her up. Then, she ignored her and directly carried Xiao Lin to the other side of the pit. She reached out and plucked a lustrous red bloodshed vermilion fruit from Paradise Planet. She took out a tray of holy water and placed the bloodshed vermilion fruit in it. Then, she took out a small knife that was as thin as a cicada's wing and cut open the very thin vermilion fruit with extreme speed and technique. He dug out half of the fruit and tore it open to feed Xiao Lin. After that, he had her eat half a fruit and gave her a small bottle of healing medicine. Then, he reached out and massaged her chest and back for a while. He took out some silver needles and inserted them into several acupuncture points. Sister Peony. Go ahead, Jojo. The peony fairy ran to Arbor's side and looked at her with a smile. Help me look after my sister. In another 4 hours, remember to feed the other half of the fruit to her for consumption. Let her eat the core when she wakes up. All right. The peony fairy nodded vigorously. Then she picked up Xiao Lin and ran back to the ginkgo fairy and the others. With Peony and Ginkgo looking after Xiao Lin, Arbor naturally felt at ease. Her cold eyes turned to Jing Minyao, who was tied to the side, and she shouted, Guards of the Crown Princess, listen up. Yes. Gather all the members of the Panga clan. Drag Jing Minyao into their camp. This Crown Princess wants to do it in front of everyone in the Panga clan. Deal with her personally. Yes. Wang Liming got up from the ground with great difficulty and shouted, You dare. Do you think I dare? Arbor looked at Wang Liming coldly. Then, she waved her arm and shouted, Tie her up. The purple forest guards swarmed forward and dragged Jing Minyao into the barracks like dragging a dead dog. Let go of me. Jing Minyao was dragged for a while. She turned around and saw the 2 consecrators who were tied up by vines and thrown to the side. Her eyes met Consecrator Zhang's, and she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Useless, all useless things, how could they not even beat Arbor? Consecrator Jiang was truly furious now. He now knew that such a big matter was caused by Jing Minyao's ignorance. If she hadn't captured his sister first, they wouldn't have been so bored as to come knocking on their door. Wasn't this entirely her own fault? Jing Minyao still had the face to glare at others now, unrepentant. Consecrator Jiang also glared at Jing Minyao with a stern expression, his eyes so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. Arbor, I'm telling you, don't mess around. Jing Minyao angrily reprimanded, My father will be back soon. If he sees you treat me like this, he definitely won't let you off. What are you doing? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Jing Minyao glared at the 2 purple forest guards. You still want to fight? Why don't you first consider whether you have the ability to withstand my father's anger before acting? Slap. One of the purple forest guards couldn't take it anymore and gave Jing Minyao a backhand slap, successfully shutting her up. You still dare to talk nonsense when you're about to die. The purple forest guard coldly glanced at her, then dragged her to a pillar and tied her up firmly, completely ignoring Jing Minyao's clamor. Jing Minyao was stunned for a few seconds by the purple forest guard's slap, then she screamed again, Arbor. I won't accept it. Do you hear me? I won't accept it, I won't accept it. You must have used some kind of witchcraft just now. That's why you caught me off guard. I want to compete with you again. Let go of me, do you dare to let go of me? Arbor. Jing Minyao felt that Arbor must have used some kind of powerful divine weapon to assist her. Otherwise, how could she appear in front of her in an instant, catching her off guard and subduing her? A thin vine as thick as a thumb shot out from Arbor's wrist, with thorns on it. Wang Liming was so frightened that her hair stood on end. She hurriedly took a few steps forward and knelt on the ground, crying and begging, "Crown Princess, please spare me." The Crown Princess. It's Min Min's fault for not being sensible. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. That's why Min Min is so willful. But now, your sister hasn't been hurt too much. Could you please ask the Crown Princess for my sake? Ah. Xiaomu swung her vine whip at her face with a backhand grip. Wang Liming rolled on the ground. Although her face avoided being hit by the vines, her shoulder was still hit. She felt the thorns tearing at her tender flesh and she grimaced in pain. Madam Jing, you don't know how to teach your daughter. This Crown Princess will help you. Xiaomu berated expressionlessly. She then raised her wrist and lashed out several vine whips at Jing Minyao. Jing Minyao almost doubted life after being whipped by the barbed vine whip. She felt unbearable pain all over her body. From top to bottom, from head to toe, she couldn't help but tremble and twitch. Pa. Xiaomu didn't stop there, continuously lashing out several dozen vine whips at Jing Minyao. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When you kidnapped my sister, you didn't think this day would come, did you? Jing Minyao. I seem to have warned you before. I told you not to have any crooked thoughts, and to stay away from me. I told you to know your place and behave yourself. You've turned a deaf ear to what I've said. Arbor whipped Jing Minyao's chest with her vine, causing the latter to let out a shrill scream. Arbor raised her vine whip slightly and lifted her chin. Her pair of beautiful eyes coldly stared at her, and she said indifferently, "Can you die a second time? Do you think you can come back from the dead this time?" Arbor leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I seem to have asked you before, do you want to die again? It seems that you've answered me perfectly with your actions." Jing Minyao shuddered slightly and looked at the expressionless little girl in front of her with a face full of fear. Her expression didn't change much from beginning to end, but in the bottom of her pair of eyes that were as black as a deep pool, terrifying saber light and sword shadows floated. "People of the Pangu clan, listen up." Arbor's cold voice was raised in the sky above the rolling sand and clearly fell into everyone's ears. "Today, it was your Pangu clan's third miss who captured this Crown Princess sister. In order to save her sister, this Crown Princess sent troops to your clan's land to exterminate the enemy. All of this was caused by the third miss of your clan. The entire sand was covered with heads, but no one dared to make the slightest sound." Arbor pointed her vine whip at the tied-up Jing Minyao and coldly said, "No one can leave unscathed after hurting my family. Warriors of the Divine Land. My brothers and sisters. Let me ask you, how am I going to deal with this woman? What price do I want her to pay?" Xiaomu's icy gaze brushed past Jing Minyao, who was trembling with her head bowed, and she suddenly raised her voice to ask. "Chop off her head. Chop off her head. Let her fall into the abyss of death for all eternity. Let her pay the price of blood. The price of blood." The Purple Forest Guards shouted in unison. Although there were only 500 of them, their voices resounded throughout the 6 prefectures and 3 prefectures. Every word resounded in everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble in fear. Arbor raised his hand slightly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and raised it high. All the voices disappeared in an instant. Everyone present felt as if their hearts were being crushed. It was as if the source of all the words they wanted to say had been extinguished. Jing Minyao abruptly raised her head and glared at Arbor. She violently twisted her bound body and screamed, "Arbor! Arbor! It's not Minmin's fault." Wang Liming scrambled over and stood in front of Jing Minyao. She cried out miserably, "It's really not Minmin's fault. Min Min, tell me the truth. Quickly tell the Crown Princess that you didn't kidnap the Crown Princess sister. You didn't do it." Jing Minyao seemed to have thought of something and laughed out loud. She glared at Arbor with resentment and said coldly, "You think you'll be fine after saving your sister? Ha 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 ha. I'll tell you the truth. The one who threw your sister into my hands is someone else." Xiaomu dashed forward and ruthlessly kicked Wang Liming aside. She then grabbed Jing Minyao's collar, her eyes emitting a chilly glint. "Speak. What do you mean? She didn't know why, but there was an inexplicable panic in her heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Speak. What do you mean? From Wang Liming's tone, it seemed like Jolin wasn't captured by Jing Minyao. Then why did she appear in the Pangu clan's territory? Crown Princess, Crown Princess. Wang Liming hurriedly crawled forward and wailed loudly. Minmin really didn't capture him. Oh Minmin, don't argue with the Crown Princess. Hurry up and tell me everything you know. The Crown Princess is reasonable and will definitely have her own judgment when the time comes. Arbor looked coldly at Wang Liming and didn't answer her. Wang Liming, this woman, was truly laughable. Did she think that she would let her off after Jing Minyao revealed the truth? Was there such an easy thing in this world? Arbor loosened her fingers, and her gaze landed coldly on Jing Minyao. Are you going to confess yourself, or do you want me to help you? Jing Minyao laughed heartily until she was out of breath. When that person threw your sister to me, he said, that person also said, when he threw your sister to me. He said that their people went to the lower star domain Sikong planet to visit your adoptive parents, ha 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 ha. Arbor, are you surprised? Are you pleasantly surprised? Some ants from a lower star domain, take a guess. How long can they resist? Arbor glanced at her indifferently. Sikong planet is restricted by heavenly Tao. Even if they go down, their cultivation will only be suppressed. It's already pretty good that they can reach peak mystic cultivator. So what? Peak mystic cultivator, that's enough to deal with your family, right? Ha 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 ha. Enough to deal with? Arbor couldn't help but sneer at her. But Jing Minyao didn't sense the coldness in her eyes. She was blindly immersed in her own world. When she thought of what that person said to her, she felt agitated for no reason. So what if the little crown princess was arrogant? Wasn't she still destined to be suppressed for the rest of her life? She didn't believe that this woman would still dare to be so arrogant after capturing her family members. Arbor continued to stare at her expressionlessly. After a while, he spat out a cold sentence, hold down this woman's limbs and chop off her head. I want to let everyone know clearly. How dare you attack my family in Arbor? This is what you deserve. No, 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 no. Wang Liming crawled forward in a panic and screamed, Crown Princess, you can't do this. You can't. Take her down. Arbor pointed at Wang Liming and ordered. The purple forest guards immediately swarmed forward, grabbing the wailing Madame Jing and forcing her to kneel on the ground. Wang Liming's entire body was pressed down, and she barely managed to raise her head. Her lips trembled as she shouted, Crown Princess. You can't be this rude. The Pangu clan has always been living in seclusion. You are trying to raise a war between the two clans by doing this. There will be no war. Arbor coldly interrupted her. He stared at her coldly and said word by word, all of you will die. Wang Liming's expression froze. She struggled with all her might and screamed, what right do you have to punish us? My husband is on his way back. You're such an unreasonable woman. What a vicious mind you have. Are you trying to make my husband declare war on the divine prefecture? Xiaomu looked at her disdainfully before lightly raising her hand. Immediately, a purple forest guard stepped forward with a cold face and held down Jing Minyao, who was struggling with all her might. At this moment, Jing Minyao finally felt a little afraid. She finally felt that the situation was not good. She couldn't help but yell, are you all dead? Come and save me. Do it. Following Jing Minyao's shouts, the sand field fell silent. No one made a sound. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. All the members of the Pangu clan were now glaring at the willful third miss with fury. They had heard everything the Crown Princess of the Divine Land had said just now. If this brainless woman hadn't kidnapped someone else's sister, why would they have led their people to attack the Pangu clan's territory? Damn it, she still had the face to order people around. Who would be willing to listen to her? Moreover, what the third young miss said just now had refreshed their opinion of the third young miss's stupidity. They didn't expect that there would be such a stupid person in the world who was willing to stick her neck out for others. She clearly knew that the other party had thrown the Crown Princess's sister here for no good reason, but she was still stupid enough to take on this hot potato. Princess Jing was such a brilliant and intelligent woman. How could she have such a foolish and ignorant sister? Wang Liming hurriedly crawled forward and rushed to Reverend Jiang and Reverend Lan. She urged loudly, Reverend Jiang, Reverend Lan, you are the two reverends of the Panga clan. Master usually provides you with the best resources. Now that Minyao's life is at stake, you can't just stand by and watch. Reverend Jiang turned a deaf ear to Wang Liming's words. He even glanced at her and gave her a cold smile. Reverend Lan was a kinder person. He couldn't help but sigh. He signaled Wang Liming to look at their tied-up bodies. He smiled bitterly and said, it's useless, Madam Jing. Don't waste your time on us brothers. We are no match for the crown princess and her people. If you have the time, why don't you listen to your daughter's last words? Who are those people? The two old brothers simply couldn't see through the realms of the handsome red-clothed man and his companions beside the crown prince consort. With such a great disparity in strength, there was no way they could win. Madame Jing was really indulging in fantasy. As he spoke, Jing Minyao was already pinned to the ground by two purple forest guards. One of them drew a sword from his waist and looked at her coldly. Without saying a word, he slashed towards her head. Spare him. A deep voice came from the sky. Everybody raised their eyes, only to see Jing Ti, the chief of the Panga clan, returning with an old man whose hair and beard were all white. Jing Minyao was pressed to the ground and was trembling. When she saw the two of them, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Father, father. Grandpa Zhu, help me. Help me kill this little bitch, ah. A purple forest guard viciously smacked her on the head, causing her to fall heavily onto the sandy ground. She choked on a mouthful of hot sand, causing her to cough repeatedly. Who are you? Quickly release Min Min, that elderly man that Jing Minyao called Grandpa Zhu berated with a cold frown and a furious glare. His entire body's suppression suddenly dispersed as he charged straight for Qiao Mu. Ma Shurchen, who had been waving her small fan and watching the show with a smile, suddenly turned cold. In a flash, she arrived at Arbor's side. She opened her fan and lightly waved it. A sharp, cold light shot towards the old man. What a shameless old thing. How dare you bully my Jojo? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal coldly scolded. He pointed at the old man and sent out a beam of saint power that rushed toward the old man, whose expression had changed slightly. The old man took a deep breath and shouted, Who are you? He hurriedly pulled out a saber from his conscience and held it in front of his chest. The moment the two collided, a surging force hit the back of the old man's saber. The collision caused his chest to tighten slightly, and his entire body to stumble back over a dozen steps before he managed to stabilize his body. The old man's expression changed. Jing Zai, the Panga clan leader, also had a sharp look in his eyes. There was a hint of disbelief in his cold, electric eyes. He was too surprised. He knew Elder Zhu's strength better than anyone else. He was at the peak of the spiritual supreme realm and a transcendent god realm expert. But now, this young man, who looked to be in his early 20s, had pushed him back a few steps with one finger. What was going on? Why was his opponent's cultivation level higher than Elder Zhu's? Qiao Mu blinked, a cold glint in her eyes. She gazed at the old man across from her and said after a while, You're so shameless. Elder Zhu's face flushed red. He stared at Arbor with gloomy eyes. If looks could kill, Lord Jojo would have been killed by this old man many times. Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but look back at the little girl. He raised his hand and patted her little head. Jojo, how do you think we should deal with this old man? Arbor said expressionlessly, He's a hindrance. Then let me kill him. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal laughed. He moved his finger, and a natal divine sword appeared in his palm. Without a word, he waved a beam of sword light at Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu's expression changed again. As he opened his defensive spiritual weapon, he grabbed the saber and rushed forward. The two of them soared into the sky and exchanged several blows in an instant. Elder Zhu was no match for them. Blood trickled out of his mouth, and he was shocked. Jing Zong was also secretly anxious. After all, from the looks of it, Elder Zhu wasn't a match for the beautiful man in red beside the crown princess. As time passed, Elder Zhu from his side would definitely lose. Jing Jia was anxious to save his daughter. He glanced at Jing Minyao, who was pressed on the ground, and then turned to Arbor. Crown Princess. I beg you to have your men stop immediately. The 100,000 soldiers that I brought back with me have already surrounded this place. You can release your spiritual sense and take a good look to see if I'm lying to you or not. Little Tai Sui's body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xianxia. He leaped up and grabbed Xianxia's neck. While Jing Ting was retreating, countless bodyguards around him rushed forward to protect him. Little Tai Sui smacked several people in a row, and in just a few minutes, it had arrived in front of Jing Ting. Even if I, Jing Ting, am captured by you, I will fight until the last moment. Even if there is only one soldier left, without my order, the 100,000 soldiers of the Panga clan will fight you to the death. Xiaomu coldly stared at clan head Jing Ting and snorted. You probably aren't a fool, are you? As he spoke, roars of fighting could be heard from outside the camp. Jing Ting's expression changed. He tried his best to calm his mind. Just as he was about to use his spiritual sense to check what was happening outside, he heard an extremely cold voice. Clan leader Jing, let me give you a piece of advice. Tell them to surrender immediately. Otherwise, die. At this moment, all the hot blood in Jing Jui's heart receded. The blood in his body almost turned into ice and snow, as if it was about to freeze inside his body. He was so cold that his teeth were chattering. He really didn't expect this at all. The crown prince of the divine province had also rushed over, and from the looks of it, he had brought an army. Jing Jui closed his eyes slightly. The thought of exhausting the little crown princess with the advantage of numbers suddenly disappeared without a trace. Clan leader Jing, are you going to sacrifice so many of our clansmen for your daughter? A Panga woman couldn't help but stand up and scream at Jing Jui. Jing Minyao is such a jinx. How many people is she going to kill? Kill Jing Minyao. Kill Jing Minyao. Kill Jing Minyao. A voice rang out. The Panga clansmen all said the same thing at the same time. Their voices soared into the sky and stretched for thousands of miles. Wang Liming waved her hands with a pale face and roared at the crowd, are you even human? You can't be so selfish. You can't let my daughter die just to appease the crown princess's anger. Kill Jing Minyao. Kill Jing Minyao. The roars rose and fell one after another without any intention of stopping. Some of the Panga clansmen were even about to rush forward with knives, wanting to kill Jing Minyao on the spot to claim the credit. Jing Jui signaled with his eyes, and 2 guards immediately ran over and beat the 2 Panga clansmen who wanted to attack Jing Minyao to the ground. Wang Liming's face grew paler and paler. She hurriedly turned back to look at clan leader Jing. Master, what should we do? Jing Jui's heart was also cold. He didn't expect that the first to betray him would be his clansmen. They must have been scared to death by the little crown princess, right? That was why they wanted to use Jing Minyao's death to end this war. It wasn't that they were wrong, but Jing Jui felt extremely indignant, since when had he, Jing Mao, been forced into such a state? Clan leader Jing, do you want to continue fighting or execute your daughter to protect yourself and your people? You have to choose quickly. Arbor said coldly. Your people outside can't wait for your decision. The sounds of fighting outside the camp grew louder and louder. Jing Ting held his breath as he heard a series of arrows being fired. A lot of members of the Panga clan must have been killed or wounded outside. Bang! The door of the camp that was wrapped in vines was kicked open by someone. Everyone looked up and saw a handsome man clad in pitch-black divine armor. He kicked open the door of the 2 corpses beside him and walked in quickly with a frosty expression on his face. He raised his phoenix eyes and looked coldly at Xianxia. His words were clear and cold. Does clan leader Jing want to fight with this crown prince? The blood sea of hell is waiting for you to cross it. Mo Lian stared at him coldly. Her voice was emotionless and cold. The bones on the ground are your future. Jing Jui couldn't help but cry out, Your Highness, the Panga clan has no intention of being the enemy of the divine land. I'm willing to hand over my daughter and the culprit. You can punish her however you want. Bang! Elder Zhu fell from the sky, but he didn't land safely. Instead, he was kicked down from the sky and hit the ground hard. His head was bleeding. Jing Minyao's eyes widened as she turned to her father in disbelief. These words actually came from her father who had always doted on her. Why, how did the situation turn out like this? Shouldn't her father be here to save her? Even Elder Zhu, who was at the transcendent realm, was knocked to the ground. Seeing him climb up with a defeated expression, Jing Mingyao felt a bone-chilling coldness in her chest. Was she being abandoned by her father? No, this couldn't be real. She must still be in a dream and hadn't fully woken up. Jing Minyao's eyes were bloodshot as she looked anxiously at her father, Jing Jue. She screamed, "Father, father! Father! You can't do this! Master!" Madame Jing also cried as she rushed over. She knelt at Jing Jue's feet and gripped his robe tightly as she cried, "Master, master, I beg you." Minmin was just confused for a moment and made such a mistake. She knows her mistake now. She knows her mistake, master. Please give her one more chance, just give her one more chance. Madame Jing cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. Jing Jue looked at his daughter who was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Naturally, he felt very uncomfortable. This daughter used to be the daughter that he valued and loved the most. Compared to his coldness and sternness towards his eldest daughter, Jing Jue was completely devoted to his youngest daughter. He was really afraid that she would fall in his hands and melt in his mouth. Usually, he would give her whatever she wanted and dote on her with all his might. However, in the end, was he going to personally send her to her death, now, facing the Crown Prince's army in the Aurora Desert and facing the Crown Princess' aggression? Jing Jue was helpless. He turned to look at Arbor and saw the latter looking at him coldly. There was no room for negotiation. Jing Jue sighed and lowered his head to Madame Jing. "Madam, let go." "No, I won't let go. I won't let go." Madame Jing screamed. "Minmin is my daughter. I won't leave her to die." "Jing Jue, she's your daughter too. Are you willing to send your own daughter to her death just to appease the Crown Princess?" He couldn't accept it. Jing Zhao's eyes turned red, too. But what could he do if he didn't want to? Can you change the current situation just because you're unwilling? He could either execute Jing Mingyao or drag the entire clan down with him. These were the two paths before him. No matter what choice he made, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. "Old master!" Madame Jing screamed and turned to glare at Arbor. "Crown Princess! Your sister is completely fine right now. Why do you have to be so overbearing and want my Min to die?" Xiaomu gazed coldly at this unreasonable woman in front of her and ruthlessly slapped her across the face from a distance. "My sister is fine now, but it's not because you were merciful to her. It's because she was lucky," Arbor said coldly. Furthermore, was Xiaolin really alright? She was hit in the chest and her organs were injured. If she hadn't appeared in time to help, it would have been worse. Even if she was cured in the future, there would be repercussions. "Crown Prince Consort, you're twisting words and forcing logic by saying this." Madame Jing's voice was very shrill as she turned around and crawled to Mo Lian's feet. Madame Jing cried miserably, your Highness, please have mercy and save Min's life. Isn't it unfair for the Crown Princess to do this? Is it completely reasonable for her to do this?" Prince Mo looked at her coldly. It was this cold look that made Madame Jing feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The Crown Prince didn't care about the life and death of the mother and daughter at all. That's right, if the Crown Prince had any pity for Min, he wouldn't have led the army to attack the Pangu clan. Min must be blind to fall in love with someone like you. Madame Jing's anger exploded in an instant. She cursed fiercely, her eyes glaring at him as if she wanted to eat him up. At this moment, she was indeed very angry. If Min hadn't been bewitched by Jing Linyao and fell in love with the Crown Prince wholeheartedly and wanted to replace Jing Linyao as the Crown Princess of the Divine Land, how could there have been so many subsequent incidents? She hated Jing Linyao, but now she hated this cold and heartless Crown Prince even more. Impudent. The Purple Forest Guard suddenly drew his sword and pressed it against Madame Jing's neck. His eyes were filled with anger, as if the woman in front of him had tarnished the supreme deity in their hearts. How dare you be so rude to the Crown Prince? Do you want to die? Xiaomu also narrowed her eyes and very rudely scolded back, you're so shameless. Who asked your daughter to like Jojo's lotus? Scram scram scram. Who allowed your daughter to like Jojo's lotus? What a ridiculous woman. Was she born with no brains? Mo Lian blinked, and he cheerfully strode to his wifey's side. He reached out to grasp her small hand and said with a nod and a smile, Chiao Chiao. don't get angry over this kind of idiot. After we settle the matter here, we'll go for a stroll around Clear Pass City. Xiaomu turned to look at him and nodded her small head. Just now, he was really angered by Wang Liming. She didn't know what nonsense she was talking about, as if it was Lian's fortune to be liked by her daughter. In fact, Jojo's Lotus didn't know this Jing Minyao at all. She hadn't even interacted with this woman twice. Moreover, even if he had seen her, he would only glance at her coldly from afar. He would not even spare her a glance. She really didn't know how this crazy woman could blame Jojo's Lotus for not knowing how to educate her own daughter. Mrs. Jing was stopped by the sword, but she was still shrieking and making a scene because she loved her daughter dearly. The Divine Land is indeed powerful, but the Panga clan is not a pushover either. If you really want to force my Min Min to death, I will fight you to the death. Neither of us, Your Highness, Crown Princess, please don't lower yourself to her level. Xianxia interrupted Madame Jing's words. He then cupped his hands toward Arbor and glanced at the guards standing at the side. Why aren't you dragging Madame away? Xianxia shouted angrily, don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Did they not see that all the members of the Panga clan were staring at her in disgust when they heard that she was going to fight to the death? No one would accompany her to her death, because no one wanted to die. Why should they throw away their lives for a Jing Minyao? She, Jing Minyao, still wanted them to risk their lives for her stupidity and arrogance. What a joke, Jing Jue frowned. He glanced at the unfriendly faces of his clansmen and sighed heavily in his heart. If his wife continued to be so willful, even he, the clan leader, would lose a lot of people's support. By then, it would be even more difficult to win back the hearts of his clansmen. Let go. Let go of me. Madame Jing screamed and struggled with all her might. She turned around and glared at her husband viciously. She couldn't help but curse, Jing Jue, you useless man. You don't even care about your own wife and daughter. Jing Jue. Jing Jue. Don't forget what you promised me back then. You promised me that you would take good care of Minmin and me. Jing Jue. Jing Jue. Clan leader Jing narrowed his eyes and looked at Madame Jing coldly. He didn't say anything for a long time. He just watched indifferently as his clansmen tied up Madame Jing and dragged her away. Madame Jing's screams echoed in the air and lingered for a long time. She was like a plucked pheasant that let out a series of sharp screams before it died. Xiaomu reflexively furrowed her brows. Her screams had clearly pierced her ears and made her feel very uncomfortable. Clan leader Jing. Mo Lian looked back at Jing Jia and asked coldly, you can start dealing with her now, right? Jing Jue's 5 fingers clenched tightly. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. It was so heavy that he couldn't speak. Father! Father! Jing Minyao screamed anxiously. Her eyes were filled with a strong desire to live. She knew fear now. She knew that although she was the third daughter of the Panga clan, she was still nothing in front of the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess of the Divine Land. If others were to pinch her to death, it would be like pinching a weak little ant to death. They could casually stretch out a hand and lightly press down, and she would be deader than dead. Clan leader Jing? Mo Lian reminded him impatiently. Jing Jue's face was heavy. Finally, he nodded silently. Guards. Immediately, 2 members of the Panga clan walked forward, each holding a sharp dagger. Jing Minyao's pupils shrank. She couldn't help but tremble violently. That terrifying memory once again drowned her like an avalanche. She couldn't help but tremble. She remembered the day Arbor had cut her neck with a dagger. She thought of the terrible pain when she was reborn, the pain where she could neither live nor die. She thought of the painful days after she came back from the dead. Her limbs were weak and she couldn't move. She couldn't eat anything and could only drink liquids. She also thought about how she had tried her best to grow and strengthen herself, but it had been so difficult. She had finally used a secret technique to raise herself to a level 3 god-tier master, but, in the eyes of others, she was still just an ant. She hated it. He hated them so much that he couldn't extricate himself. He hated them so much that he wanted to devour everyone in front of him. They were her father, her mother, her sisters, and her clansmen. However, none of them stood by her side, and none of them were willing to help her. Ah! Jing Minyao let out a shrill scream. She was forced to kneel on the ground. Her eyes were red. She shook her head and cried bitterly, "Father, father, I know I was wrong. Don't kill me, father. Father." Jingzai naturally closed his eyes in extreme pain, but the hatred in his heart towards the young couple in front of him could not be stopped. If there was a chance in the future, Jing Jue secretly suppressed the hatred in his heart and turned his head to look into the distance. He could not bear to look at his daughter again. Seeing her father like this, Jing Minyao knew that this coward had completely given up on her. To put it nicely, he was doing it for the lives of the entire clan. To put it bluntly, he was doing it for his own future and life. In his eyes, no one was more important than her. Jing Minyao gritted her teeth in hatred. She suddenly raised her head and slapped a clansman in the abdomen, sending him flying. The dagger also fell to the ground with a clang. Jing Jue suddenly turned his face to look at her. His eyes were cold. Just as he was about to explode, he heard a clansman cry out in horror. "Not good. The earth tornado is coming." The earth tornado was the most fatal disaster in the Aurora Desert. Looking from afar, the entire desert was blown up by a gust of wind, raising a tornado that went straight between the sky and the earth. The earth tornado moved so fast that it almost swept through the entire camp in the blink of an eye. The crowd was suddenly in chaos. Arbor reacted quickly. She first ordered Sapling to take back the little sand scorpion, the fiery evil mosquito, and the explosive bird. Looking at the members of the Panga clan who were wailing in despair inside the earth tornadoes, Xiaomu unexpectedly frowned. She suddenly threw away the storage talisman in her hand and took the old, weak, women, and children into it. This was only temporary. There were at least tens of thousands of old, weak, women, and children here. A purple storage talisman was more than enough, but it was a little cramped in comparison. She had to save her own life first. While Arbor was doing this, her small body had already been carried away by Mo Lian. The group hid in the defensive barrier set up by the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, Little Tai Sui, and the others, so they were not oppressed by the earth tornado for the time being. Separated by the transparent defensive boundary, Xiaomu curiously gazed at the earth tornadoes wreaking havoc outside. For a moment, he didn't have the time to pay attention to Jing Minyao, who had fallen to the ground. Her entire body was twisted and turned by the earth tornado as she bumped into the wind. Ah! Jing Minyao was blown into the sky by the earth tornado. She landed on the sand with a thud and choked on a mouthful of sand. Her face turned red and she coughed violently. She hurriedly calmed herself down and created a defensive barrier against the wind. Unfortunately, her defensive barrier was only halfway up when she felt a surge of power behind her, hitting her in the back and sending her flying several meters away. Little Tai Sui narrowed its eyes and put down its hand. As Jing Minyao spat out a mouthful of blood, her body was once again swept up by the earth tornado and thrown into the sky. Arbor finally saw Jing Minyao's figure clearly. She was tossing about in the sky, the earth tornado tore her apart, and Arbor only saw a rain of blood sprinkling down. Jing Minyao was thrown to the ground and smashed out a big pit. Cough, cough, cough. Jing Minyao fell to the sand and was horrified to find that one of her arms had been removed by the earth tornado. Like a pitiful insect, she struggled to crawl on the ground, shaking her body as she crawled toward the feet of the Jing family head. "Father, save me, father, save me." She reached out and grabbed his robes, her other hand tugging at him as she begged him bitterly. The Jing family head closed his eyes. This daughter of his had lost an arm and was completely useless. But to let her die like this, it seemed a bit reluctant. Jing Zhao lowered his head and glanced at Jing Minyao's severed arm. Just as he was about to reach out and help her up, the earth tornado suddenly swept over again and slammed into the defensive wall he had built. Jing Zhao had no choice but to use his hand to push Jing Minyao away and quickly stabilize himself. At the same time, Jing Minyao was once again swept up by the violent earth tornado, flying high into the sky with a whoosh. Jing Minyao's eyes bulged as she cried out in alarm, "Father!" Ah! The earth tornado seemed to have gone crazy, rolling Jing Minyao up and down in the sky, constantly jolting her up and down. It kept tossing her around until she wished she could lower her head and vomit. But she was in the air and had just been hit by someone else. Not only was her internal energy in a mess, she couldn't even generate the strength to open her defensive barrier. Arbor turned his head to look at little Tai Sui. That child's movements were too fast. He slapped Jing Minyao's back and immediately slapped her into the earth tornado. Then he turned around as if nothing had happened, but this time, Jing Minyao could only blame her bad luck for being swept into the earth tornado. Little Tai Sui didn't attack her again. It was as if the earth tornado had its eyes on her and wanted to sweep her up into the sky, but it made sense. On this sandy land, besides Jojo's group, there were only Jing Minyao, clan head Jing, and other personal guards. The rest of the old, weak, women, and children had all been thrown into the storage talisman by Arbor. Jing Minyao was now wandering in the sky, tossed up and down by the earth tornado again and again. Several times, it seemed like she was going to fall, but in the end, she didn't fall. Wang Liming's hair was disheveled as she struggled to break free from clan head Jing's personal guards. She rushed forward and wailed, "Ah! Min Min, my Min Min!" She rushed to Jing Jia, wanting to reach out and shake his body, but Jing Jia's defensive barrier blocked her outside. Madame Jing looked at him absent-mindedly and couldn't help but cry, clan head, please save Min Min, my daughter. My poor daughter." At this time, Jing Qiao also hurried to catch up with her mother. She pretended to shed 2 drops of tears. "Mother, don't be sad. Min Min is blessed by the heavens. She will definitely be fine." How could he be fine? Wang Liming turned around and glared at Jing Qiao. She couldn't help but scold, "You make it sound so simple. How could he be fine? Can't you see that your sister is bouncing back and forth in the sky? That damned earth tornado, why did it target her Min Min? Why didn't he roll anyone else but her Min Min to play with?" This made Wang Liming furious, but there was nothing she could do to help. Looking at her Min Min suffering in the air, Wang Liming felt like her heart was about to bleed. "Min Min, my Min Min!" Wang Liming cried. "Mother!" Jing Qiao hated that she couldn't grind her teeth. They were both her mother's biological daughters, but her mother treated her so differently. Usually, she was only good to Min Min and never cared about her biological daughter. It was fine if her mother wasn't close to her eldest sister. After all, her eldest sister wasn't her biological daughter. But she was different from her eldest sister. She was also her mother's biological daughter. Okay, why was it that ever since she was born, she had always been despised by her mother? But Min Min had always been doted on by her mother. The anger in Jing Qiao's heart had already reached its peak. She could not help but shake off Wang Liming's hand and raise her voice. "Mother! Why do you only have Min Min in your heart? I'm your daughter too. Aren't you worried that I'll be swept up into the sky by the earth tornado?" Wang Liming was furious. She raised her hand and slapped Jing Qiao's face. "Evil daughter! The one being swept up into the sky by the earth tornado is Min Min. The one suffering is Min Min, not you. Why are you shouting at your mother? You want Min Min to die so badly, don't you?" Wang Liming glared angrily at her eldest daughter. She did not hide the disappointment and hatred in her eyes. Jing Qiao suddenly couldn't stand still. She did not expect her mother to hate her so much. They were both her biological daughters. Why was there such a difference? How could Wang Liming care about Jing Qiao's feelings? She pushed her away with a look of disdain and said coldly, "Get out of my way. Master." She turned around, wanting to break Jing Jia's defense barrier. But when she turned around, she met Jing Jia's merciless eyes. That's right, old master had already given up on Min Min. At this moment, why would he risk his life for Min Min's sake? She was the only one who could save Min Min. She was the only one who could save her daughter. Wang Liming chased after the earth tornado with flying steps, screaming for her daughter at the top of her lungs. Xiaomu couldn't resist taking a few more glances at her affectionate motherly face. The feelings of every mother in the world were probably the same. If the one swept up by the earth tornado at this moment was him, his mother, Wei Ziqin, would probably also be so anxious that she wanted to cry but had no tears. Arbor was stunned. She tilted her head and thought for a while. The earth tornado had already swept Jing Minyao far away. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the rest removed the defense barrier around them. The little fellow tilted her head and stared blankly into the distance without saying a word. Yichen frowned and couldn't help but flick her head. "What are you thinking about, Jojo? What's there to think about this kind of woman who's too kind and spoils her son? Spoiling a child is like killing a child. This kind of woman is not desirable. Ma Shichen snorted and said. That's right, if it wasn't for Wang Liming spoiling her daughter so much, causing Jing Minyao to be domineering and arrogant, thinking that she was invincible and unparalleled in the world, the situation wouldn't be like this today. Mo Lian understood this little fellow, who was letting her imagination run wild, too well. He knew what she was thinking right now, so he whispered into her ear. Mother is not a woman like Wang Liming. Mother has taught you and Shaolin er so well. She's knowledgeable, gentle, and kind. She's different from them. Everyone was speechless. Your Highness, don't you feel guilty saying this? After Mo Lian finished speaking, she realized that there was only silence around her. She turned her head to look at Hu Jiechen and the others, who had a faint smile on their faces, and glared at them. What are you doing? Did she say something wrong? Was Jojo not good? Jojo was so good. None of them were allowed to laugh at Jojo. Cough, let's go and take a look. Hu Jiechen coughed to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. After saying that, he stepped forward and chased in the direction of the earth tornado. Arbor asked in confusion, she's already been dealt with by the heavens. Why are you still chasing after her? In any case, the earth tornado had already swept her far away. After a few rounds of torment, she probably wouldn't be alive. She couldn't be bothered to chase after her. She just wanted to see what would happen to this woman. She really had no interest in Jing Minya's life or death. Mo Lian rubbed her small head, his eyes overflowing with gentleness. Silly Xiao, have you forgotten that there is still the Soul Congregation bell? Upon hearing this, Qiao Mu's eyes suddenly brightened. You're saying that the Soul Congregation bell is with Jing Minyao? Mo Lian nodded. Looking at how much clan head Jing and Madame Jing doted on her, I'm afraid it's true. Then what were they waiting for? Let's chase after them and take a look. Arbor hurriedly tugged at her husband's sleeve and ran after the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already drifted some distance away. He looked back and saw a large group of people following behind him. He couldn't help but call out, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up." Mo Lian held Jojo's little hand and sped up, flying to Hu Shichen's side. The two of them had already spread out their divine senses and determined the direction of the earth tornado. At this moment, they looked at each other and quickly rushed in the same direction. The group was very fast and caught up with Wang Liming's group in a flash. Wang Liming had already taken off her outer robe and was wearing a tight-fitting black shirt. Jing Minyao was lying not far away from her. She was half-sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Liming took out an elixir from her space ring. She was about to feed her daughter when she turned back and saw Mo Lian and the others chasing after them. Alarm bells rang in her heart. She hurriedly grabbed her daughter and ran away. However, at this moment, the earth tornado that had gone far away suddenly swept over from afar like a mischievous child. Arbor and the others were dumbfounded. After all, this earth tornado was a little strange. It had previously wreaked havoc and left after torturing Jing Minyao to the brink of death. But now, it suddenly turned around and swept over again. Coincidentally, Wang Liming saw Arbor and the others and was in a hurry to escape with her daughter. As a result, the mother and daughter came face to face with the earth tornado. All of a sudden, they were swept up by the earth tornado and thrown into the sky again. Arbor looked at Mo Lian, Yuan Shichen, and the others speechlessly. What happened? Could it be that this earth tornado knows Jojo? Everlasting Blade could not help but ridicule. Just now, when the earth tornado rushed over, anyone with eyes could clearly see that it was deliberately avoiding Jojo. Thus, strictly speaking, from the very beginning, this earth tornado didn't even collide with the defensive barrier set up by Zichen and the others. This earth tornado was created by Heavenly Tao? Everyone couldn't resist asking curiously as they looked at Arbor oddly. Lady Xichao could not help but lower her head to look at herself. Her gaze swept up and down her body, but she did not find anything wrong with her. I don't recognize it. When Mo Lian heard this, she couldn't resist bursting out in laughter. Jojo, this little oddball, was too comical. What did he mean by, I don't recognize it? Who could be that earth tornado's relative? Yuan Shurchin chuckled and couldn't resist rubbing the little stoic's head with an icy expression. Heavenly Dao is definitely your relative. That's right, it must be Jojo's relative. Otherwise, why would it always avoid Sir Jojo so harmoniously whenever there was a crisis? It must be because Sir Jojo was Heavenly Dao's relative, and he was a close relative. Arbor looked at the people in front of him in a daze, thinking that their thinking was a little weird. Who could be relatives with the illusory Heavenly Dao? How ridiculous! While everyone was talking, Wang Liming had already been spat out by the earth tornado and landed on the ground with a bang. That earth tornado seemed to despise Wang Liming very much and liked to toss around Jing Mingyao alone. Wang Liming looked up at her daughter who was floating up and down in the earth tornado and screaming miserably from time to time. Her eyes were red from the pain and she couldn't stop screaming. Damn heavens, come at me if you have anything. Let go of my Minmin, Minmin. Bam. Jing Mingyao was thrown down from the sky like a lump of rotten meat by the earth tornado and landed heavily on the ground. Wang Liming crawled over with tears in her eyes and carefully reached out to hold her daughter's head. She reached out to check her daughter's breathing and couldn't help but wail miserably. Minmin, my Minmin. Minmin. She wasn't breathing? Arbor blinked and then seemed to think of something and said softly, could it be that because Jing Mingyao came back from the dead and went against the heavens, Heavenly Dao finally thought of taking care of her, so it did this? Maybe it was because Heavenly Dao didn't have time before. Sir Jojo said with a straight face. Jojo, what you said makes so much sense. Xianxia and the rest looked at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Seeing her serious expression and that she deliberately lowered her voice to speak to them mysteriously, they couldn't help but have the urge to burst out laughing. Yes, Heavenly Dao's memory isn't very good. The corner of Yuan Shurchin's mouth twitched as she said, previously, it forgot to take care of Jing Mingyao. Now, taking advantage of this earth tornado, it suddenly remembered to take care of her. Arbor, originally, he didn't think that he was exaggerating, but after Yuan Shurchin described it so vividly, why did it feel like he was a little brainless idiot? Bah, Arbor retracted his gaze. His face was tense as he suddenly pointed forward. What's that in her hand? Wang Liming laid on her daughter's body and cried for a while. Then, she took out a small bell the size of a thumb from her ring. After the small bell appeared in her palm, it immediately jumped into the air. Following a series of crisp bell chimes, the bell grew larger with each chime. It wasn't until it became several zhang large that its shadow was able to completely cover Jing Mingyao who was lying on the ground. Only then did it let out a crisp sound and stopped moving in midair. Arbor suddenly jumped up, like a little leopard that had been released from its cage. With a whoosh, it jumped to Wang Liming's side. He Chen, Mo Lian, and the others couldn't help but cover their eyes. They saw the little guy kick Jing Mingyao, who was lying on the ground, with a speed comparable to light, and sent her flying several feet away. Arbor waved his hand and an ice coffin landed on the ground with a thud, kicking up a small cloud of dust. This ice coffin was immediately enveloped by the light of the Soul Congregation bell. Arbor's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and caressed senior sister Su Shanshan's sleeping face through the layer of ice. At the same time, Jing Minyao's corpse was sent flying, landing on the sand with a loud thud. This was like a fierce hammer that landed on Wang Liming's heart. As if someone had flipped a switch, Wang Liming jumped up and screamed as she charged towards Arbor. Arbor, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Wang Liming screamed as she charged towards Arbor. However, Xiaomu didn't have time to waste words with her at this time. She directly kicked Wang Liming, who was pouncing at her, into the distance. With a wave of her hands, Xiaomu bent down to pick up eldest senior sister from the coffin and laid her flat on the sandy ground. Jojo put away the ice coffin and quickly left the range of the soul convening bell. Just as she retreated, the Soul Congregation bell once again shot out a dazzling tricolored light that completely enveloped Su Shanshan. Arbor's eyes were filled with excitement. Her small face was brimming with rare joy. She looked up at Mo Lian and tugged at his sleeve, unable to conceal her excitement as she exclaimed, "Quickly look, Lian, eldest senior sister has been enveloped by the Soul Congregation bell's light." That's right. The light from the soul-gathering bell had completely enveloped Su Shanshan at this moment, illuminating her fair and delicate little face. It was as if she had been painted with a layer of faint aurora, instantly giving her a trace of spirituality and life. Don't worry, Jojo. The soul-convening bell still needs some time to take effect, Ma Shurchen said with a smile. Arbor knew that she couldn't be too hasty. She nodded and looked at the copper bowl-sized soul-gathering bell in front of her with bright eyes. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Yet Mo Lian couldn't resist creasing his brows, and he reflexively grasped her small hand tightly. Looking at Xiaoxiao's expression, which was full of expectation, if she found out that the soul-gathering bell was actually useless, would Xiaoxiao be so disappointed that she would fall silent? Mo Lian squeezed her small hand and couldn't resist saying, Xiaoxiao, you promised me before. Xiaomu was startled. Afterwards, she looked up at Mo Lian and discerned something from his extremely serious phoenix eyes. She nodded obediently and patted his chest comfortingly. Don't worry, I know. It's good that Grand Senior Sister wakes up, but if she doesn't, I'll find another way. How could she be the same as before, hiding in Paradise Planet for a few years? As soon as she fell silent, her current state of mind was far stronger than before. Moreover, Lotus was by her side. No matter what she encountered now, she would be able to handle it. Mo Lian looked at his wifey's expression and confirmed that she wasn't fooling him. He then let out a light sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. I'm relieved that you can think this way. As long as his Jojo didn't go down a dead end, everything else could be solved later. The few of them exchanged a few words before Wang Limeng ran over like a madwoman and slammed her head into the transparent barrier. Yes, it was the barrier. Now, the Soul Congregation bell had completely enveloped Grand Senior Sister, forming a complete, transparent barrier. Grand Senior Sister was lying peacefully inside the tricolored barrier. Xiaomu gazed intently at the Soul Congregation bell. Only she could hear her thumping heart. It seemed that she had waited for too long, so long that she almost thought that Grand Senior Sister would never return to her side. Now, had the day finally arrived? Su Shanshan was surrounded by the tricolored light, as if she was bathed in the tricolored holy light, serene and tranquil. Wang Liming was in a sorry state, but she struggled to crawl up from the ground. She scrambled over and hugged her daughter, Jing Minyao, before turning to glare at Xiaomu with resentment and venomous eyes. She lowered her head and repeatedly called out, Min Min, Min Min, Min Min. Jing Minyao's eyes were closed, motionless. Wang Liming reached out and touched Jing Minyao's nose, only to feel a bone-chilling cold. She couldn't help but shiver as she screamed out, Min Min. She hurriedly hugged her daughter and rushed towards the tricolored barrier covered by the soul-gathering bell. Her head hit the transparent barrier, and with two bangs, she slammed into the barrier. However, the soul-gathering bell had already come into effect, the people outside naturally couldn't get in. What's more, it was a sacred tool. If it was so easy to break through the barrier, it would be ridiculous. Min Min. It's not like this. Wang Liming tried her best to hit the barrier and exclaimed, It's not like this. Mother. Jing Qiyao rushed over and grabbed her mother's arm. Mother, don't be like this, okay? Min Min can't be saved, Mother. Who said you can't be saved? Wang Liming shook off Jing Qiyao's hand and glared at her, as if looking at an enemy. You can't wait for your sister to die, can you? How could I give birth to such a heartless thing like you? If I knew you would become like this, I wouldn't have kept you when you made me suffer so much pain that I almost died from dystocia. Jing Qiyao's eyes widened in shock as she looked at her mother who said this in front of her. So, it's not that I'm not good enough, and it's not that I'm disobedient. It's because when I was born, I almost caused Mother's death, so Mother has always looked down on me. Jing Qiyao sternly questioned, her pair of eyes became incomparably red. Yes. Wang Liming hugged Jing Minyao in her arms and stiffly replied with a single word. Jing Qiyao laughed like a madman. She finally had an answer to the question that had troubled her for so many years. However, it was better for her to have an answer like this forever. Good, good, good. Jing Qiyao nodded repeatedly, her eyes coldly staring at Wang Liming and Jing Minyao. Don't you love your youngest daughter the most? Don't you only have Minmin all day long? Jing Qiao suddenly pounced over and grabbed Jing Minyao's legs, forcefully pulling her to her side. What are you doing? What are you doing, Jing Qiao, are you crazy? Wang Liming screamed and rushed forward to save her daughter. You're the crazy one. Look at your daughter, whom you dote on so much, and what kind of idiotic character she has become. Look at the sins you've committed. Shut up. Wang Liming screamed and interrupted Jing Qiao's words. She glared at Jing Qiao coldly and snapped, I told you to shut up, shut up, shut up. Jing Qiao snatched Jing Minyao's body and choked Jing Minyao's neck, forcing her to raise that lifeless face. She laughed crazily, do you see? Do you see, my good mother? Your most obedient daughter is now thoroughly dead, she can't be saved. Shut up. Wang Liming's eyes were bloodshot. She tried to pounce on her several times, but was kicked away by Jing Qiao in her crazed state. Wang Liming fell to her knees with a plop, slapping the sand as she wailed, how did I give birth to a beast like you? Beast, beast. You won't even let off your own sister. What sin have I, Wang Liming, committed? Ah. Her husband was unreliable, her most beloved daughter couldn't be saved, and her second daughter, who was usually like an invisible person, was actually going against her like a madwoman at this time. She hated these people in front of her. She hated every single one of them. Wang Liming took out a spirit breakthrough pill from her ring and swallowed it. Her aura began to rise steadily. Jing Qiao's heart jumped. She grabbed Jing Minyao's neck and retreated a few steps. She stared vigilantly at her mother, and her voice became sharper as she shouted, Mother, do you still not understand? Min can't be saved. Min has already used the soul congregation bell once, she can't use it a second time. Ah. I'll kill you, you beast. Wang Liming's eyes were red as she pounced on Jing Minyao, slapping her fair cheek. Arbor looked at this scene in astonishment. She opened her mouth slightly, as if wanting to say something, but she didn't say anything and just tightly pursed her lips. Mo Lian looked down at her and reached out to pull her into her arms. She patted her lightly and said in a low voice, See, I already said that this woman isn't our mother. Look at her selfish appearance. If it wasn't for her, how could the two daughters have ended up in such a situation where they were trying to kill each other? Arbor slowly nodded. Her mother, Wei Ziqin, clearly knew that she wasn't her biological daughter, but she treated her as if she was her own for many years. Just like the third Madame, Hua Shi, who didn't give birth to her two concubine sons, but still treated them like her own. Whenever they encountered trouble, she would protect them like a mother hen. Humans have feelings. Even though they are not your biological children, they are still better than your biological children. If you treat your children well, it is impossible for you not to reciprocate at all. Although the madam of the third branch was a little ignorant, and it wasn't a good thing to spoil her son like this, Arbor could vaguely see a bit of his mother's shadow in this madam. Furthermore, Madame Hua was not like Wang Liming, who spoiled her child excessively, so. On the day of the birthday banquet, she had spoken out to help Madame Hua. This was the reason. They're both your daughters, but your heart is so biased. Arbor shook his head speechlessly. This Wang Liming could be considered a weirdo. She had been holding a grudge against her for so many years just because she couldn't give birth to the child on the day she gave birth. Watching the mother and daughter exchange a few moves back and forth, everyone felt a little speechless. Jing Minyao's body was now thrown to the ground by them. After taking the medicine, Wang Liming's power had greatly improved. Naturally, Jing Qiao could not deal with her. Not long after, she was pressed under Wang Liming's body and slapped on the back of her head again and again. Jing Qiao was thrown to the ground, her head and face covered in blood. She couldn't help but scream. Gradually, her voice grew weaker. Wang Liming was really ruthless. Slap after slap, her eyes were red as if she had gone mad. She slapped the back of her daughter's head again and again. Only when Jing Qiao's screams could no longer be heard did Wang Liming come back to her senses. Ah! She screamed and looked at her blood-stained hands. Her hands trembled slightly. After shaking for a long time, she finally flipped Jing Qiao over. All of a sudden, she met Jing Qiao's angry eyes. Ah! She screamed and jumped up. She took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Arbor looked at this mother coldly. From the beginning to the end, they just stood by and watched. She didn't even care about her own daughter, why should others care about her? What a joke. Wang Liming was obviously crazy. She kicked away Jing Qiao's body and staggered to get up. Holding Jing Minyao's cold body, she rushed toward the soul-gathering bell's tricolored barrier. Her head hit the barrier again and again. Wang Liming screamed like a madwoman, "The soul-gathering bell is my daughter's, give it back to us." Soul-gathering bell, ah. Before she could make another move, she was swept by a fierce gust of wind. Hugging Jing Minyao's body, she stumbled and fell to the ground. "Are you done being crazy?" Mo Lian frowned and indifferently retracted her right hand. She looked at her coldly and said, "Your other daughter was right. Jing Minyao has already used the soul-gathering bell once. Even if you give her another chance, it will still be useless." "Who said it's useless?" "If you say it's useless, then it's useless." Wang Liming was obviously crazy. Hugging Jing Minyao, she slammed into the barrier and screamed like a madwoman, "I don't care. This soul-gathering bell originally belonged to the Pangu clan. It should be used by us." Bang! Before she could crash into that isolation barrier, Mo Lian had flipped her over and sent her tumbling backwards. Wang Liming's face, hands, and body were all covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was from killing Jing Qiao or from her own blood. She slowly got up from the ground with a twisted expression. Suddenly, she threw away Jing Minyao in her hand and rushed in the direction of Arbor. "I want you all to die." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's figure flashed and released several beams of saint power. Thousands of vines wriggled upwards and wrapped around Wang Liming's body. At the same time, the swirling air around Wang Liming's body filled the entire area. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal narrowed his eyes and enveloped her in his defensive shield. Immediately, everyone heard a loud boom. Wang Liming's entire body was instantly minced into pieces. Pieces of her body fell from the top of her head. Blood rained down from the sky. Xiaomu reflexively hid in Mo Lian's arms. She creased her small brows and turned her small head away in disdain. This Wang Liming was like a lunatic. She actually wanted to use self-destruction to drag them down to hell with her. How could this be possible? Why didn't she think that there were so many transcendent realms present? How could they let her, a spirit master, self-destruct? It was simply a meaningless self-destruction. When Arbor turned his head to look again, Wang Liming's figure was already gone. Mo Lian flicked her finger and a cluster of black flames landed on the corpse on the ground. It burned her until there were no bones left. "Burn Jing Minyao and Jing Qiao too." Arbor looked at Jing Qiao, who was facing the sky with her eyes wide open as if she was questioning God why she was treated like this. He could not help but shake his head. Wang Liming was truly interesting. She didn't like her daughter, Jing Qiao, very much because of her difficult labor. In the end, she was so deranged that she killed her. This kind of mother simply couldn't compare to her mother, Wei Ziqin. Jojo's Lotus was right. Wang Liming and her mother, Wei Ziqin, were two completely different types of people. With a flick of Mo Lian's fingers, two clusters of black fire landed on Jing Minyao and her sister's bodies, incinerating them completely. Only then did everyone turn to look at Su Shanshan, who was enveloped by the soul congregation bell with her eyes closed and a peaceful expression on her face. A long time had passed, so long that Arbor couldn't help but slightly clench her fists. Her expression also started to show some unbearable restlessness. Mo Lian could see her unease, so she reached out to hold her small hand and said softly, "Don't be anxious." Could it be that it was as Lotus said, that this soul congregation bell really might have no effect on eldest senior sister? Arbor's hand, which was hidden in her sleeve, clenched tighter and tighter. The moment she thought of this, even her breathing seemed to quicken. Mo Lian pulled out her other small hand, which was hidden in her sleeve, and gently pried open her fingers one by one. She smiled and looked down at her. "Jojo is nervous." Arbor nodded, her pair of black eyes staring unblinkingly at the man in front of her. Although she had already prepared herself for the worst, she still had great expectations and hopes in her heart. She wanted eldest senior sister to come back to life. She wanted eldest senior sister to return to the holy water sect. She had been lying alone in the ice coffin for so many years. It had been long enough. "Quickly look," Xianxia shouted, drawing Arbor's attention back to eldest senior sister. The three beams of light shot out by the soul-gathering bell had already disappeared, and the whole bell was shrinking in the air. Then, it suddenly broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Mo Lian's reaction was the fastest. With a turn of his body, he had already arrived at Xianxia's side. With a move of his finger, a thin piece of white brocade unfolded and floated in the air, catching many of the fragments. The white cloth and a handful of shards fell into Emolien's hands. Emolien lifted a corner of the white satin and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to smile at Xiao Mu, who had hurried to his side. Although this sacred weapon is useless now, its fragments can still be reused. Xiao Mu nodded with a MHM before saying apathetically, although this soul congregation bell is a sacred weapon, it is a consumption-type sacred weapon. If we really want to compare, it is inferior to my feral, ink. Emolien, the venerable peach blossom immortal beamed. Jojo, quickly see if your senior sister has woken up. Arbor nodded and quickly walked to Xianxia's side. She crouched down and cautiously inched closer to Xianxia's small face, which had regained a bit of color. Her fingers very gently touched Xianxia's face. The feeling under her fingers was still very icy. Arbor almost didn't dare to touch her to see if she was breathing. Was this really just an empty joy? The little fellow's eyes were filled with disappointment. Before this, she had repeatedly warned herself to be calm. She had to be calm. She couldn't have too high of an expectation for anything, so as to avoid being endlessly disappointed. But actually, she still couldn't help but feel a little elated in the depths of her heart. Xianxia and the rest cautiously glanced at Arbor. Everyone looked at each other. Liang Qingqing could not help but say in a small voice, Jojo, your eldest senior sister seems to. She could not continue, but everyone knew what she was trying to say. It seemed to be useless. That's right, the soul-gathering bell had no effect on Xianxia. Although Xianxia was lying on the sandy ground, she did not have any reaction until now. Logically speaking, if the soul-gathering bell was useful, no matter how weak she was, she should have slowly opened her eyes. Maybe, it's because eldest senior sister has been gone for too long. This soul-gathering bell can't gather all of her soul for the time being. Don't worry, Jojo, we'll take it slow. Emolien felt that her comforting words were a bit dry. Arbor inched closer to her white jade-like face. She bit her lips. The disappointment and grievance in her heart was about to turn into the water of the ocean and surge out. Was it really impossible? She spent so much effort to save eldest senior sister, but in the end, she still failed. Everyone saw that the little fellow was in low spirits. They could not help but surround her, wanting to say a few words to comfort the little girl. But right at this moment, Xianxia seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. She took a deep breath and exhaled again. She suddenly opened her eyes and coughed. Xianxia, Liang Qingqing and the rest all opened their eyes wide. Emolien, Hu Jingchen and the rest were also slightly surprised. The soul-gathering bell really had the effect of gathering souls. Xianxia gasped for air and coughed heavily. She hadn't coughed for a long time. Arbor felt that the hand that she stretched out was trembling. She held her thin face. A pair of sparkling eyes, as if containing the most beautiful stars in the world, stared straight at her. Xianxia's eyes finally focused and fell on Arbor. From the initial confusion to shock, and then to joy, her eyes stared straight at Arbor for a long time. As if her brain was not enough, she dazedly tried to recall something, but also as if she could not remember anything. She just stared at her blankly. Cough, cough, cough. She subconsciously grasped Arbor's small hand tightly. For a moment, she was in a daze, feeling as if she didn't know what day it was. The junior sister in front of her had become even more exquisite, as if she was a few years older than her 12-year-old self. Big liar. Arbor bit his lips and spat out 3 words. His eyes were glowing with a faint red light as he stared at Xianxia without blinking. It was as if he wanted to freeze time at this moment. Xianxia's dazed eyes gradually became clearer. She wanted to speak, but she was choked by the air in her throat. She coughed violently, and Xiao Mu helped her up as she struggled. Little junior sister. Xianxia's voice startled even herself. That voice sounded like it had been crushed by countless wheels. It was so hoarse and dark that it made her feel a little apprehensive. Little junior sister, what's wrong with me? Xianxia looked confused. Big liar. Arbor looked at her with an aggrieved expression and wanted to punch her. But she decided against it. Eldest senior sister had just woken up, so her body should be very weak. You are all liars, Jojo said. When we were in Xianxia town, you said you would accompany me in the future and wouldn't let me be alone. But later, I hugged third martial aunt's head and placed her by your side. I called you eldest senior sister, and I called third martial aunt, but neither of you paid any attention to me. As Arbor spoke, she felt that she was really strange. Why did it seem like transparent water droplets were falling from her eyes again? Xianxia's heart tightened. She felt that some of her memories seemed to be a bit jumbled up. Although she didn't quite understand what was going on, she still reached out and pulled her little junior sister into her arms, hugging her tightly. Then she said very firmly, word by word, don't worry, little junior sister. Eldest senior sister won't lie to you in the future. Definitely. Arbor lay on her shoulder soundlessly. It seemed like she could only feel her body trembling slightly. But Xianxia felt that her shoulder was scorching hot, as if something was burning a hole there, as if something was pouring into her veins. It was as if everything in front of her seemed to come alive again. The two apprentice sisters went to Paradise Planet, as if they had endless things to talk about. Xianxia discovered that time had already moved forward by 4 years. Naturally, she was very surprised. She had too many things to understand. Although you asked Jojo 10 questions, she would probably only answer 1, but Xianxia had long gotten used to this little fellow's personality, so they could chat for a while. Mo Lian's side was much more straightforward. After Jojo left, Mo Lian summoned Huifeng and had him take people to finish off the Panga clan's patriarch Jing Ti, as well as all of the Panga's direct descendants. Don't leave any loose ends behind, Mo Lian instructed indifferently. Today, they brought so many people to force the Panga clan's patriarch Jing to finish off his daughter, Jing Minyao. Although patriarch Jing had given in, Mo Lian never believed that human nature would give in so easily. Patriarch Jing probably hated her and Jojo to the core right now. If he was given a chance, he would definitely plot a counterattack. That would be too troublesome. Mo Lian did not want to waste her time cleaning up the mess left by the Panga clan. She might as well annihilate all their direct descendants. As for the old, weak, women, and children of the Panga clan, for the civilians it did not matter much who was in power. As long as they had enough food and drinks, they were happy enough. Huifeng led the Purple Forest Guard and a group of Clear Pass City border guards over. Arbor and Xianxia chatted for a while. Seeing that she didn't look well, he was worried that her body might not be able to take it, so he persuaded her to rest. By the time Arbor came out of Paradise Planet, Huifeng had just returned with his men, and he quietly reported to Mo Lian several times. Mo Lian nodded indifferently, indicating for Huifeng not to say anything else. She then walked towards Arbor. Qiamu glanced at him in confusion. What are you blabbering about? Nothing. Mo Lian smiled and pinched her little face. Jojo, come with me. Okay. Arbor followed him and returned to the Panga clan's camp. Arbor suddenly remembered the people he had stored into his storage talisman. He waved his hand and let them all out. The Panga clansmen all knelt down in gratitude and thanked him for saving their lives. They had all seen how dangerous this situation had been and remembered it in their hearts. The Crown Princess had put aside their former enmity and stored them into a magical artifact. That was how a great disaster had been averted. To the Panga clansmen, they didn't know that it was Arbor's storage talisman. They only thought it was a spatial artifact. In any case, no matter what, the Crown Princess was so magnanimous that she didn't vent her anger on the Panga clansmen and saved their lives regardless of the gains and losses. Everyone was grateful and respectfully knelt on the ground to express their gratitude. Mo Lian had Huifeng make arrangements for these people. Before Arbor left, he heard Huifeng say in a clear voice, "Your clan leader was obliterated by the heavenly Tao in this earth tornado. As for your madam and the 2 young misses, they were also executed by our crown prince for disobeying his superiors. You don't have a leader now. You should first elect a new leader and then talk to our crown prince." Arbor looked up at Mo Lian curiously. Xianxia is dead? Mo Lian smiled and nodded. Yes. You sent someone to do it? She remembered that Xianxia was still alive and well before they left the camp. Mo Lian didn't deny it. He nodded and held her hand. Jojo, don't be afraid. Arbor was speechless. What's there to be afraid of? Emolian blinked and looked down at her. Don't you think I'm scary? Miss Chiao shook her head and hugged his waist. Everything you do is for me. Why would I think you're scary? Plus, you're so beautiful. Nothing you do is scary at all. Sir Jojo rolled his eyes and looked away. Huh? What was Jojo thinking just now? His expression was a bit cute. Emolian couldn't help but ask curiously, Jojo, what were you thinking about just now? Nothing. Seeing that Emolian was determined to get to the bottom of things, Arbor quickly changed the topic. What did you say you were going to take me to see? Mei Chem, come take a look, Xiao. Emolian pulled her small hand and led her into an airtight wall made of sand and soil. As soon as he walked in, he was dazzled by the white spirit coins on the ground. Is this where Xianxia keeps his spirit coins? Arbor grabbed a handful of spirit coins and found many jade stones buried underneath. She took out a piece and looked at it. A rare smile appeared in her eyes. This jade is not bad. Get someone to take it out and polish it. Make more blank jade talismans for me. All right. Emolian naturally agreed happily. She pulled Arbor to a small table at the side, took out a black spatial ring, and placed it in her hand. Clan leader Jing is dead, but his spatial ring is still here. Take it and see if there's anything useful inside. Arbor nodded. Recently, she had organized the Heavenly Province Assembly and the Heavenly Pill Auction. Nurturing people to draw talismans and refine pills was like burning money every day. She had to send them a batch of talismans and herbs every few days. She probably wouldn't be able to make a profit in the first year. However, when these little guys grew up, she wouldn't have to worry about making money every year. Moreover, nurturing a group of talisman masters and alchemists would be very beneficial. If she wanted to do something in the future, she wouldn't feel that she was short of manpower. Arbor used her divine sense to open clan leader Jing's spatial ring. She found that there were many things inside. It was enough for the Heavenly Province Assembly and the Heavenly Pill Auction to burn money for a while. Moreover, there were so many spirit coins on the ground. It should be enough. Arbor happily put all the spirit coins on the ground into a storage talisman. Then, she followed Emolian out. Your Highness. 2 purple forest guards pushed a bearded, doddering old man over. They shoved him to the ground and used their feet to stop him from struggling. Your Highness, this person is sneaking around here. Who is he? Speak. Who are you? Emolian looked at him coldly, a cold glint flashing through her eyes. This person was hiding here sneakily. He was most likely a servant of the Jing clan's direct line of descent. Was he waiting for an opportunity to take revenge? She had to see if she was cut out for it. The Divine Province's Crown Prince and Crown Princess sure aren't impressive. Slap. Before the old servant could finish, the purple forest guard slapped him across the face. His face tilted slightly to the side, and his hair fell messily to the ground. His wrinkled old face suddenly showed a trace of twisted hatred. You bunch of bandits. Not only did you steal our clan's treasure, the Soul Congregation bell, you even instigated those spineless shrimp clansmen to submit to you. And now, you even killed the clan head and madam. Oh? Arbor sized up the old servant from head to toe, then asked coolly, who are you to the Jing clan head? You don't need to know. Slap. The purple forest guard slapped him again in anger at his arrogant attitude. How dare you speak like that? The purple forest guard glared at him, then turned to the young crown princess. Crown princess, this subordinate must deal with this person. Arbor glanced at him and nodded. Since you're so loyal, go accompany your clan head and madam. Fear flashed through the old man's eyes, then he put on a fierce front and angrily rebuked, wait. Qianwu turned her head to look at him with a spurious smile. If you really are a loyal old servant, then where were you when I killed your clan leader just now? Why didn't you jump out to protect your master? You're afraid of death, aren't you, old man? Since you're just a sneaky villain, can you stop trying to flatter yourself? The purple forest guard glanced at the old man with disdain. He grabbed the old man's arm, pinned him behind his back, and pushed him. Let's go. He was an eyesore. He was really annoying their little crown princess. Crown Princess, this old servant wants to make a deal with you. The old servant suddenly became anxious and shouted while twisting his body. Since it's a deal, then show your sincerity. Why do you have to be so pretentious? Arbor looked at him coldly. This old man had been secretly hiding here and sneakily looking around. He had originally been waiting for her and the crown prince. He had even put on a disgusting expression of loyalty to protect his master. Who exactly was he trying to show? The old man's eyes flashed and he hurriedly said, "This old servant is called Jingu." "Yes, I am clan head Jing's personal servant." Arbor didn't say anything and waited for him to continue. "Not long ago, the clan head ordered me to send people to the lower star field to investigate the crown princess background. When the second miss was brutally slaughtered by the crown princess and was carried back to the soul congregation bell to gather her soul, clan head Jing ordered this old servant to send people to investigate." Arbor looked at the old man expressionlessly, a burning flame dancing in her eyes. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the old man could only continue. "After that, this old servant sent a group of people to the lower star field. The first few times we went, we were blocked outside by a large shielding formation." The old man carefully glanced at Arbor's expression. "There were also a few times where they lost their lives in special passageways. Therefore, this old servant has sent out about 10 groups of people, but it seems that only one group successfully arrived at the capital of the Mo Kingdom. It's this group of people who arrived at the Mo Kingdom capital with great difficulty. They've sent back 2 messages to me, saying that another group of people also arrived at the Mo Kingdom capital at the same time. It seems like they also want to attack your family. However, it's very unfortunate that the group of people I sent later seem to have been annihilated by someone in the Mo Kingdom capital. They were like pebbles thrown into the sea, and no more news came back." After saying this, that old man glanced at the expressionless Xiaomu again. He gritted his teeth and said, "This old man means, I know that you want to say that Jing Mingyao is merely taking the blame for someone else. The real culprit may still be hiding behind the scenes." Arbor said coldly, "Jing Mingyao also said that Jolin was thrown to her by a black-robed man." "Who is this black-robed man?" The old man's eyes flickered, and he shook his head and said, "This old servant does not know." Arbor shot him a cold glance. "What do you want by saying so much?" "Honorable Crown Princess." The old man suddenly changed into a rather flattering attitude, bowed and said, "This old servant is telling you all this because," his eyes rolled, and he chuckled. "This old servant is also an old member of the Panga clan. Even if I don't know the Panga clan's past like the back of my hand, I am still very, get to the point." Arbor coldly interrupted him, looking at him with a mocking gaze. "Crown Princess, if you can hand over the Panga clan to this old servant to manage, then," as soon as he finished speaking, the thunderous cheers of the Panga clan members came from the other side. The new clan leader candidate had probably been chosen. Arbor looked at him with a mocking gaze. "You heard it too. You don't have a chance." Jingchu gritted his teeth unwillingly, but he still said with an obsequious smile, "In that case, Crown Princess, please agree to a small request of mine. I was originally the guardian of the soul convening bell. I have an extraordinary sense of familiarity with the soul gathering bell. Now that the soul gatherer bell has been destroyed." He sighed and said, "Then this old servant would like to request that the fragment of the soul congregation bell be returned to this old servant for safekeeping, so that I can get rid of this thought. I have nothing else to ask for. Crown Princess, please grant this small request of yours." Arbor sized him up and then turned to Emolien. "Is there anything else other than the broken pieces of the soul-gathering bell?" When Jingu heard the little crown princess ask this question, although he tried his best to remain calm, his heart was like a huge wave rolling over and over. He wished he could pounce on the crown princess and bite her to death. This little girl was too smart. He hadn't even said anything yet, but she was able to make the connection from just a few words. Emolien curiously took out the white satin cloth that wrapped the soul-amassing bell fragment from her inner world. After flipping it open, her fingertips moved around the fragment and took out a black key that was only the size of a little finger. The color of the key and the fragment were very similar, so the crown prince didn't notice it before. Prince Emo looked at the old man Jingu with a smile that wasn't a smile. The corner of his mouth curled, and he raised the little key with his fingertips, revealing a trace of a smile. "Many thanks. Naturally, he had to thank this Jingu for providing such reliable information. That way, they would be able to find the treasures buried by clan leader Jing. Ah. Ah. Jingu was truly regretting his actions now. He was suspended in the air, and the whip in the purple forest guard's hand was lashing out at him without hesitation. If he'd known earlier that this black-hearted couple was so terrifying, he wouldn't have come looking for trouble even if he was beaten to death. Jingu groaned inwardly. My life is over. Dig 3 feet into the ground and push aside all the sand walls. Everyone, dig here. Jingu was shoved to the ground, his hair disheveled. His old eyes were filled with anger and despair. You bandits, you'll all die a horrible death. Bandits? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked at him in amusement and kicked him. Aren't you also coveting the treasures buried by clan leader Jing? As the leader of a clan, he was naturally rich enough to rival an entire nation. The small treasure room Mo Lian had brought Jojo to was clearly only a small part of what was exposed above. Jingu, this old man, was truly crafty. Regardless of whether it was his pretense of being a loyal servant at the beginning or his fawning talk about wanting to be the clan head, it was all to mislead the young Crown Prince Consort and His Highness the Crown Prince into thinking that he was a petty person without any shrewdness. They would think that Jingu, this petty person, wanted to be the clan head. He was trying to divert the young couple's attention. Actually, that wasn't the case. His true goal was the treasury key hidden in the soul convening bell. With this treasure, it didn't matter if he became the Panga clan leader or not. He also didn't want to eat dust and drink dirt all day long in this desert. With wealth, he would naturally be able to fly far away. No matter where he settled down, he reckoned that he would be a person with wealth in his hands and would be able to get whatever he wanted. Bang, bang. The large excavating tool forcefully excavated the ground that was buried in layers of sand, revealing a long and flat underground staircase that was about a few meters wide in the middle. Arbor handed several dozen storage talismans to the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and had him take little Taisui, Liang Qingqing, and the others down to collect the items. They busied themselves until night fell. After the group of people came up, Xianxia's small face was flushed red. She pulled Arbor and chattered nonstop. You don't know, but that Jing clan leader is really a master at accumulating wealth. I feel that no matter how much money your small organization like the Heavenly Elixir Store burns, 30 million spirit coins a day, it can still burn for decades. Arbor's eyes lit up. He took the pile of storage talismans from the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and checked them one by one. His eyes lit up even more. I'm rich. Everyone looked at her amused expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. Jing Ting of the Panga clan was indeed a hidden magnate, as Xianxia said. What do you want? Arbor asked his companions. Everyone shook their heads. They usually ate and lived on Paradise Planet, so they didn't really need anything else. Besides, Jojo had left all the treasures in Paradise Planet's treasure vault. If they needed anything, they could just call him and go get it. Arbor blinked, nodded, and said to Xianxia, this time, the Mu clan won against me. Later, we can go to their Morning Sun Pavilion to play. I'll take you there. In other words, it was better to go back and scam the Mu clan. Everyone, the Mu clan was really unlucky to have provoked a little devil like you. Seeing that everyone was speechless, Sir Jojo turned his head and said, all right, the matter here is over, let's, Crown Princess, Crown Prince, the new leader of the Panga clan requests an audience. Prince Mo nodded calmly and gestured for the guards to let him in. The new leader of the Panga clan was a rather young man. After seeing the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, he bowed. Li Zhuang greets the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Mo Lian glanced at him coldly. What are your plans for the future? The Panga clan is a clan that loves peace the most. Li Zhuang placed one hand across his chest and swore solemnly. From tomorrow onwards, I will lead my people into the depths of the desert and search for the existence of an oasis. The Aurora Desert is so vast and boundless. It can't be all sand, can it? Li Zhuang said. Arbor glanced at him and suddenly said, then you can search in the southeast direction. Her origin of holy would allow her to clearly sense the existence of an oasis thousands of miles to the southeast. It was a very large oasis. If the Panga clan built their residence there, they would be able to survive well in the future. They would not have to give up their land and rely on the Emperor of the Divine Land. Of course, without the Panga clan as a hidden danger, the Emperor of the Divine Land would not have to be so paranoid. He felt that the Panga clan, who was so close to Xianxia city, might one day start a rebellion for the sake of survival. In this way, both sides would benefit from it. Li Zhuang's eyes lit up. Obviously, he trusted the young crown princess very much. Of course, this was also because the crown princess' benevolence at the moment of the earth tornado's attack had completely convinced the young leader of the Panga clan. He nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, crown princess. The members of the Panga clan will always remember your help." "Right. Princess Jing, she." Li Zhuang looked at Arbor and Mo Lian hesitantly. As a matter of fact, although Chief Jing's family was not very reliable, Princess Jing, who had been protecting a member of the Panga clan and had made great military achievements, was indeed respected by all her people. However, after the earth tornado struck, they had never seen the princess again. They did not know how she was doing now. Xiaomu creased her brows. She had also remembered. In the previous battle with Jing Linyao, she seemed to have coincidentally advanced to the divine realm. She just didn't know if the advancement would go smoothly. Because of the violent earth tornadoes, Arbor's attention didn't leave her at all. If she was at the critical moment of her advancement, she would be affected more or less. Jing Linyao was probably doomed. If Jing Linyao comes back, will your word still count as the clan leader? Mo Lian looked coldly at the young leader in front of her. Even a fool could see the threat in her eyes. He didn't want Jing Linyao to instigate and fool them, and they would turn around and deal with his Xiao Qiao. If these people were still troublesome, Prince Mo would not be merciful to them. The Panga clan can swear to the heavens that they will never betray the crown princess. Li Zhuang hurriedly explained with one hand across his chest. Very good. Mo Lian glanced at him coldly. Remember what you said today. Go back to your oasis obediently and live a good life. Don't do anything unnecessary. Yes. I, Li Zhuang, will remember what your highness said today. Li Zhuang bowed respectfully. When he turned to leave, the cold sweat on his forehead was already dripping down. The crown prince's eyes were too cold. What he meant was that he had to hold the position of clan leader and not let Jing Linyao take it away from him again. If Jing Linyao and the members of the Panga clan were up to some trouble to deal with the crown prince's wife, the crown prince would certainly not tolerate them anymore. Clan leader. At this time, several Panga clan members walked over with a woman who was screaming desperately and an average-looking young man. Li Zhuang glanced at them and sighed. Concubine Shui, young master, I'm really sorry. What are you doing? Li Zhuang. What are you doing, Li Zhuang? Li Zhuang. Concubine Shui shrieked and glared at him. Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Li Zhuang glanced at the mother and son coldly and sighed. Suddenly, he raised his voice and said, the old clan leader has passed away and there is no one to accompany him. Concubine Shui and young master, for the sake of the former clan leader, swear to live and die with clan leader. Concubine Shui's eyes were so wide that they almost fell out of their sockets. She kept twisting her body and screaming, no, no, who wants to accompany that dead man to hell? No, no. Li Zhuang. Let go, let go. The young man's eyes were lifeless and his whole body trembled. He wailed in a low voice, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Li Zhuang raised his hand and ordered people to take the mother and son away and send them on their way. An old man stepped out and nodded at Li Zhuang in appreciation. Clan leader, you don't need to feel guilty. Keeping Concubine Shui and young master Jing alive is a disaster. Concubine Shui has never been a person who is willing to stay still. If she gets a chance, she will definitely implicate the clan leader in the future. The Panga clan has been through too many hardships. The old man sighed. In the future, we will be safe and smooth. This is the wish of all the Panga clan members. Jolin suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the bed. Looking around, his mind was a little muddled. What is this place? She shook her head and subconsciously held her forehead with one hand. She was in a very elegant bamboo house, and the furniture in the house looked very exquisite. There was a string of small wind chimes hanging at the door, tinkling in the wind. Arbor was the first to sense that his sister had woken up. He entered Paradise Planet and arrived at the small bamboo building behind Peach Garden Slope. She reached out and pushed the door open. There was a creak. One of the two sisters looked into the room, while the other looked back at each other. Their gazes just happened to meet. Jolin stared blankly for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Sister. She stretched out her hands and stumbled over to Xiao Mu, throwing herself into Xiao Mu's embrace. She even rubbed her head against Xiao Mu's chest as she muttered, "This dream was so good. I dreamt of Big Sister again. Big Sister seems to be more beautiful than before. If Xiaosan knew that I dreamt of Big Sister, he would be very jealous. Hehe, Xiaosan is an idiot. He wants to dream of Big Sister every time, but he can't. Ha ha ha." Arbor was speechless as he looked down at his silly and adorable sister. He reached out a small hand and gently stroked her head. Little Lin Jolin's head rubbed left and right against her neck with a blissful expression on her face. Big Sister, did you bring me something delicious? Arbor was speechless. Our family has never mistreated you, right, sister? Why is it that the moment you see sister, you want to eat, cough? Arbor reached out and pulled little Lin's head away a little. He looked at her with a serious expression and said, "It's not a dream." It's not a dream." Jolin repeated her words. Her eyes curved into crescents as she raised her little neck and stared at her blankly for a long while. Then, her eyes suddenly widened, and a high-pitched cry broke through the little bamboo house. "I'm not dreaming?" Arbor could not help but raise his hand to his forehead. He got up and brought his sister to the table to sit down. He poured her a cup of fragrant tea and placed it in her palm. "Sister is sitting right beside you. You're not dreaming." Jolin put down the cup in her hand. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched Arbor's little face. "It doesn't hurt." Arbor stared at his stupid sister speechlessly. "You pinched me. Of course it doesn't hurt. Your sister, why is she doing the same thing as the little monk? If Arbor had a beard, he would definitely be blowing his beard and glaring at her right now." Jolin looked at her embarrassedly. Benefactress. 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 Jolin chuckled. "Why am I hallucinating? Did you hear Kongkong's voice?" "No hallucinating." Arbor got up and walked to the door. He reached out and opened the door. He saw the little monk with a shiny bald head running in with small steps. "It's Kong Kong," Arbor turned and said to little Lin. Jolin's eyes widened instantly, and she jumped up from the stool. "Kong Kong." Xiao Lin pounced over and hugged the chubby little monk. She raised her hand and heavily slapped his butt. "You little rascal, you really worried me to death." Kong Kong hurriedly covered her buttocks with her hands and cried out in panic, "Dada, Dada, how dare you? How dare you, Benefactress's younger sister? You, how dare you? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. How can you spank this little monk's butt?" He stuttered. His chubby little face even had a look of horror on it. It was hilarious. The corner of Arbor's mouth twitched, and he raised his hand to his forehead speechlessly. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, was all smiles. She hugged the little monk lovingly and said, "Aya, my chatterbox is really so noisy and empty. I missed you so much. Come, let me give you a kiss." "What nonsense are you spouting? No kissing." The little monk pressed his hand against Jolin's mouth and said with a serious expression, "This little monk is never talkative or noisy. This little monk is just a little talkative sometimes." Jolin laughed loudly. She turned and ran to Arbor's side with Kong Kong in her arms. She placed Kong Kong on the seat beside her and reached out to hug Arbor. She rubbed her big head against her neck. "Sister, sister, sister." Arbor's heart melted into a mess from her rubbing. A faint smile appeared on her lips. She reached out and stroked her fluffy little head. She sighed softly and said, "Little Lin, you're almost a big girl. If Mother sees you like this, she'll scold you again." "Mother?" Jolin was startled. She remembered something important and quickly put on a serious expression. Grasping Arbor's hand, Xiao Lin said anxiously, sister, let's hurry back. Hurry back to Seacombe Planet. Many people have barged into the Mo Kingdom capital and made a beeline for our home, wanting to deal with us. However, due to the various talisman arrays you set up in the sky above our home, these people can't completely break in for the time being. But they've already started using the lives of the city's citizens to threaten us. The old great king of the Mo Kingdom is at his wit's end. Don't be anxious, speak slowly. Arbor's eyes instantly turned incomparably icy, and she stroked the back of Xiao Lin'er's hand. Sister already knows the gist of the matter. It won't take much time to go to Seacombe Planet. We can set off immediately. Arbor's indifferent voice seemed to be filled with the power to pacify people's hearts, instantly pacifying Xiao Lin'er's fretful and uneasy emotions. Sister. Xiao Lin hurriedly said, really? Our trip to Seacombe Planet really won't take much time? Why did she remember that when those black-cloaked men captured her and brought her here, they seemed to have passed through a very long passageway? In that passageway, her entire body was scraped painfully by the airflow, as if she could die at any time. Just the time spent in that passageway alone felt like it had exceeded 24 hours. Arbor nodded and placed the teacup in her hand again. You just recovered from a serious illness and need to properly recuperate. Tell sister clearly how many people have invaded the Mo Kingdom capital. About 20-something people. The number doesn't seem to be many, but their cultivations are all very high. Every one of them is a peak great mystic cultivator. At this point, Xiao Lin's eyes revealed a faint trace of panic. I saw them directly exterminate 3 level 10 great mystic cultivators with a raise of their hands. The Mo Kingdom capital's guards have suffered countless casualties. Sister, let's leave right now. I'm afraid that if we delay any longer, even the old great king and them won't be able to hold on. Arbor nodded. Okay. She stood up and opened the door to the small bamboo house, leading Xiao Lin out. Seeing the sisters come out, Mo Lian, He Chen, and the others turned to look over, asking, what are your plans now? Jojo. Let's return to Seacombe Planet first. Mo Lian frowned. All right. How's the situation over there? Is it serious? Before Arbor could speak, Xiao Lin'er quickly nodded and said, brother-in-law, let's go back quickly. I'm afraid it's been a few days since I was captured. I'm worried that my parents won't be able to hold on for much longer. Once those people broke through the talisman array above the Qiao residence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Right now, with Big Sister's array formation, we can still hold on for a bit. Jolin said, but when I left, those people were already impatiently capturing people in the city to threaten your father. I'm worried that the old great king might not be able to hold on. Currently, the Mo Kingdom capital's guards were helping the Qiao family fend off the invaders. Once the old great king was forced to withdraw his troops, Jolin didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Mo Lian's eyebrows flashed with a hint of hostility. A bunch of death-seeking maniacs, they really were tired of living. Arbor walked to his side and reached out to grab his hand, saying softly, don't worry, we'll go back right now. Those who vainly tried to touch our family, let them pay with their lives, Arbor said indifferently, not revealing the slightest trace of anger on her face. Xiao Lin, who boarded the Crimson Nimbus Blue Wave ship for the first time, found everything very novel and couldn't resist wandering around the ship. Unexpectedly, it only took a short hour to return to Seacombe Planet from the Divine Province. The Crimson Nimbus Blue Wave ship wandered through the sea of stars for no more than a few seconds before arriving at the passageway. When it passed through the passageway, Xiao Lin didn't feel anything at all. It was completely unlike when she first arrived, when her entire body suffered from the intense pain of being sliced apart by the airflow. This feeling was simply too wondrous. It was as if time and space had been changed in the blink of an eye. By the time the party returned to the Mo Kingdom capital, starry night had descended, and darkness had pervaded the earth. The old great King Mo was currently in a terrible fix. Gong Chang'an strode in on his short, chubby legs as he reported loudly, Great King, bad news, His 12th Highness has brought people to the Qiao family. What? Mo couldn't resist slapping his forehead. He abruptly turned to look at the elderly man who was currently sitting on the main seat and coldly looking at him. At this moment, a trace of cold sweat had appeared on the old great king's forehead. Gong Chang'an also saw that elderly man at a glance and was so frightened that he rolled to the ground, not daring to look up with his head on the ground as he inwardly cursed. Old Senior Wu truly appeared and disappeared unpredictably. When did he come to the palace? Gong Chang'an didn't know that this old Senior Wu had already arrived earlier and had even finished discussing matters with Mo Lei. Due to this senior's oppression, Mo Lei had already agreed earlier that he could no longer send troops to reinforce the Qiao family from now on. Unexpectedly, Mo12, this little rascal, actually left the palace without permission and brought people to help. Didn't they just capture this little 12 the day before yesterday? Who knew that this child would actually be so disobedient? Mo Lei cautiously cast a glance at the elderly man and cupped his hands, saying, Senior Wu. The elderly man casually waved his hand, stopping the old great king from continuing. His eyes carried a trace of coldness as he glanced at him and said, It seems that the great king wants to feign compliance? No, that's not it. Cold sweat broke out on Mo Lei's forehead. He stood up with an uneasy expression. Bring him here. As the cries reached his ears, a group of beautiful concubines, as well as some pale-faced princesses of different ages, were all escorted over. Royal father, save me, royal father. 10th Princess Mo Lei's tear-stained face was covered with tears. Royal father. The mother of the 9th princess and the 10th princess, concubine Shi, was also trembling in fear. She covered her handkerchief and sobbed. Suddenly, he was stopped by a cold reprimand that was neither loud nor soft. What are you crying for? Shut your mouths. Empress Zhao looked coldly at concubine Shi and her 2 daughters. Great king, save us. Concubine Shi had just opened her mouth when Empress Zhao raised her hand and slapped her face. I told you to shut up. Don't you understand? Shi Pin immediately kept quiet out of fear. Heh. Old Wu sneered. He raised his hand and had people drag out a young woman with a beautiful face and luxurious clothes from the group of concubines and princesses. The old great king's heart was about to break when he saw that woman being dragged out. He looked at old Wu with a deathly pale face and repeatedly waved his hand, saying, Let's talk things over. My lord, please talk things over. It's said that this noble Lady Ying is the great king's most favored concubine. Old Wu chuckled coldly and indifferently waved his hand at one of his subordinates. Noble Lady Ying didn't look sideways. She didn't even make a sound when she was pushed out by the crowd. She only stared coldly at old Wu. Good. Old Wu smiled in praise. You have backbone. You're a woman with backbone. Although he was smiling, he couldn't hide the cold murderous intent in his eyes. The great King Mo stood up in a fluster and shouted at old Wu, What do you want? We already promised you that we won't send reinforcements to the Qiao family. Why are you still capturing people? Is the great king joking? Old Wu snorted, his gaze sweeping over the red-faced great King Mo. Didn't this old eunuch say just now? Did your 12th prince bring reinforcements again? 12th, how could 12th do this? Concubine, she cried out sharply. It was this consort's order. Empress Zhao coldly interrupted concubine Shi's cry and looked indifferently at old Wu. The great king is being threatened by a crafty villain like you because of our lives. But they're afraid of death, but this consort isn't. Empress Zhao stared coldly at old Wu and said with a sneer, If you want to kill me, then do as you please. The Qiao family is the crown princess's maternal family, which means they are our Mo family's in-laws. Now that our in-laws are in trouble, how can we not help them? Great king, do what you should do. Don't worry about us. What? Concubine Shi's face instantly turned incomparably pale. She couldn't help but roar at Empress Zhao, Queen. You don't want to live, but we. My Mo Shui and Mo Li are still in their prime. Can you bear to let them sacrifice their lives for the Qiao family and die in vain? Idiot. Empress Zhao glared at her coldly. Today, we were indifferent to the Qiao family's matter. In order to survive, we disregarded the Qiao family's safety. When my son returns in the future, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your rotten life. Concubine Shi's face turned pale. Thinking of Prince Mo's methods, she was speechless and kept quiet out of fear. Mo Lei sighed. He was caught in a dilemma. This batch of experts who had invaded the Mo kingdom capital were all peak great mystic cultivators. Few people in the entire Mo kingdom capital could contend against them. Furthermore, not only did they threaten him with the concubines and princesses, but they also threatened him with the lives of some innocent commoners. In these 2 days, they had killed quite a few people on the streets of the Mo Kingdom capital. The entire city had practically flowed with blood, and corpses were strewn everywhere. It wasn't that he only cared about the lives of his concubines and daughters. This also involved thousands of innocent people. He had no choice but to agree not to send more troops to assist the Qiao family. He also knew that once he made this decision, the enmity between him and the little crown princess would deepen. The old great king heaved a long sigh, and his entire body slumped down on the throne. Great king. Empress Zhao's cold voice sounded indifferently. Just stick to your heart. There's no need to have any misgivings. Do as you wish. Do you think they'll really let us off after killing the Qiao family? Let the entire city's commoners off? Empress Zhao said apathetically, they came from the upper realm with the intention of destroying the Qiao family or abducting their entire family. Perhaps we, the insiders, have already become their next targets to be silenced. Molei's mind cleared up a little for once. An aged voice said faintly, Great King, the Queen is right. Even if we don't resist now, we can't escape death. Empress Dowager. Concubine, she wanted to wail again, but the old Empress Dowager glared at her coldly. She shrank back and didn't speak. The Great King looked at his wife and daughter with teary eyes. For a moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. Noble Lady Ying, who had been pushed to the ground by Old Wu's subordinates, also said faintly, Great King, everyone will eventually die. Although this concubine is a woman, this concubine isn't afraid of death. If they want to kill, let them kill. The Great King doesn't have to change his mind for this concubine. Ahaha, ha. Old Wu looked at the people present with gloomy eyes and said coldly, their bones are quite tough. I just don't know if the Great King's daughters are all as tough as noble Lady Ying. After saying that, he signaled with his eyes and called for people to drag the 10th princess, Emoli, out. Aha. Emoli let out a high-pitched scream, as if she was a sheep that was about to be sent to the slaughterhouse. Her eyes revealed infinite fear. The Great King looked at his wives and daughters with a mournful face. The bitterness in his heart was about to overflow. Emoli. The 8th princess, Mou, was about to walk out of the crowd when her mother, Su Shufei, forcefully pressed down on her arm. Su Shufei turned her head and gently shook it at her, indicating that she shouldn't be impulsive first. Emoli, my daughter. Concubine, she wailed, but she stood in place and didn't rush over to save her daughter. Old Wu's subordinate, who had dragged Emoli out, used the tip of his knife to pry open Emoli's outer robe. However, Emoli's outer layer of clothing had already been stripped off with a flip of her body. Her eyes were filled with fear as she let out an cry of alarm. Her long hair fluttered along with that person's knife. She hurriedly reached out to cover the front of her robe. She was frightened like a frightened rabbit and screamed, Royal Father, Royal Father. The Great King of Mo slammed his palm on the chair with a bang. Stop it. The Great King should immediately give the order to bring the imperial army to the Qiao family's courtyard and help our people break into the Qiao family's residence. Mo gritted his teeth. After a while, he coldly said, in your dreams. He had given the order to let go of the Qiao family's matters, but his heart was already tormented. These people actually wanted to force him to join them and force the Qiao family? How could he do such a thing? Hee hee. Old Wu sneered. With a wave of his hand, Emoli's clothes fell off like snowflakes. She was so frightened that she was like a little chick that had been strangled by the neck. She let out mournful cries as she hugged her body tightly with both hands. She squatted down and curled up into a ball, trembling in fear as she kept calling out, Royal Father, save me. The old Great King glared at the evildoer in front of him and roared angrily, Stop, stop. Stop. The Great King still hasn't given the order? Old Wu said with a smile, your daughter is about to be naked. Looking at this figure, it seems not bad. It's just right to reward my 2 subordinates. Hee hee. The 2 subordinates who were making a move immediately became lustful when they heard that. They raised their hands and pinched Emoli's body. Emoli squatted on the ground with all her might to shrink herself, as if she wanted to shrink into a hole and never pop her head out again. That's enough. Empress Zhao scolded. It's useless to force the great king like this. The imperial army won't do anything to the Qiao family. Even if the great king gives the order, it's useless. Not only that, the commander of the imperial army, Hui Feng, has already brought a group of people to the Qiao family. Old Wu's face suddenly darkened, and he stared coldly at Empress Zhao. This old man was very ugly, and when he stared at Empress Zhao, his inverted triangular eyes turned outward, emitting waves of cold light. It seems that the queen really doesn't want to live long. Seeing two subordinates boldly reaching out to grab the queen, the Empress Dowager suddenly flashed and slapped out with her palm. This slap landed on Old Wu's subordinate unexpectedly, and he was shaken back a few steps. That person immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a backhand, he forcefully swept his palm across and landed on the Empress Dowager's shoulder. The Empress Dowager was knocked back several steps. With a bang, her back hit the lattice door frame. Empress Dowager! Mou cried out. Empress Dowager Meng suddenly coughed up blood, and the great king was frightened and rushed over. Together with Empress Zhao, he quickly reached out to support the Empress Dowager. Mother! The two of them called out in unison, and looked at the Empress Dowager worriedly. It's all right. Empress Dowager Meng waved her hand and looked angrily at Old Wu. You don't have to threaten His Majesty anymore. The Queen is right. The commander of the imperial army, Hui Feng, will definitely choose to protect the Qiao family in the face of a great enemy. Commander Hui only listens to the crown prince. Even if you threaten the great king, it's useless. Then let the people of the North Battalion come in. Before dawn tomorrow, I want you to break the defense array of the Qiao family's outer courtyard. Ha 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 ha. Empress Dowager Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then her eyes turned cold. Nonsense. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face walked in. He nodded at Old Wu and said, "There's no need to talk to them. The Mo Kingdom's royal family doesn't know what's good for them. Just kill a few of them and throw them up on the city wall. Those who resist should learn their lesson." No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Emily's clothes were barely covering her body. At this moment, her eyes were already in a mess. When she heard the word kill, she scrambled towards the crowd. However, someone stepped on his back forcefully. One of Elder Wu's subordinates cruelly pulled Emily's scalp, forcing her to raise her chin. Let's start with our beautiful little princess, ha 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 ha. It's a pity that such a beautiful body didn't even have the chance to taste a man before she died. As the man spoke, his eyes suddenly flashed and he suddenly reached out to pick her up. No, no, let me go, let me go. Let me go. What are you doing? Emily's eyes were bloodshot. He picked up an inkstone and threw it at the man's back. You beast, let go of my daughter. Humph. Old Man Wu's subordinate sneered. He tilted his head and easily dodged the attack. He carried Emily and walked towards the side hall. He laughed arrogantly. Since she's going to die anyway, why not let her enjoy herself before she dies? Isn't that better? Empress Zhao clenched her jade-like hands in her sleeves and shouted angrily, "Do it!" Pung-pung sounds suddenly came from the doors and windows. Countless figures rushed in through the doors and windows, charging towards Elder Wu and the others. That gloomy middle-aged man harumphed coldly before laughing out loud. What use is the counterattack of ants? With a flick of his sleeve, he flung a dozen royal guards flying out and heavily flung them against the doors and windows. With several booms, even the gorgeous wall on one side of the palace was pushed down. The group of royal guards were smashed until their heads bled, but they still managed to prop themselves up and pounce at Elder Wu and that gloomy middle-aged man again. Elder Wu's two subordinates were also forced to join the fray. They didn't seem to exert much strength, but a group of low-level minor mystic cultivators was knocked down. Everyone fell to the ground with their heads bleeding, but no one uttered a sound. Queen Dowager Meng and Empress Zhao also immediately joined the battle. Even with Queen Dowager Meng's peak level 14 cultivation, she still wasn't Elder Wu's match. Thus, it could be said that the addition of Empress Zhao and the others was truly only a drop in the bucket. A bunch of ants actually dare to resist? That gloomy middle-aged man sneered. He lifted a royal guard and snapped his neck with one hand before flinging him out heavily. The corpse crashed at the feet of concubine Xi and the others, eliciting terrified sobs and howls. At this time, noble Lady Ying had already crawled up from the ground. She forcefully shoved a delicate royal concubine beside her and coldly said, "What's the use of crying? Wipe your tears and watch carefully. You didn't work hard enough, so you're being slaughtered like ants. Royal father. Royal father, royal mother, this son has come too late to save you." Two uneven shouts came from outside the palace, accompanied by the shouts of the soldiers. Molei's complexion paled. Noble consort Lin, who had originally been maintaining her composure, also couldn't help but cry. "Stupid son, what are you doing here?" Third Prince Mo Teng and Second Prince Mo Lu simultaneously kicked away some of the rubble in front of the palace gates and quickly walked in with a group of soldiers. Lu Fei, who was on the verge of collapse, nearly fainted. She had the same idea as noble consort Lin. It was good that her son wasn't in the palace and hadn't been captured. It would be best if her son was quick-witted enough to escape as far as possible. It would be best if he could escape the Mo kingdom capital and never return. From the looks of it, the Mo family would not be able to escape this calamity for the next 2 days. But now... Imperial Mother. Mo Lu hurriedly reached out to support his mother. The fourth Princess Mo Shuang at the side also stopped making a fuss today. She cried out while weeping, "Second brother, what are you doing here? Aren't you sending a sheep to the tiger's den by coming here? It won't help at all." Mo Lu said in a deep voice, "All of you are in this palace, how can third brother and I not come?" In the past, when there were no external enemies, it was fine for his own people to fight and scheme against each other. However, it was different now. Now that his entire family was in the hands of others, if they did not rush over to save them, then they would be too unworthy of being sons. At this moment, Emole was already in tears. He nodded and said, "Good, good. Today, we, father and son, wife and children, mother and family, will live and die together once again. Ha 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 ha. Thump, thump." As they spoke, that gloomy middle-aged man, together with Elder Wu and his 2 subordinates, had already taken care of all the imperial guards. The group of soldiers that Mo Lu and Mo Ting had brought were also barely holding on. They retreated step by step in defeat along with the second prince and third prince's group, protecting Mo Kingdom's great king and his royal concubines as they simultaneously retreated into the main hall. Queen Dowager Meng was injured, her complexion somewhat pale. Empress Zhao gasped for breath as she reached out to support her. Grief welled up in her heart and she couldn't help but say, "Mumuhu, Xianxia isn't afraid of death, but it's a pity that I won't be able to see my son again before I die." Empress Dowager Meng thought of the delicate couple and couldn't help but tear up. She nodded repeatedly, "It seems that we're going to die here today. You're so young, yet you're not afraid of death. What do I, an old woman, have to fear?" Empress Dowager Meng couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, Mou had already seized an opportunity to drag back the unconscious Emoli who was rolling on the ground. She looked back and quickly tore apart the pink curtain that had fallen to the side. She forcefully tore off 2 pieces and wrapped Emoli's naked body. "Emoli, Emoli," she gently shook her twice. Emoli suddenly opened her eyes and revealed a frightened expression. She waved her hands and screamed, "No, no, no, don't catch me, don't catch me. Emoli, it's okay, Emoli, 8th sister." Emoli couldn't help but burst into tears when she saw that it was Mou who was holding her. "You've been wronged." Mou bit her lips and tightly hugged her trembling body. "8th sister, are we all going to die here today? Crown Prince Gij won't come to save us, right? Crown Prince Gij is too far away from us." Mou tightly held her hands and said, "Perhaps, he hasn't received the news of our death yet. But don't be afraid. Our family is together. Even if we die, there's no need to be afraid." Emoli curled up in her arms and couldn't help but cry. She was really, really scared. At this moment, she couldn't help but blame the Qiao family in her heart. If it weren't for these people who wanted to catch the Qiao family but couldn't break through the Qiao family's barrier and catch them, how could they cause so much trouble and harm others? Truly a group of evil spirits. In her opinion, the Qiao family should stand up themselves to prevent this disaster from continuing. If the Chow family still had the slightest bit of conscience, they would not have allowed these evil people to barge into the palace and threaten their royal family while they hid in their turtle shell like nothing had happened. Mou helped Emily, who was wrapped in a curtain, to sit down at the side. He didn't know that this 10th sister already hated the entire Chow family. Concubine, she hurriedly walked over and reached out to support her daughter. However, before her fingers could even touch Emily's arm, Emily swung her hand away. Concubine, she looked with astonishment at her daughter, who had a frosty expression. For a moment, she was speechless. Emily glared at Concubine, she with resentment. Don't think that she didn't see it just now. When she was caught by that lecher and was about to take her away, her mother didn't dare to come out to save her at all. She just blindly hid in the crowd. Her courage was even less than Empress Zhao's. At the most critical moment, Empress Zhao, who had always been strict with this group of concubine daughters, came out to save her. However, her biological mother couldn't help at all. Emily, just now, Mufei was. Concubine, she's lips trembled and she couldn't speak. What should she say? Should she say that she didn't dare to save her daughter because of the situation, or should she say that she was afraid and couldn't wait to hide? How could she care about her daughter's life and death? Emily turned and walked behind Empress Dowager Meng and Empress Zhao. She was almost disdainful of Concubine she. Concubine, she looked at such a cold daughter and sobbed. Ninth Princess Mo Shui helped her to the side. In a flash, everyone was forced to a corner of the inner hall. The concubines kept sobbing, but they didn't dare to cry out loud. Emily, Empress Dowager Meng, and Empress Zhao stood side by side. In front of them was a group of guards who were forced to retreat. Bang! The gloomy middle-aged man killed a young guard and threw his body in front of the screaming concubines. Achieving the desired effect, the gloomy middle-aged man smiled and looked coldly at Emily and the others. He said in a cold voice, "You want to do this the hard way. Since you are so stubborn, then." He reached out and grabbed Empress Zhao's neck with his fingers spread open. Emily's expression changed and he cried out, "Queen." Just as he reached out to resist, he was swatted away by the other's palm. His body fell back crookedly. Empress Dowager Meng reached out to support him. She took a breath and sent out a burst of mystic energy towards that person's hands. She tried to save Empress Zhao. But at this moment, Old Wu suddenly attacked. He punched Empress Dowager Meng's right hand. Everyone heard the sound of the Empress Dowager's arm breaking. In an instant, Empress Dowager Meng's right arm fell down. Empress Dowager! Empress Dowager! Mother Empress! Everyone cried out involuntarily in fear. The group of young guards were even more fearless as they pounced forward, wanting to stop the violent Old Wu. However, to Old Wu, these people were nothing more than a group of insignificant dust particles. Old Wu roared, Mantis trying to stop a chariot. He kicked away a young guard who was hugging his leg. The child was kicked away and hit a pillar heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Wu grabbed Empress Dowager Meng's injured hand and squeezed it tightly. The Empress Dowager's face was pale and cold sweat poured down, but she didn't even make a sound. She just looked at him coldly. Today, if I die, the entire Mo kingdom will die. It doesn't matter if everyone dies, but in the future, our fate will be the fate of your entire family. Empress Dowager Meng's eyes were like a pair of cold souls under the ice and snow. It was so cold that Senior Wu couldn't help but shiver. Old Wu sneered and grabbed Empress Dowager Meng by the neck. Is that so? If I kill all of you, who will know in the future that it was us who did it? Do you think the Crown Prince of the Divine Land knows what happened today? Ha, ha, ha. He laughed complacently, his voice filled with killing intent. I didn't know that you bunch of rascals actually dared to come to the lower star region to show off your might. In the Divine Land, with your cultivation, what can you be called? Coming to the lower star region of the Seekong star region, you sure showed off your might. You really opened my eyes. A cold voice came from outside the dilapidated palace. Even the voice seemed to be covered with a layer of cold murderous intent. Frost fell on the ground. It was as if the temperature of the entire area dropped a lot in an instant. Old Wu's hand, which was holding Empress Dowager Meng's hand, twitched slightly. He turned around abruptly and saw a tall figure against the light striding into the ruins of the palace. Just 4 level 10 spiritual masters, coming to the lower star region to show off their might. Your family should be very proud of you, right? Mo Lian walked into the hall with his hands behind his back, looking at these people with a spurious smile. It was as if he wasn't angry at all. His gaze didn't even linger on Empress Dowager Meng and Empress Zhao for even half a second. He was completely focused on Elder Wu and the gloomy middle-aged man. Elder Wu's hand trembled, and his grip on Empress Dowager Meng's neck tightened. Don't come over. He suddenly sensed that his life was in great danger, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was a very strange feeling. He clearly didn't know the young man in front of him, and there didn't seem to be any powerful energy fluctuations coming from this young man, but he felt extreme fear, extreme fear. Huifeng. Yes, Your Highness, Huifeng answered with a grave expression as he walked quickly to Mo Lian and lowered his head slightly. He had served the Crown Prince for many years and had long sensed the Crown Prince's current mood fluctuations. Although the Crown Prince was still smiling like a spring breeze on the surface, he already had thoughts of killing people in a fit of rage. How could His Highness the Crown Prince not be enraged when he saw this scene of devastation? I want them alive. Yes. Huifeng responded forcefully. With a raise of his hand, 7 to 8 figures instantly appeared behind His Highness the Crown Prince and abruptly dashed forward at lightning speed. 2 against 1, like eagles catching chicks, they instantly rescued Empress Zhao and Empress Dowager Meng from the enemy's hands. They then twisted the arms of Elder Wu and the others behind their backs and ruthlessly kicked them to their knees. Elder Wu's face was filled with terror, and he didn't even have time to react before he discovered that he had been subdued. Impossible. Elder Wu twisted his body and was about to unleash a vicious attack when Huifeng pressed his head down and forcefully slapped him to the ground. With a crisp bang, Elder Wu discovered that his vision was covered in blood, and there was a bloody hole in his head. He was already feeling a bit dizzy. Very good. Mo Lian sneered. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was as if winter had descended. Darkness enveloped them, and a ruthless, low pressure pressed down on everyone's hearts. Take a guess. How do you think I will deal with you? As Prince Mo said this, he quickly walked forward and reached out to support Empress Dowager Meng. Grandmother, I'm late. Empress Dowager Meng raised her other uninjured arm and touched his cold cheek. She couldn't help crying. Before this, Prince Mo and Arbor had split up because they felt that the situation was quite dangerous. One went to the palace to rescue the emperor, and the other led people to the Qiao family. At the same time, the Qiao family was also struggling to hold on. Everyone in the Qiao family was currently sitting in the main hall, raising their heads to listen to the rumbling thunder coming from the roof. The group of people outside had climbed onto the roof and were wantonly destroying the defense array glyphs. This talisman array had already lasted for several days, and its talisman energy was being consumed at a terrifying speed. I'm afraid that this defense array will be broken in less than an hour, second Uncle Qiao Zhongxing said with a dark expression. Qiao Zhongbang also nodded. He took out a talisman from his pocket and stuffed it into Wei Ziqing's hand. If the array is broken later, take Xiao Sen, Xiao Hu, Xiao Yao, and sister-in-law and leave first. Madame Ren immediately jumps up from the chair. No. I won't leave. Be good. Qiao Zhongxing sighs and pats the back of his wife's hand to comfort her. You and sister-in-law, take the children and leave first. Father. Qiao Hu anxiously calls out. Qiao Zhongxing glares at his son. You won't even listen to your father's words? No, father. Enough. Qiao Zhongxing lovingly looks at his son and pats him on the shoulder, saying, your wife is pregnant, so it's inconvenient for her to move around. You have to take care of her nearby. Your uncle and I will be fine, don't worry. Bang. A loud sound comes from above, and Qiao Hu seems to feel a burst of fine sand falling down in front of his eyes. The roof is about to be broken open. Bang. Suddenly, a human face appears above the roof. It shakes slightly and then disappears. Everyone heard the sound of arrows flying in the air from outside. Ding ding dong dong, many of the arrows even nailed to their doors and windows. Uncle Qiao, are you okay? The 12th prince is here. Wei Ziqing slightly tightens her hand holding her youngest son, and the expression in her eyes suddenly changes as she looks at Qiao Zhongbang. Xiao Zhongbang also hurriedly shouts, 12th prince, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you to go back to the palace? Quickly go back to the palace. Mou laughs brightly, Uncle Qiao, I promised my big brother that I would protect you well. Now that the Qiao family is in danger, how can I just stand by and watch? Xiao Zhongbang feels even more anxious. Just as he is about to speak, he suddenly hears Mou laugh, it seems that a friend is here. Uncle Qiao, don't worry, we can still hold on for the time being. Even if they can hold on, they can't. They are hiding in this room, but they let the 12th prince, a 14-year-old boy, lead people to risk their lives for them. How can their Qiao family do such a thing? Xiao Zhongbang and Xiao Zhongxing look at each other and nod in unison. Xiao Zhongbang firmly grasps his wife Wei Ziqing's hand, I know that if I want you to leave now, you definitely won't be willing. But you have to promise me that in times of danger, you have to take them away. Xiao Sen, Xiao Hu, as well as my unborn grandson, I'll have to rely on you and sister-in-law to protect them. Xiao Zhongbang gripped his wife's hand with a heavy tone and exerted a lot of force. Xiao Zhongxing opened the door of the main hall from the inside. Then, he strode out of the room with his family members in tow. The Qiao family's courtyard, which was originally in good condition, was now devastated and in a complete mess. The perfectly manicured courtyard was now a scene of withering flowers and trees. Wei Ziqing gritted her teeth as she looked at the scene in front of her with heartache. Mother, I'm scared. Xiaosen held his mother's hand tightly, his black eyes wide open. Who are they? Bandits. Wei Ziqing looked coldly at the dozen or so strangers who appeared in front of them. It was these dozen or so people who had turned the entire Marquis of Jiayuan's residence into a mess. Ah, Marquis Qiao, Madam Qiao, you are finally willing to show yourselves. The 12th prince ran over with a group of guards, shielding Xiao Zhongbang's group behind him. He wiped his sweat and said, why did you come out? Xiao Zhongbang chuckled bitterly. How can we let you all stay outside and bitterly endure for us while you do nothing? Don't worry, Commander Hui brought several thousand people outside. If it really doesn't work, we will use the human wave tactic. No. Wei Ziqing sternly interrupted the 12th prince. We can't implicate our friends any further. This is our old Qiao family's matter to begin with. We are well aware of what these people want. Don't they just want to capture us and use us to threaten my daughter? Heh. Wei Ziqing sneered, although I'm just a woman, I'm not afraid of death. As she said this, she secretly stuffed the transportation talisman into Madame Neiren's hands. Madame Neiren's entire body stiffened. She only felt that the hand Wei Ziqing was holding her hand was frighteningly hot. Sister-in-law wanted to share life and death with Big Brother, she wanted her to take the children and run first? We don't need to know who you are. Wei Ziqing gazed coldly at the dozen or so experts in front of her and said indifferently, you only need to remember one thing. However we die today, you and your families will definitely be 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more miserable than us in the future. Shut up. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted furiously. He raised his hand and swept it at Wei Ziqing's face. Suddenly, a figure flew up, his arms crossed in front of his chest as he forcefully received that middle-aged man's palm strike. His feet dragged against the ground as he retreated several steps, a wisp of blood flowing out of his mouth. Little Sixth Xing. Mou was alarmed, and he quickly rushed up to hold his arm. Are you all right? Little Sixth, Little Sixth. Huge Bear Squad's Captain Gao led a group of people over and surrounded him. Everyone scrambled to support him, but they saw that 6th young Master Jing's eyes were resolute. Although his injuries weren't light, he still shook his head at them to indicate that he was fine. Wei Ziqing's heart rose high. Her hands tightly clenched into fists, and she pursed her lips as she stared unblinkingly at the other party's leader. That was a middle-aged man who looked no more than 40 years old. There wasn't a bit of stubble on his face, and his appearance was rather ordinary. However, his eyes appeared especially sharp. Heh. Miao Rengue sneered. He folded his arms and calmly looked at this group of weak ants in front of him. You should know that even if you rushed over, you would only be courting death. Xiaosen saw his sinister eyes and suddenly shouted, It's you captured my second sister. Where did you take my second sister? Previously, in order to protect her son, Wei Ziqin had already pushed her son behind her. Now that Xiaosun rushed out, Madame Ren quickly held him down. Madame Ren dragged Xiaosun into her arms and hugged him tightly. She looked warily at the middle-aged man who looked impatient and was about to flare up. "You mean that little girl?" Miao Rengue chuckled. "I didn't catch that little girl. That little girl from your family is most likely no longer on Sikong planet right now. Don't worry. She will die a worse death than any of you." Miao Rengue laughed. He seemed to be very interested in looking at the group of ants in front of him. His face was filled with anger, and he revealed an expression that said he wanted to die but couldn't. This gave him a great sense of accomplishment. In the land of the divine god, he might not have the highest cultivation level. When he saw the various divine masters, he could only bow his head and bow his head. But it was different in this place. Here, he was a level 12 great spiritual cultivator. Although he was suppressed to the peak of level 15 great mystic cultivator realm, but dealing with these ants in front of him was a piece of cake. It was definitely more than enough to deal with them. Moreover, he had a spirit beast. With a wave of his hand, Miao Rengue released a giant dog emitting hot flames all over its body. As soon as this thing was released, it bared its eerie fangs at the Qiao family and let out a loud roar. Xiaosun widened his dark eyes in horror, and he abruptly buried his head in second Aunt Ren's embrace. Madame Ren also subconsciously hugged him tightly, her eyes quietly suffused with horror, and she tightened her grip on the transportation talisman in her hand. The instant this blazing hound appeared, it occupied half of the Qiao family's courtyard. Its enormous body was like a giant mountain filling this courtyard. Its pair of awe-inspiring beady eyes flitted past the Qiao family and ultimately landed on the huge bear squad. Captain Gao placed one hand in front of the squad members and led them back several steps. The colossus in front of them truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Roar! That giant hound bellowed and suddenly jumped up with great speed, charging in little Sixth Zhang's direction to bite him. Xiao Zhongbang shouted, "You dare!" He and Xiao Zhongxing flew forward and slashed at that giant dog's tail with their swords. There was a crisp clang. The longsword in Xiao Zhongbang's hand almost flew out of his hand. The other party was a level 8 spirit beast, while they were a level 11 mystic cultivator and a level 9 body cultivator. The difference between them was simply like heaven and earth. That giant dog swept its thick tail at Xiao Zhongxing. "Second brother!" Xiao Zhongbang bellowed with reddened eyes. Faster than words could tell, Mou's tall and straight figure charged forward, grabbing second Uncle Qiao and forcefully kicking him out. Following which, he held the sword in front of his chest with both hands and used all his strength to block the large dog's tail that swept over him. Mou borrowed the force of that blazing hound's attack and flew back a dozen steps. He kicked the wall behind him before stabilizing himself and blocking that giant dog's tail. He lowered his head and saw that the sword in his hand seemed to have cracked. With a twist of his body, he came out from under the giant dog's tail. He threw away the long sword in his hand and took out another sword from his inner world. The sword light flashed and cut off a piece of broken wood in front of him. Miao Rengue narrowed his eyes and stared greedily at the sword in his hand. Oh? A mere great mystic cultivator actually had more than one spirit tool in his inner world? As expected of the rich prince of the Mo kingdom. Mou ignored his sarcastic taunts and turned to look at little Sixth Zhang, only to see that the members of the huge bear squad were struggling to cope with the dog's paws. "Captain, take them away," little Sixth Zhang roared. "If you want to leave, then leave." "I'm not leaving." Huagu strode forward, nimbly dodging to the side of the dog's paw, and roared provocatively at the inferno hound, "Come on. Come and get me." Roar. As if enraged by Huagu, the inferno hound moved and pressed down on this plump woman. Huagu turned around to dodge and shouted at a young man with a bamboo figure, "Take Mr. Zhong and leave first. You haven't even seen the crown princess, so there's no need to risk your life. You said she's a member of the huge bear squad, so she's my teammate." The young man called without turning his head, suddenly reached out to block the raging flamehound's front paw. When his hand touched the flaming hound's paw, his skin made a sizzling sound. It was obvious that he was burned by the fire spirit on the raging flamehound. But he didn't even frown and calmly held the dog's paw. Suddenly, a withered vine drilled out from under his sleeve and wrapped around the raging flamehound's paw, wrapping around it. Mou turned around to glance at the young man called Ai, and there was some surprise on her face. He was actually a demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivators didn't have a good reputation among the common people, but the demonic cultivator in front of him seemed to be somewhat different. Hey, big brothers and sisters, after this fight, you'll be my friends. If we're lucky enough to survive, we'll find a place to drink together. Black Jade laughed heartily and his laughter shook the sky. Okay. Captain Gao also laughed and shouted. Black Jade stopped laughing and looked serious. He clenched his fist and said softly, "Come out, my friends." Roar. After a roar. In the small courtyard, a giant beast with a dragon head and a lion body suddenly appeared. Its roar shook the sky and everyone was stunned. The courtyard, which was already crowded, was now filled by this giant beast with a dragon head and a lion body. It seemed even more narrow and cramped. Miao Rengue narrowed his eyes and cried out involuntarily, "Dragon Lion? Isn't this the 9th level spirit beast, Dragon Lion? How could someone in the lower star field have contracted an existence like Dragon Lion? What kind of super joke was this?" Miao Rengue's small eyes looked coldly at the 12th prince. "Little lion, no need to be polite. Today, I'll allow you to kill and eat to your heart's content." Black Jade's eyes narrowed coldly as he patted Dragon Lion's huge leg and said softly. Roar. Dragon Lion suddenly started running, and the ground rumbled under its feet. As it ran, it shook off many flowers and trees in its way and rushed to the front of the raging flamehound in an instant. With half of its body, it smashed into the hound's rear end. Awoo! The Inferno Hound howled in pain as its entire body was smashed far away. It turned its head and fiercely collided with the giant Dragon Lion once more. A loud noise came from above the courtyard. Flames sprayed everywhere, accompanied by Longshire's roar, and the two giant beasts instantly clashed. Miao Rengue couldn't help but feel exasperated. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and capture all the Qiao family members. When Old Wu and the others from the palace come back, we will have helpers. 17 to 18 figures instantly dashed towards the Qiao clan members. Xiao Zhongbang bit his finger and suddenly spilled the blood. Suddenly, dozens of blue talismans appeared around Xiao Zhongxing and the others, and circled around them. After all the blue talismans were soaked in blood, they suddenly opened, and a dazzling light burst out. Boom! The two Shouja who had jumped up were suddenly pushed back by a huge force. They stared in surprise. Defensive glyph array? Miao Rengue's face twisted with anger. These Qiao family members were quite hateful. There were obviously some small ants, but the glyph array in their hands seemed to be endless. Every time he thought that he would be able to capture their entire family in one fell swoop, they would always give him some inexplicable trouble. So what if it's a defensive talisman array? I don't believe that with so many of you, you can't break a tiny defensive talisman array? Hurry and go. Miao Rengue shouted anxiously. Those cultivators from the Divine Province were originally around level 10 spiritual masters, but after coming to the lower star domain, their realms were suppressed to the peak of level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator realm. But even so, dealing with these ant-like members of the Qiao family in front of them was still a piece of cake in their eyes. However, they didn't expect that once they made a move, the situation would always be very different from what they expected. To be honest, MO12 gave them an unexpected surprise. Next, Little Sixth Xing and the others also summoned their mystic beasts and spirit beasts one after another. The entire small courtyard already couldn't accommodate so many people. The four walls were trampled to the ground by the irascible beasts. The Marquis of Jiayuan's estate became a battlefield for the battle beasts. Only the sound of the wind could be heard everywhere, accompanied by beast roars and fighting. Miao Rengue stared in displeasure at the members of the Qiao family surrounded by the defensive talisman array and shouted angrily, "Capture the others first." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Zhongbang flew out of the defensive talisman array. Another faint light circled around his palm, and 60 blue talismans once again formed a defensive talisman array, rapidly enveloping Little Sixth Xing and the others. Damn it! Miao Rengue bellowed, don't let them shrink back into their turtle shells. Kill! More than a dozen of Miao Rengue's subordinates simultaneously rushed up and slapped their palms on the two defensive talisman arrays. Madame Neyrin tightly hugged Xiaoxin in her arms and pulled him back a few steps. Little Sixth Xing and the others moved very quickly. After being enveloped by the defensive talisman array, they attacked Miao Rengui's subordinates from time to time. Relying on the protection of the defensive talisman array, Miao Rengui's subordinates were ambushed several times. Among them, a fatty wearing a headscarf was swept in the abdomen by a withered vine released by Ai, and he was almost stabbed by Captain Gao's sword. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and retreated several steps, thus avoiding another withered vine attack that Ai threw at him. Looking down, he saw that the clothes on his abdomen had already been cut open by the sword qi. But with Captain Gao's strength, it would be difficult for him to hurt this profound realm level 15 expert. The fatty jumped up furiously as if he had been stabbed in the buttocks. Cursing, he took out a giant hammer from his inner world and smashed it at the defense rune array in front of him. Bang! Bang! It was as if he had not expected the defensive array glyphs to be so sturdy and unbreakable. The fatty roared and rubbed his fists, ready to fight against the defensive rune array. Little Sixth Xing and the others made use of the defensive array glyphs to launch several attacks at Fatty and the others, but they were slapped back every time. If it weren't for the defensive array glyphs protecting them, they would have been injured long ago. Little Sixth, be careful. Huagu pulled Little Sixth Xing's arm and kicked that fatty's left leg. This time, when he kicked out through the defense array glyphs, it was like kicking an iron plate. Huagu hurriedly bent down and stroked her leg, rubbing it back and forth to reduce the pain. Huagu, how are you? Captain Gao called out anxiously. Don't worry, I won't die. This defensive array glyphs is about to be broken, Little Sixth Xing said with a cold expression. Judging from the current strength of the attacks, in less than 5 minutes. The defensive array surrounding them was about to be broken. This naturally wasn't a good thing. Once the defensive talisman array was broken, they would be no different from little chicks. No matter how Miao Rengui's group fought, they wouldn't be able to resist. Sixth young Master Jing exchanged glances with Captain Gao and the others before taking a deep breath. A voice kept circling in Little Sixth Xing's mind, no matter what, I have to escort the Qiao family out with my life. If something happens to the Qiao family, the little girl will definitely be very sad. Thinking up to this point, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Little Sixth! Huagu cried out in alarm. Little Sixth Xing flew out of the defensive talisman array and clenched his fists tightly. His whole body suddenly erupted with a terrifying force, and he abruptly charged in the fatty's direction. Little Sixth! Huagu cried out in alarm. Looking at Little Sixth's posture, it seemed like he was going to fight someone to the death. Everyone widened their eyes as they looked in Little Sixth Xing's direction. They saw him fly up and deliver a powerful blow with both fists, directly blasting the fat man across from him. Even a punk like you wants to. Before that fat man could finish his disdainful words, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen. He looked down and saw that Little Sixth Xing had stabbed a dagger into his abdomen at an extremely fast speed. Following his hand gesture, he twisted and spun. With a ripping sound, a huge gash appeared on the fat man's abdomen, and blood gushed out. You! The fat man widened his eyes in shock. Using his last breath, he landed a punch on Little Sixth Xing's shoulder. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of bones cracking. Little Sixth Xing's bones were fractured by this fat man. Everyone widened their eyes in alarm. Little Sixth's cultivation was the highest among them, having already reached level 14 as a great mystic cultivator. But now, his shoulder bone was also fractured by that fat man's punch. Even so, the fat man was still furious. He felt that it was simply the biggest joke in the world for his abdomen to be injured by a weak ant in front of him. As a result, Little Sixth Xing was beaten up violently like a torrential storm. This attracted the attention of many of his companions. Little Sixth! Huagu and the others dashed out of the defensive talisman array one after another when they saw Little Sixth Xing being beaten up by the fat man. Unexpectedly, Little Sixth Xing turned around and waved his hand at them, indicating for them to leave first. He only watched as that fat man grabbed Little Sixth Xing's arm and fiercely twisted it before kicking him. How could the rest of the people just sit by and watch? It was even more impossible for them to abandon their companions and flee. Bah! Little Sixth Xing spat a mouthful of blood on the fat man's face and said with a sneer, "You regard us as ants, but in the eyes of others in the divine province, you people are perhaps inferior to ants." "What did you say?" That fat man was truly infuriated by sixth young master Zheng. He covered his bleeding abdomen with one hand and hurriedly took out a healing pill from his inner world and swallowed it. He gloomily stared at the sixth young master, who was covered in blood and whose original color could no longer be discerned from his white robe. He sneered and said, "Stinking brat, today I'll use you as an offering to my saber." After saying this, amidst the jeers of his companions, he put Little Sixth on the ground in a few moves. Then, he raised his fan-sized palm and punched Little Sixth Xing's head. If this hit landed squarely, Little Sixth's head would definitely bleed, and he would lose his life. Miao Rengui looked at his subordinates who were watching the show and said gloomily, "Why aren't you guys making a move? Why are you only watching the show? Boss, don't be anxious. In any case, none of these people can escape today. Let's see how the fatty beats that punk until he cries for his parents first. Isn't that punk arrogant? Let's see how he can still be arrogant now. Even if he doesn't kill that punk with this punch, he'll at least turn him into an idiot. Ha ha ha, I wonder what kind of scene it will be if this gigolo turns into an idiot." A burst of taunting laughter spread among them. Miao Rengui's subordinates all looked engrossed in watching Little Sixth Xing suffer a setback. Some even crossed their arms in front of their chests, assuming a lofty and contemptuous posture. Hua Gu and the others dashed over and yelled stop, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. However, with their skills, it was very difficult for them to rescue their companion from that peak mystic cultivator's hands. In the blink of an eye, that fatty's fist, which was the size of a copper bowl, was about to land on Little Sixth Xing's head. Suddenly, a green vine, which was as thick as a person's wrist, shot over from afar and fiercely tugged at that fatty's hand. It directly coiled around his fat wrist 3 to 4 times and pulled tightly. The fatty instantly narrowed his eyes from the pain, feeling like his wrist was about to be broken in that instant. The pulling force was so great that he forgot to scream for a moment. Instead, he dazedly turned his head and looked in the direction the green vine extended. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, only to see a plain-colored figure as white as snow arrive in front of them in the blink of an eye at an extremely fast speed. As fast as a bolt of lightning, it was only a fleeting glimpse. This person, who was pure and unadorned, had a frosty expression on her face as she coldly gazed at them, as if she was looking at a group of corpses. That expression made everyone unable to help but shiver slightly. They looked at her with a somewhat hesitant expression and subconsciously took a few steps back. "Sister? Sister! It's sister!" Xiao Sen's exclamation broke the silence. Everyone stared blankly at the little girl with a cold expression standing above the ruins. She just stood there quietly without making a sound. Her eyes were as cold as water as she looked at everyone. For a long time, she didn't say a single word. However, just by standing there like that, the killing intent and evil aura all over their bodies swept towards them like waves that splashed the sky. Miao Rengui couldn't help but tremble slightly. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the little girl. "Who are you?" He purposely used a very gentle tone to spit out these 4 words. It was as if as long as he calmly asked, the fear in his heart would be extinguished. However, what answered him was a green vine that suddenly shot out and viciously whipped him in the face. "Pa!" The burning vine whip landed on Miao Rengui's old face. He was so shocked that he couldn't help but tremble and jump up. It was just a reflexive action. After he jumped up, he realized that his actions were as hilarious as a clown's. His hand trembled slightly as he reached out to touch the bloodstains on his face. Miao Rengui couldn't help but roar angrily, "Stupid girl, how dare you! Pa! Pa pa! Pa!" One after another, the vine whip landed on his old face, body, neck, and head, again and again. Miao Rengui didn't even have a chance to breathe. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. The little girl didn't say a word. She just swung the vine whip in her hand and hit Miao Rengui's face again and again. Seeing this, Miao Rengui's subordinates were all shocked. They couldn't help but quietly retreat in all directions. "You little ants, where do you think you're going?" The peony fairy smiled and flashed to the front of the fat man. She stretched out her finger and poked the back of his head, giggling. The bell-like laughter inexplicably made the fat man tremble. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. Even though the woman before him appeared to be in the prime of her youth, possessed a voluptuous and graceful body that would make one drool, and her face was also extremely beautiful. But he didn't know why, but he just felt that she was dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Stupid man, why are you staring at me like that? The peony fairy smiled and poked the back of the fat man's head again with her finger. This poke made the fat man suddenly feel a sharp pain in the back of his head. Reaching out to touch the back of his head, he immediately felt blood on his hand. His eyes immediately widened. Oh, I'm so sorry. I used a little too much strength. The peony fairy twisted the fat man's arm with a smile. The fat man suddenly cried out. Cold sweat rolled down his head. His eyes were wide open and his face was distorted by the erosion of pain. He felt that his arm was already broken. The appearance of this arm didn't change, but the bones inside were probably broken. And it was the kind that was broken into pieces. When touched, it was as soft as noodles. He could even hear the sound of bones inside, which was very terrifying. Xiaomu's apricot eyes coldly swept an indifferent glance at that shrieking fatty. The moment she glanced at him coldly, the peony fairy suddenly turned hostile. She slapped the fat man's face and couldn't help scolding him angrily. You're a big man. Why are you screaming? My little girl doesn't like to hear such a terrible scream. That slap immediately knocked the fat man's chin down. The fat man tilted his face in pain. After his chin fell, saliva dripped down his clothes. Seeing this, the peony fairy gave him a look of disgust. She kicked him back to Dao Wuji's side as if he was a piece of trash. She waved her hand and said, Go and deal with him. He's so dirty that I don't even want to touch him. When Dao Wuji heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He immediately grabbed the fat man like he was grabbing a chicken and directly threw him into the pile of ruins behind him. The pile of rubble was originally a wall, but now, half of it had collapsed. The fat man was hanging there like a dead dog, unable to free himself for a long time. The rest of Miaorengue's men were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at them and nodded with a smile. Do you want to go over and sit by yourselves, or do you need us to send you over? He pointed at the pile of rubble where the fat man was standing with a smile on his face. It was like a spring breeze, looking very warm. Miaorengue's men all shuddered. They quickly shrank their bodies and moved their feet slightly. One of the men, who was a few years younger than the rest, took a few steps back, turned around abruptly, and flew out of the courtyard wall. Looking at his posture, he wanted to abandon his companions and escape. Moreover, he also thought that he could definitely escape under the eyes of the venerable peach blossom immortal and the others if he was caught off guard. Escape, 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 he had to escape. Xichen narrowed his eyes. His powerful divine sense turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the man's back. The invisible pressure was like an insurmountable mountain. It hit the man so hard that he fell to the ground. He rolled twice on the ground, gasping for breath, and coughed violently. The young man felt as if his shoulder had been cut open by a heavy long knife. All the bones in his body seemed to have been completely shattered by this blow. He did not know what was going on. The rest of the people's expressions changed abruptly. They looked at Xichen in horror. They had seen it very clearly just now. This person did not move at all. He did not even move a finger, it was definitely just a wisp of divine sense. After releasing it, he beat the man to the ground. What did this mean? It meant that this person's divine sense was far above all of them, it was like an insurmountable mountain. It was too high to reach. How could they endure this, want to escape? How would you be able to escape when someone else's divine sense enveloped you? Miaorengue turned to look at the young man who was groaning on the ground and could not get up. The rest of Miaorengue's subordinates all trembled and walked sensibly toward the ruins where the fat man was. They lowered their heads like roosters that had been defeated in a fight. How could they still be in high spirits and at ease? When they looked at their leader, Miaorengue, they could not bear to look at him directly. The fat man and the others could not help but tremble secretly when they saw such a miserable state. The leader had been hit by countless vine whips all over his body. He was on the verge of death. He breathed in less than he breathed out. Would Arbor let him die so easily? The answer was obviously impossible. She put away the vine whip and stared coldly at Miao Rengue in front of her. She looked at this guy who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, not moving at all, as if he was dead. Xiaomu shot him a chilly glance, and Boundless Blade immediately ran up. He jerked his buttocks and dragged Miao Rengue over like trash, ruthlessly tossing him at her feet. Xiaomu glanced at the man who was paralyzed on the ground and stepped over him, walking toward her parents and family without consulting anyone. Don't let him die. Her cold voice was like a bit of frost spreading from the depths of winter, so cold that it made people keep quiet out of fear. Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing recovered from their shock and rubbed their eyes. They could not believe that Jojo was standing right in front of them. Zhou? Xiao Xiao. The whole family hurriedly withdrew the defense array glyphs and ran out, surrounding her in an instant. Arbor secretly clenched her fists. She thought of the dangerous scene just now. If she had come a step later, something might have really happened. Jojo, quick, come and take a look at young Master Zheng's injuries. Wei Ziqing was very careful. She did not have time to chat with her daughter. She hurriedly grabbed her daughter's hand and pulled her to little Sixth Zheng's side. Arbor crouched down next to little Sixth Zheng. She could not help but exude a cold aura when she saw that he was covered in blood. This guy's shoulder bones were fractured, and his arms were also broken in several places. Most importantly, he suffered a brutal beating from that fat man. Not only was his body riddled with scars, but his internal organs also suffered very serious internal injuries. He truly looked too wretched, and Arbor couldn't help but feel pain for him. Does it hurt? Little Sixth Zheng shook his head with feigned ease. Don't worry. If it weren't for the fact that he was injured, Arbor really wanted to give him a good knock on the head. How could she not worry? This guy's fighting style just now was simply too reckless. It was completely a desperate stance of harming the enemy at the cost of his own life. Her needles were very swift, and she only needed to insert a few needles to stop the bleeding. She then took out a medicine bottle from her inner world and poured out a pill for him to swallow before saying, "The injuries to your internal organs can't be healed in a short period of time." As she spoke, she had already perfectly connected his broken bones, carefully applied ointment, and fixed them with a splint. This tendon-rupturing bone-mending ointment can't touch water for 2 hours after it's applied. It can be removed after 2 hours. If you can move your arms perfectly fine, that means there aren't any major problems. If it still feels swollen and sore, then you have to tell me immediately. We still have to apply the ointment again. Little Sixth Zheng was somewhat lost in thought as he gazed at the little stoic girl prowling endlessly in front of him. It seemed like they hadn't seen each other for too long. At first, he thought it was his misconception and kept feeling that the little girl in front of him was unreal. But now, after listening to her endlessly instructing him, she raised her hand to poke his forehead. Only then did Sixth Young Master Zheng return to his senses and smile at her. I'm very happy that you can come back, Jojo. I'm also very happy to see you guys again. Little Sixth, Captain Gao, Flower Mushroom, seeing that Little Sixth's life was no longer in danger, Wei Ziqing completely relaxed. Feeling that her heart was still pounding nonstop like a drum, Wei Ziqing reproached him, Little Sixth, you really scared your Auntie Wei to death just now. When this child was fighting with that fat man, he truly didn't even care about his life. If Jojo hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been too horrible to contemplate. I'm fine, Auntie Wei. However, Little Sixth Zheng was very clear that he hadn't gone crazy at all just now. His mind was even clearer than at any other time. He only followed his heart and did his best to protect the Qiao family. He didn't want to leave any regrets in his life. For example, disappointing Jojo. Captain Gao walked over excitedly and said, Jojo, you came just in time. If Jojo had come a few minutes later, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. At this moment, they saw that the group of people who were originally bullying them were as obedient as quails, huddling in a corner and not daring to move or make a sound. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Arbor nodded at the members of the huge bear squad. Her gaze swept past them one by one before finally landing on the demonic cultivator Ai, and her eyes lit up slightly. The members of the giant bear squad had gathered, her eyes were so bright that everyone noticed that she was a little strange. Logically speaking, it should be the first time the little girl had met Ai and the others, but that gaze. It felt like they had known each other for a long time. Captain Gao touched his nose, but he didn't say anything. He put his strange thoughts aside. He had interacted with the little girl many times and was used to her strange attitude, so he did not find it strange at all. On the other hand, Ai and the others looked at the little girl curiously. Although they felt strange, they did not say anything. Mother. Arbor released Xiaolin with a wave of her hand and let the little girl run to her parents. Wei Ziqin, Xiao Zhongbang, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect that when their eldest daughter came back, she also brought back their youngest daughter whom they had been worried about these past few days. Linner, are you all right? Are you hurt? The family asked all at once. I'm fine. Xiaolin waved her little hand, and a few drops of tears flashed in her eyes. She said emotionally, I was taken to the divine continent by them. It was sister who saved me. Sister and brother-in-law rushed back as soon as they knew that everyone was in danger. So that was it, Wei Ziqin and the others were enlightened. They were still wondering how Jojo could come back so timely. It turned out that he met Xiaolin. Little Mo is back too? Xiao Zhongbang smiled. Really? Mo heard and quickly ran over to ask, where's my big brother? Arbor's gaze fell on the child. Compared to more than a year ago, Xiaoyu had grown much taller, and his little face had lost its former naivety. He looked much more mature than before. She could not help but reach out and pat his head. Your big brother has already rushed to the palace. I'm sorry to have frightened you. Eldest sister-in-law, I'm fine. Mou quickly exclaimed. He was really not injured just now. He was just shocked when he saw Xiaolu injured. This time, it's all thanks to you, Commander Hui, and young General He Tian who came to rescue us. Wei Ziqin said with emotion. I wonder how the situation in the palace is now. Mother, don't worry. With Lian here, nothing will happen. Arbor comforted them and turned his head to look at Miao Rengue, who was forced to kneel on the side. His eyes suddenly became dangerous. When Dao Wuji saw the little girl looking at him, he hurriedly dragged Miao Rengue as if he was dragging a bag of trash and threw him in front of the little girl. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, I thought these people had 3 heads and 6 arms, but when I looked carefully, there was nothing. TSK, they are really bold. They actually dared to come to this little girl's maiden home to cause trouble. Benefactress. Why don't you release this little monk? This little monk hasn't seen your mother for a long time. Let me see them. She couldn't deal with the little monk's repeated female benefactor is your mother and female benefactor is your father. Arbor only felt that this little fellow was too long-winded and kept on shouting. It was like a demonic sound piercing through his brain. Thus, he helplessly let him out. Benefactress is her mother, benefactress is her father. When this strange appellation came out, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. When Wei Ziqin saw the little monk, she almost cried. She hurriedly went up and hugged the little meat bun who was running over. She had a surprised and happy expression. Kong, why are you here? This little monk was also saved by benefactress. Mother, I accidentally picked up Kong. Arbor reached out and picked up the little fatty. He said with a helpless expression, we'll talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing for her was to treat their wounds. Arbor's treatment of injuries was very fast. In less than a moment, she had treated everyone's injuries. After this battle, everyone more or less had some small injuries on their bodies. Xiaomu distributed different pills, medicinal liquids, ointments, and the like to them. After applying them externally or ingesting them orally, it didn't take long for everyone to feel that their injuries had visibly taken a turn for the better, and their spirits were also much better. Seeing that everyone was fine, Arbor was relieved. She finally thought of Miao Rengue who had been thrown to the side by Dao Wuji. At this moment, Miao Rengue was like a quail kneeling at the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. This was a world of difference from the overbearing attitude he had before. How overbearing he was before was how funny he was now. Arbor looked at him coldly. This person's body was covered in wounds and he looked battered and exhausted. Xiaoxin struggled free from Madame Nei Ren's embrace and scuttled to Xiao Mu's side. He threw himself into her arms and complained loudly, "Eldest sister, they said they want to capture us alive. They want to capture me and Dad and Mom." When Xiao Lin heard this, she was also infuriated. Just as she was about to step forward and kick Miao Rengue, Xiao Mu swiftly caught her. At the same time, Miao Rengue, who had been lying on the ground like a quail, suddenly stood up and almost grabbed Xiao Lin's wrist. Seeing this, Dao Wuji slapped that person's face. "Yo, you still know how to pretend to be a grandson and lie low. What, you still want to capture a hostage in order to escape?" Xiao Lin raised her hand and patted her chest. Her pair of black eyes immediately widened. "Big sister. It's this person. It's his big brother who captured me. I heard them talking. He called that black-clothed man his big brother." Arbor immediately understood and nodded. Her eyes were cold. She looked at Miao Rengue and asked indifferently, "Are you going to confess honestly, or should I ask someone to search your soul?" Miao Rengue's expression changed drastically when he heard the word soul search. He couldn't help but shudder. This little girl kept mentioning the word soul search and said it so casually. She didn't look like a kind-hearted person at all. He looked into the little girl's eyes and immediately understood that she was not joking. If she did not confess honestly, the little girl would definitely not let her off. Soul search? Perhaps she would use something even more terrifying than soul searching to deal with him. Arbor looked at him coldly. "Have you thought it through? You only have one chance to choose." I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything." Miao Rengue was almost scared out of his wits. He quickly answered while trembling. "Miss, if you have any questions, please ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know." Arbor ignored the man's flattery and asked directly, "Who captured my sister?" Miao Rengue looked at Xiao Lin with trembling eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Lin was furious. Thinking about how this person wanted to capture her as a hostage, she wanted to go up and kick him a few times. "You're about to die. Why are you still stuttering?" Xiao Lin shouted unhappily. "I asked you something. Why are you looking at me?" Miao Rengue was very flustered at this moment. He personally saw his big brother capture the little girl in front of him and said that he would bring her back to the Divine Lands. Now, this little girl appeared here unharmed. What did this mean? It meant that something might have happened to his big brother, Miao Xing. Otherwise, how could he have fallen into such a situation? Arbor raised his wrist and whipped him. "What's there to consider? Just speak the truth. If you speak a single word of falsehood," Arbor gazed deeply at him, "there will be no place for you in the deepest hell." Miao Rengue's heart constricted, and he hastily cowed out in fright. He repeatedly said, "I absolutely don't dare to deceive Mississippi. That's my big brother. The one who captured your sister is my big brother, Miao Xing. You are not members of the Pangu clan." Arbor's cold gaze swept over him. "Speak, which clan do you belong to?" Miao Rengue shrunk his neck and couldn't help but tremble. His eyeballs rolled uncontrollably as he hastily said, We are indeed members of the Pangu clan." "Ah." A vine whip landed on his eye, directly whipping half of his eyeball into the air. Miao Rengue rolled on the ground in pain, wailing incessantly. His other eye glared at Arbor resentfully. "Not a single word of truth." Arbor flew into a rage. His eyes glinted sharply as he stared at that person. He then turned to look at He Chen, who was standing leisurely on the side. "Peach Blossom." The little stoic was impatient, revealing an expression that said, "I don't want to talk to you anymore." The venerable Peach Blossom immortal couldn't resist rolling his eyes. He took a few steps forward and poked her forehead with a finger. "I've said it many times, my name is not Peach Blossom. This venerable Peach Blossom immortal is called He Chen." He winked and pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Without waiting for Miao Rengue, who was lying on the ground, to stand up, He Chen's bony palm abruptly pressed down on Miao Rengue's skull. Miao Rengue immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, as if he was experiencing the darkest and most terrifying thing in his life. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and his lips couldn't help but twitch. Jolin was shocked. She pulled her brother and took a step back at the same time. The siblings were confused. Looking at Miao Rengue, who seemed to be experiencing something terrible, they couldn't help but look at each other. Second sister, what is he doing? Xiaosan asked in confusion. That uncle looks like he's in a lot of pain. Jolin nodded and could not help but whisper, just now, big sister said that she wanted to search his soul. I'm afraid this is it. What's the use of soul searching? Ba, benefactress's younger sister, benefactress's younger brother, you two are too young now. It was normal that he didn't understand. It was better to stay away from such dangerous and frightening matters, so as not to spoil your naive natures. Excellent, excellent. Jolin and Jolin looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? The two of them, brother and sister, were told by a 5-year-old monk, are you two still too young? Big sister, I really want to slap him, Xiaosan mumbled. The corner of Jolin's mouth twitched. She raised her hand to rub her brother's little head and nodded heavily. She also wanted to pull this chubby little monk over, and viciously, take 2 bites, ha ha ha. After searching Miao Rengue's soul, he chinned directly through him to the ground. Miao Rengue was not completely dead. At this moment, he was still struggling at death's door, and his eyes were rolled back. His eyes were filled with the color of death, and his throat was letting out waves of roars before he died. Right now, he only had a trace of consciousness left. His entire person was basically useless. He slumped to the ground, his only eye glowing with resentment. He tried his best to turn his head to look at Arbor. He's from the Sure family. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal walked to Arbor's side. He took out a clean handkerchief and wiped his fingers with a disgusted expression. Then, he threw the handkerchief to the ground and shattered it into pieces with a blast of saint power. Mysophobia was a disease. Arbor glanced at him and asked, the Sure family? That Sure family? This guy's big brother, Miao Xing, is the second daughter of the Sure family's first branch, Sure Yongqian's close confidant. So this incident was caused by Sure Yongqian? Anger roiled in Xiao Mu's heart, and her eyes, which were as clear as a cold moon, seethed with a thunderous fury. What a Sure Yongqian! What a Sure family's second daughter! She hadn't had time to settle the score with her for what happened in her previous life. Now, she had the guts to attack her family again. It was simply too wonderful for words. Arbor's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sure Yongqian, you've lived long enough. Miao Rengue's 8th-level spiritual beast. Little Taisui walked over with a shrunken blaze hound in his hand. Before he could say anything, he suddenly heard a series of barks. The 3 puppies that had been peacefully staying on Paradise Planet suddenly jumped out. One of them jumped onto little Taisui without a word and slapped the blaze hound to the ground with one paw. The other 2 puppies dashed forward and patted the head of the trembling flame hound from the left and right. The 2 puppies carefully rubbed the blaze hound's head with their paws, as if they were caressing something. However, the following actions and images were not as beautiful. One of the puppies used its sharp nails to cut open the blaze hound's head. Furry took out a spirit beast's crystal core and looked like it was in a difficult position. It looked like it was wronged as it swallowed the power inside the crystal core. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't help but turn to glance at Arbor. Arbor didn't have the mind to pay attention to the 3 puppies. She was completely focused on the Sure family's attack on her. She had to get back at them for this. Since Sure Yongqian dared to send people to the lower star zone to make trouble for her, she should know the consequences of courting death. Arbor took a deep breath. She recalled how she had suffered at the hands of this woman in her previous life, and the coldness in her eyes deepened. Because of the blaze hound's death, Miao Rengue, who was already in a daze, suffered another heavy blow to his mind. He instantly collapsed to the ground while fresh blood gurgled out from his mouth, and his eyes were already extremely unfocused. His Highness the Crown Prince is here. Hui Feng's joyful voice sounded from outside the door. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. All the soldiers knelt down and saluted. Mo Lian strode over with a group of purple forest guards, followed by the Marquis of Stability, Zhao Xing, and the others. Rise. Mo Lian waved her hand and had them rise. She quickly walked into the ruined Xiao estate courtyard. She couldn't help but frown. Judging from the extent of the destruction, it must have been a major battle. Fortunately, she and Jojo had arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Mo Lian quickened her steps. She arrived at Arbor's side in the blink of an eye. Jojo. Are you all right? Greetings, Your Highness, everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully. Mo Lian's gaze swept over them one by one, and she hastily said, everyone is Jojo's relatives and friends, so there's no need to be overly courteous. Dad, Mom, we've startled you. Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing smiled with gratification. Little Mo, you and Jojo came back just in time. It was a scare but not a mishap, a scare but not a mishap. How's the palace? Arbor asked in a low voice. Grandmother is injured, and it's quite serious. Ah? Grandmother's injury is very serious. Mou was startled when she heard this, and she hastily ran to their side. Eldest brother, where is grandmother injured? She injured her right hand. I'm afraid you'll have to take a look at her injury. Mo Lian frowned and turned to grab Arbor's small hand as she spoke. Wei Ziqing was instantly anxious. Jojo, quickly enter the palace and examine Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. Okay. Arbor nodded. Mom, don't be anxious. I'll definitely treat grandmother. Wei Ziqing recalled that little Sixth Xing had also injured his shoulder and arm just now, and it was extremely serious, but her daughter had also roughly treated it in a few strokes. Presumably, Her Majesty the Queen Dowager should be fine as well. Then let's not delay any longer. There's nothing else to do here. Jojo, quickly enter the palace with little Mo, okay? Arbor nodded and looked back at Miao Rengue, who was staring at the sky with his eyes wide open. He had already died from the backlash of the spirit beast's death. He snorted coldly. This person really got off too easy. Those people are useless now. Arbor swept a glance at the row of people gathered next to the ruined wall and said aloofly, including this Miao Rengue, crush them into ashes and find me an exquisite little jar to store them in. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist twitching his mouth, and he nodded with a grin. Oh my god, even when their little miss did such a cruel thing, she still appeared so amusing. The little stoic's eyes were aloof, but her words were gentle and soft, as if she wasn't going to crush their bones and scatter their ashes. I want to give Misher a gift. She turned around and glanced at He Shurchen. We have to wrap it up nicely. Otherwise, the host will only say that our etiquette is not good enough. Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but cough lightly and nod. Got it. If the little girl wanted to give Misher a gift, then the gift couldn't be too light. 1 jar wasn't enough, so 3 jars would be just right. Little Tai Sui glanced at Jichen speechlessly. Do you know what you're called? In the eyes of others, what you're doing is called being an accomplice to a villain. How could that be? My Jojo is so cute. How is he helping the evildoer? He was obviously helping the little guy catch the evil and eradicate the traitor. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He pulled little Tai Sui over and pushed it toward the pile of rubble. Remember to be careful. He had to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. Don't dawdle. I'll go inside and find a few exquisite jars and jars. Do your best. Little Tai Sui, what happened? Why did he become the culprit? When Fairy Ginkgo saw this, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my god, little brother Tai Sui, do you want big sister to help you? I'll thank your whole family first. Little Tai Sui irritably rolled its eyes at Fairy Ginkgo before walking toward Miao Rengui's subordinates who were already scared silly. Miao Rengui's dozen or so subordinates were all scared to death. From the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the others subduing them with thunderous methods, to soul-searching Miao Rengue and killing his 8th-level spirit beast. After this series of events, they had long since been scared out of their wits. How could they possibly think of resisting? When they saw little Tai Sui walk over, one of them hurriedly fell to the ground and cried tearfully, Venerable Immortal, please spare my life. Before the suppression of cultivation realms, Luo Rengue was the one with the highest cultivation base among them. Now that Luo Rengue had been dealt with so easily, how could the remaining people not be afraid? Now, they were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would never have followed Luo Rengue to the lower star region to show off their might. Now, they were in big trouble. They had to pay with their lives just to show off their might. This was obviously not a good deal. However, the situation had already been decided. No matter how much they kowtowed and begged for mercy, even if they kowtowed to death, no one would pay them any attention. Little Tai Sui glanced at them indifferently, then slapped the top of their heads with a backhand. At the same time, Arbor and Mo Lian rushed back to the palace at top speed. They hurriedly headed for the Empress Dowager's longevity palace. Along the way, Arbor couldn't help but frown when he saw the devastated state of the palace. Someone came to the palace to cause trouble? Yes. When I arrived, someone surnamed Wu brought 3 people and captured a large number of concubines to threaten father. When Mo Lian thought of her old father's frightened appearance, the anger in her heart couldn't help but overflow. Even though this adoptive father of his was muddle-headed and bad, the love he had for him did not contain any benefits, and there was no discount at all. Moreover, although this old man sometimes lost his wits due to lust, he still listened to his ministers. All these years, the entire Mo kingdom could be considered to have had good weather, and the people were in good health. If another obstinate and self-opinionated person were to lead the Mo kingdom, they might not be able to do as well as his father. He didn't think that these people would be so bold as to come to the lower star region and touch his family. Xiaomu's expression also darkened, and her eyes emitted a chilly glint. This group of people came for me. They were sent by Xianxia. Of course, she also had a lot of questions in her heart. Why would Xianxia go through so much trouble to come to the lower space zone and attack her family? Also, it was quite a scheme of them to blame the Panga clan for everything. Jing Ti, the patriarch of the Panga clan, must have been investigating her since she killed his daughter, Jing Minyao. What about Xianxia? She had many conflicts with Qiao Mu, but it had never resulted in anyone's life. So how did Qiao Mu also coincidentally set her sights on her Qiao Mu family? Could it really be a coincidence? When the two of them passed through the drooping flower gate, Arbor paused slightly and stared deeply at the side of the garden. 4 men were tied to the edge of the pool, whips were whipping their bodies. Arbor looked away. Them? Mo Lian nodded. Then, she called someone over and whispered a few words to them before letting them leave. It was a good court, but now it's a bloody mess. Get someone to drag them out of the palace and beat them. The order he gave was to whip them for 7 days and nights, then execute them by cutting them. Sir Jojo blinked. She suddenly felt that she had been too soft-hearted. Those people who had caused trouble in her home should have been handed over to her husband to be punished. They should have been reduced to ashes by now. It was hard to appease her anger. Elder Wu and the other 3 had long had their cultivations crippled by Prince Mo's order. Now, they were no different from cripples. Even if they were dragged out of the royal palace to be whipped, they were simply powerless to resist. Soon, a large crowd of commoners gathered around the bustling royal palace's entrance to watch the show. Seeing those bastards who forcibly entered the Mo kingdom capital to commit violence being punished by His Highness the Crown Prince, there wasn't a single person who didn't clap and cheer. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince had returned from the Divine Province with the Crown Princess, they were all unable to contain their joy and automatically knelt in the direction of the royal palace, calling out His Highness the Crown Prince. During this period of time, they had had enough of these bandits' attitude. Seeing them receive such punishment, they naturally vented their pent-up frustrations. When Arbor and Mo Lian hurried to the Empress Dowager's longevity palace, Gong Chang'an had already been waiting for a long time. At this moment, he hastily ran over and led the 2 people into the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. The elderly woman was currently leaning against the gold-threaded cedar bed. When her gaze landed on the pair of children who had just entered, her eyes clearly brightened. Grandmother. When Arbor saw that the elderly woman's complexion was pale and unwell, her heart involuntarily tightened. Quick, come over and let grandmother take a look at you. On the contrary, the elderly woman was very cheerful and didn't appear to be injured at all. Instead, she laughed heartily. If it weren't for Empress Zhao hastily holding her down, the elderly woman might have lifted the blankets and gotten off the bed to welcome them. Greetings to royal father, royal mother. Arbor curtsied. The old great king hastily said, Don't be so courteous. Your grandmother's arm has suffered a very serious injury. Crown Princess, quickly come over and carefully examine her. Arbor nodded and quickly walked up to sit by the bed. Empress Zhao stood up and stood to the side, gazing at the elderly woman with deep worry. Arbor carefully examined the Empress Dowager's arm bone, her brows slightly creased. The Empress Dowager's hand injury was actually more serious than Little Sixth's. Moreover, she was already old, so it was better not to use some overly strong medicines. The Great King and Empress Zhao saw that she was silent after the examination, so they asked worriedly, Is it untreatable? Yes. Arbor nodded. Then, he took out his needle bag and helped the old lady lie down. But grandmother has to listen to me. She has to follow my instructions in her daily life. She has to abstain from certain foods and can't be too greedy. She had just taken her pulse and found that the old lady's arm was not the only injury. Her body also needed to be nursed back to health. When the old lady heard this, she immediately muttered unhappily, I didn't eat too much. I only take 1 or 2 bites every time. Empress Zhao couldn't help but hold her forehead as she exchanged glances with the old Great King. The Empress Dowager's personal old mama, Fenggu, smiled and said, Crown Princess, you really have to talk to the Empress Dowager this time. Don't tell on me. Empress Dowager Meng muttered. Suddenly, she felt a slight tingling in her arm. She looked down and saw that the little fellow had already taken out the silver needles from her arm. Apart from the slight tingling just now, he didn't feel anything wrong with it. Empress Dowager Meng said with a smile, Jojo, your healing skills are getting better and better. I didn't feel anything when you healed me. Arbor pursed his lips. He took out a pill and stuffed it directly into the Empress Dowager's mouth. Grandmother, don't be greedy for sweets anymore. I gave you a prescription. You can drink it once a day for half a month. I guarantee that you will be full of energy in the future. You won't feel thirsty anymore. How did you know? Empress Dowager Meng was halfway through her sentence when she seemed to have thought of something. She quickly shut her mouth and smiled awkwardly at Empress Zhao. Empress Zhao was angry and amused at the same time. This old lady was like an old urchin. She always lied and hid things from them. She was sick and didn't like to take medicine. What can happen to me? I'm not bragging, but I have the strength to go up the mountain and fight a tiger. Prince Mo rolled his eyes in annoyance. He stepped forward and gently pressed the restless old lady onto the bed. Grandmother, just listen to Jojo. Rest well for a while. Follow Jojo's prescription and nurse your body back to health. The old lady showed a bitter expression as if she was heroically sacrificing herself. She reluctantly nodded her head. Making her drink that bitter medicinal soup every day was really going to kill her. After Xiaomu finished bandaging her arm, she gently tucked her in before earnestly saying, Grandmother, be good and recuperate. Later, I'll make 2 bottles of jelly beans for you to eat one every day. I guarantee you'll like it. Mo Lian was speechless. Jojo looked like he was coaxing a child. It was really annoying. The old lady's eyes lit up when she heard that there were candies that tasted good. Don't worry, I'm a person with self-control. If you ask me to follow the prescription, I'll definitely follow the doctor's instructions. Fenggu pursed her lips. She didn't expose her Empress Dowager. Arbor nodded. That's good. Grandmother, rest well. Hey, Jojo, you just came back and you're leaving again? We'll stay here for the next 2 days. Don't worry, we'll talk again when you're better. The Empress Dowager was relieved. She nodded and said, okay. Queen Zhao was a bit baffled. She glanced at the Empress Dowager before looking at Lady Xiao. She thought to herself, the young Crown Prince Consort said that she wanted to chat with her mother-in-law. I really don't know how she's going to continue chatting awkwardly with someone who stops talking after 3 sentences. Arbor looked at Empress Zhao. Then he stood up expressionlessly. Father, mother, let's go out first. The old Great King saw that the Empress Dowager was fine. He nodded and hurriedly followed his son out of the Empress Dowager's bedroom. Son, what's going on? It's a long story. Let's go to the study. The old king nodded upon hearing this and turned to the study with Mo Lian. Along the way, he asked worriedly, will these people come again in the future? Don't come again, just one visit had almost cost him his life. What if those people from the Divine Prefecture could come to their small galaxy as they pleased? Wouldn't that be, they would be unlucky once every 2 to 3 days. Mo Lian looked at the mess in the garden. Her face darkened. She shook her head and said, "It won't happen again." "Father, don't worry." The old great king always knew that his son was very reliable. As long as it was something he said, the old king would believe it 1,000 times over. The father and son went to the study to discuss the matter. Arbor accompanied Empress Zhao to the garden and sat down. "Mother, let me see the bruise on your hand." Empress Zhao was stunned. She smiled and held out her hand. "Mother is fine." Arbor lifted her sleeve. As he applied medicine for her, he said in a low voice, "This happened because of me. I've implicated you." When Empress Zhao heard this, she involuntarily knitted her brows and said, "What silly things are you saying? Since we are a family, we naturally share blessings and misfortunes. What's there to implicate?" Arbor looked up at her and nodded. "Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again." Empress Zhao smiled at her and nodded. "Mother personally believes in you too." The two of them chatted for a while more. Seeing that the queen wasn't in good spirits, Arbor had someone send her back to the palace to rest. That night, Arbor drew several thousand different jade talismans on Fish Orchid Planet. Currently, most of the talismans she drew were purple talismans, so their effects naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the yellow and blue talismans from before. When the sky was about to brighten, Arbor followed Mo Lian to the gate tower on the outskirts of the Mo Kingdom capital. Looking up at the chilly starry sky, Arbor turned to meet Mo Lian's eyes. "You can start now, Jojo." Mo Lian nodded at her. Arbor then waved her hand, and several thousand jade talismans floated up around her. As if a whirlwind was blowing, they started spinning rapidly. Arbor looked at the wondrous scene in front of her without a change in expression. She extended her small hands and slowly fiddled with the jade talisman arrays. 10 sets of triple defense, confinement, and annihilation talisman arrays swiftly took shape in her hands. Even though Mo Lian was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but sigh softly. His Jojo could actually create so many purple talismans in a single night on Fish Orchid Planet where the flow of time was 12 times faster. It was simply breathtaking to construct such a powerful attack, defense, and annihilation array. Dao Wuji, who was also watching the show from the gate tower until his eyeballs almost fell out, also couldn't help clicking his tongue in wonder. The little stoic is amazing as expected. It's not like no one in this world knows how to draw defense and confinement talisman arrays, but every talisman array she draws is basically a purple talisman. Its talisman power is definitely much higher than that of ordinary defense and confinement talisman arrays. Moreover, I don't know where this little girl got her experience in drawing talismans. I've never seen such a talisman array that superimposed defensive, confining, and killing effects together. It was rare for Ji Chen to finish listening to Dao Wuji's rambling, and a trace of pride appeared on her face. "That's right, this is my family's Jojo. That talisman crafting cultivation is absolutely beyond your imagination." "Humph." Dao Wuji couldn't help but snort. "What do you mean by yours?" Spouting nonsense all the time, when the sky was about to brighten, some of the citizens of the Mo Kingdom capital who were still in a daze were awakened by the loud noises on the streets. Everyone put on their clothes, washed their faces, and went out of the door or looked out of the window. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. An astrolabe the size of a millstone appeared in the sky above the Mo Kingdom capital, enveloping the 4 cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west. Currently, the sky was covered by this astrolabe. Jade talismans emitting lustrous purple light could be seen circulating and swaying on the astrolabe, bobbing up and down. Everyone ran out of their rooms in a clamor and looked up at the sky, conversing with each other in bewilderment. "What is this, mother?" the children asked, blinking their eyes in bewilderment. "I don't know whose handiwork it is to actually assemble countless talisman arrays into this. An elderly man who knew a little about talisman arts looked up at the sky in excitement. He muttered to himself for a while, but he actually couldn't find the right words to describe this large-scale talisman array in front of him. This kind of large-scale talisman formation was truly unheard of and unseen. The turbulent flow of talisman energy within was simply breathtaking. It seemed to be formed by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, endlessly growing and multiplying. The talisman energy seemed to be immortal. Arbor was truly straining to operate this great astrolabe formation with her own strength. That's right, she had used heaven and earth as a medium and the 8 directions as a medium to control the dozens of triple-layered talisman formations to form a great astrolabe formation. This great astrolabe formation was the highest level of talisman formations. Of course, with her current cultivation as an earth-level talisman master, it was still very strenuous for her to barely operate this great astrolabe formation. If she had the support of the profound talisman energy of a heaven-level talisman master, it would be much easier to create this great astrolabe formation. However, she couldn't be bothered to think about such trivial matters at the moment. She was only trying her best to perfect this great astrolabe formation as much as possible. When this great astrolabe formation appeared, the entire court was shocked, both inside and outside. After receiving the news, the great king of the Mo kingdom, along with the queen and a group of courtiers, all rushed to the city gate tower to take a look. At this moment, the great astrolabe formation's operation was nearing its end. Everyone could only see that above their heads, countless flying talismans were rapidly flowing, forming streaks of light. Suddenly, an enormous purple dragon flew out of the talisman formation and roared towards the east, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Everyone cried out in alarm. The Marquis of Stability, Xianxia, exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Ah, a formation spirit can be formed within the talisman formation, and a dragon-shaped one at that. The power of this formation must be extraordinary, extraordinary. The Crown Princess is so powerful. The Crown Princess, the Crown Princess, the Crown Princess." Loud shouts sounded from all directions, and everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy on their faces. His Highness the Crown Prince's wife was truly extraordinary. Xiao Mu slightly clenched her hand into a fist, and with a slight retraction and release, the countless purple talismans originally hovering in the sky all gathered together. They whirled around with a whoosh before abruptly dissipating in the air. The only thing left in Arbor's hand was a white jade talisman that emitted a faint purple light. The crowd of commoners was simply stunned by the scene before them. They had never seen such a large talisman construct array. They cheered loudly and even applauded one after another. When Xiao Mu came back to her senses, she saw a group of people cheering with glowing faces like idiots. The little stoic expressionlessly glanced at them. The courtiers who were cheering enthusiastically suddenly felt that the little crown princess was looking at them as if she was looking at a bunch of idiots. The Marquis of Stability, Xianxia, coughed and stabilized his old face. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations to the Crown Princess and congratulations to the Crown Princess for successfully setting up the array. The Crown Princess talisman crafting skills are becoming more and more exquisite. Her array formation skills are also far superior to ordinary people." Flattery won't get through. Xiaoxing very energetically flattered the little stoic loudly. Prince Mo speechlessly glanced at him. His lips turned up slightly, and he led the little crown princess toward the old great king who couldn't contain his joy. At this time Emole was truly grinning from ear to ear. The more he looked at his daughter-in-law, the more pleasing she seemed to be to his eyes. Fortunately, his son had the foresight to strike first and gain the upper hand against such a great talisman practitioner, so he had long since decided to take her as his wife. As expected, his son was much better than him. Just his taste in picking a wife couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as his father's. Arbor glanced at the great king, who was grinning like the skin of an orange, with a stoic expression. The little stoic said expressionlessly, "Great king, this is the key to opening the great astrolabe formation. You can open and close it at will by dripping a drop of blood. The talisman energy in this great astrolabe formation is probably only enough to last for 10 years. If it isn't opened every day, it can last for about 20 years. When the time comes, I will naturally come back to replenish talisman energy." When the old great king heard this, he grinned from ear to ear. "It's great that she's coming back to replenish talisman energy. That's great, it couldn't be any better. In that case, his daughter-in-law might have to come back every 3 to 5 years. With how worried his son was about his daughter-in-law, he would definitely come back together with her. Wouldn't he be able to see his son at all times?" The old great king grinned so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. Empress Zhao couldn't resist reaching out to secretly pinch his elbow. Cough. The old great king immediately adjusted his expression and said solemnly, "This humble one thinks that it's better to keep this great astrolabe formation open at all times, so as to avoid being unable to withstand another attack from extraterrestrials. Arbor also nodded when she heard this. She naturally didn't know what the Great King was scheming. She only felt that the Great King might have been frightened by this incident. It was fine to keep it open at all times. At worst, she could just come back every 3 to 5 years to replenish talisman energy. There were naturally benefits to keeping the Great Astrolabe Formation open at all times. Once this Great Astrolabe Formation is activated, the Mo Kingdom capital will be filled with spiritual energy that is 100 times more than the outside world. In addition to gathering defensive, confinement, and annihilation formations, this Great Astrolabe Formation also has mystic guiding and spirit guiding talisman formations. Arbor's voice wasn't loud, but at this time, whether it was the Great King and the others on the city gate tower or the large crowd gathered below the city gate tower, everyone heard her clearly. Thus, many people couldn't resist whispering to each other and asking questions. Especially those cultivators. The instant the Great Astrolabe Formation was activated, they had already sensed an extraordinary mystic energy aura. Now that they heard the little crown princess tell them about the effects, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Of course, there were practically no spiritual masters in the Mo Kingdom capital, so very few people could sense the spiritual energy aura here that was 100 times higher than the outside world. The transfer rune formation in the Astrolabe Formation can only transfer 10,000 people at most. When Xiamu said this, she was also a bit excited on the inside. She had never thought that the teleportation array attached to the Astrolabe Grand Formation would be able to teleport 10,000 people. This teleportation glyph array was reserved for them to use at the most critical moment to escape. Of course, he probably wouldn't need to use it. After all, the confinement and extermination rune arrays attached to the Great Astrolabe Formation could kill all of them, not to mention 4 people like Elder Wu. Even if 400 or even 4,000 people like Elder Wu came here in the future, they would all be killed. The purpose of her setting up this teleportation glyph array was to leave a way out for the Great King and the others. Eh? Don't you feel that the sky seems to have darkened? As he spoke, the Marquis of Jiaojing Su Pingyong, who was always good at smoothing things over, looked up at the gloomy sky in astonishment. Just now, it looked like the sun had just risen from the east. How could it be? In the blink of an eye, it looked like dark clouds had gathered. Everyone rubbed their eyes and discovered that they weren't seeing things. Eh? What's going on? It's really darkened. Upon hearing this, Arbor looked up at the sky, then glanced at her husband. Mo Lian couldn't help twitching his mouth. He kept feeling that this matter was developing in a strange direction. Mo Lian coughed lightly and said softly, "This Great Astrolabe Formation is too heaven-defying. I'm afraid heavenly law was coming." Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked at the pitch-black sky and handed the jade talisman key to the Great King. Everyone looked at the sky and felt their hair stand on end. Mo Lian said helplessly, "Purple Forest Guards, escort the citizens into their houses." He turned to look at the Mo Kingdom's old king and his people, who were all dumbfounded. "Royal father, royal mother, this place should be a little unsafe. Why don't you go and hide under the city gate tower first?" Empress Zhao instantly tensed up. She walked up to grab her son's hand and asked, "What happened?" The sky was so dark and gloomy that it looked like a storm was about to come. "Is there going to be hailstorms?" Mo Lian was a bit amused. She reached out to support her mother and shook her head. "Don't be nervous, mother. This is normal." Previously, when Jojo produced a supreme-grade divine rank pill, Heavenly Law also had a stroke like this. Today's Great Astrolabe Formation was definitely a heaven-defying formation. How could such a top-notch talisman formation appear in a tiny lower star domain? Arbor was still expressionless. He looked up for a moment before saying to Prince Mo, "Don't bother. Have them all come back." At the foot of the city gate tower, a group of fearful commoners were being evacuated by the Purple Forest Guards. When they heard the young Crown Prince Consort's words, they all stopped in their tracks and looked up at this stoic-faced Crown Prince Consort. The little stoic glanced at them expressionlessly. "They're dispersing." What was dispersing? The commoners were naturally at a loss. They didn't know why His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly ordered them to leave. Now, they were even more confused as to why the Crown Princess told them not to evacuate. Mo Lian looked up at the sky again, and her mouth couldn't help but twitch again. Jojo really was right. The dark clouds and rolling thunder that came menacingly just now seemed to have rolled back. Above the sky, the clouds parted and the sun could be seen. Where was the oppressive dark clouds from before? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They all felt that today's weather was a little strange. Dao Wuji couldn't help but laugh wildly. He slapped his thigh and shouted, "I knew it. There's a 99% chance that the heavenly Dao is a relative of this little girl." Last time, when the little girl produced a supreme-grade black pattern divine pill, the heavenly Dao made such a big fuss and wanted to strike the little girl. In the end, it was just for show and slipped away after a few strikes. This time, it was even more laughable. Originally, he wanted to come aggressively and kill the person who created this heaven-defying talisman formation. In the end, when he saw that it was a little girl from afar, he immediately slipped away without even looking at his face. The little stoic, looking at the funny faces of He-Chen and the others, the little fellow blinked and said very seriously, "I really don't know the heavenly Dao." Puff. The peony fairy couldn't help bursting into laughter. The great king looked at the sky in confusion, then looked at his son and daughter-in-law. "Jojo, is everything all right now? Will there still be trouble in the future?" Arbor shook his head. "Since it didn't strike this time, it naturally won't come in the future." Unless it was sick, Arbor pursed his small lips. "Drip a drop of blood to open the astrolabe formation. You can also choose whether or not to have the formation spirit guarded every day." Yes, of course it has to guard it every day," the great king hastily said. This way, he could naturally consume more talisman energy. The old great king's plan was brilliant. This way, he could make his son and wife come back a few more times. Mo Lian saw through her old father's thoughts and glanced at him with a spurious smile, but she didn't say anything. He reached out to hold Jojo's small hand and said softly, "You've also been busy the whole night. Let's go back to the palace and rest for a while." Arbor nodded. After the two left, the excited commoners on the streets still couldn't resist discussing this matter in high spirits. Of course, with the protection of this great astrolabe array, the Mo Kingdom capital was already surrounded by a copper wall. Countless cultivators who heard the news would rush to this mystic domain in the future. After all, the mystic energy here was much denser than some of the naturally formed mystic domains in the outside world. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort, to the extent that the Mo Kingdom capital was almost overcrowded in the future. The old great king could only issue a decree to raise the entry requirements. Only those who met the requirements could enter the city after registering their cultivation. These were all for later. After resting for the whole afternoon, Arbor returned to the Qiao family in the evening. At this time, the Qiao family's courtyard was already undergoing orderly restoration work. Holding her husband's hand, Arbor entered the main hall with the family and sat down to talk for a while. The way they spoke was basically Wei Ziqin, Madame Nei Ren, and Xiaoya chattering away, while the little crown princess listened from the side. Occasionally, she would interject, but after a few sentences, she would look up at her husband and ask him to add on. Mo Lian was secretly amused and couldn't resist saying, "Father, mother, second uncle, second aunt, Jojo means to bring everyone to the divine land this time. We'll let you all settle down in the divine land in the future. In Dragon Flame City. Jojo is now a rich woman and has purchased many properties. When the time comes, you can live wherever you want." When Xiaosun heard that they were going to the divine land to play, he was the first to jump up and raise both hands and feet in agreement. Okay. Father, mother, second uncle, let's go to Shenzhou with sister. You only know how to play every day." Wei Ziqin poked Xiao Sun's little head with her finger. Then he looked at Arbor hesitantly and said, "Jojo, if we follow you to China, will we be a burden to you in the future?" This was the last thing Wei Ziqin wanted to see. Today, because they were too weak, they almost became a burden to Jojo and his son-in-law. Jojo hopped off his stool and walked over to Wei Ziqin. He held her arm and said seriously, "Mother, you will never be a burden to Jojo. If there is a day when Lotus and I are able to conquer the 3 continents, what meaning is there in conquering the 3 continents if you are not by our side?" Wei Ziqin was touched and poked the little fellow's head with a funny finger. "You love to talk big and make your mother happy. Mother, Jojo is speaking the truth." Mo Lian nodded and said, "You should come with us to the divine land." One day, when the two of us conquer the 3 continents, we can celebrate together. Everyone, the crown prince was so confident. It was as if conquering the 3 continents was right in front of them. Prince Mo looked at everyone with a smile. The spirit energy in the divine land is rich. This way, we can settle down earlier and slowly expand our meridians. If we cultivate well, our cultivation will definitely improve a lot. We don't have to worry about our cultivation stagnating. Xiao Zhongbang and the others were somewhat tempted when they heard this, but their gazes all turned to their daughter, niece. Jojo, will it really not affect you? What they were most worried about was that they would become a burden to the little stoic. If that really happened, then it was fine if they didn't go to the China. So what if they had to stay in this small galaxy for the rest of their lives? Xiao was an existence that people could only look up to. From the very beginning, she was destined to soar into the sky. As her family, they must not block her path to growth and soar. Seeing their hesitant gazes, Arbor involuntarily pulled her father's hand and then her mother's. She looked at second uncle and second aunt and said, I want our family to be together and never be separated again. Everyone's gazes shifted, and yearning expressions appeared on their faces. Wei Ziqin looked at her daughter's serious expression and suddenly burst into laughter. She nodded and said, okay. Mother has entered a demonic barrier. Daughter is right. A family is together, so it's good no matter where we go. We'll bear hardships together and enjoy blessings together. We can even eat chaff, eat radishes, and pickles together. Right. Madame Neyren also nodded repeatedly with a smile. She then joked, we've never traveled far in our lives, so we'll just treat this as a vacation. Our dear Qiaosun was the happiest. He really treated this as a vacation that he was about to leave immediately. He was so happy that he couldn't control himself and kept rolling around in Arbor's arms. Okay, sister. Are there any fun places in the China? When I go, will sister take me out to play? Xiao Lin couldn't resist pouring cold water on him. You have to study. You don't have time to stroll around at all. Xiao Sun, the little monk couldn't resist chuckling. Benefactress's brother, when you come to the China in the future, we can also be companions. This little monk has to do morning prayers every day, so I'll wake you up to study then. Xiao Sun, thank you so much. How can you be so considerate? Everyone couldn't resist bursting into laughter and looked at Xiao Sun sympathetically. This little brat originally wanted to travel to Shenzhou, but unexpectedly, he was caught by the little monk and became a study companion. Jolin couldn't help but hold his stomach. Oh my god, Kong, you're usually so eloquent and logical, but you don't forget to study when you're chanting scriptures? Hearing this, the little monk nodded and said seriously, this little monk thinks that studying and traveling thousands of miles are equally important. Even if a person travels thousands of miles, if he is illiterate, in the end, he is still uncultured. Arbor, everyone was speechless. Xiao Sun's face flushed red, and he couldn't help but snort. Was this little monk beating around the bush to say that he was uncultured? If they're uncultured, then so be it. Wasn't he still young? Taking advantage of his young age, he should go out and see more. That was the right thing to do. Big brother. Xiaosun jumped onto Mo Lian. Big brother, when I go to Shenzhou, you have to take me around. As if he had received a hot potato, Mo Lian turned back to look at his wife and hurriedly said, if you do your homework, I'll take you around. Otherwise, if your sister roars like a lioness from Hedong, I won't be able to help you. Xiaosun couldn't help but look at Mo Lian with an expression as if he was looking at a henpecked husband. Big brother, you can't do this. What? This imp actually said that he couldn't do it? Prince Mo resisted the urge to smack him on the head and glared at him while fuming. Our dear Qiaosun clung to the crown prince and tried his best to slander him. As men, we must assert our masculinity in front of our wives in the future. Only then can we let them know that we men also have dignity. Everyone, just keep courting disaster. Jolin guffawed and reached out to pull her younger brother to the side, casually giving him a small knock on the head. Shut up, don't think of dragging brother-in-law down with you. When brother-in-law angers sister, will you come out and block him? Arbor glanced at everyone in the hall, his gaze clearly softening. At this time, a servant came to report, eldest miss, your friends are here. It must be little Sixth Xing and the others. Arbor's eyes brightened, and he hastily said, quickly invite them in. Forget it, I'll go welcome them myself. With that, he pulled Emolian and walked out the door. His friends from Huge Bear Squad came to greet them and surrounded them, laughing and chatting merrily. Arbor invited everyone into the main hall. Xiao Zhongbang and company exchanged some pleasantries with little Sixth Xing and the others before inviting them to take a seat. At this time, the main hall had just been set up. Laughably, there was only a row of chairs, and even the tables hadn't been properly set up yet. Everyone was unconcerned, however, and they chatted in the hall. Thus, Emolian opened his mouth to publicize Sir Xiaoqia's intentions. He asked, Captain Gao, are you all willing to follow us to the Divine Province? Captain Gao and the others were startled. Then, they exchanged glances before finally focusing their gazes on little Sixth Xing. Evidently, everyone basically regarded Sixth Young Master Xing as their backbone now. Captain Gao especially relied heavily on little Sixth Xing and had to listen to his opinion on any decision. Little Sixth Xing muttered to himself before looking at Arbor and Emolian, saying softly, I think. My personal opinion is that I want to pass through the upper 6 prefectures normally with my own strength before going to the Divine Land. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Little Sixth Xing looked at Captain Gao and the others. Everyone can have their own. Captain Gao waved his hand. We, the Giant Bear Squad, advance and retreat together. Since Little Six said so, you must have your reasons. Little Sixth Xing nodded. Presently, Jojo has set up a large array in the Mo Kingdom capital, which is extremely beneficial to our cultivation. Our own realms are close to the spirit realm's critical point. If we can take the normal path to the 6 prefectures, our years of training and hard work will not be in vain. When Arbor heard this, his eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. I respect your opinions. If you want to go to the 6 prefectures and the upper 3 prefectures, I will definitely support you. After thinking about it, she took out a space ring from her inner world and handed it to little Sixth Xing. However, don't reject the resources I'm giving you. Captain Gao and Huagu exchanged glances. The cheerful Huagu laughed heartily and patted little Sixth Xing's shoulder. Since it's Jojo's kind intentions, we won't refuse. Besides, we just happen to need these resources. With these, we can better catch up to our companions, and we won't be left far behind by Jojo. Everyone guffawed and nodded repeatedly. Little Sixth Xing also smiled when he heard this, and he silently accepted the space ring that Qiaomu gave him, firmly engraving this favor in his heart. Captain Gao, we're on the same team. Since I've gone to Shenzhou before you, I'll naturally wait for you in Shenzhou with peace of mind. I believe that with your strength, you'll definitely be able to meet me in Shenzhou in the future. Even if it took 3 to 5 years, or even longer, as long as it was the Giant Bear Squad's choice, she would unconditionally support it. This was the trust and friendship between friends. Pure friendship was just that simple. Sister Gu was so moved that she jumped up and went forward to hug Arbor. She choked with sobs and said, Jojo, we'll miss you. Arbor reached out and patted her back. Looking at the little girl with a slightly dark face, he nodded and said, let's meet again in Shenzhou. Let's meet again in Shenzhou. Let's meet again in Shenzhou. Several pairs of palms overlapped. In that instant, all the members of the Huge Bear Squad felt that their hearts were so close to each other, so close to each other. Wei Ziqin's eyes flashed with tears. She suddenly smiled and said, since we're so happy today, we must stay here and have a meal together. I'll go tell the kitchen. Hey, what kitchen are you talking about? It's been destroyed long ago. Xiao Zhongbang shook his head, amused and annoyed. Xiao Zhongxing laughed heartily. How about this? We're not particular people. Let's go to the back garden, which is still intact, and have a barbecue. Second uncle, good idea. Xiaosun was the first to raise his hands in agreement. Jolan's eyes suddenly lit up. She nodded and said, I want to eat peaches. Wei Ziqin was amused by this pair of children. She poked her younger daughter's forehead with a finger. You're still thinking about those peaches. When you were 3 years old, when our whole family was on the run, you hugged a peach for 2 days. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at this little foodie when they talked about it. Jolan wasn't embarrassed. She giggled and flashed to her sister's side. She hooked one of her arms and said, "Humph, I love peaches." Wei Ziqin and Xiao Zhongbang looked at each other and felt that time had passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, their children had grown up. Therefore, everyone set up a barbecue rack in the back garden. There was wine and meat, and they enjoyed a farewell banquet with laughter. The time spent together was short, and it was time to part. Little Sixth Xing drained the wine cup in his hand in one gulp before turning to give Arbor a deep look. However, they believed that one day, they would be able to meet again in the Divine Prefecture. The next day, Qiaomu entered the palace to see Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. She handed over the black-striped longevity pill that she had personally concocted, as well as a storage talisman that contained many pills and talismans. Grandmother. The little fellow shook her hand and took out a medicine bottle from the storage talisman. I've already pasted the name and dosage on this medicine bottle. You have to follow my doctor's instructions and take it every day. When she came back this time, she discovered that her grandmother was aging very quickly, and her vitality was severely depleted. Especially after this battle, her grandmother had consumed a large amount of vitality. Currently, there were many wrinkles on her face, and she appeared to have aged by no less than 10 years. She couldn't set her mind at ease, so she left behind prescriptions to nurse her grandmother back to health. However, time was limited, so she could only secretly instruct Fenggu. It was naturally inconvenient for her to stay and nurse her grandmother back to health every day. Good child. Grandmother is already so old. Time spares no one. Empress Dowager Meng smiled good-naturedly. Everyone will grow old. Grandmother's realm is stagnant, so naturally, her vitality will gradually decline with the passage of time. That won't happen. Arbor pulled her hand and shook it, saying softly, Grandmother, as long as you listen to me and take your medicine on time, I guarantee that you'll be radiant after a month. Moreover, isn't it too early to say such discouraging words? You still have to see your great-grandson being born. Elderly Lady Qiao was startled, and then her eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. She patted Xiaomu's small hand and nodded repeatedly in delight. Good, good, good. My good grandchild, grandmother definitely won't let you down. Grandmother will definitely take good care of herself and watch as my precious great-grandchild is born. Fenggu smiled and curtsied as she entered. His Highness the Crown Prince is here. Grandmother nodded. When she saw Sun Ziyu's tall and straight figure enter, she kept looking at him with a strange gaze. Prince Mo was baffled. After exchanging some pleasantries with grandmother, he practically pulled his wife and fled. After leaving the bedchamber, Crown Prince pulled Sir Jojo into his arms. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at his wife. Tell me honestly, what bad things did you say about me to grandmother just now? Why did grandmother keep looking at him with such a strange gaze? It was as if she expected better from him. What did he do to make grandmother stare at him as if she was looking at an unfilial grandchild? It really made his hair stand on end. Arbor blinked, her gaze somewhat evasive. She muttered, What could I have said? I didn't say anything. Prince Mo looked at the little fellow and saw that she seemed guilty. He immediately reached out and scratched her. Tell me, what did you say? Arbor's little face was wooden. After holding it in for a while, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She twisted in his arms and said, Nothing. He didn't say anything. I still have to go to the outskirts to set up another array. We have to leave tomorrow. Time is tight, so don't fool around. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did he fool around? This little fellow was used to bullying him, just look at her. Whenever the topic was brought up that she didn't want to talk about, she would immediately twist it around forcefully. She didn't know what awkwardness was. Let's go, let's go. Miss Chow tugged at his sleeve and urged him twice before pulling him out of the palace. Over the past year, the number of zombies on Seekong Planet had clearly decreased by a lot. In addition, there was a continuous stream of cultivators who automatically organized and participated in the zombie clearing missions. Following the sharp decrease in the number of zombies, the lives of the people on Seekong Planet once again became peaceful, and their days gradually became better. The fortifications on Quansikong Star were still being erected. In the next few years, there was probably no need to worry about the corpse puppets taking action again. The two of them left the city and headed for the suburbs. Arbor said softly, I think that Tianyun should have completely withdrawn from Seekong planet. Mo Lian nodded. Yeah, I think so too. As such, the number of corpse puppets would not increase because there was no Tianyun controlling them from behind the scenes. The days on Seekong planet will also become better in the future, and Xiaoyu won't be under so much pressure in the future. Thinking of her increasingly mature and steady 12th brother, a trace of joy also appeared on Mo Lian's face. Yeah. As expected of the younger brother he valued. He was becoming more and more thorough in handling matters now. This time, he also displayed his strength and tenacity when fighting against the group of bandits from the Divine Continent. Although Mo Lian was quite satisfied with her younger brother, she still muttered, we have to let him continue to gain experience. Hearing this, Arbor nodded thoughtfully. Xiaoyu is already so outstanding, but you're still not satisfied with him. It seems that I've been too lenient with Xiaosen. Mo Lian, Xiaosen, I can't help you anymore. Mo Lian didn't expect that he would associate this with Xiaosen, so he could only silently shed tears of sympathy for his younger brother. He casually said, when we go to the Divine Province, Xiaosen will have a chance to stay by our side. At that time, we can properly train him and grind down his temper. Arbor felt that Mo Lian's words made a lot of sense, so he nodded and said, okay. Everything could wait until they returned to the Divine Land. The most important thing now was to fix all the nearby arrays. I've left a few sets of protective array glyphs. When the time comes, I'll ask the Great King to send them to the Southern Shao Kingdom, Southern Bailey, and Northern Wei. Mo Lian naturally agreed with a smile. The special passageways were basically in the capitals of these big countries. As long as these places were protected, it would be even more difficult for people from the 3 states to come again. They had to guard against the wrath of the Heavenly Tao and break Jojo's attack and defense arrays. After suffering a few setbacks, they probably would not dare to cause trouble again. Moreover, when they returned, this matter would not be settled peacefully. They had to continue to punish some people as a warning to others. They had to let them act out and make them scared. Only then would they know how precious life was and that they should cherish the good times. Have the jade stones found in the Panga clan started to be polished into jade pieces? Arbor asked curiously. At this moment, she had used dozens of jade array glyphs, so the blank jade pieces in her hands were basically empty. She switched to using ebony pieces. It's already started. When we return to Dragon Flame City, those jade pieces will probably be handed over to you. We can probably hand over 100,000 pieces first. This should be enough for a while. Those jade stones can continue to be produced and polished. It's not far from 1,000,000 jade pieces. Okay. Xiaomu happily nodded her small head upon hearing this. Without these blank jade slips, she couldn't draw talismans anytime and anywhere. She was really not used to it. Li Yao did not expect that the jade of the Panga clan could be polished into 1,000,000 blank jade pieces. That was not bad at all. Leaving aside the soul-gathering bell and the wealth that Jing Ting had left behind, the jade alone was enough to make the battle against the Panga clan worthwhile. After the two of them finished setting up the array formation in the outskirts, they strolled around the vicinity. After making sure that there was nothing out of the ordinary in the surroundings, they returned to the city. Arbor returned to the Qiao family, intending to bring his family to the palace for a gathering. The Empress Dowager's body was getting better, and the crisis was gone. The Great King was overjoyed and decided to hold a banquet that night. He invited all the officials of the 3rd rank and above to the palace to celebrate. Therefore, after Arbor and the Crown Prince finished setting up the talisman array outside the city, they went back to the city to pick up the Qiao family. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the Qiao family, they saw a group of servants in gray servant uniforms fighting with several servants of the Qiao family outside the door. His father, Qiao Zhongbang, and his mother, Wei Ziqin, were standing in front of the door with ugly expressions. A few familiar-looking men and women were standing in front of them, and they were arguing with them. Arbor immediately frowned and scolded with a displeased expression. He walked out of the carriage step by step. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and coldly stared at the group of people who were making trouble in front of the Qiao family's door. Eldest miss, eldest miss. When the Qiao family servants saw that their powerful eldest miss had returned, they all seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their spirits roused. Arbor carefully looked at the people who were quarreling with his parents. He felt that their faces were somewhat familiar, but for a moment, he could not remember who they were. At this moment, Cousin Pu Rulin quickly walked out and gracefully bowed. "Greetings to your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess." Arbor hurriedly helped her up. "Cousin need not be so courteous." He then turned to look at the quarreling people and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That Zhou Yuan from the Zhou family? Wasn't this Cousin Pu Rulin's ex-husband, that Zhou Yuan who had kicked up a fuss about demoting his wife to a concubine for the sake of riches and honor? Cousin had already divorced this person, so why was he here to kick up a fuss? Pu Rulin nodded and coldly glanced at Zhou Yuan and his people who were kicking up a fuss in front of the Qiao family's entrance. Zhou Yuan's mother, that woman with a head full of pearls and jade and as fat as a pig, was shouting at the top of her lungs, "If not for the disaster your Qiao family caused, how could our family be implicated? Right now, our family's old master has been beaten to death and our family's wealth has been completely stolen. I don't care, you should compensate our Zhou family, you must compensate. Didn't you hook up with the richest family, the Gao family? Do you even care about a trifling sum of money?" Eldest Aunt Qiao Wenxiu angrily glared at Zhou Yuan's mother and sternly shouted, "I advise you not to cause trouble here, or else you won't be able to clean up the mess. All right. You want to use the Crown Princess to pressure people again." Zhou Yuan's mother was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Just as she was about to pounce, a black shadow flashed forward and grabbed the back of her neck by the clothes. The moment the purple forest guards acted, they immediately tidied up the quarreling people in front of the entrance and forced them to lie down. Zhou Yuan jumped in fright. When he turned around and saw the unhappy Crown Prince, he rolled his eyes and hurriedly said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, Crown Princess, it's not that we've come to disturb you on purpose. It's just that our family has been turned into a mess by those experts from the Divine Prefecture. Our days are really difficult to live on." Arbor coldly glanced at them, then his gaze fell on Zhou Yuan's mother. At this moment, the old woman was still cursing incoherently, incessantly seeking death. Arbor lightly raised his hand. Immediately, two violet forest guards stepped forward and dragged Zhou Yuan's mother away. Zhou Yuan's eyes immediately filled with terror. He looked towards the cold-faced little Crown Princess and cried out in alarm, "Crown Princess, what are you doing? My mother didn't commit any major crimes. What are you doing? You can't use your noble statuses to be so overbearing and not give people a way out." Arbor icily glanced at him, then shifted his gaze and saw Huifeng walking over while carrying a struggling woman. Huifeng immediately tossed the woman in front of Arbor and cupped his fists. "Crown Princess, this woman is sneaking around the back door." Arbor glanced at the woman, but he couldn't recall who she was. However, Pu Rulin raised her voice and angrily shouted, "Gao Qiqi, you're also here to make a fuss? Your Gao family was implicated by the Qiao family and your father died, and all of your family's wealth was taken away by experts?" When Gao Qiqi heard this, her gaze instantly sharpened. She jumped up from the ground and struggled to pounce at Pu Rulin. "You be *tch, whose father are you cursing to die?" Before her claws could reach Pu Rulin's face, Huifeng suddenly grabbed her wrist. With a crack, Gao Qiqi immediately squealed like a pig being slaughtered. "Qiqi." Zhou Yuan instantly became even more flustered. He hastily stepped forward and hugged Gao Qiqi's shoulders, shouting at Arbor and the others, how can you be so unreasonable?" Gao Qiqi clutched her broken arm, her eyes overflowing with tears as she unwillingly glared at Pu Rulin. Originally, this woman wasn't even worth half a spirit coin in front of her, but now, because she had latched onto the Qiao family, latched onto the Crown Princess and His Highness the Crown Prince, she actually dared to be so impudent in front of her. Pu Rulin was too lazy to speak with her. She only glanced at her mockingly before walking to her mother, Qiao Wenxiu's side. Zhou Yuan looked at his ex-wife, unable to vent his anger. Ever since they divorced, this ex-wife had become more and more outrageous. Now, she actually dared to treat her mother-in-law and husband with cold eyes. She simply didn't know what she was talking about. Arbor coldly swept a glance over them. "Do you want to confess yourself, or does this Crown Princess use special methods to make you confess?" Zhou Yuan's eyes darted around, then he wailed, "Crown Princess, this lowly one has been wrongly accused. This lowly one really can't continue living at home, so this lowly one thought of borrowing some spirit coins from Rulin to get by. Pu Rulin coldly interrupted him. Do you think everyone is a fool? Didn't you all gather at the front door to make a fuss with uncle and aunt so that slut Gao Chichi could sneak into the Chow family from the back door? Little bastard, hurry up and tell us what you came here for. Xiao Wenqiu was so angry that her face was ashen. Today, mother and daughter were brought here by the Chow family to discuss matters. Her older brother, Xiao Zhongbang, mentioned that after they moved out of Sikong planet, they would be allowed to live in the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. He said that he had already left enough money for them. In addition to the monthly salary that the imperial court would still give them, this amount of spirit coins was enough for them to live on. They didn't even need to dismiss the servants at home, so they just needed to live a good life. Xiao Wenqiu and Pu Rulin were currently greeting Xiao Zhongbang and his family with faces full of gratitude. Unexpectedly, that little bastard from the Garden of Zhou had brought his mother and company over to cause a ruckus. He even insisted that it was the Qiao family's fault for harming his father's life. What a joke, when the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture attacked, you didn't hide at home. You were caught and lost your life. How is it the Qiao family's fault? The Qiao family is also a victim, okay, their house hadn't been fully repaired yet. The Gao family is a rich and powerful family, and there are times when you don't have any spirit coins to spend. Then, she turned to look at Gao Chichi and said with a cold smile, could it be that the family has really declined because of the death of their father? Bah, you bitch. What nonsense are you talking about? Gao Chichi screamed harshly like an evil spirit. She rushed over and wanted to hit Pu Rulin's face. However, as soon as she lifted her arm, it drooped down as if it was crippled. It was sore, painful, and uncomfortable. She couldn't help but cry. Yuan Lang, you have to uphold justice for me. This shrew, she's really hateful. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to explode, he saw Arbor raise his eyes slightly. Without another word, a purple forest guard beside him slapped him across the face. With this slap, Zhou Yuan lost 2 of his teeth. His face instantly burned with pain, and he felt like his tongue was about to be tied up when he spoke. Arbor looked at them with an icy gaze. Dictum talisman. To deal with this kind of petty person who couldn't even reach the profound realm, there was no need for a dictum talisman made from jade talismans. It was the lowest grade paper talisman. A blue talisman was enough to make them confess honestly. Speak clearly, Arbor said coldly. Who ordered you to come here and cause trouble? That lord said that the Qiao clan has a token to leave the city. He wanted us to steal it and give it to him. Arbor's eyes narrowed dangerously. To the side, Mo Lian coldly looked at the man kneeling on the ground, his mouth opening and closing as he spat out the truth. Her lips curved into an indifferent sneer. So, there were still fish that slipped through the net. The young couple looked at each other and saw a hint of coldness in each other's eyes. At this moment, Zhou Yuan also said, that lord killed my father with a single palm strike. We were forced to come to the Qiao clan and help him steal the token. At this moment, Gao Chichi's face was already ashen. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she glared at Zhou Yuan. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have made a fuss about marrying this pretty boy. When it came down to it, he didn't have the slightest ability to take responsibility. No matter what others asked, he would confess. If he had randomly made up a reason, perhaps they could still have escaped today. But now, the crime of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country was bound to fall on their shoulders. Gao Chichi hurriedly walked forward on her knees and cried out, no, it's not like that. Listen to me. Arbor swept his sleeve and heavily slapped Gao Chichi's face. I didn't ask you to speak. The young crown princess looked at her coldly. She turned her head and continued to ask Zhou Yuan, where is that person right now? That lord is in our Zhou clan. He was injured 2 days ago. Right now, the entire city is sealed off. There's also a very powerful talisman seal in the sky. He can't get out, Arbor's lips curled. He stepped forward and heavily kicked Zhou Yuan's leg. With a crisp crack, Zhou Yuan woke up from the pain. He hugged his leg and rolled around on the ground. His face was pale from fright. My son. Zhou Yuan cried out like a mother in mourning. Take us to the Zhou clan. Arbor looked at the pretty boy in front of him indifferently and said coldly, don't try anything funny, or I'll turn your whole family into ashes. Zhou Yuan's body trembled. At this moment, fear had already seized his mind. He didn't expect that he would be caught red-handed just because he thought of a way to steal a pass token. He even confessed everything in a daze. Now that she thought about it, it was as though she was in a dream just now. Her mind was very clear. Although she was anxious and knew that she shouldn't reveal everything, for some reason, she obediently answered all of the Crown Prince Consort's questions word by word. It was as if his mind had been controlled by something strange at that time, forcing him to reveal everything he knew. Zhou Yuan's mother saw that the situation was not looking good. With a "I-O," she rolled her chubby body forward and reached out to hug the Crown Princess's leg, but she was kicked away. "Aya." Zhou Yuan's mother fell to the ground, slapping her thighs as she wailed, "We had no other choice. Our whole family's lives were in that lord's hands at that time. If we didn't agree to help him, he would have dealt with our whole family like how he dealt with my husband." Arbor heard this and couldn't help but sneer. Heh. They sounded really pitiful, but just now, their faces were really ugly to the extreme. When he thought of how Zhou Yuan's family actually harbored such vile intentions, an indescribable anger arose in Arbor's heart. "Take them away." Mo Lian couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. She directly waved her hand and had the purple forest guards lift this group of people up. Huifeng chuckled as he lifted Zhou Yuan and swayed his body. He then reached out to caress Zhou Yuan's dog head. "Young Master Zhou, I advise you to obediently lead the way and not play any tricks. Be careful of your dog life." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but shudder in fright, and he hastily said, I know, no, I won't play any tricks, why yes." He was nearly scared out of his wits, so how could he dare to play any tricks now? Moreover, the purpose of his family's visit had already been completely exposed. Even if he stiffened his neck and refused to admit it, it would be of no avail. Others had already seen through them long ago. The group majestically arrived at the entrance of the Zhou residence, naturally attracting the attention of many people along the way. Those who were curious followed along, causing the group to grow larger and larger. Mo Lian and the others had just arrived at the entrance of the Zhou residence when they heard a loud noise coming from inside. The two vermilion doors suddenly fell down. Everyone focused their eyes and immediately saw a man with round, tiger-like eyes quickly walking out with a woman by the neck. His fierce-looking face was filled with malevolence. "Don't come over," the man sternly said. He tightened his grip around the delicate woman's neck. "If you come over, I'll kill her." "Sister!" Zhou Yuan cried out in alarm. Zhou Yuan's mother's eyes were also about to pop out as she repeatedly yelled, "Damned bastard, hurry and save my daughter. Daughter! Daughter, don't be afraid, mother is coming." "Ah! Sir, let go of my daughter, let go of her." She was about to pounce forward as she spoke, but the man tightened his grip around the woman's neck. "If you come any closer, I'll strangle her to death." When Zhou Yuan's mother saw that the whites of her daughter's eyes were about to pop out, she didn't dare to go forward and repeatedly waved her hands to beg for mercy. Sir, please spare my daughter." "Sir, I won't come over. Please have mercy on me, please have mercy on me." Pu Rulin could not help but frown when she saw this. His sister-in-law had actually fallen into the hands of that thief. Her sister-in-law usually had a gentle personality and did everything in a gentle and weak manner. Although she did not have much of an opinion of her own, she had always been led by the nose by Zhou Yuan's mother. However, she was very kind-hearted. It was rare that she was the only good bamboo shoot in the Zhou family's nest of bad bamboo shoots. Previously, when she and her mother, Qiao Wenxiu, were imprisoned in the woodshed in the garden of Zhou, it was also thanks to this sister-in-law that they did not starve to death. Now that she saw her sister-in-law fall into the enemy's hands, her heart couldn't help but pound, and she hurriedly turned to look at her stoic-faced younger cousin. Arbor frowned and said coldly, "You can't run away. Let go of your hostage and kneel down." At this moment, the people walking up and down the street had also noticed the black-clothed man holding the weak woman by the neck at the gate of the garden of Zhou. Looking at his attire, everyone couldn't help but jump in fright. Although they were somewhat afraid, as they fled far away, they could not help but secretly hide in a corner and size up the black-clothed man. In any case, with His Highness the Crown Prince here, nothing major would happen. They could just hide far away and watch. This was what the Crown Prince's diehard fans thought in their hearts. Arbor coldly gazed at that black-cloaked man, his voice icy as he said, "Still not surrendering?" That man instantly became anxious and hastily clutched the woman's throat, shouting harshly, "I want you to immediately let me out of the city, let me out of the city." What kind of joke was this? He barely managed to keep his life, so of course he had to return alive. He didn't believe that His Highness the Crown Prince, the Crown Princess, would disregard the lives of her subjects and disregard the lives of others. As long as he gambled correctly, he could survive this time, the black-clothed man hastily said and clutched that delicate woman's neck, retreating several steps. "You won't let me go? Then I'll kill her immediately." "Go ahead and kill her." Arbor sneered, his eyes as chilling as ice pearls, causing people to involuntarily be alarmed. "It's her honor to be able to sacrifice herself for our Mo kingdom. The royal family of the Mo kingdom will erect a monument for her and inscribe inscriptions to extol her noble character." Everyone, why was the little crown princess's expression so frosty and terrifying when she said these words? She spoke as if it was true. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten, and they sneaked several glances at the crown princess. However, they couldn't discern any abnormality from the crown princess's face. "You!" The black-cloaked man's face flushed red, and he couldn't resist shouting furiously. He repeatedly threatened, "Hurry and let me go. I'm not joking with you. I can promise you that as long as you let me go, I definitely won't harm this woman in the slightest." Arbor coldly stared at the man in front of him, watching as his mouth opened and closed non-stop. "As long as you're willing to let me go, I can guarantee that I won't set foot on Seacombe Planet for the rest of my life." "I said you can't run." Before the man could finish swearing, Arbor's aloof voice interrupted him. The little stoic coldly gazed at the man in front of her. "Do you not understand human speech? Or are you saying you want to die in a different way? If you let her go now, I can still let you die peacefully and smoothly. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to die. At that time, you might beg me, and you won't be able to die even if you want to." Arbor's cold gaze fell on the man. His voice was calm and indifferent as usual. "Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." The black-cloaked man's eyes shrank in horror as he hurriedly defended himself. "No, I don't want to die, Crown Princess. I didn't come to Seacombe Planet to cause trouble on purpose. I was also instructed by someone." I. The black-robed man stuttered as he tried to explain, but he didn't know what he was talking about. The words that came out of his mouth were so pale and powerless. Even his explanation seemed to be completely to shift the blame. There was no substantial persuasiveness at all. The Crown Princess, said you can't leave today, so you can't leave." Arbor interrupted him coldly and frowned impatiently. "If you still persist in going about things the wrong way, then don't blame me, the Crown Princess, for being merciless." The black-cloaked man's eyes instantly widened as he looked at her in horror. "No, why you're lying to me." Suddenly, a white figure swiftly scuttled over and bit the webbing between his thumb and index finger at lightning speed. He instantly felt his hand go numb, and his entire arm drooped down. The longsword fell to the ground with a clang. His eyes were filled with terror. Huifeng swiftly pulled the delicate woman from the burly man's side and directly pushed her back. The woman also seemed to have been scared silly and fell on her but, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Seeing this, Pu Rulan felt that her sister-in-law was very pitiful and quickly went up to support her arm. She repeatedly called out, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" "Eldest sister-in-law." The delicate woman finally regained her wits. When she thought of the danger just now, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. "Don't touch her." Zhou Yuan's mother rushed over and swatted Pu Rulan's arm away, glaring hatefully at her. "I don't need your fake kindness. If it weren't for a woman like you being so vicious, how could my daughter have experienced such a dangerous situation just now? You're the one who should be captured." Zhou Yuan's mother indignantly scolded, "You're also the one who should die." Xia Wenqiu had always been a timid person, but at this time, she couldn't help but be angered by Zhou Yuan's mother until her blood boiled. Seeing the old woman humiliating her daughter like this, Xia Wenqiu rushed up. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she slapped the old woman's face. Zhou Yuan's mother angrily widened her eyes, as if she wanted to eat someone. Before she could make a fuss, she was kicked flat on her face by a purple forest guard and dragged to the side. "Haven't you shouted enough?" the purple forest guard impatiently scolded. "Behave yourself. The crown princess hasn't said how she's going to deal with you. Just wait." Zhou Yuan's mother instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. When she recalled the scene of her family making a fuss in front of the Qiao clan, she couldn't help but secretly regret it. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have made a fuss. Great, now she had angered the crown princess and gotten herself into trouble for no reason. The black-clothed man's face was ashen, and he repeatedly retreated a few steps with an ashen expression. He anxiously said, "Crown princess, you can't kill me. I'm from the Shi clan of the 6 great patrician families. Our Shi clan's smelting skills are unparalleled in the world." It's. The man took a step back, and his gaze followed the sword pointed at his throat. He only saw the little girl's pair of cold and lonely eyes looking at him emotionlessly. "The Shi family," she said coldly. "When I return to the divine prefecture, the Shi family will have to pay the price." "What 6 great aristocratic families or 8 great aristocratic families? Do you think you can get away unscathed after touching my family?" "What a joke," the man panicked and waved his hands as he shouted, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me." Arbor smirked and sneered, "I know you want to die in a different way." "Chirp chirp." The little girl calmly called out. "Chirp." The little white squirrel excitedly grew in size with a bang. Like a small mountain, it suddenly pressed down on the man's body. Ah! Caught off guard, the brawny man was scared out of his wits before he died. How could he have expected that the cute little white squirrel hanging in front of him would actually, then, he sat down on her body, just like that, it completely pressed him down. He was a dignified 10th level spiritual master, but under the little white squirrel's thick butt, he only had half an arm exposed to struggle for a bit before he completely died. F***ck, this really was an undignified way to die. Everyone couldn't help but secretly curse in their hearts. They carefully stole glances at the expressionless little crown princess. Alright, the young crown princess seemed to have already reminded this lord before. She had even asked him again and again if he wanted a different way of dying, but he did not listen. Everyone could not help but sigh and shake their heads. Soon after, they heard the crown princess coldly say, "Banish the Zhou family to the bitterly cold lands of the northwest. In this lifetime, they are not allowed to return to the Mo kingdom capital." Zhou Yuan plopped down on the ground, staring blankly at the stoic-faced crown prince consort whose face was filled with indifference. He muttered, "No, you can't treat us like this. You can't do this." Arbor swept a glance over him. "Oh? You don't want to be banished? That is to say, you want to die a bit more quickly? Colluding with the enemy, betraying the country, leading the wolf into the house, harboring the enemy." Arbor's cold and desolate voice clearly fell into the ears of Zhou Yuan's family. "Don't want to be banished? Do you want to die?" Zhou Yuan's mother turned pale with fright and widened her eyes. She hastily crawled forward and covered her son's mouth with one hand. At this moment, she finally regained her wits. Just how stupid of a thing had she done before? Watching the young crown princess turn around and leave, the old woman opened her mouth but was unable to make a sound for a long time. She did not dare to make a fuss again. The young crown princess was clearly a little fellow who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If she dared to make a fuss in front of her again, her end would only be more miserable and tragic. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan's family was like a defeated rooster, their heads drooping as they were escorted away. Pu Rulan sighed in relief and secretly clasped her hands with her mother, Qiao Wenxiu. In the future, when this family left the capital, their days should be much smoother. At least they would not have to constantly face this disgusting family. However, Pu Rulan sighed and glanced back at her sister-in-law. She pitied her delicate and weak sister-in-law. Life in the bitterly cold lands of the northwest would probably not be easy. Qiao Wenxiu shook her head and also sighed. This Miss Gao is truly unlucky. She was the daughter of a wealthy family, but in the future, she would have to follow Zhou Yuan and his family to the bitter cold of the northwest and be sent to work. However, Qiao Wenxiu only sighed a little and then put away the trace of sympathy that occasionally appeared. To put it bluntly, these people had only themselves to blame. In the future, the mother and daughter should just live their own lives and not think too much about other things. That night, the palace banquet held by the old great king was very lively. All the officials and their families were gathered together, and it could be considered a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Nothing strange happened all the way until they left in the middle of the night. This made all the officials who were on tenterhooks sincerely shed tears of sympathy for themselves. They were truly frightened by this banquet. He still remembered that every time the great king held a banquet, there would always be all kinds of situations. Today's palace banquet was truly smooth and beautiful. During this time, a small incident occurred. The 10th Princess Molly proposed a toast to the Crown Princess and accidentally spilled wine on the Crown Princess. Apart from this, the entire banquet passed without any disturbances. It was so peaceful that these officials did not dare to believe their eyes. After the banquet, Arbor and the Crown Prince led the Xiao family back to the Eastern Palace. Along the way, he saw Emolienne frown. Arbor could not help but glance at her curiously. "Why are you always frowning? Today, Molly proposed a toast to you and intentionally spilled wine on you. Why did you stop me when I wanted to berate her?" Prince Mo asked in displeasure. "It's nothing more than a girl's little tricks," Arbor said dryly, her eyes rippling. "There's no need to get angry at her for these kinds of little tricks. She put on an act and said she wanted to lure you to change clothes. Wasn't it all premeditated? Why do these women always like to play these tricks?" Prince Mo couldn't help but get angry. The two of them were currently in the same carriage, so only Huifeng and a few other personal guards were accompanying them, so they could hear what they were saying. The Chia family was in the carriage behind them. Father and second uncle were already dead drunk and were currently snoring in the carriage. Arbor couldn't help but chuckle, and she reached out to pinch his angry handsome face. "Alright, it's all child's tricks. No need to pay attention to them." At her current level, a few inexplicable plots and machinations actually didn't count for much. In the face of absolute strength, she could just crush those small conflicts that couldn't be seen in public. There was no need to get angry. "I think she's living too comfortably," Emolienne said angrily. In any case, he wouldn't allow anyone to have crooked thoughts about him, Jojo. He couldn't even bear to let her suffer the slightest bit of grievance, so why should she be bullied by others? Arbor couldn't help but chuckle. She then grabbed his hand and blinked. "I heard that when the enemy came from the Divine Prefecture, the 10th Princess was humiliated before you rushed to the royal palace. After the incident, she seemed to have sought death the night she returned to the palace. If she really didn't want to live, she could have died that night," Emolienne said apathetically. To put it bluntly, everything was merely an act in order to gain the old great king's attention and pity in hopes of obtaining more benefits. He understood this father of his too well. Although he was a repulsive person who lost his mind due to lust, he had always been benevolent toward his children. Arbor glanced at the crown prince's disdainful gaze and couldn't help burrowing into his embrace with a chuckle. She moved her little head and comforted, "All right. We're all going back tomorrow. Why do you have to be angry with your insensible sister? Anyway, we won't have many chances to meet in the future. When I come back in a few years, she might have already been married off. Naturally, we won't have to meet again. I must teach her a lesson," Prince Mo said coldly. Arbor raised his head and looked at him. His big eyes curved as he casually advised, "I think she must be angry that this happened because of me. In fact, it was indeed our Xiao family that caused her to be humiliated. It's just a trivial matter. We're leaving tomorrow, so don't bother with her anymore." Prince Mo reached out and hugged her, his chin rubbing against her little head. "You have a good temper. I have to tell mother to marry off this troublesome girl as soon as possible, so that you won't be wronged when we come back in the future." Arbor looked at him speechlessly. He reached out to hold his face and said softly, "A girl's marriage is extremely important. Don't get involved. Just ignore her in the future. She's your sister after all, so you don't have to be too harsh on her." Emolienne's eyes brightened. He reached out to hug his little wife and said with a smile, "All right then, I'll listen to my wife." When his wife said that a girl's marriage was extremely important, she looked at him with bright eyes, as if there were stars shining in them. It almost melted his heart. After returning to the Eastern Palace that night, Arbor asked Mo Lien to set up a defensive barrier and sent his family members directly into Paradise Planet. After helping her father and second uncle sober up, Xiao Mu led her joyous family members on a tour around Paradise Planet. Then, he took some time to chat with senior sister Su Shanshan before instructing her to take her medicine and go to bed quickly. Early the next morning, Arbor and Mo Lien bade farewell to the Empress Dowager, the Great King, Empress Zhao, and the others, and left Seakong Planet. This trip to and fro between Seakong Planet and the Divine Continent, riding the crimson firmament blue waves, was simply a walk in the park. It didn't take long for them to return to Xianxia City. Now that their family members had been brought back to them, Arbor and Mo Lien were naturally much more relaxed. After arriving at Xianxia City, Arbor simply let the Qiao family members out of Paradise Planet and took them to eat and drink along the way, admiring the scenery around Xianxia City as they leisurely headed in the direction of Dragon Flame City. No one was happier than little Qiao Senator along the way. He felt so blissful that he was practically bubbling. If it weren't for the fact that it was early every morning, the little monk would definitely nag him to wake up and accompany him to recite sutras. No, read books. He felt that his days would be even happier. The green hills were far away, and the clouds were floating lightly. It was already May, and the weather was gradually getting hotter. At noon, the scorching sun would be in the sky, and the sunlight spared no effort to shine on the earth, causing wisps of steam to rise. The Qiao family party followed the Crown Prince and Xiao Mu on a scenic tour, stopping here and there. After nearly half a month's time, they finally arrived 1.5 kilometers away from the outskirts of Dragon Flame City. Xiaosan excitedly peeked his little face out of the carriage curtains and looked around curiously. He pointed at the tall gate in front of them and exclaimed, "I see the words Dragon Flame City." This child. Wei Ziqin helplessly glanced at her son and hurriedly reached out to pull Xiaosan's little body back. "Sit properly. Don't just sit there all day without a proper posture." "Mom, you're always talking about me." Xiaosan pouted and muttered. Jolin chuckled. "You're like a frisky monkey. If your mother doesn't scold you, who else would she scold?" She called out to her younger brother. She turned her head and saw the little monk holding a vegetable bun and gnawing on it. The bun was very big, and only a pair of black eyes could be seen from behind the bun. He looked a little funny. Jolin couldn't help but reach out and rub his little bald head. He laughed and said, "Little monk, why are you so interesting? Don't take any interest in this little monk." The little monk hurriedly slapped Jolin's hand away and touched his bald head. He said righteously, "This little monk is a person who is devoted to Buddhism. Once I enter the temple, I will be a monk for life." His hand that was holding the vegetable buns was still stained with a lot of grease. When he touched his head, all the grease was smeared on his little head. He immediately jumped up and jumped off the carriage with a cry, giving everyone a fright. Fortunately, the carriage was already in a stopped state, so nothing happened. The little monk shouted, "Benefactress, benefactress." All the way, he hurriedly ran toward the carriage in front of him. Arbor had just gotten off the carriage with Mo Lien when she heard the demonic voice shouting all the way over. Arbor couldn't help but hold her forehead. Immediately, the figure of the little monk appeared in her line of sight. "Benefactress." The little monk immediately rushed to Arbor and hugged her thigh. The little fellow called out, female benefactor, this little monk's head is oily, it's uncomfortable." Arbor was speechless. Mo Lien snickered and pulled that little monk down from Xiaoxia's lap. He swayed the little monk in his hand as he asked with a spurious smile, "Benefactress's husband will help you wipe your head?" "No." The little monk immediately rejected her without giving her any face. "I want female benefactor." As they spoke, the city gates suddenly opened and a troop of cavalry rushed out. The leader was a young general dressed in battle armor. His expression was solemn and stern. Hundreds of cavalry quickly arrived beside the group. The leading general hurriedly pulled on the reins and jumped off his horse. He strode forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "This general, Zhong Liping, greets Crown Prince and Crown Princess." Prince Mo looked deeply at the young general in front of him and nodded. "Where did little General Zhongli go?" "In reply to your highness." Zhong Liping said very respectfully, "This general is following His Majesty's orders to go to the 10-mile slope to receive a divine pill refiner." Upon hearing this, Qiaomu sized him up. Zhong Liping, great General Zhong Li's son. Previously, at grandfather's banquet, this great General Zhong Li was clearly forced by the crown prince to go to His Majesty and hand over his resignation letter. Why was his son still working for His Majesty in the imperial court? Zhong Li's residence had secretly accumulated many powerful divine realm cultivators deep in the mountains and forests. How could His Majesty tolerate such a person with ulterior motives? Impossible. Then what was the reason that Zhong Liping was still in the imperial court? Could it be that it had something to do with this divine pill refiner that he was about to receive? Mo Lian gazed deeply at Zhong Liping, inwardly admiring this Zhong Liping's current tranquil appearance. Logically speaking, Prince Mo had forced Zhong Li's family into such a state. When Zhong Liping saw him this time, he should have the look of someone who had met an enemy with eyes filled with hatred. However, this brat did not show any emotion. He was actually able to keep his composure. "Oh? I wonder which divine-grade alchemist it is?" Mo Lian asked. Zhong Liping cupped his hands again and said respectfully, "Reporting to Your Highness, this is this general's distant cousin, Xianxia, cousin Shan." Mo Lian frowned slightly. "Oh?" However, he didn't know that the extremely famous young divine-grade alchemist actually had such a relationship with the Zhongli clan. "Distant cousin?" Mo Lian nodded. "Go ahead." "Yes, Your Highness." Zhong Liping's performance was pretty good. From the beginning to the end, he didn't show any disrespect to the crown princess. Hearing that His Highness was letting them go, he respectfully bowed to the couple. Then, he waved his hand and led the 100-man team forward. This person, Zhong Liping, does have some of his father's awe-inspiring presence. Mo Lian commented dryly. It was just that the wives he married were all so stupid. They were all troublemakers who couldn't help. Arbor tilted his little head and took out a clean handkerchief. He carefully wiped the oil stains on little Baldy's head and asked, "Who is Xianxia?" Mo Lian smiled. Xianxia is a rather famous divine-grade alchemist in the 3 continents. She is only 28 years old now. 3 years ago, she entered the divine-grade alchemist sect. Sir Jojo made an O sound and didn't say anything else. Mo Lian lowered his head to look at his little emperor and pulled her into his embrace. His action was so sudden that he brought the little monk, who was in Lady Qiao Qiao's hands, into his bosom. Jojo is much more formidable than her. Crown Prince Lian felt that he needed to let his wife know that in his heart, no formidable pill refiner could compare to his little emperor. Arbor cast a glance at him and didn't bother to speak. Squeezed between the two of them, the little Baldy grumbled unhappily, Benefactress's husband, can you two not squeeze this little monk? This little monk still has oil on his head. Aren't we wiping it for you?" Arbor grumpily cupped his little round head and wiped it a few more times. "Okay, it's out of oil." The little monk raised his hand to rub his head before nodding in satisfaction. "Benefactress, this little monk needs to wash his hair properly tonight." Arbor, Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you washing your hair for? With your bald head and photon brain, you just need to wipe it with a rag every day." Sir Jojo pursed his lips in amusement. He reached out to pick up the little monk, whose face was puffed up like a bun, and quickly walked to the side of the carriage before jumping onto it. The group successfully passed through Dragon Flame City's checkpoint. Arbor took her parents and family to a garden-style residence on Changle North Street. This residence was one of the 5 properties she had won from Mu Rochuan during her grandfather's birthday banquet. It was a space ring she had won from her. The space ring just happened to store some talisman puppets and elixir pills, which she handed to little Sixth Xing and the huge bear squad. This residence was just right for her parents and family to live in. It was also close to her Kaidai Pavilion and precious painting workshop. Changle Main Street was also a bustling area where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Even this medium-sized garden-style residence located here was also worth a lot. The Chow family's arrival was sudden. Fortunately, they had hired someone to clean this residence for a long time, so the environment was relatively clean. This residence was still smaller than the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate that they used to live in, but it was enough for a family to live in. The courtyard was also exquisitely renovated. There were pavilions, terraces, pavilions, and playhouses. The environment looked very comfortable and elegant. The family moved into the new residence and naturally took some time to tidy up. Wei Ziqing saw that the sky was gradually darkening and urged her daughter to quickly return to the palace with the crown prince to rest. Anyway, it wouldn't be good to tidy it up in a day or two. They planned to stay here first and tidy it up slowly later. When he was free, he would go to the broker house and buy 2 servants, and everything would be on the right track. Not long after the young couple returned to the Eastern Palace, a young eunuch hurriedly came to deliver a message, saying that His Majesty urgently summoned the Crown Prince for an audience. Mo Lian reluctantly let go of his wife and went to report to his father's extreme time hall. Arbor, on the other hand, took a combat bath. He was so tired that he lay on the bed and rolled around. The past few days had been really thrilling. Fortunately, this half a month of sightseeing had soothed his anxious heart quite a bit. Arbor lay on the bed, thinking that he might be able to receive the 100,000 blank jade slips tomorrow. He also had to go to Fish Orchid Planet to draw talismans. Recently, his realm had stabilized quite a bit. It was time to advance to the next level. As he thought about it, he fell asleep in a daze. In the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up with a start. He reached out to touch the empty and cold bedding beside him. He rolled over and sat up, his little face immediately puffing up. Jojo's lotus was gone. Sir Jojo jumped down and put on a coat. Kaixio, who heard the noise at the door, carefully pushed open the door and walked in. Arbor was stunned and casually asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Kaixio heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked up and said in a low voice, "Crown Princess, why did you suddenly wake up?" "Lian is gone." Sir Jojo muttered unhappily. Kaixio couldn't help but pursed her lips and chuckled. Crown Prince was called to the study by His Majesty. "Crown Princess, have you forgotten?" What time was it already? There were so many things to discuss. Arbor's pair of round almond eyes couldn't help but slightly narrowed. "You're saying that after His Majesty called Crown Prince over, he didn't let him come back?" Kaixio coughed lightly. His Highness sent someone to pass the message back. "But he saw that Crown Princess was asleep yesterday, so he didn't disturb you." Crown Prince was entrusted by His Majesty to go to the 10-mile slope to help little General Zhongli pick up a divine-grade Pale Master. Arbor couldn't help but be startled, following which a trace of anger surged in her eyes. Pick up someone in the middle of the night? Didn't that Zhongli Ping already left the city in the evening to pick up that Pale Master called Shani Su? Could it be that he waited until the middle of the night and still hadn't come back? What was it? This person was brought to the Sea of Forgetfulness, right? Was there such a long journey? Seeing that the little Crown Princess was angry, Kaixio hurriedly said in a gentle voice, "Seems like something happened at the 10-mile slope. That Pale Master and little General Zhongli were blocked by a group of bandits at the 10-mile slope and couldn't come out." "Bandits?" Arbor seemed to have heard a big joke and couldn't help but raise her voice slightly. "These bandits are really quite interesting. They came all the way from Qingyu border city and didn't even bump into a single bandit. They also passed through the 10-mile slope and didn't bump into anything. Once this Pale Master passed through, he was immediately surrounded by bandits. It turned out that bandits also treated people well." At this time, Kaixio had already helped Arbor put on his clothes and tidied them up properly. Seeing the little Crown Princess about to go out with her long hair, she hurriedly pulled her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "This servant will help you tidy up your hair a little." "Crown Princess, are you going to the 10-mile slope now?" "From what I can see, it's almost dawn. I'm afraid that the Crown Prince and General Zhongli will be back soon. Why don't we wait a little longer?" Jojo's expression was a little uncertain. Just as she pushed open the door, she saw Tong, who was guarding the door, turn around and bow to her. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The red sun in the east had not completely jumped out of the horizon. Only a small part of its head was exposed, reflecting a touch of sunset on the horizon. Sir Jojo's expression was unperturbed. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked crisply, "Where's Lotus? He's not back yet?" This guy is really looking down on the little emperor more and more. He actually dared to stay out all night without saying a word. Tong laughed embarrassedly and hurriedly said, "His Highness the Crown Prince has just sent a message back. He will definitely be back in the palace in an hour." Jojo puffed up his little face and heavily snorted. He turned around and pattered towards the direction of the main hall. Kai Shou glanced at Tong and gave him a look that said, "Let His Highness fend for himself." She hurriedly followed the little crown princess' footsteps. Until Arbor finished a tasteless breakfast, she found that the guy who said he would be back in an hour was still nowhere to be seen. She was furious. She packed her small bag, carried a pile of things, and called for someone to send her back to the Chiao residence on Changle North Street. When Sir Jojo arrived, the whole family had just woken up and were having breakfast in the dining room. When they heard that Jojo was back, they hurriedly ran out to welcome her. They saw the little girl standing in the middle of the courtyard under the bright morning sun. Her little face was tense as she ordered the accompanying servants to move boxes of things inside. Wei Ziqin was delighted when she saw her. She went forward and hugged her daughter. "My good daughter, why are you here so early in the morning? Didn't I tell you to rest well?" "Mother, I'm moving back to stay for a few days." Sir Jojo's words made everyone look at each other in dismay. Miss Chiao asked the servants to carry the boxes to her courtyard. When they came back yesterday, they had already divided the courtyards. Her pear blossom courtyard was next to her parents' courtyard. It was slightly smaller, but it was the most exquisite courtyard in the entire residence. Wei Ziqin blinked and turned to look at her husband. They both faintly felt that the little girl seemed to be angry. What happened? Why didn't they see little Mo? Qiao Zhongbang winked at his wife, meaning that she should hurry over and ask her daughter what happened. Wei Ziqin glanced at him and then went forward to hold Arbor's little hand. She asked with a smile, "Jojo, you can stay as long as you want as long as you want. You can stay as long as you want, but, where is Xiao Mo? Why didn't he come back with you?" "He didn't come back last night." Arbor was furious. "He went to pick up a woman and didn't come back to sleep the whole night. He said he would be back in an hour, but Jojo waited until breakfast was cold. I didn't see him." "What?" Everyone in the Chiao residence, including second uncle and little Huzi, couldn't help but shout. This little Mo was too unreliable. How could he leave Jojo at home just to pick up another woman? What a bastard. Qiao Zhongbang and Qiao Zhongxing were furious. "Where is he?" "Second uncle, let's find him and beat him up." As second uncle Qiao said the word theory, his eyes clearly revealed that he wanted to beat classmate Xiama up. Sir Jojo pursed his lips and snorted. "Who knows where he is now?" After saying that, she angrily ordered people to move the things into her pear blossom courtyard. She angrily waited for a while. When it was almost noon, she only received a message from Lai Tong, who was trembling with fear. His Highness said that he would be back later and asked the crown princess to have lunch first. Xiaomu promptly shut the person outside with a bang before entering Paradise Planet in a flash. Poor Prince Mo rushed to the Qiao family in the afternoon. As soon as he returned to the Eastern Palace, he found out that the young crown princess had been angered and returned to her maiden home. He secretly complained incessantly and hurriedly rushed to the Qiao family without stopping. In the end, he was almost given the cold shoulder. Fortunately, his mother-in-law truly pitied this poor thing and turned a blind eye. She had Kai Shou open the back door and secretly let him in. Mo Lian went to the pear blossom courtyard and found that Jojo wasn't there at all. She immediately knew that this little guy must have been angered back to Paradise Planet and might have gone into closed-door cultivation. This fellow complained incessantly and cursed his unreliable father and 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. If his father hadn't insisted on discussing the Greyfield village matter with him, how could he have delayed coming back to see his wife until so late? See, his precious little wife was unhappy. This fellow's heart was actually in a mess. He didn't know what exactly his wife was angry about, however, he had a strong desire to live. As long as his wife was angry, it was all his fault. Since he wanted to enter Paradise Planet, he had to admit his mistake to his wife. In the end, he summoned Little Tree, but there was no response. She started to panic a little. Oh no, his wife was really angry this time. She must have told Little Tree not to bring him into Paradise Planet. Mo Lian couldn't come up with a solution no matter how he thought about it, so he could only ruthlessly threaten the sapling. After coaxing and pestering for a long time, he finally entered. Just as he entered Paradise Planet, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's figure flashed and he came to his side with a smile. He looked like he was watching a good show. "What's wrong? Did you make the little girl angry?" Where's my Jojo? Huh. The venerable peach blossom immortal rolled his eyes. Let me tell you. Jojo is really angry this time. You didn't come home last night. The situation is very serious. The venerable peach blossom immortal chuckled as he followed behind him. Jojo doesn't want to see you anymore. Mo Lian turned to look at him. Jojo went into seclusion to cultivate. The venerable peach blossom immortal raised his head smugly. You want to see her? That depends on whether our Jojo is happy to see you. Mo Lian really wanted to slap this guy, but she controlled herself. She turned and dashed in the direction of the bamboo house. Jojo. The venerable peach blossom immortal blocked him with his small fan. Hey, I already said that Jojo went to cultivate. Don't tell me you want to disturb her? Alright. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll show you the way. What about you? Wait here obediently for our Xiao. After you see Jojo, you must behave properly. Mo Lian glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. After the venerable peach blossom immortal finished his long-winded speech, he turned around and realized that Mo Lian had already disappeared without a trace. If you don't listen to what I have to say, you deserve to be rejected by Jojo. Arbor was sitting on a small bed in the bamboo house, cultivating by himself with the door closed. When she opened her eyes, a glimmer of light entered her eyes. Subconsciously, he used his divine sense to check his meridians and found that his 9-branch meridians were now filled with spiritual power like streams. She raised her hand and quickly shot out a stream of spiritual energy. That stream of water spiritual energy revealed a dense chill. It directly turned into an icicle in front of her, hanging upside down in front of her eyes. When Mo Lian pushed the door open, she saw the little fellow standing under the sharp icicle hanging from the ceiling, looking up at the icicle. The bright white light contrasted with the cold glint in the depths of her eyes, giving Crown Prince Mo a bad premonition at once. He hurried to his wife's side in a flash. Just as he was about to reach out to hug her, she dodged him. Mo Lian was a little anxious at once. He hurried to her side again, reached out, and hurriedly carried the little fellow who was bristling with anger. He cried out repeatedly, "Wife, hubby admits his mistake. Wife, I was wrong. Hubby shouldn't have stayed out all night and shouldn't have let you stay in the cold bed. Punish me to kiss you as many times as you like." Arbor glanced at him, looking at him expressionlessly. Get lost. Mo Lian, Jojo, it's because something happened at the last minute and Imperial Father kept me here to talk about it for a long time. Ask me, I'll confess to anything you ask. The man tilted his head and rubbed it against the top of her head. Jojo, I won't hide anything from you. Ask me anything you want to know. Last night, because of that Sue something, you stayed out all night and didn't come back at all. This was unbearable. Xiao Mu's small face was taut as she roared at him in anger out of humiliation. Mo Lian blinked his eyes and immediately understood. His wifey was probably angry because of this unlined garment. Because he didn't come back at night, his little wife mistakenly thought that he had delayed coming back to sleep because of the Sue thing. He hurriedly shook his head and raised a hand above his head as he swore, I swear, Jojo, I didn't stay out all night because of her. Then Kai Xiao said that you went to pick her up? Yes. Mo Lian didn't dare to hide anything at this time and hurriedly soothed his little wife's anger. He nodded and said, it's true that I helped pick her up, but after I came back, I stayed in the palace and was kept in the study by Imperial Father. Kai Xiao. Prince Mo turned around and roared as usual. Kai Xiao, this girl, how did she pass on the message? Look at how angry his wife was, then he realized. This wasn't the Eastern Palace at all. This was Paradise Planet. Where did Kai Xiao come from? Don't you dare yell at Kai Xiao. The little fellow slapped his hand away in annoyance, her almond eyes bulging. What's the matter? Your father still wants to keep you for the night, what's there to discuss? Mo Lian didn't dare to laugh, but the little wife in front of him was fuming and trying hard to maintain her stoic expression. She was really a little adorable. This husband swears. I really stayed in the palace. Mo Lian hurriedly explained, stubborn Chao, Wu Xiaoyin, Imperial Censor Wang, and the other court officials are also in the discussion. I can call them all over. Arbor snorted, the little flame in her heart subsiding a few inches. What happened? Your father is really unreliable. She had just returned to the Eastern Palace, and yet another trouble had come. It was as if he was the only one in the world who could do the job. Wouldn't Lian die of exhaustion? Initially, he thought that the emperor was a reliable person, but from the looks of it, he was no different from old Wang of the Mo kingdom. Both of them liked to enslave their sons. Mo Lian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his wife's anger had subsided. He hugged her tightly and lowered his head to kiss her. Wife, you don't know how annoying our father is. When something happened in Greyfield village, the first person he thought of was me. He also asked me to go to the village to settle some matters. He said that he wants me to leave tomorrow. What? Xiaomu roared, unable to remain calm. Her Lian had just returned to the capital, why did he have to go out on a mission again? I already said that I don't want to go, but my father kept glaring at me as if he expected better from me. He even nagged all day long, saying that a man should aspire to travel far and not follow his wife around and fool around with you all day long. I'm not fooling around. My Jojo isn't fooling around at all. The two spoke at the same time, then looked at each other. Arbor finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She turned her little head and snorted softly. Mo Lian saw that his little wife was finally smiling. He quickly reached out to pull her over and sat down on the bamboo stool beside him. Jojo, there was a large-scale zombie attack in Greyfield village. It happened a few days ago, and it's quite serious. The day after tomorrow, I'll really go to Greyping village. I'll go too. Our wedding date is set for the 6th of June. It's less than a month away. Mo Lian rubbed her head gloomily. You have to stay. You have to prepare the wedding dress and jewelry as soon as possible. Also, the Ministry of Rites will often bring over some things that need to be added for you to look over. Arbor frowned. Thinking that this was indeed the case, she couldn't help but nod slightly. All right then. Thinking that Jojo's Lotus was going to lead Dragon Flame City for a while, the little fellow's mood instantly turned sour. However, the matter of the corpse puppet could not be delayed. She did not continue to obstruct him, but her eyes were a little listless. Whenever Mo Lian spoke, she would somewhat ignore him. Mo Lian couldn't help but find it amusing. Then, he pulled her into his arms and said softly, Jojo, you have to think of me. Do you know? When I think of leaving the capital the day after tomorrow and being separated from you for a period of time, I feel especially bad. Arbor didn't say anything. She just glanced at him listlessly. But don't worry. I'll definitely rush back by June at the latest. Definitely. Arbor turned her head and raised her hand to wrap around his neck. She asked in a muffled voice, so from midnight until morning last night, you've been in the study discussing this matter with the courtiers? About the corpse puppet in Greyping village? Mo Lian nodded. Arbor immediately reached out to cover his eyes. You didn't sleep the whole night. Mo Lian smiled slightly and gently pulled her little hand down. He gazed deeply at her, as if wanting to imprint her exquisite features in the depths of his heart. Jojo, nothing is more important than you. You have to stay here well. You have to make me feel at ease, okay? Arbor glanced at him and said in a muffled voice, what can happen to me? You, on the other hand, have gone to such a dangerous place. Don't mess around and everything. I'll make more elixirs for you tomorrow. Bring them along. All right. Is the news from Greyfield village reliable? Arbor suddenly asked. Mo Lian nodded. Reliable. The news was brought back by that alchemist. She came from Greyfield village. Since that place was surrounded by a large number of zombies, how did she get to the capital safely? Arbor asked suspiciously. Didn't you say that she was surrounded by bandits at Shirley Slope? Arbor snorted. If they could break out of the encirclement of a large group of zombies, how could a few hundred bandits be a problem for them? Yes, this matter is also quite suspicious. Mo Lian also nodded, but she couldn't help but complain in her heart. But I've already sent people to investigate. I won't be able to receive any news in a short period of time. Mo Lian looked at her and smiled. Jojo is right. An expert alchemist who came out of a nest of zombies doesn't look like someone who would be surrounded by bandits. So they were luring you over yesterday? Arbor said coldly. Yesterday, didn't that Zhong Liping go to pick up that alchemist? Why did he encounter bandits at Shirley Slope? The bandits at Shirley Slope were there. They didn't rob us when they saw our carriage pass by. Oh, when they saw us pass by, they suddenly jumped out to surround us and rob us? Moreover, Zhong Liping brought a few hundred people yesterday. They couldn't even take down a small bandit nest, so why did they have to call you over? No matter how you look at it, it's comical. Arbor concluded. Prince Mo could only nod at his wife's outburst, agreeing that what she said made sense. I don't like that pill refiner, Sir Jojo said angrily. I feel that she's purely looking for trouble. Mo Lian's eyes brightened, and he immediately hugged his wifey as he cheerfully said, Xiao, don't worry. Even if that pill refiner's pill refining skills are better than yours for the time being, hubby still won't fancy her. His Jojo cared about him more and more. He was happy. Arbor glared at him unhappily. Do you think I'm jealous of her? She only felt that this woman's motives weren't pure. Although they hadn't met yet, why did she feel that this woman was a bit pretentious? She brought the news of Greyfield Village to the Emperor so that she could show off her skills in front of the Emperor. How was being able to enter and exit a zombie lair unscathed all by herself not a skill, but she pretended to be weak and asked for help at the 10-mile slope. She even wanted Jojo's lotus to save her? No matter how he looked at it, he didn't like it. Was she pretending to be strong or weak? What a contradictory woman. He couldn't understand her. Mo Lian kissed his wife hard and said with a grin, who does my wife need to be jealous of? My wife is the best. Arbor glanced at him as if looking at an idiot. She snorted and said, You're not hiding anything from me, right? Mo Lian shook his head, but he kept muttering in his heart. Heavens! His wife's brain really wasn't for show. She was really smart. She could guess the whole story just by looking at the signs. She was so smart that it made him happy and distressed. Actually, when Mo Lian arrived at the 10-mile slope, he knew at first glance that the pill refiner had teamed up with Zhong Liping to scheme against him. With their abilities, it was impossible for them to be trapped by a mere 100 bandits in a place like the 10-mile slope. She was only putting on such an act to lure him into a trap and meet him first. How could the Crown Prince take the bait? Thinking that she was being pretentious, the Crown Prince immediately brought his men back to the palace. Therefore, other than this point, Mo Lian didn't hide anything else from Xiao. He had indeed reached the 10-mile slope, but he immediately returned to the palace within 3 minutes. However, he was left in the study by the great emperor to discuss matters until dawn. Wife, don't think so much in the future, okay? Hubby is here for everything. Mo Lian stood up with her in his arms, and the two walked out of the bamboo building. At the same time, he came face to face with the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was waving a small fan, immediately glared at Mo Lian. He pointed at Mo Lian with his fan and shouted in a huff, Xiao, why are you paying attention to him so quickly? I was still thinking about how to leave this brat hanging for half a day. Mo Lian instantly glared at him in annoyance. She pulled Jojo's little hand and said, Jojo, don't listen to his slander. Arbor tugged at his little hand, but failed to pull it out of Mo Lian's grasp. He simply raised his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. In the halo of his demonic eyes, the scenery faded and the scene at the Qiao residence's main entrance appeared. A gorgeously dressed woman walked out of the carriage with the help of someone. She raised her head and looked at the Qiao residence's lintel. A cold smile flashed across her eyes. Arbor looked at the figure in the halo. She looks a little familiar. Of course she looks familiar. My Jojo, on the day of your grandfather's birthday banquet, didn't you release a debt? There, it's that stewardly from the pink house. She's here now. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was enjoying the show, waved his little fan and blinked his beautiful eyes, smiling happily. Jojo, how do you plan to deal with them? Do you need my help? He was so bored that he wanted to help Jojo beat them up. Arbor retracted the light from his demonic eyes and glanced at the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, then at Mo Lian. He asked with a puzzled expression, when did I owe them a debt? The two of them, the little fellow looked confused. Why was it so funny? It looked like this fellow had completely forgotten about the incident with Steward Lee of the Pink House. Jojo, 5% for every 2 hours. Mo Lian reminded him in amusement. Arbor's brain finally connected. His eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Oh. Right, it's that big idiot. Mo Lian and Hu Jinchen exchanged a look and almost burst out laughing. Hearing this, they nodded and said, right, it's that big idiot. Arbor and the two of them left the galaxy together and pushed open the door with small steps. Wei Ziqin, Qiao Zhongbang, and the others were drinking tea in the little garden and staring at their daughter's door. The moment she saw her, Wei Ziqin hurriedly stood up to greet her. Jojo. Second Uncle Qiao also jumped up and ran quickly to Mo Lian. Little Mo, when did you come in? This fellow, didn't the main and second doors close for him? He must have climbed over the wall to get in. Mo Lian glanced at Wei Ziqin pitifully and complained, Mother. Second uncle won't let me in. Wei Ziqin patted his hand in amusement. Alright, second uncle, Jojo must be fine now. Look, as she spoke, she gestured angrily in Arbor's direction. Second Uncle Qiao looked and indeed, Sir Jojo's expression seemed much better. It seemed like that stinking brat had coaxed his little niece back. Only then did second uncle drop the subject. At this moment, Jolin hurried over from the other end of the garden path. When he saw everyone, he exclaimed, Father. Someone is coming. The Qiao family members looked at each other. Who's here? Qiao Zhongbang asked suspiciously. After all, their family had just settled down in this house yesterday. On the divine land, they had no relatives or friends. Who could be so well informed? They had just moved into the mansion yesterday, and someone had already come knocking on their door today? It's all right, Father. He's here for me. Arbor said faintly and took the lead to walk towards the gate of the house. Jolin hurriedly caught up with her sister's footsteps and asked curiously, Sister, I see that those people's faces are very ugly, as if someone owes them millions of spirit coins. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not help but laugh. It's not someone who owes them money, it's them who owes my Jojo money. How much did you owe in the past 20 days? 5 cents every 2 hours. That's 24 hours a day. Let's count it as 25 days now. I don't even know how much I owe. How much did they lend me? Arbor herself could not remember, 1 million. When Arbor heard this, he was instantly displeased. Why is it only 1 million? 5 cents every 2 hours. 20 days isn't that much. Everyone, Arbor's group entered the hall in a grandiose manner and saw a woman with heavy makeup sitting there with a displeased expression. Steward Lee furtively shrunk his neck and pulled up his sleeves, standing behind the woman with an aged face. Seeing that the Crown Princess had brought people in, he immediately jumped up as if he had been electrocuted and shouted, Grand, Crown Princess! Crown Princess! Arbor glanced at him and her gaze fell on the woman with heavy makeup. Who are you? The woman in front of her was gorgeously dressed. She wore a strapless long dress that outlined her good figure. She wore a large string of sandalwood beads on her hand and a mole at the corner of her mouth, which ruined her good color. Time had already left its mark on her face. Although Sun Yang was still attractive in her middle age, she was no longer as delicate as a young girl. Wearing this peach-colored long dress naturally didn't add any points to her looks. Instead, it seemed unbearably gaudy. Yin Yang stood up and curtsied to Qiao Mu, Mo Lian, and the others in a well-behaved manner. Afterwards, she put on a nonchalant expression and said faintly, Why does the Crown Prince Consort have to pretend not to recognize us? Haven't you been sending people to the pink brothel to remind us to pay our debts? It's just that the Crown Princess has been gone for more than 20 days. We can't pay our debts even if we want to. It was only then that Qiao Mu recalled that before she left, she had indeed sent someone to remind this pink house's manager not to forget his debt to her from time to time. If she didn't pay up, Sir Jojo definitely wouldn't let it go. When the time came, destroying her pink house would be a light punishment. Arbor nodded. Her figure spun and she sat down at the head of the table. Kaixia was very perceptive. She walked forward and handed a debt note to the young Crown Princess. Then she bowed and left. Arbor lowered her head and glanced at the debt note. She nodded and looked at Yin Yang. You're the lady boss of the pink house? I don't dare to be the lady boss. If you're not the lady boss, then why are you looking for me? Arbor interrupted her self-deprecating words and said impatiently, I have to find your lady boss to settle this matter. You small fries don't come looking for this crown princess to talk nonsense. Everyone was speechless. Xianxia held her breath in her chest as the veins on her forehead throbbed. She hurriedly said, yes, I'm the lady boss of the pink house. You're the lady boss, and you're saying that you don't dare to accept it? The little crown princess said unhappily. You're lying. This crown princess doesn't like to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. F***ck, I don't dare. I was just being polite. You. Why is it so tiring to talk to you? For the first time in her life, Xianxia, who had always been smooth and sly, had been angered by a little girl. Everyone could not help but look at her sympathetically, feeling that she was a little pitiful. Since you're the lady boss, then let's cut the crap. Arbor slammed the note on the table. 30 million spirit coins, pay it. 3. 30 million. Steward Lee's cries were like an old rooster whose neck was being squeezed. His raised voice was practically piercing through the roof. Xiaomu swept him a displeased glance. What gall, you actually dare to yell at this crown prince consort? Steward Lee immediately looked like a defeated rooster. He drooped his head and cried out pitifully, Crown princess, this lowly one didn't do it on purpose. This lowly one, it's just too shocking. He had a long face. If crying could solve the problem, he was willing to cry until the sky turned dark. Arbor looked at him impatiently. A grown man being so long-winded. Scram to the side. Don't you see that this crown princess is talking to your lady boss? Arbor glanced at Manager Lee in annoyance, then turned to Xianxia and asked indifferently, how is it? You should know that the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has already passed when I was talking to you. According to the calculation of 5% interest for every 2 hours, you have to pay another sum of interest now. Xianxia had lived for so many years and had interacted with all kinds of people, but she had never been as sullen as she was today. This little girl's words were really infuriating. She simply had the urge to not say a single word to her. Arbor glanced at her and said unhappily, what's with that look? Every time these people spoke a few words to Jojo, they would look very indignant and too lazy to continue talking to Jojo. Humph. If they didn't want to talk, then they wouldn't talk. Then they would chase them away and let them owe more money. Once they had accumulated 100 million in debt, they would directly go to her door and take over her pink building. Kai Chi, see the guest out. Yes. Crown Princess. Kai Xiu hurriedly walked over with Kai Chi. She faintly said to Xianxia, Lady Boss, please. Xianxia was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. It was Manager Lee who hurriedly said in a low voice, Xianxia, the longer we owe that debt, the more it will increase. Xianxia fiercely glared at Manager Lee a few times. If it weren't for this guy who foolishly signed that debt, how could he have fallen into such a state? If it weren't for the fact that this guy still had some use for the pink building, she would have chased this guy out long ago and let him fend for himself while he paid the debt himself. Xianxia took a deep breath, then smiled mockingly at Arbor and said, Crown Princess, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. We're not people who don't pay back debts. It's just that your 5% interest, even if it's calculated based on 25 days, isn't right. It's doubled, okay? Husband. Arbor turned to look at her husband. The Crown Prince's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly. With a straight face, he said sternly, What do you mean? Are you saying that my Crown Princess can't even do accounting? Xianxia couldn't help but want to howl like a wolf. That was because the Crown Princess couldn't calculate the accounts properly. Alright, however, she did not dare to contradict the Crown Prince, so she quickly smiled and said, This commoner did not mean that. The Crown Princess is extremely intelligent. Naturally, she can calculate the accounts clearly. Today, His Highness the Crown Prince was here to support this little Crown Princess. It seemed that she had no choice but to accept this humiliation. Xianxia took a deep breath and nodded, admitting defeat. Manager Lee, give the spirit coin card to the Crown Princess. With a long face, Manager Li walked to the front of the Crown Princess and bowed as he handed over a spirit coin card. Crown Princess, the interest plus the principal amount is a total of 31 million spirit coins. It's all in here. The little Crown Princess glanced sideways, and Xiao immediately understood. She stepped forward and took the spirit coin card. After checking the amount, she nodded slightly at the little Crown Princess. After unexpectedly receiving 30 million spirit coins, the young Crown Prince Consort's mood immediately improved. However, there was still no expression on her little face. She faintly glanced at Yang and said coldly, "Give me the list of Hua clan's debts." Yang was stunned, and her eyes could not help but reveal anger. "Crown Princess, this is too unkind of you." That 30 million was already equivalent to daylight robbery. She didn't expect that the Crown Princess still didn't plan on letting them off. Could it be that she wanted to wipe out the 60 million debt of the Mu family's fifth branch's wife, Huane? How could there be such a good thing in this world? Yang had only taken out 30 million spirit coins, so how long would it take for her to earn it back? Now, the Crown Princess wanted to wipe out the 60 million debt with a single sentence. That was simply a lunatic's ravings. "Husband." Sir Jojo turned to look at Mo Lian in a huff. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she maintained a serious expression and continued to help the villain do evil. "Go, invite the capital governor over for this, Highness. The imperial court has already explicitly prohibited the use of stamp money. This pink house knowingly violated the law. It's simply unforgivable. Go invite the capital governor over and have him handle this matter." Yang was so angry that her nose kept twitching, and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood from her chest. Good, 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 you high and mighty children of influential families, right and wrong, black and white, you can twist things back and forth, but this is how you humiliate people." Previously, the Crown Princess charged her 30 million spirit coins for a 2-hour period of 5% interest. Could it be that it wasn't a usurious stamp money? Now that it was her turn, she was being unreasonable in every way. This was simply preposterous. Arbor glanced at Yang, who was so angry that her hair was standing on end, and lightly harumphed. "It seems that some people simply won't shed tears until they see the coffin." Mo Lian nodded and gave Huifeng, who was standing on the side, a look. Huifeng immediately cupped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to walk out the door. "Wait." Yang hastily stood up and shouted, "Wait, wait." She was so anxious that her voice trembled slightly. Arbor turned to glance at her and said indifferently, "What? Did Lady Boss change her mind?" Yang gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in her sleeves. If she could, she really wanted to pounce over and bite this little Crown Princess. She was simply a hateful person. Arbor saw that her expression was filled with resentment, but she did not dare to do anything to him. He could not help but secretly laugh in his heart. In all these years, Yang had never suffered a loss. Unfortunately, she had bumped into an iron plate like Jojo. She was in for it. Yang took a deep breath and forced a smile. However, the smile on her face was even uglier than crying. "Manager Li," Yang called out. The cold sweat on Steward Li's forehead almost dripped down. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Yang. Find the note of the fifth wife's debt." Manager Li immediately cried out with a long face, "But Yang, the fifth madam owes us more than 60 million spirit coins. This debt isn't a small amount. The mistress of the fifth branch has paid more than 20 million spirit coins, right?" Arbor's expression was indifferent as he said, "If that's the case, then fine. Husband, let's call stubborn Chow over and let him settle this case." Yang inwardly gnashed her teeth. The common people did not fight with the rich, and the rich did not fight with the officials. This had been the case since ancient times. She naturally knew that if the capital magistrate was really invited, with the attitude of this black-hearted couple in front of her, they would probably urge the capital magistrate to convict her of a felony. At that time, not to mention that 60 million spirit coins would disappear without a trace, even the pink brothel that she had been operating for many years would probably be lost. Although the pink brothel was merely one of her businesses in the entire Jade Tripod City, it was still one of her businesses. However, if the pink brothel that was so well managed was destroyed by the Crown Prince and his wife just like that, Yang wouldn't be able to sit still. Yang took a deep breath and hastily put on a smiling face. She chuckled and said, "Crown Princess, there's no need to be angry. It's not that this commoner isn't willing, it's just that Fifth Madam's debt has been owed for so long that it'll take some time to find it." "Stewardly, why haven't you brought Fifth Madam's debt note yet?" Stewardly hastily went back to retrieve the note with a long face. However, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He clearly came today to find the Crown Princess to properly reason with her, so how did he end up with Madame Hua's 60 million yuan debt? It was simply inexplicable. However, he was just a lowly steward, so he didn't dare to go against Xianxia's wishes. He hastily returned to Amusement Alley and planned to retrieve the note before rushing back without stopping. Just as he exited Amusement Alley, Stewardly saw two voluptuous women dressed extremely flirtatiously. They swayed their waists as they walked towards him. One of them was a woman in her early 20s with slightly tanned skin and a bright red face. She had a slender waist as she walked over with a smile. As soon as she got close to Stewardly, she fell into his arms as if she had no bones. She even let out a coquettish voice that gave people goosebumps. "Stewardly, where are you planning to go in such a hurry?" Seeing that it was this coquettish woman, Stewardly revealed his two yellow front teeth and smiled. He casually pinched the woman's body with a moderate amount of force. "Chunner, I'm going out to take care of some matters. I'll have a good chat with you later." The woman named Chen Er in front of him was not beautiful, and her figure was average. However, her skills in bed were not to be underestimated. Chief Stewardly had tasted her twice, and even now, he still felt that he had not had enough. However, he was in a hurry to deal with Xianxia's matter, so he didn't tease the woman. "Big Sister Chunner, look at how hurried Stewardly is. Where is he going?" Xiao Chun coldly watched Stewardly leave in a hurry, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. She had heard that today, Chief Stewardly accompanied Xianxia to look for the young Crown Princess to repay her debt. He must have suffered a bellyful of anger from the Crown Prince Consort. At that time, she might have a chance to take advantage of it. When she thought of this, a venomous glint flitted across Xiao Chun's eyes. "Arbor, you have harmed me to this extent, it would be impolite not to reciprocate." Chief Stewardly took the debt note and returned to the Qiao family. He saw the Qiao family members leisurely sipping tea in the living room, chatting and laughing. They didn't care at all about Xianxia, who was sitting on the side with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Everyone was chatting about Xiao Sen's homework and praising the young monk for doing well. Every day, when it was time, they would immediately wake Xiao Sen up to study. It was as if the time had been set. Seeing that Manager Li had returned, Arbor looked at him with a faint smile, nodded, and said, "Give it to me." Chief Stewardly turned around and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. Only then did Chief Stewardly step forward and respectfully hand the debt note to the young Crown Princess. "Chief Stewardly, I see that you're sweating profusely. You must have been in a hurry on the way back, right?" "Kai Xiao, pour a cup of tea for Chief Stewardly." "Oh, right, don't forget about the lady boss as well." "Yes." Kai Xiao covered her mouth and snickered. She turned around and poured a cup of tea for Chief Stewardly before holding it in front of him. Chief Stewardly stiffened his neck and received the tea with trembling hands. She held it in her hands like she was holding a hot potato and didn't know whether she should throw it away or throw it away. Saisho turned around and poured another cup for Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was a bit uncertain. She looked at the tea on the table and didn't know how to react for a moment. "What? This is this tea bestowed by this Crown Princess. You dare to not give me face? Are you looking down on this Crown Princess?" Xianxia gritted her teeth and gripped the teacup with trembling fingers. She fixed her gaze on the young Crown Princess. She naturally didn't dare to drink the tea the Crown Princess gave her for no reason. "Could it be that you thought this Crown Princess would poison you?" The little stoic's face darkened. Xianxia and Stewardly both felt a piercing chill rush straight at their faces. Was the Crown Princess angry? Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and suddenly said softly, "Crown Princess, please don't be angry. We didn't mean it that way." "Then why aren't you drinking?" Arbor stared at those two with a threatening gaze, his gaze containing faint contempt. Xianxia clenched her fists and exhaled deeply. She abruptly picked up the teacup and, as if she used all the strength in her body, was forced to take a big gulp. Xianxia placed the teacup heavily on the table and stood up with a smile. "Since this matter is over, this commoner will not disturb you any further and will take her leave now." The young crown princess glanced at her indifferently and then nodded. Mei Cham Yin-yang instantly sighed in relief. She originally thought that the crown princess would find an excuse to make things difficult for her, and stewardly, seeing that Yin-yang drank that cup of tea, stewardly also hurriedly downed it. He then stood up with an embarrassed smile and bowed to His Highness the Crown Prince before hastily chasing after Yin-yang. When the two people exited the Qiao estate, they realized that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The master and servant pair looked at each other. Stewardly pulled a long face and asked bitterly, "Yin-yang, what should we do? Is there any problem with the tea we drank?" Yin-yang sneered and shook her head. "I know a little about medicine. Don't you trust me?" Only then did Stewardly nod his head. He only dared to touch it because he saw Yin-yang swallow the tea. He was very clear about Yin-yang's capabilities. If someone wanted to poison her in front of her, they definitely wouldn't be able to hide it from Yin-yang's eyes. Yin-yang took a deep breath. She seemed to be suppressing a trace of anger in her chest as she said coldly, "Go back." Today's events were truly too depressing. She had never thought that she would be defeated so many times in front of the young crown princess. She did not even have a chance to retaliate. Stewardly saw that she didn't look worried, so he didn't dare to say any more nonsense. He hurriedly called for a carriage and helped Yin-yang into the carriage. The two of them didn't say anything as they went to Amusement Alley. However, as soon as the carriage made a turn, a group of agile masked men in black suddenly jumped down from the eaves. They pulled out their long swords and stabbed at the window of their carriage. Stewardly was scared out of his wits and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. On the other side, Arbor put down his cup and coldly said, "We've only been back for less than a day and the news has already been leaked. They came to my Qiao estate to show off." "Heh," Arbor said with an icy gaze. "Even if they don't die, they have to be taught a lesson. Lest everyone thinks that this crown princess is easy to bully." Xiao Zhongbang, Wei Ziqin, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Only now did she find out that Jojo had actually secretly made a move against Yin-yang and her servant. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but want to shed a tear of sympathy for Yin-yang and her servant. Not only did they come to give away money, but they were also turned against by Jojo and had to pay back a huge debt. They thought that this matter was over, but it turned out that it wasn't. There was probably a good show waiting for the two of them on the way back. How pitiful! Wei Ziqin and Xiao Zhongbang couldn't help but shake their heads. This couple was actually still too naive. The purple forest guards that Xiao Mu secretly sent out chased after Yin-yang and Manager Li all the way to the entrance of Amusement Alley. They only stopped when they reached the entrance of Amusement Alley. At this moment, Yin-yang didn't have a single good piece of flesh on her body. Stewardly was in an even worse state. His nose was bruised, his arm was broken, and a large piece of his head had been sliced off by the sword light. Blood was gushing out of it. The two of them went out in a grand fashion and returned to Jade Tripod Market in grief like beggars. When Hunchbacked Oldly saw their miserable state, he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. "Stewardly, what happened to you?" Xiao Yingchun greeted him with a frightened expression. Just as she was about to reach out to support Stewardly, he rudely pushed her away. Stewardly's entire body was in unbearable pain, so how could he still think about romantic matters? When he saw Xiao Yingchun grumbling, he couldn't help but snort angrily, "Why are you still here? Hurry back to the pink house. Don't wander around all day if you have nothing to do." Xiao Yingchun instantly felt wronged and muttered, "Stewardly, why are you scolding me like this? I'm just worried about you." At this time, Yin-yang had already been helped into the courtyard by Hunchbacked Old Manly. She was extremely flustered and couldn't help but look back a few times. She anxiously shouted, "Quick, quick, quick! Get someone to block the entrance of Amusement Alley. Quick!" She was scared out of her wits by those purple forest guards who had beaten her while she was down. Although she didn't know who had beaten them, she had a vague feeling that the Crown Prince Consort was involved in this matter. Who did she offend? How did she end up in such a miserable state? He lost his money and almost lost his life. Hunchback Oldly quickly brought his men to the Amusement Alley for an inspection, and the news he brought back was that no one was following them. Yin-yang collapsed on the stool. Oldly invited a doctor from the Jade Tripod Market to treat her injuries. "What's going on, Yin-yang? Who's after you?" How did you and Manager Li end up in such a sorry state? Yin heaved a sigh of relief. She covered her throbbing chest with one hand and recalled the scene of dozens of agile men in black chasing after them. She couldn't help but feel a faint sense of panic in her heart. She was indeed too naive. It was probably because she had not been respectful enough in front of the crown princess. Who would have thought that retribution would come so quickly? Yin, it's the crown princess, isn't it? It was that malicious woman who did it. Xianxia couldn't help but shout, her eyes flickering with flames of fury. I knew she was *tch. She bullies the weak all the time and doesn't treat us commoners as humans. Grand Aunt Wan, lower your voice. After this incident, Stewardly was completely afraid of that stoic-faced little crown princess. She wasn't someone he could offend. Their attitude today was still considered good, right? They even handed over spirit coins and debt, but he didn't expect that even so, they still incurred the wrath of the little crown princess and were hunted down. Manager Li could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Why the hell did the young crown princess send people to kill them? Stewardly looked around, afraid that one of the crown princess's hidden guards would suddenly jump down from the roof. If that happened, they would all be in trouble, Xianxia angrily said. What are you afraid of her for? We have so many people in Jade Tripod Market, so why should we be afraid of her? Yin, we absolutely can't let today's matter rest. I heard that the bitch brought the entire Qiao family back. Those people only have some mediocre martial arts skills. Just grab a few of them and you'll definitely be able to make that slut surrender without a fight. At that time, not only will we be able to take revenge for today, we might even be able to send that slut to the pink brothel and let her enjoy. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, Yin pounced on her and gave her a ruthless slap and a kick to her chest. She flew out like a kite with a broken string and smashed into a nearby cabinet with a bang. Half of the items on the cabinet were smashed into pieces and fell to the ground. It could be seen how fast and accurate Yin's kick was. She didn't leave any face for Xianxia. I think you're the vicious little bitch. Yin glared at her with cold eyes and said, you just want our entire Jade Tripod Market to fall into a state of eternal damnation. If Xianxia had really listened to Yin and courted death by attacking the young crown princess, with the cultivation and cultivation methods of those black-cloaked people today, their entire Jade Tripod Market would probably be destroyed right before their eyes. Guards! Send this slut back to the pink brothel. If there's nothing else, she's not allowed to leave that place. And no, Yin, listen to me, Yin. Let go of me, let go. Xianxia struggled with all her might in the hunchbacked old man Li's hands. Her eyes shot out a venomous light, but she was powerless. She was thrown into the carriage and her throat was viciously choked. It was only then that she lost her voice. Do you understand what Yin said? Old man Li used his large, rough palm to forcefully slap her slightly tanned face twice. In the future, don't act on your own initiative. Just do your job properly. Although Xianxia was filled with hatred, there was nothing she could do. The next day, Yin suddenly realized that she had rashes all over her body. The symptoms didn't seem like poisoning, but she couldn't even leave the house. On the other hand, Manager Li was even more terrified. His illness was somewhat difficult to talk about. On the other hand, as the crown prince would be leaving tomorrow, the great emperor specially set up a banquet to send him off. Although it was only a small banquet held in the palace and not many people attended, the entire palace became lively because of this small banquet. The servants became busy like flowing water. The great emperor's harem was very clean. There were no concubines at all. Therefore, this small banquet should only be held by the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, Arbor, and Emolian. However, when Arbor arrived at the Extreme Time Hall's banquet hall, he discovered that there were two other unfamiliar women sitting beside the Empress Dowager. Seeing her enter, the two women stood up and bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings, Crown Princess." Xiaomu reflexively narrowed her eyes as she sized up those two girls from the corner of her eye. Their faces were elegant and beautiful, each with their own merits. The woman on the left looked more docile than the woman on the right. The woman on the right had a long, slender neck, proud and graceful like a swan's. When she bowed, her head was also held high. This is Alchemist Dan. Empress Dowager Chen pointed at the white swan. After speaking, he pointed to the gentlewoman on the left who was bowing and said faintly, "This is Princess Xianxia of Xianxia country. She has been in the palace for a long time, but the crown princess has been busy and has never met her." Arbor raised her eyebrows. Xianxia country's Princess Xianxia? Wasn't that the woman that the old woman wanted to give to imperial father to be Mo Lian's stepmother? She sized her up a few times and saw that Princess Xianxia nodded slightly and gave her a faint smile. Her appearance was very beautiful, and her temperament didn't seem like its tsundere. However, when she thought that this woman wanted to steal the position of Mo Lian's mother, she felt a little uncomfortable. Her gaze towards Princess Xianxia gradually turned cold. She had never met her mother-in-law. Although she hadn't seen her before, she knew that she was someone who couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. If she really let these strange women become Lian's stepmother, wouldn't her mother-in-law be angered to death when she woke up? No, definitely not. Arbor glanced coldly at Xianxia country's Princess Xianxia and said, "No need to be so polite." Princess Xianxia didn't get angry when she saw her cold expression. Instead, she nodded at her in a very gentle and friendly manner and said softly, "Crown Princess, Xianxia came uninvited. It's a bit rude. Since this small banquet only invited family members, it was really inappropriate for Princess Xianxia and Xianxia to come." However, Xianxia refused the Empress Dowager's invitation several times and couldn't refuse. She could only brace herself and come. However, Pill Master Dan, who was sitting next to her, seemed very happy. He must be very interested in this small banquet. One couldn't hit a smiling person. The little crown princess was indeed a bad person, but she never threw a tantrum at a smiling person for no reason. Seeing that Princess Xianxin's attitude was good and she spoke to her apologetically, she couldn't keep her face cold. She nodded and said, "Princess is a guest from afar. Since you were invited by the Empress Dowager, you can enjoy the banquet in peace." It was obvious who brought these two women here. The great emperor wouldn't be so bored. He had probably forgotten about Princess Xianxia long ago. Empress Dowager Chen's heart was in a mess and she broke out in a cold sweat. She thought that the little crown princess would definitely fly into a rage when she saw the two extra people in the hall. At that time, she could take the opportunity to go to the emperor and say that the little crown princess was too domineering and unruly. She really needed to hire a nanny to teach her well so that she would not embarrass the royal family in the future. Unexpectedly, the little crown princess seemed to be a completely different person today. Not only did she not flare up at all, but her etiquette and rules were also very proper. He really couldn't see through this person. Thinking of that day when the little crown princess looked at her coldly like a ghost and threatened her word for word, Empress Dowager Chen's heart tightened and her hand holding the fan tightened. Although this little girl was young, she was definitely a ruthless character. Just as Xiao Mu was led to sit down at the round table, someone came over to announce with a grin that the Prince of Xing, Mo Shikong, had come with the Princess Consort of Xing. Arbor frowned slightly. The Prince of Xing's family had been very quiet recently, as if they were invisible. She had forgotten that her adopted brother's family would also be attending the small banquet. "Greetings, Your Highness the Empress Dowager." Prince Mo Shikong and Princess Consort Shi Yongyan stepped forward and bowed. Hence, Xiao Mu's gaze landed on that vassal consort Xing, and she gazed at her meaningfully. The Shi family didn't have time to mess with them these 2 days. After the crown prince left the capital and she was free, she would definitely come to their family's second miss to give a grand gift. Shi Yongyan bowed her head slightly in greeting. Suddenly, she felt a slight chill on her neck. She subconsciously raised her head and met Arbor's cold eyes. For some reason, Shi Yongyan's body trembled slightly. There was a kind of panic that spread from the bottom of her heart. The little crown princess's gaze was as cold as water. It was bone-chilling, frightening people to the point that they didn't dare to take a second look. What was going on? Shi Yongyan couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. A chill ran up from the soles of her feet. Her strange behavior immediately attracted the attention of Mo Shikong, who was beside her. Mo Shikong quickly reached out to hold her hand and passed on a faint trace of power to her. His eyes were unreservedly sharp as he coldly turned to Arbor's direction. There seemed to be invisible sparks in the air, making chi-chi sounds. In the 2 consecutive calls of His Majesty has arrived and His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, it slowly disappeared. Empress Dowager Chen chuckled and let Mo Shikong and his wife rise. Everyone also rose to greet His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Princess Xianyun and Alchemist Dan greeted Mo Shikong and Princess Consort Xing before sitting down. Alchemist Dan, are you used to living in the palace? The Emperor asked casually. Dan Isu stretched her beautiful and slender neck and nodded with a smile. Very used to it. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Arbor couldn't help but sneer in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face. When Mo Lian saw Mo Shikong and his wife, as well as the two extra idlers, he merely creased his brows. Afterwards, he attentively picked up food for his wife and served her food. The Crown Prince originally thought that only the Empress Dowager would be invited to this small banquet. He didn't expect to invite Mo Shikong and his wife, as well as Princess Xianyun and Alchemist Dan. Inviting Mo Shikong was a bit more prestigious. In any case, Mo Shikong and his wife were his nominal brother and sister-in-law. But why did Princess Xianyun invite him? There was also no need to invite Pill Master Dan over. It was just a small family gathering. Why would they invite these random people? Although Mo Lian didn't say anything, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It seemed like the old madam's naive idea still hadn't been dismissed. She still wanted to introduce Princess Xianyun to his imperial father. The emperor pretended that he didn't know the Empress Dowager's plan. He exchanged a few words with Sangown Su and said, originally, I invited you here to treat the Empress's illness. However, the situation is a little urgent now. Let's wait until you return from Greiping village before we take a look at the Empress. Su Ming's eyes were bright, and she smiled faintly. This humble girl will naturally obey Your Majesty's decree. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm very familiar with the area around Greyfield village. I'll do my best to assist Your Highness. Arbor was taken aback. His hand that was holding the chopsticks paused. He glanced at his husband and glared at him threateningly. You didn't say that this woman would go with you? The Crown Prince was also taken aback. Clearly, he didn't know either. It seemed like the Emperor and Pill Master Dan had reached a consensus in private. Mo Lian frowned. The journey is long. There's no need for Pill Master Dan to trouble you. Single-clothed Su didn't seem to understand the Crown Prince's tactful refusal at all. She turned to look at the Crown Prince with sparkling eyes and said with a faint smile, Susu is very touched that Your Highness the Crown Prince sympathizes with Susu, but Your Highness doesn't need to worry about Susu. Since Susu was able to crawl out of that zombie nest, she naturally has a way to bring Your Highness group inside stealthily. Haha, she kept saying, Susu. It looked like she was very familiar with the Crown Prince. The young Crown Prince consort glanced at her, a hint of indifference in her eyes. Truly a self-righteous fellow. She would just sit on the side and watch how her husband slapped her in the face. Mo Lian creased his brows and coldly swept her a glance. He turned to say to the Emperor, I'm not used to bringing women with me in the army. Single-clothed Su's faint smile froze. The Emperor also couldn't help but be taken aback. He then advised his child, Alchemist Shan is at least familiar with the environment there, and her pill refinement skills are miraculous. If you bring her along, you'll get twice the result with half the effort, and father will also be at ease. Mo Lian shook his head. No need. It's inconvenient for a woman like her to follow the army. As a result, single-clothed Su's smile completely froze on her face. She didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to speak so bluntly and not give her any face. She was a divine rank alchemist renowned in the 3 provinces after all. When had she ever suffered this kind of disrespect? Single-clothed Su didn't show any dissatisfaction on her face. She merely froze for a moment before smiling again and saying, since Your Highness the Crown Prince insists that you don't need Susu to follow, then Susu won't join in the fun. How can that be? The Queen Dowager hastily pulled her hand and advised, the journey to Greyfield village is long and fraught with danger. If there isn't an outstanding alchemist in the army, how can the Crown Prince's safety be guaranteed? There are alchemists and apothecaries in the army, so there's no need for the Queen Dowager to worry. Mo Lian icily interrupted the elderly lady's words and picked up a bamboo shoot for his wifey. The little stoic was expressionless, as if their words didn't match her at all. She only ate 2 mouthfuls of the food the Crown Prince gave her. Her small mouth moved, but she didn't feel like responding to them. The emperor was baffled, and he reflexively turned to look at the little stoic. However, he was amused by her nonchalant attitude. "Crown Princess, what do you think?" The emperor couldn't bear to see his daughter-in-law idling on the side. Hearing this, Empress Dowager Chen turned to look at Arbor and said calmly, "The crown princess is a sensible person. She should know how to persuade the crown prince." Arbor glanced at her, put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said expressionlessly, "I'll listen to my husband. If my husband feels that it's not appropriate to bring a woman into the army, then don't bring her." Mo Lian curled his lips. "Emperor, you don't look like someone who's easy to talk to. Listen to everything your husband says? Why don't I see you being so virtuous and sensible usually?" Emperor couldn't help but want to bicker with this daughter-in-law. After thinking about it, he restrained himself. As a father, he couldn't lower himself to a child's level. Calm down, calm down." Empress Dowager Chen was also choked by the little crown princess, and she couldn't help but frown. "Crown Princess, it's the entire army's fortune to have Alchemist Dan accompany the army. With Alchemist Dan, I believe that the lives of the soldiers will be greatly guaranteed." "No need." Mo Lian coldly rejected her. "Everything in the army will be handled by the army physician." Empress Dowager Chen still wanted to say something, but the emperor waved his hand and said indifferently, "Since the crown prince doesn't want to take Alchemist Dan with him, then so be it." Danny Su nodded understandingly. Empress Dowager Chen couldn't help but frown when she saw this. She really felt a bit stuffy in her heart. It could be said that the crown prince was a dragon and phoenix among men, but his heart was simply too honest. Look at this moment. There were so many people sitting here, but the crown prince only had eyes for the crown princess. As the crown prince, he busied himself around his wife all day long. Looking at how he served the dishes, it was clear that he usually did this at home. Empress Dowager Chen looked at Arbor with a sharper gaze, as if she was looking at a demon who would bring disaster to the country and the people. Her eyes were full of disapproval. Arbor was too lazy to pay attention to this old lady. Anyway, people who didn't like her no matter how they looked at her. She wouldn't live with this old lady in the future, so why should she be angry with her? She was too lazy to pay attention to her. She ignored the old lady, but the old lady didn't want to let her go. She wanted to find fault in everything. After a few bites, the old lady said indifferently, "King Jing, I heard that you and the crown princess had some disagreements a few days ago? Is there such a thing?" Mo Shikong's fingers tightened slightly. He hid the trace of anger in his eyes and lowered his head in silence. Sitting next to him, Princess Consort Shi Yongyan, hurriedly smiled and smoothed things over. "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Empress Dowager. Speaking of which, the crown princess is His Highness's sister-in-law. How can His Highness be at odds with her?" "Oh?" The old Empress Dowager glanced sharply at Shi Yongyan and then turned to look at Arbor. "I heard that the crown princess took care of King Zheng's younger brother, Su Shihua, in the academy a few days ago? You seem to have heard a lot of things." Arbor sneered. His attitude was naturally not respectful at all. The Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with anger. She had long known that this girl was extremely disrespectful to her. At this time, seeing that she dared to mock her in front of the great emperor, she slammed the wine cup on the table with a bang. "How rude." Empress Dowager Chen turned to look at the emperor and tried to persuade him. "Your Majesty, you saw it with your own eyes. The crown princess is so unruly. How can she be the mother of the nation in the future? In my opinion, we should find 2 nannies to teach the crown princess proper etiquette in the palace." Mo Lian angrily tossed the wine glass away. Without saying a word, he pulled his wife up. She coldly said, "In the future, Imperial father doesn't need to invite us husband and wife to such small banquets." Everyone's faces immediately turned awkward. Did the crown prince think that everyone present, except for his imperial father, was an unrelated person? Empress Dowager Chen was so angry at Prince Mo that she almost fell backwards. She trembled as someone helped her up and pointed in the crown prince's direction. The emperor couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Although he had been very filial to the Empress Dowager for the sake of the previous emperor, between his son and the Empress Dowager, he could only choose his son. Thus, he couldn't help but grumble, "Empress Dowager, why do you keep mentioning nannies? The crown princess is a spiritual realm cultivator. She usually has to cultivate. The meaning behind her words was, who would have the free time to come and learn your palace etiquette all day long? Little glutinous dumpling, stop right there. The crown prince's back stiffened slightly. This unreliable father of his actually called him by such a strange name in public. He really wanted to slap him. The emperor hurriedly flashed in front of the two and glared at his willful son with displeasure. Imperial father knows that you dote on your wife, but you, he lowered his voice and said to the crown prince, your grandmother is old. She threw away her wine cup and left after saying a few words to your wife. Aren't you making things difficult for your wife? Besides, why are you being so calculated with an old lady like her? It's not difficult for me. Arbor looked at the emperor blankly. What's difficult about me? My mother taught me that I have to obey my husband when I get married. I have to do whatever my husband says. Emolian, the emperor, the two of them looked at each other. The emperor glared fiercely at his son several times. His daughter-in-law's bad habit was most likely caused by his son's indulgence. She even said that she had to obey her husband when she got married, haha. If his son wanted to rebel, just see if this little thing would reach out and viciously slap his son to death. She kept saying that she had to obey her husband when she got married because his simple-minded son had completely expressed what she wanted to express. Of course she had to obey her husband because she was simply obeying her own heart. Useless fellow. The emperor glared at his son several times, using his eyes to convey this message. Emolian looked innocent and raised her hand to firmly grasp Arbor's small hand. Imperial father, my wife is mine. If I don't dote on her, who else would dote on her more? Look at this palace. Everyone wants to make things difficult for her. Emolian tilted her head and considered for a moment, then said, I'd better not leave the capital. What if those blind people come to torment her again after I leave the capital? What should I do then? My wife is so weak, helpless, and pitiful. She'll be taken advantage of and wronged. The emperor rolled his eyes every time Emolian said something. When she said that she was weak, helpless, pitiful, and wronged, the emperor's nostrils were about to spit fire. What a deceptive son. Your father really wants to ask you, ever since the two of you returned to the divine land, when has your wife ever suffered any losses or grievances? I'm not going to Graping Village. Emolian had a solemn expression as she said, Imperial father, it's better to send foster brother to handle such an important matter. Emoshikon's eyes lit up slightly. Taking advantage of the situation, he got up and cupped his hands. This son is willing to serve imperial father. The great emperor narrowed his eyes and turned back to roar at his son, you said you'd go, but now you're backing out. Aren't you just worried that your wife will be bullied? Imperial father promises you. After you leave, no one will be able to bully her, okay? Then you have to give her a token. Otherwise, how could she convince the masses? Mother's phoenix seal had been sealed for a long time, so it would only accumulate dust if it was left there. Why don't you give her to my wife? The crown prince suddenly suggested. His phoenix eyes rolled around as he glanced at his father. The great emperor was fuming with rage. He wanted nothing more than to slap this place to death. This rascal actually thought about the empress's phoenix seal. The crown prince blinked and fished out a token from his sleeve. Otherwise, I can only give the imperial token to my wife. Otherwise, I won't be at ease leaving like this. I'm so worried. Why don't you let me bring my wife to Graping Village? The great emperor wanted nothing more than to spit a mouthful of blood on his son's face. Keep your imperial token. The emperor's decree was no joke. It was the only decree that could mobilize millions of soldiers in the entire divine prefecture. This stinking brat was treating it like a child's play. He wanted to give it to his wife as a gift, F***ck, if it weren't for his precious son, he really wanted to slap this stinking brat to death. The emperor's face darkened as he said angrily, go, get the phoenix seal and give it to the crown princess. Empress Dowager Chen jumped up from her seat and almost jumped up. How can I do that? Empress Dowager Chen's voice changed in surprise. Giving the phoenix seal to the crown princess was something that had never happened in the thousands of years since the divine prefecture's founding. That was something that absolutely could not be done. Empress Dowager Chen said sternly, Your Majesty, this is unreasonable. For thousands of years, the divine prefecture has never given the phoenix seal to the crown princess. Xingwang, Mo Shikong, also lowered his head slightly at this time, hiding the disappointment in his eyes. Compared to himself, the emperor trusted his own son more. He even gave something like the emperor's decree to his son. It was obvious that he had high hopes for him. As for himself, although he tried his best to perform in front of the great emperor's attitude towards him was always the same, neither salty nor indifferent. Princess Consort Jing raised her hand and tugged at her husband's sleeve. She put on a moderate smile. She knew very well that she and her husband only needed to be spectators. There was no room for them to interfere in this matter. Whoever the emperor wanted to give the phoenix seal to was the emperor's business. As for Empress Dowager Chen, the older she got, the more muddle-headed she became. She didn't even think about who she depended on to live a life of luxury in the palace. The crown prince was the emperor's only son. The Empress Dowager was always against the crown prince and always wanted to compete with the little crown princess. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Sure, Yongyan restrained the sharp glint in her eyes. She lowered her head and smiled without saying a word. Empress Dowager Chen still refused to give up. Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable. The crown prince and the crown princess are still not officially married. How can you give her the phoenix seal? Moreover, even if they were married, they couldn't hand over the phoenix seal, right? The phoenix seal was used to control the imperial harem. If the phoenix seal was given to the crown princess, wouldn't she, the Empress Dowager, be inferior to the little crown princess in the future? No, absolutely not. She was dead set against it. The Empress Dowager looked at Arbor with a gloomy face, then turned to the emperor and said earnestly, Your Majesty. This is absolutely inappropriate. However, the great emperor ignored the old lady and ordered his eunuch to carry out the task. Not long after, the eunuch came in with small steps, holding a white jade box in his hand, and respectfully handed it to the great emperor. Empress Dowager Chen's eyes instantly sharpened. He stared at the stubborn great emperor in disbelief. As far as she was concerned, the actions of the grand emperor were simply stupid beyond compare. How could he listen to the crown prince and directly give the phoenix seal to the little crown princess? This was definitely inappropriate. However, she couldn't think of a better reason to persuade the great emperor to give up on this terrifying idea. The crown princess and the crown prince are about to marry. Giving the phoenix seal to her isn't a violation of the ancestral laws, the great emperor said calmly. In his view, if the young crown prince consort could have more people be more respectful to her after she gained control of the phoenix seal, there probably wouldn't be any trouble for her in the future. She also wouldn't have to terrifyingly turn into a violent person and retaliate against others. Therefore, the world would be at peace and the country would celebrate. This was a wonderful thing. Moreover, he didn't want to go against his son's wishes. Speaking of which, the emperor was actually a father who doted on his son. It was just that he wouldn't admit it on the surface. He was a wise and decisive emperor of the divine prefecture. How could he dote on his son? Haha, did he still have any shame? Qiao Mu cast the emperor a sidelong glance before looking at Her Majesty the Queen Dowager, whose face was flushed red and who was trembling uncontrollably all over. She apathetically reached out to take the mutton-fat white jade box that the emperor handed over, casually opening it to take a look. A golden phoenix seal was placed in the middle of the box. It shone brightly and looked extremely dazzling. Arbor felt that the phoenix seal was quite small and pretty. He picked it up and looked at it. He saw a phoenix soaring in the 9 heavens at the bottom. The carving was extremely exquisite and lifelike. He liked it even more. This phoenix seal belongs to your mother. I'm giving it to you now. You have to take good care of it. Don't lose or damage it. The great emperor was still worried, so he warned the child not to play with the phoenix seal on impulse. She wasn't stupid. Why would she play around with the phoenix seal for no reason? She wasn't crazy. The little crown princess looked at the emperor as if he was looking at an idiot. That look made the emperor want to go berserk. Why was this child so uncute? Your Majesty. Empress Dowager Chen wanted to say something, but the emperor reached out to stop her. All right, Empress Dowager. This emperor has made up his mind. That's all. Empress Dowager Chen was anxious and angry, but she couldn't do anything. She could only nod and admit defeat for now. However, in her heart, she couldn't help but be more wary of the little crown princess. Don't look at this girl's cold and unscheming appearance. She definitely wasn't that simple now. She went with the flow and accepted the crown prince's words. Didn't she feel embarrassed at all? Only then did the great emperor smile. He turned around and glared at his son. You can rest assured now. Go to Greyfield village and do everything well. You brought shame to your father. Understood. The crown prince replied unwillingly. All right, the food is getting cold. Come and sit down. The great emperor roared at his son and daughter-in-law. Stop throwing a tantrum. Your grandmother is old and has lived in the palace for so many years. Naturally, she is conservative about everything. As her children, you should show her some respect. You must not have any more conflicts with your grandmother. The great emperor gave the crown prince and the little crown princess a warning look. The young couple curled their lips in a noncommittal manner. They had the same expression and the same look in their eyes, which made the great emperor feel both amused and annoyed. These two children. When they were in the lower star domain in the past, didn't his branch brothers feel stifled when they saw these two clumsy fellows? This son of his was definitely a little scoundrel in the lower star domain as well. Far away on Seacombe planet, the old great King Mo lay sneezed 3 times in a row, looking dazed as if someone was nagging at him. After Arbor sat down, Xianxia smiled and hurriedly poured her another cup of wine. Then, she said, Crown Princess, please. The young Crown Prince consort looked meaningfully at this woman and nodded lightly at her. Empress Dowager Chen adjusted her state of mind and smiled at the emperor. Princess Xianxia came from afar. Your Majesty has been busy with official business and didn't see her much. This is the 3rd time you've met, right? Princess Xianxia had been standing obediently at the side. When she heard the Empress Dowager mention her, she had no choice but to raise her head. Her eyes were clear and gentle as she looked at the emperor. She smiled faintly and said, Xianxia greets your Majesty. The emperor nodded slightly, but his eyes narrowed. It seemed that these people were quite concerned about his preferences. He took a closer look and found that Princess Xianxia's phoenix eyes were quite similar to his wife Wu Xia's. It was obvious that these people had worked hard. The emperor suddenly felt a little tired. He glanced at the Empress Dowager and felt that this old woman was meddling too much. Not only did she worry about his son and daughter-in-law, but she also always wanted to reach into his harem. The emperor frowned slightly and suddenly felt that the dishes in front of him were a little more tasteless. His poor Wu Xia was still lying in that cold place. Because he was worried that every time he opened that layer of ice, he might damage her body. He had to endure and not disturb her sleep. His Wu Xia wasn't actually dead. He could hear her heartbeat. But after so many years, her heartbeat had become slower and slower. If he couldn't make the soul-returning pill as soon as possible, he was afraid. Thinking of this, the emperor didn't want to stay here and listen to Empress Dowager Chen's endless chatter about Princess Xianxia. Little glutinous dumpling, you have to leave at dawn tomorrow. If there's nothing else, go back early and pack up. The emperor meant that the meeting was adjourned. Poor Empress Dowager Chen, who was enthusiastically talking about Princess Xianxia, was suddenly interrupted and looked a little embarrassed. Xianxia pulled her husband up and bowed to the emperor at the same time. Father, rest early too. The emperor nodded and gave his son a look before leaving. After saying goodbye to the Empress Dowager, he strode away. Empress Dowager Chen glared at the emperor's back with a bit of annoyance. She suddenly felt like she couldn't control her son anymore. No matter how much she nagged, the emperor was like a one-track mind. Look at what he had done to his harem over the past decade. Many palaces and courtyards were empty. Even if there were some beauties in the harem, their fates were the same as Princess Xianxia's. Some of them had been in the palace for 3 to 4 years, but they still didn't get to see the emperor. Princess Xianxia didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and said, Your Majesty and the Empress are deeply in love. I've long heard about it. Your Majesty doesn't need to force Your Majesty to accept her. The little crown princess looked at Princess Xianxia curiously. She saw that her eyes were clear, as if she really didn't care about His Majesty's attitude. He immediately felt that she should be an interesting girl. The two of them left the palace and boarded the carriage. Starlight accompanied them all the way to the Eastern Palace. Jojo, after your husband leaves, you must take good care of yourself. Mo Lian reached out and pulled her into his arms, gently brushing away a strand of hair from her temples. You must make me feel at ease. Sir Jojo nodded vigorously. She raised her hand and wrapped it around his neck, whispering, come back early. Okay. His phoenix eyes curved slightly. His thin lips pressed down and covered hers. The land of Tsong Prefecture was filled with immortal traces. Looking down, one would see a meandering water vein slowly flowing across the land toward the Sea of Forgetfulness. Taiji Palace, it was already dusk. As the setting sun shone, the melodious sound of a zither drifted through the air. Noble Consort Duan led Nanny Lin all the way to her son's bedchamber under the sunset glow, and her expression became a bit strange. Along the way, the Taiji Palace was completely empty. He didn't know where those dogs of a slave had sneaked off to hide. Noble Consort Duan knitted her brows and glanced sideways at Nanny Lin. Nanny Lin said with a smile, perhaps His Highness dismissed them all. Noble Consort Duan thought about her son's temperament and nodded in deep agreement. That's right, her son never liked having too many people around him, and he didn't like having a group of servants disturbing him. According to his temperament, she was afraid that what Mother Lin said was true. Mother Lin reached out to push open the door and walked in with Noble Consort Duan. Both of them revealed a trace of surprise. This bedchamber was also empty without a single person in sight. Inside the spacious bedchamber, yellow silk gauze curtains that hung to the ground slowly fluttered in the wind. The long window was only half open, and there was a faint sandalwood fragrance burning inside, but Duan Yu was nowhere to be seen. Noble Consort Duan and Nanny Lin searched around the spacious bedchamber but didn't find him. The master and servant looked at each other, and their expressions simultaneously changed. A junior eunuch happened to poke his head out at the bedchamber's entrance. Just as he wanted to shrink back, he was berated by Nanny Lin, who was by Noble Consort Duan's side. Xiao Kazi. What are you doing sneaking around? Nanny Lin shouted angrily. That junior eunuch called Xiao Kazi jumped in fright and hastily ran in with his neck shrunk. He quickly saluted, greetings, Noble Consort. Where is His Highness? Noble Consort Duan asked angrily with a sullen expression. Good, you bunch of wicked servants, you actually dare to make things difficult for His Highness? There isn't even a single servant to serve in this enormous Taiji palace? You guys are also hemming and hawing about where His Highness went. What exactly are you doing? Nanny Lin coldly reprimanded. Xiao Kazi was so frightened that he rolled onto the ground and repeatedly kowtowed as he cried out, Your Highness, please calm down. Your Highness, please calm down. Still not telling the truth? Mother Lin sternly reprimanded. His Highness has not come out since he went into seclusion a few days ago. He is still in the underground secret room. The young eunuch stuttered, almost unable to speak a complete sentence. Actually, His Highness had been in seclusion for a total of 13 days. Before His Highness went into seclusion, he told them that he could come out in 7 days. But now, it had been more than 6 days and there was still no movement. The eunuchs and palace maids in Taiji Palace were actually worried to death, but they were too scared to make a sound. Usually, everyone would hide themselves away, afraid that they would be the scapegoat if something happened. Now that Noble Consort Duan was here, Xiao Kazi had no choice but to come out and meet her. Actually, Xiao Kazi was also panicking. His Highness had not shown up for so many days. Could it be that he was possessed? If something really happened to His Highness, then it would be the end of their lives for these servants. Xiao Kazi's face was sullen as he replied in a sobbing voice, every word this servant said is true. May Your Highness, Noble Consort Duan, please understand. Noble Consort Duan immediately stood up. Where is the secret room? Bring me there to take a look. She was really too worried about her son. He had not come to pay his respects to her for so many days. As expected, something had happened. Xiao Kezi looked up at Noble Consort Duan nervously and said with a bitter face, Your Highness, Prince Jin said not to disturb him when he is in seclusion. How dare you? Mother Lin scolded, do you still want to hide it from Her Highness? If His Highness is in seclusion for a long time, he will definitely tell Her Highness. Since he didn't say, he will definitely come out in 3 to 6 days. Noble Consort Duan was flustered and felt that her mother's words were very reasonable. Could it be that something really happened to him? She tried her best to stay calm and sober and looked at Mother Lin. Then she scolded Xianxia to lead the way and led them to the small underground room. This small room was built in the back hall for the convenience of the master's cultivation. After walking down the stairs, noble consort Duan and Mother Lin saw several stone rooms with different patterns engraved on the door grooves. Which one? It's the innermost room, Xianxia said with trepidation. Noble consort Duan glared at the servant. His Highness hasn't come out for so many days. Don't you servants know to come to my palace to report? These people really didn't care about her son. Noble consort Duan's eyes instantly became sharp and cold. Xianxia trembled and quickly led the two to the door of the small stone room. Your Highness, it's right here. Noble consort Duan nodded slightly and raised her hand to touch the cold stone door. Then she pressed her finger on a round stone plate. Just as she was about to press it down, Xianxia couldn't help but remind her in a low voice, Your Highness, although I am a mortal, I know that cultivators are most afraid of being disturbed during their cultivation. If we accidentally disturb His Highness, will it cause His Highness to go into chi deviation? He said carefully. Noble consort Duan's hand that was pressing the stone button suddenly stopped and she couldn't help but hesitate. She didn't know if she would harm her son in an impulse. Xianxia bowed behind the two and whispered, Your Highness, why don't we go up and wait? Noble consort Duan felt her eyelids twitching and felt that something was going to happen. She shook her head. Just as she withdrew her hand, she heard the door of the stone room rumble from inside. The stone door slowly moved upward. Duan Yu's slender figure appeared at the door. When he saw his mother, he was a bit surprised. Mother? Why are you here? Noble consort Duan carefully sized up her son, took his hand, and asked, Ali, why do you look so pale? Aren't you cultivating in seclusion? Although she couldn't cultivate, she at least had some common sense. Usually, when a cultivator came out of seclusion, they would be very refreshed. Unless there were signs of chi deviation, noble consort Duan's heart skipped a beat. She held her son's hand and asked, Ali, are you hiding something from your mother? Your face is so pale. Did you encounter some difficulties in your cultivation? Duan Yu forced a smile and shook his head. Mother, what are you saying? Nothing happened at all. Let's go up first. After saying that, he helped his mother out of the underground room and returned to the bedroom. Ali, don't hide it from your mother. Why would I hide it from mother? Duan Yu smiled and helped his mother sit down. He then asked, did something happen on mother's side? Noble consort Duan shook her head with a smile. In a few days, mother will be accompanying your royal father to hunt in the plains of Great Xia. Since you don't plan on going, you must be careful in everything you do in the capital. Mother has to pack up these 2 days, so I'm afraid I won't have time to take care of you. So I came a few days in advance to see you and chat with you. Duan Yu squatted down in front of his mother with a smile. Mother, don't worry and go play. What could happen to me? After the half-month vacation ends, I still have to return to the Royal Academy. At that time, I might not be able to return until around New Year's Eve. Okay. Noble consort Duan lovingly gazed at her son and patted his head. Son, mother has nothing else to ask for now and only hopes that you will get married soon. If you can have someone who cares about you and treats you wholeheartedly, you will be satisfied. Duan Yu's heart ached, but he tilted his head and feigned a relaxed smile. Mother, your son is still so young, yet you're already in a rush to chase your son away from you? In the divine province, your son is still an infant at this age. It's too early to talk about marriage. Why don't you stay by my mother's side and be a filial son? What do you think, mother? Noble consort Duan irritably poked his forehead. You're so indecent all the time. You're used to coaxing your mother. Mother, your son's every word is true. How was I teasing you? Duan Yu blinked with a grin. Noble consort Duan scrutinized him for a good while. Don't talk about other things. Just talk about why your complexion was so poor earlier. Duan Yu honestly replied, I was too greedy for advancement, so my realm was a bit unstable. Is that really all? Noble consort Duan looked at him suspiciously. That's right. Duanyu nodded with a grin and pulled noble consort Duan's hand. Mother, your son is so formidable, so what could happen? You can set your mind at ease. After saying this, he even glanced at his mother rather smugly. Noble consort Duan was amused by him and nodded. All right then. After mother leaves, you have to take good care of yourself. Understood, mother. Noble consort Duan chatted with her son for a bit more before she left with a smile on her face, supported by Mother Lin. Lil Kuzi, you can leave too. Close the door. After his mother left, Duan Yu's expression instantly chilled, and he ordered indifferently. Lil Kuzi did not dare to say anything else. He quickly nodded and left the room. Just as he closed the doors to the palace hall, Duan Yu collapsed onto the couch like he was deflated, and his complexion instantly turned even paler. Brat, do you still want to continue struggling? I've tried so hard to persuade you so much. Why don't you know what's good for you? An old voice abruptly emerged from the cold air. Shut up. Shut up. Duan Yu fiercely rebuked. His hand pressed against his chest, and he found it difficult to breathe. Humph, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't forget, I'm your ancestor. That voice icily said, if it weren't for my bloodline entering your body, would you have your current realm in cultivation that soared by leaps and bounds? Long-winded. Duan Yu clenched his fist and directly erased that voice from his mind. An eerie chill suffused his body, and lustrous beads of sweat trickled down his jade-like forehead. At worst, he would just gouge out his bones and blood to return your bloodline. You want to force him to give up half of his body? Dream on. Imperial capital of the Divine Prefecture Eastern Palace. Kai Xiao ran over to report to her, beaming with joy, Crown Princess, a large batch of blank jade slips has arrived from outside the palace. Do you want to go out and collect them now? The Crown Prince had been gone for half a day, and Arbor was leaning against the bedside listlessly, flipping through the medical book in his hands from time to time, looking somewhat absent-minded. Hearing Kai Xiao's voice, Sir Jojo raised his little head. Let's go take a look. 100,000 blank jade slips had arrived. That was naturally an excellent thing. She had drawn so many talisman arrays in the lower star region, and had used up all the jade slips in her possession. She had been waiting for these blank jade slips for the past few days. Kai Xiao went forward with a chuckle, draped a coat over her, and called Kai Chi out to arrange a carriage. The delivery of the jade slips has been stopped at the Imperial Palace's north gate. Kai Xiao smiled and said to Arbor, Crown Princess, go take a look when you're done. This little Crown Princess had been silent for most of the day, reading by the window alone. She must have begun to miss His Highness the Crown Prince. Kai Xiao wanted to distract the little Crown Princess, lest her thoughts become too heavy, so she deliberately instigated her to go out for a walk. Li Yi, Li Yi. Kai Xiao called out twice. Li Yi jumped in from the window like a ghost, looking expressionlessly at the little Crown Princess. Your subordinate is here. Kai Xiao's mouth twitched, and then she coughed lightly. All right, the Crown Princess is going out. Come with us. Yes. Li Yi hugged her sword and stood to the side. When the little Crown Princess started walking, she hugged her sword and followed behind them silently. It was currently afternoon, and the sunlight was very dazzling. The little Crown Princess couldn't help but squint her eyes when she walked out. After boarding the carriage, she leaned against the soft cushion, hugging a jar of peach biscuits, and chewing them one by one in her mouth. Lotus and the rest should have boarded the ship by now. This time, the army would be traveling by water, bringing along close to 50,000 to 60,000 people. Their speed of travel should not be too fast. Kai Xiao nodded heavily and said with a smile, Crown Princess, you don't have to worry too much about His Highness the Crown Prince. You've given His Highness so many pills and talismans, and there are many pharmacists and alchemists in the army. There are also many people with special abilities, so there shouldn't be any danger on this trip. Arbor nodded with a listless look. He handed the jar of peach biscuits to Kai Chi and sat up cross-legged. With these jade talismans, I'll be able to finish the drawing tonight. Tomorrow, I'll be able to do some serious business. Kai Xiao couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She knew this little Crown Princess too well. If the little Crown Princess mentioned something serious, it would definitely be something serious like murder and arson. She wondered who had offended her again. Kaixio shook her head and said with a smile, "Crown Princess, you won the competition at the Mu family. I remember that there was a prize." The little Crown Princess looked as if she had just woken up from a dream. She immediately nodded and said, "Kaixio, luckily you have a good memory. I forgot about it. It's fine. After we finish our business tomorrow, I'll make a trip back to the Mu family." As they spoke, everyone had already arrived at the Imperial Palace's north gate. From afar, they saw 2 carriages used for loading goods parked there. Which of the guards didn't recognize the famous little Crown Princess? Seeing her get off the carriage and run over, they quickly put on a solemn expression and bowed in greeting. "Greetings to the Crown Princess." Arbor waved her hand, indicating that they could dispense with the formalities. She followed them and hurried to the front of the 2 carriages. She ran to the carriage and opened the curtain to take a look. She took one of the thin pieces of jade and nodded repeatedly. She said to the honest craftsman who delivered the goods, "Well done." The thickness of the jade piece was just right, and the size was just right. It was pure white and flawless, and it was very warm in her hand. Presumably, after she finished making the jade talisman, it would be even more beautiful. "It doesn't matter if we slowly polish the rest. Remember to send the goods when you have them. Kaixio, give them a reward of 10,000 spirit coins." Kaixio smiled and answered. She went forward and handed a bag of spirit coins to one of the craftsmen. The craftsmen were flattered and nodded repeatedly. They were just ordinary craftsmen. When had they ever received such honor? They were just making some jade pieces. Unexpectedly, they received such praise from the noble Crown Princess. In addition, they would receive a reward of 10,000 spirit coins. They simply wanted to wake up from their dreams. Thus, the few of them swore that they would continue to work hard to process the jade slices. After they happily unloaded the bags of jade slices from the carriage, they respectfully drove the carriage away. A white jade talisman suddenly appeared in front of Arbor's eyes. It was full of purple light, and all the blank jade talismans on the ground were absorbed into it. Some of the guards at the gate stared at the jade talisman hanging in the air with shining eyes. They secretly said in their hearts, "No wonder everyone says that the Crown Princess is an extremely powerful great talisman master." It's really so. With just a casual move, such a huge storage talisman was able to take away all the jade slips that were piled up like a small mountain on the ground. Compared to the inner world of ordinary people, which was 3 to 5 cubic meters, the storage space in the hands of the Crown Princess could be described as empty. A great talisman master was really powerful. She could casually think about how many things she could collect, and it was just a matter of a storage talisman. Arbor naturally didn't know that these guards worshipped her in their hearts. She raised her hand and grabbed the purple storage talisman. Then, she turned around and looked at Kaixio and the other 2. "It's still early. Do you want to go shopping?" Kaichi was the most lively. When she heard that she could go out for a stroll, she immediately clapped her hands and cheered, nodding her head repeatedly. The 4 of them then boarded the carriage and had the coachman drive the carriage towards the bustling Changle Street. The carriage stopped at the entrance of Kaidai Pavilion. The 4 of them got off the carriage and heard a commotion coming from the street corner. "Wow, Alchemy Master Dan is giving out a gift today. Everyone, let's go and take a look." "Who is Alchemist Dan?" "You're really ignorant and inexperienced. That's the first and youngest divine-grade alchemist in our divine continent. The pills that he makes are hard to find even with tens of millions of spirit coins." Xiao Mu, Kaixio, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Li Yi frowned. She hugged her sword and asked mechanically, "Crown Princess, do you want to go over and take a look?" Arbor shook her head with an uninterested expression. No need. She was going out for a stroll today and taking Kaixio and the rest to have a meal. She really wasn't interested in knowing what Alchemist Dan was going to do. Li Yi nodded and followed the little Crown Princess into Kaidai Pavilion with Kaixio and Kaichi. When manager Hu of Kaidai Pavilion saw who came in, he immediately smiled so widely that his teeth could be seen and his eyes couldn't be concealed. "Crown Princess, you've finally found the time to come. If you still didn't come." Shopkeeper Hu lowered his voice and winked at her. "I'm afraid that the holy rice, spirit vegetables, and spirit fruits in this shop will be sold out again." Arbor nodded. I'll give you another batch later. The old shopkeeper immediately smiled so widely that his teeth disappeared. All right, Crown Princess, please head upstairs first. Thus, he arranged for the shop assistants to serve the young Crown Princess and her group. Arbor, Li Yi, Kai Xiao, and Kai Chi were heading upstairs when they heard the sound of footsteps and a fragrant breeze. Looking up, they saw Princess Consort Xianxia, walking down the stairs with a soft and slender figure and a charming face. When the two met, Princess Consort smiled sweetly and nodded at Arbor. Crown Princess. Greetings to the Crown Princess. Xianxia secretly lowered her eyes to hide the trace of unwillingness in them and bowed. She had learned her lesson and didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the Crown Princess. After the incident at the general's estate, Xianxia didn't dare to get up before the Crown Princess asked her to. Arbor swept a glance at her and didn't ask her to get up. She only stared coldly at Xianxia in front of her. After not seeing her for a period of time, it seemed that she had been living quite comfortably and her realm seemed to have improved. Who did he get such a huge benefit from? Right now, she had actually leaped from a 5th grade to an 8th grade spiritual master. She used her spiritual eye to check Xianxia's body, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a faint mocking smile. A body created by using spirit herbs undoubtedly looked like an 8th grade spiritual master, but her actual combat ability was probably still stuck at the 5th grade realm. A large amount of herbs wouldn't be of any help to her body. It would only further damage her body and cause her to fall into a false state of advancement. However, Arbor didn't care about all this and didn't need to tell this Xianxia. In any case, just let her continue to court death. She didn't have much time left anyway. Thinking of this, Arbor coldly glanced at Xianxia again. He walked past her half-squatting body with his head held high, not giving her any face at all. Xianxia was so angry that her face flushed red. She turned to look at her elder sister, Princess Consort Xianxia. Elder sister, what do you think of this Crown Princess's attitude? So domineering and unruly, she was just giving her a proper bow, but she actually gave her such a reaction. It was simply infuriating. Completely unreasonable, Xianxia could tell that the Crown Princess didn't like her second sister very much. However, it made sense when she thought about it. The young Crown Prince Consort had whipped her second younger sister the first time she met her second younger sister. There was no way that the Crown Prince Consort would like her. At this moment, she didn't know why, but she felt that the Crown Princess's gaze towards her second sister was extremely cold, as if it contained broken ice blades. It was so cold that it was a bit frightening. Xianxia smiled and patted her second sister's hand. Don't think too much. The Crown Princess's temper is like this. She's still young, so we'll get used to it. Xianxia was instantly furious. That night, Xianxia returned home with a belly full of anger. After throwing around and hitting for a long time, she asked the servant girl cowering beside her, "Is there any news of Miao Sheng?" "Not at the moment," Mississippi Xianxia frowned. She had received news that the Crown Princess had brought the Chow family to the capital. She didn't know if the news was true. Early the next morning, the Shi family's door was crowded with people. As soon as the gatekeeper opened the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw a large group of onlookers crowding around his gate, looking at him with a strange expression. As a member of the 6 noble families, this servant was used to being a tyrant. How could he tolerate a crowd of onlookers in front of the Shi residence? He immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" and was about to step out of the door to chase the crowd away. But when he stepped out, he bumped into something hard. He stared at the air in front of him dumbfoundedly and subconsciously reached out to touch it. As soon as he touched it, he found something strange. He saw that the finger was sinking into the ground along with the fluctuating light halos. As if it was attracted by something, the finger was suddenly rebounded by a force, giving him a fright. He didn't know what was going on, but the onlookers outside saw everything clearly. They saw that the entire Shi residence was surrounded by a large talisman array, completely covering the Shi residence. This talisman array seemed to have built a transparent protective layer, like a transparent bowl, completely covering the Shi residence. The manservant didn't know that there was such a barrier at the door. When he rushed out, everyone saw with their own eyes that he bumped into the thin wall of the bowl and was immediately rebounded by the force. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. These passers-by were actually out to buy groceries early in the morning. They saw that this place was filled with purple light that dyed half of the morning sun. Thus, they were attracted to this place with curiosity. But when they got closer, they found that the Sher residence, one of the 6 noble families, was surrounded by a large talisman array. How scary! Who was so determined to go against the Sher residence that they actually set up such a barrier above the Sher residence? Wasn't this a death trap for everyone in the Sher residence? The manservant's face turned pale and he quickly rushed out of the door. With a loud bang, his entire body was miserably rebounded by the force and fell heavily to the ground, revealing a dumbfounded expression. Everyone could clearly see that the binding power of this talisman array was extremely terrifying. Once it was hit by an external force, it would be repelled with 10 times the force. A group of onlookers gathered outside the Sher family's house and looked around. They shook their heads in sympathy, but at the same time, they couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes as they asked around what was going on. The manservant crawled up from the ground and limped into the mansion, crying out in alarm, "Master, master, something bad has happened." The head steward of the Sher family walked out from the corridor and saw the panic-stricken manservant who was shouting loudly all the way here. He couldn't help but step forward and give him a slap across the face. "What's the fuss about? Our Sher family is such a big family business, how could anything bad happen to us?" The Sher family's butler harumphed angrily. Just as he was about to reprimand the servant exclaimed, looking as if he had seen a ghost, "It's the real butler. Something bad has happened. Butler, go out and take a look. Our main entrance has been surrounded by people using special means. We can't get out at all." "That's utter nonsense," the butler reprimanded. Although the Sher residence wasn't the most prestigious among the 6 noble families, as an old family, who would dare to cause trouble at their doorstep? Patriarch Sher pushed open the door and walked out. His face darkened at the sound of the footman's voice, and he released a strong suppressive aura. What happened? The manservant was so scared that he kept quiet out of fear. His eyes were trembling as he looked at his master with trembling eyes. The steward of the Sher family turned around and cupped his hands at Patriarch Sher. "I'm sorry, Patriarch. It's my fault for not disciplining my servant properly. That's why he ran amok and disturbed your cultivation." Patriarch Sher replied coolly with a cold face. He was about to turn around and walk back into the room when a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The eldest son of the Sher family hurriedly said, "Father, something bad has happened. Someone has set up a confinement talisman array above the Sher family and we're all trapped inside." Patriarch Sher's expression changed abruptly. The footman hurriedly got up from the ground and nodded repeatedly. "Patriarch, it's true. It's true. Just now, I wanted to open the door and go out, but I was bounced back by a wall. There was nothing in front of me, but I couldn't get out no matter how hard I tried." Patriarch Sher couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Who dares to play tricks outside our Sher family? Take me out and have a look." Patriarch Sher shouted angrily. Just as he turned around and walked to the door, several elders with ugly expressions came knocking on his door. "Patriarch! Patriarch!" The elders said one after another, "Did you find out who's causing trouble in our Sher family? What's the matter with that talisman array?" "Patriarch, the entire Sher family is now trapped inside this confinement talisman array. We have to find a way out." Patriarch Sher's head was about to explode from their words and he felt a little dizzy. He raised his hand to silence their cries and said with a sullen face, "Everyone, don't panic. Let's go to the door and see what's going on." "Okay. Okay." The elders nodded in agreement. They followed Patriarch Sher and his entourage to the main entrance of the Sher family. The footman hurriedly ran forward and pulled open the 2 doors inwards. The faces of Patriarch Sher and the others darkened at once. At this time, more and more people gathered at the Sher family's entrance. Looking at the way the crowd gathered at the entrance, there seemed to be an endless stream of people. There seemed to be more than 1,000 people gathered. What nonsense! The elders could no longer maintain their composure and scolded angrily, "What are they doing? Was this group of people here to see the Sher family make a fool of themselves?" Reality proved that this was indeed the case. However, when the crowd outside saw Master Sher and a group of elders appear at the door, they all backed away timidly. The crowded and bustling crowd instantly fell silent. Many pairs of curious eyes swept over Patriarch Xianxia and the others. Everyone wanted to know if Patriarch Xianxia and this group of powerful elders could break through the shackles of the gate and walk out from inside. There was a hint of anger in Patriarch Xianxia's eyes. He stretched out his hand and shouted at the crowd, "All of you, step back." Yes. The elders, Xianxia family's eldest son, and the steward and footman all took a few steps back. One of the elders even scolded indignantly, "These bastards. Don't wait for me to get out. When I get out, I won't let any of them off." Of course, the crowd didn't know that these elders were cursing them in their hearts. They were just watching the show. The eyes of the onlookers lit up when they saw House Head Xianxia order for everyone to move aside. It looked like House Head Xianxia was going to make a big move. Would House Head Xianxia be able to break through this transparent barrier? What a strong confinement glyph formation. Several cultivators descended from the sky and landed in front of the crowd. The woman standing at the very front was surrounded by 2 or 3 female cultivators. Her eyes were like the stars in the sky, shining with light. When this female cultivator appeared, the male cultivators behind her couldn't help but bow respectfully and smile respectfully at her. "Fairy Hao Fei." The female cultivators beside Hao Fei swept an indifferent glance over them and didn't speak. When the common people saw that even the cultivators had come to watch the commotion, they couldn't help but feel a bit more daring. When one of the women saw Hao Fei standing next to her, she couldn't help but muster up her courage and say to her, "Fairy, you're also here to watch the commotion. I don't know what kind of powerful enemy the Xianxia family has provoked, but they've covered their entire house from top to bottom. They're trying to think of a way to get out right now." Hao Fei smiled and couldn't help but look curiously at the entrance of the Xianxia family's house. House Head Xianxia's old face was cold as he channeled spiritual power into his hands and suddenly sent a palm flying towards the entrance. Hum. A faint sound of air current came from the air. Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. Only a few cultivators saw that after House Head Xianxia sent out that palm strike, an even stronger air current bounced back at him. His strength was so great, and his speed was so ferocious that it made people gasp in amazement. Hao Fei's eyes instantly widened. House Head Xianxia had sent out a palm strike with his cultivation of the 12th level of the spirit realm, but the force of the counterattack exceeded that of the 15th level of the spirit realm. In her opinion, it was no different from the 3rd level of the spirit realm. Hao Fei couldn't help but sigh in amazement. She didn't know if she would be sent flying with her palm if she was trapped in this talisman array. Would she also suffer an even stronger rebound force? This kind of formation could be said to be heaven-defying. Bam! Patriarch Xianxia barely managed to catch the rebounding force and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden turn of events shocked all the elders of the Xianxia clan, including Xianxia Dalong and the housekeeper. "Patriarch!" They cried out in shock. The patriarch of the Xianxia clan was sent flying by this force, crashing heavily into a camphor tree behind them. The crowd gathered outside the Xianxia family's gates were horrified to find that even the towering tree had been broken in half by Master Xianxia's back. From this, one could see how powerful it was. "Father!" The eldest son of the Xianxia family panicked and hurriedly rushed over to support the head of the Xianxia family, who was bleeding profusely. "Father! Father!" The eldest son of the Xianxia family hurriedly reached out and massaged his father's back a few times. With trembling hands, he took out a large pile of medicinal pills and stuffed them into his father's mouth. While the head of the Xianxia family swallowed, blood continued to flow out of his mouth. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and there was a stifling feeling in his chest that could not be released. "House Head!" The elders were all dumbfounded when they saw House Head's wretched state. They looked at each other and then at the crowd gathered outside the Xianxia family's gates, whispering to each other. Their embarrassment turned to anger, and they couldn't help but shout in unison, "Everyone, let's go together!" The Xianxia clan master was vomiting blood when he heard their cries and wanted to stop them. He had been tricked once and knew how powerful this talisman array was. It was unlikely that he could break it with brute force. However, his mouth was stuffed full of medicinal pills and he was vomiting blood, so the words that came out of his mouth were like gossamer. Without waiting for him to finish, the few impulsive elders all flew to the door. At the same time, they gathered a violent spiritual power in their hands and smashed it against the wall of the gate. Chi chi chi. Wah. Ah. Bam bam. After a few loud bangs, the elders retreated at the speed of light and were flung back by the door's barrier. They crashed into the limestone floor and half of the wall collapsed. Everyone curled up in pain, curling up into the shape of a shrimp as blood spurted out of their mouths. Anxious and angry, the Shur clan master coughed out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. The Shur clan eldest young master was so shocked that his limbs turned cold. He looked at his father in his arms and shouted, "Elders! Elders!" The elders immediately fainted from the pain. The power of their combined attack was naturally much more ferocious than the Shur clan masters. Therefore, the recoil they received was also much more violent than the Shur clan masters. After this, their internal organs were almost ruptured. Cracks also appeared in their Dantian spiritual ruin realm. They immediately fainted. The onlookers outside the door were even more shocked and frightened. Heavens, the result of the combined attack of so many Shur clan elders was so tragic, Haofei couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. She exclaimed, "What a powerful talisman array, so powerful! Sister Hao, what talisman array is this?" A round-faced female cultivator couldn't help but ask. "This is a confinement talisman array. It can't have more than one confinement effect." Haofei looked at the 36 jade talismans glowing with purple light in the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "If I'm not wrong, this should be a talisman array set up by an Earth-rank great talisman master." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Earth-rank great talisman master? In the entire upper 3 provinces, the number of people who could become Earth-grade great talisman masters could be counted on one's fingers. Which Earth-grade great talisman master did this? He acted so swiftly and decisively, not giving the Shur family any way out. Speaking of which, the Shur clan was really unlucky. Of all the people they could provoke, they just had to provoke a powerful Earth-grade great talisman master. Close the door. Close the door. Patriarch Shur lost his composure at this moment and yelled at the steward and the servant. The butler and the manservant hurriedly stepped forward and slammed the door shut. When they turned around, they could see the panic-stricken expression on each other's faces. Was everyone in the Shur family trapped here? At the same time, the Mu family. Inside the clan's gloomy dungeon, there was no sunlight at all. Mu Rochuan had been locked up here for more than half a month, and she was about to go crazy. For so many days, no one in the clan was allowed to see her. Mu Xianxia couldn't see her daughter either. Until today, when Mu Rochuan was taken out of the dungeon, she realized that her daughter was so thin that she could be called a bag of bones. Rochuan. Mu Xianxia had just taken a few steps forward when she was startled by Mu Rochuan's gloomy eyes when she raised her head. Her daughter's eyes were clearly filled with unforgiving and resentment. Was she holding a grudge against her? But there was nothing she could do. The patriarch had ordered that no one was allowed to enter the dungeon to see her. Although Mu Xianxia was worried about her daughter, she could not disobey the old patriarch's order. Old Master Mu was sitting in the main seat in the court. Several elders, the patriarch, and many brothers of the Mu family were present as well. This was a public trial. As Mu Rochuan's mother, Mu Xianxia made an exception to come to the main court to listen to the trial. However, she did not have much right to speak. Mu Rochuan, do you admit to your crimes? The upright elder Dao spoke in a dignified voice. How could an evil talisman master appear in a talisman aristocratic family? This was the biggest joke in the world, and it was a disgrace to the Mu family. Rumors that the eldest daughter of the Mu family was a talisman master had already spread. Many people came to the Mu residence every few days to make a fuss, demanding an explanation. In everyone's opinion, a terrifying existence like a talisman master must be dealt with as soon as possible, lest it became a threat to the entire divine mainland when it grew stronger. What crimes should I admit to? Mu Rochuan said sternly. She raised her bound hands and glared fiercely at everyone in the court. I don't admit to my crimes. I'm not guilty at all. It's all of you. You cowardly and incompetent people can't even protect your own daughter and granddaughter. Someone else said that they would punish me, and you want to punish me? Ha 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 ha. Then, she burst into wild laughter. She did not seem like a normal person at all. Old Master Mu frowned slightly inside. Let's not talk about whether you're a talisman master or not. You tried to harm your own sister during the competition and tried to use a talisman to kill her. Are you still not admitting to your crimes? She deserves to die. Mu Rochuan's eyes shot out a poisonous glint. She went against me time and time again. She's just a village woman from the lower star domain, but she doesn't have the self-awareness of someone from the lower star domain. Shut up. Old Master Mu could not take it anymore and roared at her. He looked at her with disappointment. Rochuan, you've disappointed me. Mu Xingchen looked at her indifferently and did not say anything. He only shook his head. Disappointed? Ha ha, ha. Disappointed? Mu Rochuan screamed at them, what did you tell me when I was a genius? You are the hope of the Mu clan. You are the only one who can inherit old ancestor Chaoyang's legacy. You will definitely become a heaven-rank great talisman master in the future. Now, you're saying you're disappointed in me? It's because in your hearts, there's a better candidate to inherit the legacy of ancestor Xiaoyang. Mu Roxian sneered, why should I become a useless chess piece to be abandoned when a better person appears? Why do I have to give up everything that I've worked so hard for so many years? If it were you, would you be willing? Do you know how to do it? Bastard. Mu Jingfeng slapped the table and stood up, slapping Mu Rochuan's cheek. This heavy slap in the face dissipated the last bit of kinship in Mu Rochuan's heart. She stared at them coldly and mockingly tugged at her lips. It's precisely because I don't want to lose and disappoint you that I ended up like this today. She turned to look at Mu Xingchen and coldly said, brother, help me pass a message to Arbor. Today, I, Mu Rochuan, will end up like her in Arbor in the future. When the day comes when an even more powerful talisman master replaces her position in Arbor, she will be just like me, pitiful and pathetic. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, she started laughing maniacally. Mu Xingchen had already lost all patience with this younger sister whom he had watched grow up. He coldly said, don't worry. Jojo's temperament isn't as stubborn as yours. Perhaps you don't know this, but Jojo has always felt that there's always someone better than him. He's never been as arrogant and egotistical as you, thinking that it's unforgivable for a Jojo from a lower star domain to surpass you. After he said this, he turned his eyes away and did not look at her again. Mu Rochuan, on the other hand, laughed with tears in her eyes, a sharp and cold glint flashing in her eyes. Today, all of you look down on me, thinking that I, a talisman master, have tarnished the family's reputation. In the future, I want each and every one of you to be unworthy of me, Mu Rochuan, Mu Jingfeng coldly said, according to the family rules, cripple Mu Rochuan's cultivation, break her arms, and chase her out of the Mu family. Throw her to a remote branch and let her perish on her own. Mu Qingya exclaimed, Old Master, don't. Grandpa Mu also frowned. Isn't the punishment too severe? No matter what, she was still his granddaughter. This child was still young. She had only taken one wrong step, and it was not as if she could not be saved. His original intention was to have this child swear to the heavens that she would never use talismans in the future. He would spare her life and let her go to a remote branch family to strengthen her muscles and bones and temper her temperament. Father, although I'm Mu Rochuan's father, I definitely can't condone her actions. Old Master. Mu Qingya cried. She wanted to say a few more words of persuasion, but Mu Jingfeng glared at her with a warning gaze. Take her away. Jingfeng. Elder Mu frowned. He wanted to say if this punishment was too harsh, but he saw Mu Jingfeng wave his hand and directly had people drag Mu Rochuan away. Mu Rochuan didn't say anything else. She just laughed as she was dragged out. In the evening, Arbor received news about the Mu family from the night pavilion. He only skimmed through the information and then indifferently tossed it aside. Li Yu went forward to destroy the documents. Her eyes were filled with doubt as she asked, why did the Mu family only deal with Mu Rochuan now? Waiting for me to come back, Arbor said indifferently. Since she wasn't around, if he had secretly dealt with it early on, wouldn't he not be able to sell it in front of her? The little crown princess could not hide the disappointment in her eyes. Crown Prince Consort. Kai Shou hurriedly walked in and bowed. Someone from the Mu family has come to deliver a letter to Crown Prince Consort. Okay, just put it there. Arbor replied with a weary expression and then closed the book with a flip of his hand. Light the lamp and eat. Yes, Crown Princess. Kai Shou nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she was suddenly stopped by Arbor. No need. Prepare the carriage. I'm going back to the Chow family. Xianxia was startled but did not say anything. She only nodded and went to prepare. When the evening lights were first lit, the little crown princess carriage arrived at the Chow family's entrance. She jumped down from the carriage with a small floral cloth package in her hand. Xianxia and the rest could not help but twitch their eyes when they saw this. The moment the door opened, the aroma of food wafted out. Arbor's eyes lit up, and he ran to the dining room. Mother, I'm back to eat. Wei Ziqing came out of the hall to welcome them. When she saw her daughter's figure skipping over, her eyes curved into crescents. Why did you run back? She said this, but her hands involuntarily hugged her daughter and took the small bag she was carrying. It's too boring to be alone in the Eastern Palace. I don't even have the energy to eat. Arbor shook her head and snuggled into her mother's arms. Jojo misses Mom. Her mother's embrace was still the warmest. There was no backstabbing and scheming at home, only the sincere smiles of the whole family. Unlike the Mu family, who tried to figure out her thoughts all day long. It was really laughable. However, they didn't know that Jojo's heart was actually very simple. She would be very sincere to whoever treated her well, and treat them even better. Wei Ziqing was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She reached out and tapped her forehead. You're already married, yet you're still acting spoiled all day long. Even if I'm married, I'm still Mom's daughter. Arbor looked up at her mother. Yes, yes, yes. Wei Ziqing smiled and pulled her into the dining hall. Second uncle and the others just happened to come in from the side door. They were all happy when they saw them. Jojo is back. How long do you plan to stay this time? Stay for 10 days to half a month, Xiaomu said. Xianxia, who was following behind, couldn't help but mutter, His Majesty is going to have a headache again. Her daughter-in-law kept running to her maternal home outside the palace. This was really worrying. Wei Ziqing smiled. Will His Majesty say anything if you keep running out? He's busy with a bunch of things. How can he have time to care about me? Sir Jojo snorted. Rancher smiled and invited them to take a seat. Eldest sister-in-law, it's good that Jojo is back. She has nothing to do in the Eastern Palace. Arbor nodded vigorously. Eating dragon meat is boring when I'm eating alone. Wei Ziqing couldn't help but laugh. The family happily ate dinner together. Meanwhile, at the Mu family's side, Mu Jingfeng paced back and forth in the room a few times, constantly looking back at the door. Patriarch. Mu Liang's voice made Mu Jingfeng's face light up. Come in. Mu Jingfeng turned to look at Mu Liang with a joyful expression. What did the crown princess say? The crown princess didn't say anything. She only asked someone to accept the letter and sent me away. What? Mu Jingfeng's eyes instantly narrowed. Could it be that the punishment is too light and is still not to her liking? However, if she crippled Mu Rochuan's cultivation and broke her wrists, she would be a cripple in the future. She wouldn't even be able to draw talismans. How could this not be to her liking? Could it be that he had to give the order to kill Mu Rochuan? Mu Jingfeng's eyes glinted sharply. How's the investigation of the Shi family going? Master, there's a triple confinement, rebound, and binding talisman array above the Shi family. Most people can only see the confinement layer. Such a method. Mu Jingfeng's eyes revealed a trace of fanaticism. Have you found out if it was done by the crown princess? It should be done by the crown princess. Mu Liang nodded indifferently. After all, there aren't many people in the world who have such a special talisman crafting method. Mu Jingfeng couldn't help but clench his fists. This daughter must return to the Mu family. He definitely couldn't let such a genius wander outside, although this daughter of his had always been at odds with him. No matter what, even if he had to resort to underhanded means, he had to make her return to the family. This matter still needed to be considered at length. Mu Jingfeng was currently somewhat regretful that he had fallen out with this daughter of his back then. If he had known earlier, he would have treated her better back then. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Lady Jojo carried her small floral bundle and returned to her pear blossom courtyard. Madame Ren asked Wei Ziqing with a puzzled expression, why is Jojo carrying a small bundle around all day? Isn't she a talisman master? She has both a storage space and an inner world. What is she doing running around with such a small bundle around all day? What a joke, Wei Ziqing's mouth twitched. She coughed lightly and said, Sister-in-law, there's something you don't know. This child likes to carry a bundle around wherever she goes. Whenever she goes out, she'll have to carry it around. This is probably one of her hobbies. Hobbies? Madame Ren nodded. Who doesn't have hobbies, right? Crown Princess, someone from the Night Pavilion has sent news about the Mu family. Would you like to take a look? Arbor nodded. She took the letter from Li Yi and glanced at it before tossing it back. Got it. You guys should rest early too. Seeing her indifferent expression, no one said anything else. They turned off the lights and retreated. Arbor lay on her bed, pulled the blanket over herself, and rolled around on the bed. A trace of mockery appeared on her lips. He had already been crippled and thrown to the Branch family. Old Madame still sent people to the Branch family to deliver this and that. Was this just a small token of her affection? A big family was a big family. In the face of benefits, kinship and whatnot were probably just illusory things. The next day, Arbor woke up early and walked out of her room in high spirits. She had just moved her small arms and legs when she saw Li Yi land in front of her with a whoosh. Crown Princess, the Sher family's grand elder came out of seclusion yesterday. Oh? Then, did this grand elder manage to break the talisman formation that I set up? Her 3 layers of confinement, recoil, and binding talisman arrays weren't that easy to deal with. No. Li Yi shook her head. A trace of adoration for the little Crown Princess appeared on her carved little face. That Grand Elder only used 10% of his strength. After he was repelled, he didn't dare to make another move. They're currently trapped in the Sher family residence, trying to come up with a plan. This morning, they sent out a signal to the outside world, but it was blocked by a talisman array. But the Sher family's matter has already caught His Majesty's attention. I'm sure His Majesty will send someone to investigate this matter in the next 2 days. The little Crown Princess replied with an "oh" and did not say anything else. Li Yi asked curiously, when does the Crown Princess plan to deal with them? Let's wait for a few more days. Arbor blinked and walked towards the dining room with his hands behind his back. Sister. Jolin, who was walking towards her, cheered and ran up to her. Sister, you're up so early. Arbor nodded and looked her up and down. Little Lin, you swallowed the bloodshed vermilion fruit last time. The fruit pulp can help you improve your physique and train your cultivation. The core of the fruit will help you comprehend your spiritual roots. You should be able to comprehend one of the 5 spirits now. She looked her up and down a few more times before saying, I'll get Chocho to give you a drop of natural water and see if you can comprehend the 9th level of spirit water. How about you go to Fish Orchid Planet for seclusion for a while? When Jolin heard this, she nodded her little head. Okay, big sister. She definitely wouldn't be a burden to her sister in the future. She would work hard to become stronger so that she could shoulder the burden of the Chow family and protect her family. Arbor patted her little sister's head and pulled her into the dining room. Let father and mother know before you go into seclusion. After all, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Once she went into seclusion, it could take a day or 2, or even 3 months. The sisters entered the living room just as breakfast was about to begin. Arbor brought up little Lin-er's matter to her parents. Since it was a serious matter of cultivation, Qiao Zhongbang and the others naturally supported it. Moreover, they had all visited Paradise Planet before. It was magical and powerful. Since their youngest daughter could cultivate there, they naturally didn't have to worry about her safety. Arbor's family happily finished their breakfast and planned to drink tea in the living room. However, the little monk raised his little head and asked in a childish voice, Benefactress, the weather is so good today. Can you take this little monk out for a walk? Arbor looked down at the little guy and coughed. She took out a pink square cloth hat from her inner world. All right then. Put this on. I'll take you out for a walk. The little monk immediately showed a look of disdain. That's for my benefactress. Qiao Mu's eyes turned, and she took the little monkey out of Paradise Planet. She patted the little fellow's head. Little monkey, the fur on your face is much better now. Are you interested in going out for a walk with us? The little monkey was originally covered in hair from head to toe. Now, at least the outline of his face was slightly clearer. After a lot of hair was gone, his little face revealed its original delicate appearance. "Sister, I want to go too. I want to go too." Xiaoxin cheerfully cheered and ran to Arbor to show off. "All right then." Arbor thought about it and agreed. She put the little pink hat on the little monk's head. "Let's go together." Jolin immediately wanted to join in the fun. Arbor thought about it again. If she didn't let the little foodie go out for a walk, she probably wouldn't feel at ease even if she went into seclusion. Rather than that, she might as well go out for a walk. Moreover, she was curious about how the Shi family was doing. The Qiao family's residence was located on Chang'an Street. They didn't need to call a cab when they went out. They could just walk around. After Qiao Mu and the others exited, they strolled along Chang'an Avenue. When they saw some odds and ends, they happily bought them all. "Sister, the imperial capital of the divine prefecture sure is lively." Holding a pastry in each hand, Xiaoxin muttered softly as he ate, "In our Mo kingdom capital, we can only see so many people walking on the streets during the holidays." Arbor raised his hand and patted his younger brother's head. This child's birth coincided with troubled times, and she had been living on Sikong planet all this time. Even though the Mo kingdom capital's public security was still okay, she would still be harassed by zombies. Naturally, she had never seen such a peaceful and prosperous world. "Xiaoxin, do you like it here?" Xiaoxin nodded vigorously. "Then you have to work hard and become stronger. Only then will you be able to protect your beloved home." Miss Qiao kept reminding her younger brother to work hard. Xiaoxin nodded obediently. "Sister, don't worry. I will work hard. Everyone, go and take a look. The Shi family has sent out a distress signal to the outside world again." Wow, they've already sent out their grand elders. How come they still haven't been able to break that talisman formation? This is getting interesting. Ha 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 ha. Some people were teasing, while others were watching the show. Many people rushed in the direction of the Shi family again in a hubbub. Xiao Lin'er nibbled on the drumstick in her hand curiously. She turned to look at Arbor and asked, "Sister, what's going on with the Shi family?" Arbor's eyes flickered. "Little Lin'er, are you curious?" Xiao Lin naturally nodded her little head vigorously. Of course she was curious. She heard that the Shi family was one of the 6 great patrician families of the Divine Province, a large family clan with abundant resources. Now that they were trapped by a talisman array, how could she not be curious? Moreover, talisman arrays? Xiao Lin glanced at her older sister strangely, but she was unable to discern any emotion from the little stoic's face. Ha, it couldn't be that this matter had something to do with her older sister, right? Arbor said expressionlessly, "Since little Lin'er is interested, then let's go over and join in the fun." Xiao Lin blinked and hastily nodded her little head. Strange, she kept feeling that her older sister's calm stoic face had a sharp and cold glint. Arbor led Xiao Lin, Xiaoxin, the little monk, and the little monkey toward the Shi family along with the crowd with an apathetic expression. It looked like the 5 of them were just following the crowd to the Shi family's entrance to join in the fun. Li Yi and Saixio, who were a short distance away from them, exchanged glances and hastily quickened their pace to catch up. When they arrived at the Shi family's entrance, they finally understood what it meant to be a sea of people that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were about several thousand people crowding around the Shi family's entrance at this time. There were even people who specially climbed up trees and sat on tree trunks with tea sets and small tables, leisurely sipping tea while watching the Shi family make a fool of themselves. Too hilarious, little Xiao Lin's mouth twitched. She looked around and saw many spies sent by various clans to gather information hidden in the crowd. Arbor and the others relied on their nimble movements and Li Yi to open a path for them to squeeze to the front of the crowd. An auntie who was talking until her saliva was flying everywhere said to someone with a smile, "Oh my, there are twice as many people here today compared to yesterday. There are people selling seats at the back. If I want to sell my front row seat, I should be able to sell it for 5 spirit coins." Xiao Lin glanced at that auntie speechlessly. That auntie also immediately noticed them. Her pair of watery eyes widened as she said, "Hey, where did you little fellows come from? It's so crowded at the back?" If he wasn't an immortal cultivator, he wouldn't have been able to squeeze his way to the front of the crowd, Could it be that these weak-looking brats all had extraordinary skills? The ant looked at them suspiciously. Before she could speak again, a person strode over from the side and cupped his fists at Xiaomu with an excited expression. "Little miss, I've finally found you." Arbor tilted his head and saw a young lady with bright eyes, white teeth, and smiling eyes. It seemed a little familiar, but Arbor couldn't remember where he had seen it. "Benefactor, don't you remember me?" The girl laughed heartily. "I'm Hao Fei. A few days ago, my benefactor lent a helping hand and saved my life. He even helped me successfully pass through the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation and successfully advanced." When Arbor heard about the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation, he immediately came back to his senses. He nodded and looked at her curiously. "You are the female cultivator who was burned and forged by the thunder fire tribulation that day?" Hao Fei's eyes flashed with joy. She nodded heavily and said, "Yes. I will never forget the grace of rebirth." "Please accept a bow from Hao Fei." The auntie at the side instantly fell silent. She was aware of Hao Fei's identity. When this fairy descended from the sky that day, many male cultivators were deferential to her, so it could be seen that she was a very formidable person. But now, this fairy was actually so respectful to this stoic-faced little lady. It could be seen that this little lady was definitely out of the ordinary. Arbor shook his head. "You don't need to be like this. A favor must be repaid with a gushing spring." Hao Fei bowed and stood up with a smile. From now on, Hao Fei is willing to follow little benefactor and repay the favor of that day. Arbor blinked. "That day, I merely lifted a finger. You don't need to be like this." Hao Fei straightened her face and shook her head. To benefactor, lending a divine object like the giant cauldron that day was a trivial matter, but to Hao Fei, that was indeed an act that saved my life. "Little benefactor, please don't decline." Hao Fei bowed respectfully again. "During this time I've been searching for traces of benefactor in the city, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect that I would run into benefactor by chance today." Arbor's eyes brightened. "You're truly willing to work for me? I won't refuse even if I have to sacrifice my life." Hao Fei hastily said, "If benefactor has any doubts, Hao Fei is willing to hand over a strand of her soul." "Sister Hao." The female cultivators behind her couldn't resist exclaiming. Hao Fei waved her hand indifferently. Her life was saved by the young woman, and if it wasn't for the young woman's help that day, then not to mention advancing into the god-rank realm, her soul would have probably been obliterated a long time ago, and even a wisp of ash would have dispersed into the heavens and the earth. Thus, it was merely a strand of her soul, so what was there to mention? If she didn't repay the little lady's favor, she would definitely be conflicted and unable to endure it. If an inner demon developed, it would probably affect her future cultivation. The little stoic cracked her small lips. "I don't need a soul. Since that's the case, then consider it as me hiring you." Hao Fei was overjoyed and hastily cupped her hands with a smile. "It's already great that little benefactor is willing to keep me. As for hiring me, there's no need to mention it again. I, Hao Fei, also don't need benefactor to give me any more rewards." At this time, the 4 female cultivators behind her quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands. "Little girl, we've been traveling Jianghu with Sister Hao for many years, and we've become inseparable. Do you think you can?" An awkward expression appeared on the female cultivator's face as she spoke. This was quite a bit of an attempt to force a sale. After all, they were only level 12 great spiritual masters. They were not God realm masters. If someone could take out a treasure to help Sister Hao successfully advance to God realm, he must have extraordinary strength. There was no need to reluctantly take them in. However, they didn't want to be separated from Sister Hao. After so many years of traveling together, they had already become like family to each other. They really didn't want to be separated like this. Arbor glanced at their troubled faces and nodded. "Then I'll hire the 4 of you at the same time. I'll give you a monthly salary according to the market price." The 4 of them immediately beamed with joy and thanked the little girl. The little stoic thought, finally, the Heavenly Pill Dispensary and Heavenly Province Association in the south of the city had hired thugs to protect them. In the future, when her small business expanded, perhaps there would be greedy people coming to make trouble. At that time, with Hao Fei and the others watching over them, she could be at ease. Aoyi, who was hiding in the shadows, was already silently crying. This was the difference. It was obvious how much the little girl disliked the crown prince when he offered himself to her. Look at the female cultivators that the little girl offered to take in now. How good was their treatment, unlike her and Xiaoyao, who offered themselves to the crown prince but no one wanted them. They even had to pay a fee to stay and serve the crown prince. Jealousy was heart-wrenching. Tong, who was also hiding in the dark, couldn't help but glance at the kid beside him. He elbowed him and asked, "What are you doing?" He suddenly looked like he had nothing to live for. It didn't seem like anything had happened. Arbor was in an inexplicably good mood after taking in a few useful subordinates. He didn't think that he would be able to pick up a few more subordinates just by inspecting the Shi clan. Master Jojo's luck was on his side. It was unstoppable. Jolin was also very happy. Nibbling on the chicken leg in his hand, he asked, "Sister, do you think the Shi clan will be able to escape from this array?" "It's coming, it's coming." A commotion broke out. Everyone looked up at the sky above the Shi clan. They saw an old man with white hair and beard leaping into the air. Abruptly, he launched several palm strikes at the sky above the Shi clan's courtyard. Everyone heard a deafening boom, but the array didn't shake in the slightest. Then, under the lead of the white-haired old man, dozens of elders of the Shi clan launched dozens of attacks in the direction of the old man's palm strikes. Everyone's eyes lit up. They said excitedly, "It seems that the Shi clan has finally figured out a way to deal with this array after a night of silence. They're launching fierce attacks at the same point on the array's barrier. If this continues, the array will definitely break." A group of onlookers were watching the show with relish, and there were also some idle people there who were explaining a thing or two. Such a big commotion naturally attracted more and more people to gather at the Shi clan's entrance. Arbor's lips curled into a faint sneer. After watching for a while, he said to the kids, "There's nothing to see. Let's go home and eat." Jolin and the others had been watching the show at the Shi clan's entrance for a long time. They were basically full of fruits and snacks. Hearing their sister's words, they squeezed out of the crowd and followed Arbor back to the Qiao residence on Changle Street. "Sister, when are you going to deal with them?" Jolin asked curiously. "How did the Shi family offend you?" "They are the employers behind the group of people who went to the Lower Star region to commit violence." "What?" Qiao Lin and Qiao Sun both exclaimed. Jolin took a bite of the apple and said, "Sister, you have to teach them a lesson." Arbor smirked. "We'll talk about it in 3 days." Hao Fei's group of 5 finally understood. So the large talisman array in front of the Shi family's door was set up by their little master? "Let's go. I'll take you guys to the Southern Sky Manor," Arbor said to Hao Fei and the others. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Arbor found Stay Up Late and a few others to lead the way. He led a group of purple forest guards straight to the Shi family's doorstep. The pork that had been simmered for 3 days was ready for oil extraction. Arbor gestured with her eyes. Immediately, a purple forest guard stepped forward and brought a chair for her. Little Crown Princess sat down boldly. She took the list of compensation that Li handed her and gave it a shake. The list of compensation fell to the ground. "Let's shout," Little Crown Princess said. "Everyone inside, listen up." The corner of Aoya's mouth twitched. He cleared his throat and immediately shouted, "The Shi family members inside, listen up. You're currently trapped in a triple confinement and rebound talisman matrix. If you want to leave, you must agree to our 18 conditions." Everyone was speechless as they looked at Stay Up Late, who was shouting. Stay Up Late couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he saw everyone looking at him. His voice was trembling with laughter. Cough, 18 conditions. None of them can be missing. If you agree, just shout. If you don't, you can continue wasting your time in that talisman matrix. The white-haired Grand Elder led dozens of Shi family elders and naturally heard Aoya's shout. He spat angrily, "Ignorant brat, who are you? Why don't you go all out and fight with us? Be serious." Arbor's face was stoic as he turned to look at Aoyi, who was about to speak. Aoyi coughed and hastily suppressed the laughter in his heart. He put on a serious face and continued shouting in a serious tone, "The Shi family members inside, listen up. We have 18 conditions. If you agree, shout good. Good my asterisk SS. I won't agree to even one condition, let alone 18. Do you think you can trap us your family members with a lousy talisman matrix? Dream on. This talisman matrix will one day run out of talisman energy and self-destruct. Just you wait, you little bastard. One of the Sure family elders shouted angrily. The little stoic said expressionlessly, this person's words are unbearably vulgar. Use the 5-blow thunderclap to wash his mouth. Then, she flicked her fingers and dozens of jade talismans flew up like streaks of light, directly entering the center of the triple talisman matrix. Not long after, a person's blood-curdling wail and howl could be heard from inside, accompanied by thunderous booms. The spectators outside all jumped in fright. The confinement talisman matrix had trapped the Sure family members inside for 3 to 4 days, but it had never attacked anyone before. Wow, as soon as this little stoic came here, she immediately set up an attack talisman matrix and started attacking the several elders in the matrix in a matter of minutes. Stay Up Late flashed a warm smile and shouted at the Sure family members inside, the Sure family members inside, listen up. Yell if you agree to the 18 conditions. If you don't agree, then you can continue to endure. Even the Daluo immortals can't save your clan. The little girl sat on the stool expressionlessly and took out a plate of cut fruits from Paradise Planet. While she ate them absent-mindedly, she threw out one set of rune arrays after another. Stay Up Late was sweating like a waterfall as he looked at his little crown princess. He felt that the little crown princess's gloomy face was a little scary. If she was willing to speak, it meant that at least the situation had not developed into a very bad one. Once the little fellow did not even have the mood to talk, that meant that she wanted to destroy the Sure family. Dragging it out won't do you much good. Stay Up Late continued to persuade them earnestly. Don't think that our little master's talisman matrix will run out of talisman energy one day. You have no idea how many similar talisman matrices our little master has. 3 days won't exhaust your food and water, but what about 5, 7, or 15 days? 1 month, 3 months, a year and a half. Aoyi tried to persuade them with reason and emotion. Listen to me. Just agree to these 18 conditions. Let's sit down and talk about the compensation peacefully. Compensation? For some reason, the Sure family felt that these 2 words sounded a little familiar. At the same time, the spies lying in ambush outside the Sure family's house had already returned to their respective houses to report the results of their investigation. The young Crown Prince Consort is abnormal, family head. Young Crown Prince Consort, there's nothing left to play with now. She's going straight to the Sure family's door and using the 5 Thunders array to suppress them. Now she's asking for compensation. Master, in my opinion, it's better to play it safe. Who knows if this fire will burn our house down if we go to the rescue? Such conversations were widely spread among the aristocratic families of all sizes in the capital. Everyone knew that it was that little pervert, the young Crown Prince Consort, who had set up this confinement array to trap the entire Sure family inside. 18 conditions for compensation. It's not a lot. Agree to it and I guarantee you won't lose out. Get your master to come out and talk to me. I guarantee. Aoyi was still talking in his head. A slightly aged voice suddenly interrupted his monologue. Who are you? Friends outside, could you please let us know the truth? In this world, there are only a few families who can make the Crown Princess come to their door to collect their debts, Arbor said coldly. The Sure family is one of them. Everyone, Crown Princess, thank you so much. Damn it, you make it sound like it's a great honor to have you come to their door to collect their debts. They must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. By this time, Master Sure had already been helped to the courtyard and stood in the middle of the courtyard. Crown Princess, I didn't expect you to be the one who attacked the Sure family. Master Sure was still recovering from his injuries, so he didn't dare to speak too loudly. May this old man know why the Crown Prince Consort has set up such an inescapable trap to deal with our Sure family? Because the Sure family deserves to die. Arbor's cold voice was like a bucket of cold water, drenching them from head to toe. At the same time, Sure Yongqian was pacing back and forth in her room. For the past few days, she had been strangely anxious. She couldn't calm down. What was going on? Of course, she couldn't have anything to do with the Sure family's siege. This was the entire Shi family's problem. She wasn't the only one trapped in the Shi family's house. What was she so anxious about? Xianxia had been like an ant on a hot pan for the past few days. She couldn't eat or sleep well, and her lips were curled into a firecracker. "Miss, if this goes on, Master wants to gather everyone's food for the time being," her personal maid said worriedly. Her personal maidservant said anxiously, "If we don't have any food in our hands in the future, do we really have to wait until we are at the end of our rope?" Although they wouldn't run out of food in the short term, they were trapped in this house. But as the family continued to consume, there would be a day when they ran out of food. Those Xianxia with high cultivation could survive without a meal for 10 days to half a month. Poor mortals like them. If they didn't eat for 3 meals, they would be so hungry that they would feel dizzy and weak all over. At that time, they wouldn't even have the strength to escape even if they wanted to. Xianxia was also very vexed. She was a spiritual cultivator in any case and had an inner world that could resist hunger. However, she was constantly unable to absorb food and was trapped in the same place for a long time, so she naturally felt vexed. Moreover, there were large confinement arrays everywhere that sealed all spiritual energy outside the array. Even if she wanted to enter closed-door cultivation, there was simply no spiritual energy to absorb. In this way, wouldn't she be as miserable as a trapped beast? No, she had to think of a way to get out. Just as Xianxia was pacing around the room, she suddenly heard the little stoic's ice-cold voice that sounded like broken pearls falling on a plate clearly coming from outside the room. Xianxia's entire body inexplicably trembled violently several times. No, that was impossible. It was impossible that the little girl came here to seek revenge after her deeds were exposed, but if that wasn't the case, then what right did the little crown princess have to come and make trouble for their entire Shi family? Xianxia's heart sank, and a bad premonition instantly welled up in her heart. At this time, Xianxia heard her father's voice that was holding back his anger. This old man doesn't know what the crown princess means by this? How does the Shi family deserve to die? Although the crown princess holds a high position and is the wife of the future heir apparent, if she can't convince people with reason, then she definitely can't convince them at all. Yi Lai. Yes. Yi Lai immediately continued in a clear voice. The Shi family indulged their daughter and sent people to the lower star domain Sikong planet with inhumane intentions. They killed more than 100 commoners and more than 1,000 soldiers from the lower star domain lost their lives in a battle with them. Such a heartless and unscrupulous way of doing things simply deserves to die. When Xianxia heard this, she was so frightened that she fell on her but on the stool. Was it really because of the incident at the lower star domain Sikong planet that they came looking for trouble? Too, the crown princess, she actually knew about it. Impossible. How was that possible? Could it be that she had already gone to the lower star domain? No wonder they couldn't contact Miaoxing for a while. Could it be that Miaoxing had been killed by them? Patriarch Shi raised his head and roared angrily outside the array. Who allowed my daughter to go on a killing spree in the lower star field? Make yourself clear. Weren't you the one who did it? Stay up late asked coldly. Even if it wasn't you, it has something to do with your daughter. Nonsense. Patriarch Shi roared, and then coughed continuously. He felt stifled and his heart was extremely flustered. Crown Princess, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Stay up late said coldly, how about this? Go to the door and open it. We'll let you meet someone. Patriarch Shi really didn't want to open the door. After all, the Shi family had been trapped here for a long time. As soon as he opened the door, he was bound to see a bunch of onlookers, which was really annoying. These onlookers seemed to have nothing better to do. They liked to wait outside the Shi family's door and continue to watch the Shi family make a fool of themselves. How is it? Patriarch Shi, you haven't responded for a long time. I'm guessing you don't dare to open the door to recognize your people? The head of the Shi clan was infuriated. He gave his son a look. What's so scary about the Shi family? The eldest son of the Shi family hurried forward and yanked open the door. He looked outside with a cold gaze. At first glance, he saw a little stoic girl with an exquisite face sitting upright at the entrance of his house with a fruit platter in her hands. She didn't look like she was here to collect a debt at all. Instead, she seemed to be one with the group of onlookers behind her. completely looking like they were here to watch a show. That was right. Although this young crown prince consort had said that she was making trouble at their doorstep, the one who had been shouting the whole time was one of her subordinates. She had not even moved her mouth twice. Crown princess. The eldest son of the Sher family glared at the stoic-faced young lady. Who do you want us to meet? Xiamu clapped her tender and fair palms twice. Immediately, someone pushed a blindfolded man forward. He stumbled and fell to his knees in front of Arbor. Arbor gestured with her hand. A purple forest guard stepped forward and waved away the black cloth covering the man's face. The sudden blinding light made the man close his eyes in discomfort. When he opened his eyes again, he met Sher family's eldest son's eyes. Sher family's eldest son's pupils contracted in shock, but he suppressed himself and didn't call out Miao Sheng. How is it? This is your young Mrs. Servant, right? Aoyi asked calmly. Heh, who is this? Sher family's eldest son immediately reacted. Perhaps today's incident had something to do with his second sister, Sher Yongqian, and the entire Sher family. However, he was also a shrewd person. After thinking for a while, he immediately denied it. He thought that as long as he didn't acknowledge Miao Sheng's identity, the little crown princess wouldn't be able to use a servant to frame the Sher family for some groundless crime. When Xiaomu saw him flatly deny it, she was neither anxious nor angry. She merely gazed at him coldly and nodded indifferently. Aoyi. Yes. Aoyi picked up the list of compensation and read aloud. The first condition is to offer up your Sher family's second miss, Sher Yongqian's head. The Sher family's eldest son's expression changed. Then, he laughed out loud. What an arrogant crown princess. You brought a servant we don't know and barged into our Sher clan. Do you think it's possible to convict our Sher clan with the crime of defying the heavens with just 3 sentences? Arbor looked at him coldly. I want you to tell me who this person is. Then, without waiting for the patriarch of the Sher family to call out, a shining jade talisman landed on the eldest son of the Sher family. Young Master Sher, do you really not know who this person is? He's the personal servant of my second sister, Sher Yongqian, Miao Sheng. The eldest son of the Sher family was stunned for a moment. After being hit by the dictum talisman, he immediately answered obediently. It was too late for Master Sher to stop all of this. He allowed the eldest son of the Sher family, who was under the control of the dictum talisman, to reveal Miao Sheng's identity. Master Sher's face instantly turned ashen and he lowered his body dejectedly. The Sher family is really a rich and powerful family. Arbor's icy voice sounded again. Had this person called Miao Sheng recount his crimes anew? Another dictum talisman was shot into Miao Sheng's body in the blink of an eye. Miao Sheng immediately stood up and guffawed at the sky. He brazenly recounted all of his crimes. This included how he accepted the Sher family's second miss, Sher Yongqian's entrustment, how he repeatedly tried to find the way to Seacone Planet, and how he finally arrived at the Mo Kingdom capital after many failures. He then spoke of how he captured Jolin and how he colluded with the Pangu clan to send a group of subordinates to throw the entire Mo Kingdom capital into chaos. He recounted it all in a smug manner. Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared incredulously at the smug Miao Sheng and couldn't help shuddering. This person was done for. Miao Sheng deserves 10,000 deaths. Even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for his crimes, Arbor said coldly. Where are the Crown Princess personal guards? Here. This person harbors evil intentions and is deranged. He shall be sentenced to the most severe punishment. Arbor's icy voice fell into everyone's ears without the slightest bit of warmth. It was like icy spring water flowing past, chilling everyone's hearts. Cripple his cultivation and execute it in public. Serve as a warning to others. Yes. The purple forest guards swarmed forward and broke Miao Sheng's arms and legs, crippling his spiritual energy. They picked him up like he was a little chick and dragged him to a nearby pillar to tie him up. The pain of having his cultivation crippled caused Miao Sheng to snap out of his daze from the talisman's control. He couldn't help but cry out, Patriarch, eldest young master, save me. Save Patriarch. I was also acting according to second Miss's orders. Patriarch, save me. I am so loyal and devoted to the Sher family. You can't treat me like this. Save me ah. Save me. Ah. As pieces of flesh and blood splattered down, Miaoxing let out blood-curdling screams. The onlookers crowding around the Shi family's entrance never expected to see such a gory scene and hastily retreated in fright. The timid women hastily picked up their children and ran home to hide, not daring to watch the spectacle any longer. Arbor said coldly, "Hand over Shi Yongqian's head and this crown princess will release all the children under the age of 10 in the Shi family." "Crown princess, please quell your anger. The Shi family is innocent." "The child is innocent, but for the sins your Shi family has committed in the lower star region, I'm afraid that even the lives of your entire family would not be enough." Arbor said coldly, "If I don't punish you severely today, how can I face the thousands of broken families in the lower space zone?" "No." Patriarch Shi immediately panicked. He was completely flustered now. Offending this young crown princess was equivalent to offending the crown prince of the divine land. The crown prince was so powerful that the purple forest guard alone would be difficult for the Shi family to deal with. Of course, he didn't dare to confront the little crown princess directly. He hurriedly cried out, "The crown princess is wise. Miaoxing's mistake has nothing to do with the Shi family." At this time, Miaoxing had already been cut dozens of times. When he heard Master Shi's excuse, he immediately shouted, "Bullshit. Is the Shi family afraid to admit what they did? Did second young mistress Shi instruct me to do all these?" Second young mistress Shi also said that she would capture all the crown princess's family and bring them to the divine land. Then, she would force the crown princess to mutilate herself and beg for mercy. A cold glint flashed across Aoya's eyes. He yelled, "How dare she!" Separated by the transparent talisman array, Patriarch Shi fell to his knees at the door and cried out in alarm, "The crown princess is wise, the crown princess is wise. This has nothing to do with the Shi family. If you blame it on the Shi family, then you're being too extreme. Yes, this was all caused by second young mistress Shi Yongqian." When the eldest son of the Shi family came to his senses, he quickly knelt and cried out, "Crown princess, the person you're looking for should be her. Go, call second miss out." Patriarch Shi turned around and bellowed at an elder. What did this unfilial daughter do to offend the crown princess and implicate the entire Shi family? Xiao Mu carefully scrutinized this family head Shi's panic-stricken expression, and she instantly became puzzled. A person's first reaction in a moment of fear and anxiety could not be faked. Patriarch Shi's current behavior made it seem as if he was completely unaware of Shi Yongqian's actions. Could it be that Shi Yongqian had sent Miaoxing to the lower star domain to capture people on her own and had nothing to do with the Shi family, or? The real mastermind behind Shi Yongqian might not be as simple as Patriarch Shi. She seemed to have thought of something as her eyes flickered. Patriarch Shi, I, the crown princess, am a fair and impartial person. I will not wrong the Shi family for no reason, Arbor said coldly. Do you dare to accept my dictum talisman's test? I dare. I dare. Patriarch Shi hurriedly raised his head and said resolutely, I dare. He no longer cared about being a laughingstock in front of the crowd. If he could save the lives of more than 1,000 people in the Shi family, even if he had to lose face, what harm was there in making a sacrifice? Seeing his resolute expression, Xiao Mu believed him a bit more in her heart. Nodding, she flicked a dictum talisman and asked a few simple questions before keeping it. She looked coldly at Patriarch Shi and said, I, the crown princess, want to confront Shi Yongqian face to face. Second miss is here. Second miss is here. Everyone turned around and saw two elders angrily escorting a woman with messy hairpins and long hair. They were escorting her all the way here. Kneel. Patriarch Shi roared furiously. You unfilial daughter. My daughter, my daughter. Madame Shi cried as she chased after them. She wanted to stop them from abusing her daughter, but an elder flung her onto the blue and white tiles with a flick of his sleeve. You dare to cry? Master Shi scolded harshly, it's all your fault for spoiling her all the time and raising her to be so lawless and arrogant. Now, the entire family had been implicated. You've completely disgraced me. Madame Shi sobbed a few times and wanted to refute, but Master Shi glared at her. Shi Yongqian was forced to kneel on the ground. She felt the hair on her knees stiffen. It was so painful that she almost cried. She turned her head and asked in a soft and delicate voice, Daddy, what are you doing? Patriarch, when I went to the second young miss room just now, I saw that she had packed up quite a few valuables and was planning to escape. An elder directly exposed her intentions and looked at Xianxia with disdain. Why was she pretending to be weak and innocent now? When he went in just now, she had several bags in her hands and was about to put them into her inner world to escape. He had caused such a huge disaster for his clansmen, yet he still had the face to run away? This was disregarding the safety of the entire clan. Selfish to the extreme. Unfilial daughter. Patriarch shouted harshly again, what have you done? Quickly confess the truth. Xianxia's small face was pale, and she looked like a delicate little white flower. Daddy, what are you doing? What did I do? She saw the stoic-faced crown princess sitting at her door and immediately cursed inwardly. Her maiden heart instantly started pounding nervously. She knelt there and could even hear her own drumming heartbeat. When Madame Xiao saw this, she hurriedly pounced over and hugged her daughter as she wailed, Family head, you're discerning. Don't disappoint our daughter's heart. Our daughter has been well-mannered and sensible since she was young. How could she possibly send an assassin to the lower realm to kill people? How could she be so capable? She's the most gentle girl. Madame Xiao wailed. Arbor didn't wait for Xianxia to argue. Her fingertips moved, and a light abruptly flicked into Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia, did you send Miaoxing to Xikong planet to capture and kill people? No. Xianxia shook her head decisively. This caused Arbor, who flicked a dictum talisman, to reveal a slightly surprised expression as she stared at her without blinking. Heh, immunity talisman. Arbor looked closely at her and found the crux of the problem. She nodded as she said mildly. It looked like there was indeed someone behind Xianxia. This immunity talisman wasn't something that just any normal person could draw. This was an Earth-level talisman, and it was the higher-level kind. It could be immune to all negative effects, including dictum, immobilization, restraint, drowsiness, and so on. Arbor also knew how to draw it, but this immunity talisman made by an Earth-level talisman master looked rather interesting. Although he wasn't like Arbor, who was used to making double and triple talismans, the talisman energy flowing on this immunity talisman was very abundant. It was even somewhat comparable to Sir Jojo's talisman energy. This talisman master looked very powerful. Arbor's eyes lit up as she stared at Xianxia. She suddenly reached out and beckoned, and everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Xianxia's entire body seemed to fly out uncontrollably. She swiftly passed through that transparent protective array and was sucked in by Arbor all the way from the main entrance, flying directly in front of her. Arbor abruptly reached out her small, fair claws and abruptly grasped Xianxia's wrist. What are you trying to do? Xianxia shouted harshly, you used a dictum talisman to test me just now, proving that I didn't send Miaoxing to do those things at all. Ah. Feeling her bones ache, Xianxia revealed a frightened expression under Arbor's tight grip. Crown Princess, I know you don't like me. Ever since you saw me, you've been targeting me. But I've never done anything to get in your way. Arbor's expression was somewhat gloomy, and his eyes that stared at her emitted traces of coldness. You've offended me from the very beginning. Arbor's fingers moved to her neck and strangled her. Xianxia, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're wearing an immunity talisman. She murmured softly, her 5 hard fingers gripping her neck tightly. Tell me, how should I let you die? Xianxia gazed in horror at Xiaomu, who was just inches away from her. She lowered her head slightly and stared straight at him. There was a hint of evil in her eyes, and it felt extremely abnormal. She wasn't a normal person. Xianxia said this to herself in her heart, but her body couldn't stop trembling slightly. You sent so many people to Xikong planet to cause a ruckus, took the lives of so many innocent people, and almost caused me to lose my most beloved family. How do you think I'll deal with you? Dad. Xianxia kept calling for Patriarch Shi, her body trembling uncontrollably. She's a lunatic, Dad, she's a lunatic, Dad. Save me, Dad. She's a lunatic. Arbor choked her little mouth, forcing her to raise her head and open her mouth with great difficulty. Xianxia's eyes revealed deep fear. She shook her head repeatedly, crying until her snot and tears were all over her face. So dirty. Arbor flicked her finger, and Xianxia felt as if her throat was on fire. Something seemed to be wrapped in flames and rolled down her throat. It burned her organs and slid to the deepest part of her heart and lungs. Ugh, ugh. She tried to spit it out, but that pill-like thing melted in her mouth, turning into a stream of heat and disappearing without a trace. Xianxia was too terrified. Her entire body trembled as she kept wailing, "No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I won't kill you." Arbor looked at her with a gloomy gaze. She suddenly reached out a finger and very discreetly inserted a talisman between her brows. She leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I will let you, in the most painful way, die in the hands of the person you love the most." "No, impossible, no, impossible. Impossible." Arbor tilted her little head and looked at her coldly. "Why is it impossible?" She leaned close to her ear and whispered word by word, "I gave you the most poisonous curse in the world. I curse you, to be killed by the person you love the most, in the most painful and lowly position, to never fall into the cycle of reincarnation, to never be reincarnated." Her voice was cold and emotionless, like a poisonous spring that brushed past Xianxia's heart. It was so vicious and terrifying that Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes widened in fright as she gazed at Xiaomu in horror with an extremely contorted posture. "No, no, impossible. Impossible. You are, save me, father, save me. She is a pervert, she is a talisman. Talisman." A gust of hot air suddenly rose from her heart and lungs, blocking her throat and burning it to the point that she couldn't make a sound at all. Xianxia wriggled her body and covered her mouth with her hand in panic, her eyes were filled with shock. She turned her head to look in the direction of her father and the others, and then turned to look in the direction of the crowd of confused citizens. Xianxia's mouth kept moving and her lips kept moving. She kept repeating the same sentence, "The crown princess is an evil charm master, she is a charm master, but the crowd only saw her lips trembling. How could they figure out what she was talking about? They saw her face was distorted, her expression was ferocious and green, everyone kept retreating. How could they dare to look at her, as if she had gone mad? Xianxia pointed at Arbor and screamed, "Charm master! Charm master!" She was a charm master, she was a charm master that was not tolerated by the world. As long as her identity as a charm master was exposed, then there was nothing else to say. She was bound to become a person who was reviled and despised by the world, just like that high and mighty Mu family's eldest Miss Mu Rochuan. She was despised by the world and abandoned by her family because her ugly identity as a charm master was exposed. Xianxia looked like she was possessed. The young crown prince consort glanced at her coldly and then retreated several steps. She repeatedly shouted as though she was putting on an act, "Hurry and stop her. This person has gone mad." The purple forest guards quickly rushed forward and blocked Xianxia's path. "Why haven't you retreated yet?" they shouted with disdain. "You'll be held responsible if you disturb the crown princess." Xianxia was about to go crazy. She rushed to the front of the crowd and grabbed a passerby by the chest. Her eyes were practically glowing red as she stared at the passerby. She screamed, "Pen, pen, pen, pen." She wanted to write down the crimes of the young crown princess so that this damned talisman master would have nowhere to hide. Arbor flicked his sleeve and opened a small gap in the talisman array above the Shur residence. He looked at Patriarch Shur coldly. "Come out." Family head Shur immediately walked out and bowed to the young crown prince consort. Stay Up Late immediately stepped forward and handed a list of compensation to the Shur family head. Patriarch Shur's eyelids twitched as he read through the list. His heart clenched and tears welled up in his eyes. This compensation was going to empty the entire Shur family's pockets. "Our crown princess has changed her mind. As long as you expel second Miss Shur from the Shur family, her life will be spared," Aoyi said coldly. "Also, you must abide by the second condition. Hand over all the subordinates related to second Miss Shur and Miao Xing. The third condition is that the Shur family's mine on Mount Heaven Saint will belong to the crown princess from now on. As for the other miscellaneous items, there are more than a dozen lines of compensation. You've seen them yourself just now. You have half a month to settle all the compensation." Sign it if you can. If you can't, fine, fine, fine. Patriarch sure wanted to cry but had no tears. But what else could he say? It was already good enough that he could save the lives of most of them. He wasn't a fool. How could he not know that Xianxia had indeed sent people to the lower star field to cause trouble? The little crown princess only asked them to hand over the people related to Xianxia and Miao Sheng. Letting go of the rest of the Shi family was already being extremely benevolent. As a matter of fact, the little crown princess also needed this group of people to intimidate those idiots who were ready to make a move. She wanted to warn them not to think too highly of themselves and to take care of themselves. Immediately, the entire Shi family was filled with cries and wails. All the disciples related to Xianxia and Miaoxing were brought out. Arbor looked at them coldly and handed them over to stay up late. Listen up. If anyone dares to touch this crown princess's family in the future, I'll kill them. These people will serve as a warning to you. Life is precious. Don't disregard the life and death of your family. If there's anyone from the Shi family who wants to avenge these people, come at me if you're not afraid of death. Don't blame this crown princess for not warning you. Arbor looked at Patriarch Shi coldly. If anyone from the Shi family comes looking for this crown princess for revenge, this crown princess will destroy your entire family. Don't bring trouble to yourselves. Patriarch Shi's pupils shrank. He quickly shouted, No, we wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. The Shi family has no intention of disrespecting the crown princess. The Shi family is willing to sign the contract and serve the crown princess and His Highness the Crown Prince for generations to come. Good that you're sensible, Arbor said coldly, her stoic face expressionless. Tong, form a small debt collection team and collect all of the Shi family's debts within half a month. When the time comes, transport them to Seacone Planet. Yes, Crown Princess. The Mo Kingdom capital had suffered a great calamity and urgently needed supplies and money to support it. On what basis could those people peacefully sit in this divine province and enjoy life after throwing the city's citizens into utter chaos and losing both their wealth and lives? They had to compensate, even if it wasn't the Shi family's fault, who told them to raise such a troublemaker daughter. Since they didn't know how to raise a child, then they would bear the bitter consequences this child brought them. Leaving behind Ao Yi and his group to supervise the punishment, Arbor then left first with Xianxia and Li Yi. The young crown prince consort walked anxiously at the front, her back view seeming a bit lonely. Xianxia and Li Yi exchanged glances before hastily chasing after her. For some reason, although the crown princess was unstoppable in her massacre, Xianxia and Li Yi could both sense that the young crown princess was currently in a bad mood. In reality, the young crown princess was indeed in a very bad mood. She walked extremely quickly, and as her plain white robes fluttered, a sense of irritation arose spontaneously. Although I've settled a long-standing enmity, reality has proven that I'm not happy right now. How I wish that you were by my side right now, accompanying me. Her icy eyes turned slightly, and she suddenly saw peach blossoms fluttering and scattering in the sky. In her daze, she saw a red-clothed man holding a small pink umbrella walk to her side with light steps. He said with a grin, Aya, my Jojo seems to be in a very bad mood. Arbor glanced at him and saw that he was actually carrying a bald little monk in his hand. That little thing kept kicking his legs and clasped his palms together, saying in all seriousness, Benefactor, don't carry this little monk. This little monk isn't a rice bag. Go comfort my family's benefactor then, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal said as he stuffed that little bald head into Arbor's arms. Benefactor, your aura of malice is so heavy. You don't know how to speak. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smacked the little fellow's bald head. What nonsense are you talking about? My Jojo has always been a soft and adorable little fellow. Where did you get your hostility from? The little monk wrinkled his nose and said in all seriousness, Benefactor, it's not right for you to lie through your teeth. Benefactress, how about this little monk recite a meditation mantra for you? Xiao Mu's extremely bad mood inexplicably turned for the better after the two people's jesting and jabbering. She nodded and raised her hand to stroke little Baldy's slippery head. You can read it. Namo, he luo na, duo luo yi, namo, aj. As a result, little Baldy's noisy voice rang incessantly by the young crown prince consort's ears, incessantly prattling on and on. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not help but roll his eyes. Why did he have the misconception that he should not have let this nagging little baldy out? Miss Chow carried the nagging little monk and returned to the Chow family's courtyard. Naturally, she did not mention it. Meanwhile, after the horrified Xianxia saw the crown prince consort leave, she immediately leaped in front of her father, family head Shi, and hugged her father's arms. Her throat continuously emitted cracking noises, but she couldn't utter a single word. She glanced at a withered branch on the ground and hurriedly let go of family head Shi's hands. She rushed over to pick up the branch and gestured repeatedly on the ground. But who would have the patience to watch her gesticulate like a crazy woman? The head of the Shi family didn't even look at her and turned to leave. Xianxia rushed forward to block the head of the Shi family. She gesticulated anxiously and waved the branch in her hand, gesturing incessantly at the head of the Shi family. Since she couldn't speak, the head of the Shi family was impatient to the extreme. Seeing that she was still stubbornly blocking his way, he impatiently slapped her across the face. "Wicked girl! Get out of my way!" The eldest son of the Shi family was also furious. The Shi family had so many assets. Just because of this brainless sister of his had committed such a heinous crime, they had to hand it all over to someone else. How could he accept this? How could he be willing? Right now, he wanted nothing more than to kill this foolish sister of his who couldn't do anything right. He pushed Xianxia away forcefully and shouted angrily, "Haven't you had enough of being a fool? Don't you think you've caused enough harm to the family? If you still have a shred of conscience, you'd better get out of the family from now on and stay as far away from the Shi family as possible. The Shi family won't care whether you live or die in the future." Madame Shi wailed and lunged forward to hit her son. "That's your biological sister. Eldest son, how could you say that?" Xianxia fell to the ground and used the branch in her hand to draw on the ground with all her might. As she was drawing, she suddenly realized that her hands were not under her control at all. Just now, her messy actions in front of them had not drawn a single word at all. It was no wonder that everyone was staring at her in bewilderment. What was going on? Could it be that her brain couldn't control her hands anymore? Xianxia stared at her hands in horror. She tried to draw on the ground with all her might, but all she could see was a mess on the ground. She couldn't make out a single word at all. What had this demon-like crown prince consort done to him? Why couldn't her hands even write? She couldn't even write the simple words, "Talisman Master"? She couldn't write, she couldn't speak, and her hands couldn't write. How could she complain to others about her grievances? How could she expose that evil Talisman Master to the public? Xianxia scrambled to her feet like a madwoman and threw herself at her parents with all her might. The head of the Shi family ordered with a cold face, "Close the door. From now on, the Shi family will no longer have such an embarrassing daughter." Bang! The two heavy pear-blossom wooden doors slammed shut right in front of Xianxia. Madame Shi originally wanted to scream, but after being hit by Patriarch Shi's hand, she naturally fainted and stopped screaming. "Father, Mother! Father! Mom!" Xianxia pounded on the door with all her might and screamed silently. She could not believe that there would be a day where she would be chased out of the Shi family. It was all because of the crown princess. It was all because of that B***tch that she was chased out of the Shi family and caused her body to become abnormal. She couldn't even speak and her mind was muddled. She wanted to kill that woman, she wanted to kill that woman. Xianxia went crazy. When she saw the citizens around her, she rushed over like a madwoman. When the commoners saw that she had gone crazy, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They all scattered and ran out. Xianxia caught hold of a middle-aged woman. Filled with anger, she turned it into a palm and hit the woman's head. The people around her screamed in shock. They thought that the woman would die after being hit by the second daughter of the Shi family. Who would have thought that second Miss Shi's slap would land on the woman's head like cotton, not to mention hurting the woman in the slightest? Her strength probably wouldn't even be able to kill a mosquito. The woman was originally scared to the point that her face was ashen, but in an instant, she regained her senses as if she had been revived. She pushed away the second young miss of the Shi family and swung her thick and round arm, heavily slapping Xianxia's face. "You little wench, how dare you hit me? If I don't show you my power, you think you're invincible." As she spoke, the woman slapped Xianxia's face several times in a row, causing her head to hit the dirt wall next to her. Xianxia's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Her lips trembled as she looked down at her hands and shook her head repeatedly. Her expression was extremely frightened. No, it's impossible, it's impossible. How could she not have any cultivation? She didn't have any cultivation. No, it couldn't be. It must have been her imagination. How could she have become a cripple? No, no, she wasn't a cripple. She definitely shouldn't be a cripple. She was Xianxia, the high and mighty second miss of the Shi family. She was a master blacksmith, the second miss who had 5 levels of spiritual fire and was in the spiritual realm. She had become a cripple. It was Arbor, it must be Arbor. Arbor had given her that fiery pill before and had crippled all her cultivation. What right does a good-for-nothing like you, who can't even take care of yourself, have to stay by the young master's side? Ridiculous. A cripple like you should die. Why aren't you dead yet? Don't you think you're a cripple living in this world with broken arms and legs like a bedbug? Ha ha ha, a cripple, a cripple, a cripple. A pair of indifferent eyes stared coldly at the woman who was being pushed to the ground and kicked by the fat woman. He pursed his thin lips and didn't say a word. Second master, do you want this subordinate to go and save second misher? Who asked you to be a busybody? When the subordinate heard his master's words, he immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything else. Jojo, if you want Xianxia to become a cripple, then I'll do as you wish. Second young master looked at Xianxia coldly and then turned to leave. Xianxia, have you ever thought that in this life, the one who has become a cripple is you? Second young mistress turned around and happened to see a familiar piece of clothing at the corner of the street. The color and style of the fabric at the corner of the clothing were so familiar. Xian. Second young mistress crawled a few steps on the ground in panic. She wanted to shout, but there was no sound. The Shi family's second young mistress finally got up from the ground and stumbled a few steps before she was blocked by a few ruffians and hooligans. A trace of panic flashed through Xianxia's eyes. She dug her fingers into the wall and shook her head at those hooligans. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as she angrily shouted. Without any sound, there would naturally be no deterrence. Oh, so you're a mute. What an ugly face with a bloody head. Her figure is not bad. A few ruffians with bad intentions surrounded Xianxia and grabbed her hands and started to grope her. Second master, second young mistress seems to have been pestered by a few hooligans. You talk too much. Xianxia glanced at the subordinate indifferently. He didn't even look back at Xianxia and immediately left with his men. Xian, don't go. Xian. Xian, save me, don't go. Xian, Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of despair. She stumbled and tried to break free from the hooligans' encirclement, but someone reached out and hugged her waist. A few hands wandered back and forth on her body with evil intentions. She was so shocked that her eyes rolled back and she almost fainted. Without her cultivation and spiritual power, Xianxia was nothing more than a cripple. She couldn't do anything. She couldn't even beat these soft-footed hooligans in front of her. She could only silently cry and wait for them in horror. Her mouth squirmed as she kept shouting, "Let go of me, let go of me." But those hooligans already had crooked thoughts. How could they let go of the prey that was already in their hands? They dragged her into the alley at the side. The crowd that was originally watching the show couldn't help but slowly disperse. Looking at the Shi family's second young mistress being dragged away by the hooligans, some people couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. The young mistress of the Shi family actually fell into such a state. Her life is worse than a dog's. Xianxia was dragged all the way into the alley. She looked at the ugly hooligans surrounding her in horror. She couldn't help but wave her hands, wanting to resist. Unexpectedly, he was slapped in the face, and the cloth on his shoulder was rudely torn by the person. Xianxia let out a silent scream and hurriedly used her hands to close her clothes. Who would have thought that in the next second, she would be hugged by a local ruffian? With a forceful tug, her clothes were torn apart. As the clothes on her body became less and less, her snow-white skin was clearly seen under the sunlight. The hooligans swallowed their saliva. Their eyes flashed with excitement and they suddenly pounced on the Shi family's second young mistress. Xianxia couldn't make a sound at all. Moreover, she was a soft-footed waste with no cultivation. She couldn't stop these lowly hooligans in front of her. When night fell, the Sher family's second young mistress, who was filthy and ruined, crawled out of the alley like a ghost. Her tears had long dried up the moment she was bullied. What grievances! What hatred! Now, they had all turned into defeat and emptiness. She was like a wandering soul, walking on the street in ragged clothes. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and only a dried blood clot remained on her forehead. She was like a wandering ghost, swaying her body as she walked. Every step she took left a trail of blood, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. A night watchman was walking towards her. When he saw second Miss Sher's ghostly appearance, he was so frightened that he screamed, thinking that he had seen a ghost. He even threw the night watchman's drum on the ground with a clang and turned around to stumble back to where he came from. Xianxia's head was tilted. Every step she took left a bloody footprint. Her tattered clothes hung on her body like strips. Looking from afar, she really looked like a female ghost that had crawled out from the depths of hell. Even her eyes didn't have a trace of life. The crown princess had forced her to her death. It was the crown princess who forced her to her death. Xianxia stubbornly shouted these words in her heart. She swayed all the way to the entrance of the palace. Today, she was going to hang herself at the entrance of the palace and use her blood to write down her crimes in arbor. Even if she died, she wanted this heartless woman to go to hell with her. She swayed as she walked. Suddenly, she collapsed on the street as if she was exhausted. It was as if the scene of those ruffians tearing her clothes appeared in front of her eyes. That devilish teasing laughter lingered in her ears for a long time. They were so unbridled as they behaved atrociously on her body, tormenting her in such a cruel manner, tormenting her for several hours. Several hours, in broad daylight, in a small alley like that. She already couldn't count how many people had bullied her. In the end, her body was already numb beyond belief. Xianxia's eyes were red as she forcefully hammered the ground a few times with both hands. Her eyes were filled with empty hatred as she slowly raised her head. Under the illumination of the bright lanterns, she saw the two large characters of the Qin estate. Tears immediately welled up in Xianxia's eyes. Like a worm, she climbed up the tall steps one by one and used her hands to pound on the vermilion door twice. At this time, the street was very quiet. It was already very late at night, and there wasn't a single person on the street. Only Xianxia was like a madwoman as she desperately hammered on the Qin estate's door. However, she was already exhausted. Even if she used all her strength to pound on the door, the sound of knocking was actually just an inaudible dong 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 sound. The servants guarding the door had already fallen asleep and naturally couldn't hear the sound of knocking outside. More and more tears welled up in Xianxia's eyes. She really wanted to go in and ask second young master if he had also passed by the Sher estate's entrance just now. Did he leave her in the lurch? Or was her eyes playing tricks on her? No, that couldn't be. Xianxia comforted her own heart as she collapsed in front of the Qin estate's entrance, repeatedly shaking her head. If Xian saw her being driven out by her family, he definitely wouldn't stand idly by. If Xian had passed by the Sher estate, there was no way he wouldn't have seen those ruffians harassing her. He also wouldn't have left with a flick of his sleeves and completely disregarded her life or death. Xianxia's tears fell one by one, dripping onto the ground. Her eyes were filled with tears, completely blurring the night scene in front of her eyes. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of her. Xianxia raised her head in astonishment. When she saw the person's face clearly, her eyes couldn't help but reveal an ecstatic expression. Decoration, Wang Cheng, wasn't he the second young master's personal bodyguard, Wang Cheng? When Huang Yong lifted her up, Xianxia immediately panicked. She lowered her head and looked at the state of her clothes. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around her body, trying her best to hide all the messy marks on her body. Unfortunately, she was almost naked to begin with. No matter how tightly she hugged herself, it was impossible to cover up the lingering marks on her body. No, don't take me to see second young master. I'm so dirty right now. I don't want to see second young master. Xianxia began to cry. She shook her head repeatedly and opened her mouth to speak a series of words. Wang Cheng naturally could not hear her voice. He carried her to the crane garden where the second young master lived. Xianxia felt that today was the darkest day of her life, She was actually forced to appear in the crane garden with her unkempt and filthy appearance. She looked at the young master of the Omega Kotoku who was sitting in the pavilion and playing chess with an enchanting woman in red. He merely sat there without saying anything. Those exquisite features revealed a faint coldness. Under the moonlight, he appeared as handsome and natural as a jade sculpture. Such a beautiful second young master made Xianxia inexplicably feel a trace of inferiority. She hurriedly took a step back, wanting to retreat behind the rockery to hide. Her body was really too dirty, and she didn't want to meet the godlike man in her heart at this time. The enchanting red-clothed woman in the pavilion raised her eyes and chuckled. "Oh, why do you look so disheveled? You look very miserable." Young Master Omega Kotoku placed a piece and frowned. "You're about to lose." "So what if I lose? It's not like I've lost to you for the first time, do I need you to remind me?" That woman winked seductively and flipped over to sit on the chess table, throwing herself into second young master's arms. The twins, Tang Quan and Tang Li, who were standing beside the two, couldn't help but feel disgusted. In the past, they didn't know that Ling was a man. Now that they knew that this freaking old demon liked to pretend to be a woman, they felt that she was strange no matter where they looked at her, and usually kept a respectful distance from her. Young Master Omega Kotoku naturally wouldn't let her throw herself at him, and he directly dodged to the side. Flicking his sleeves, he indifferently said, "Take her to the confinement room." Then, he left without even looking at the item before he used it. Xianxia's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley, as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Was second young master so disgusted that he felt that even a glance at her would dirty his eyes? Just like that, Xianxia's tears fell uncontrollably, and she couldn't hold them back at all. Ling clicked his tongue and threw a green robe to her. "Here, little lady, put it on. TSK, so pitiful. A delicate little beauty has been tormented to this extent. These people are really heavy-handed." Xianxia could hear the mockery in his voice, but there wasn't much sympathy. Her ice-cold fingers tightly gripped the robe on her body, and she found that she was once again picked up by Wang Cheng and brought to the confinement room that young Master Omega Kotoku had mentioned. Of course, she knew what kind of place the confinement room was. It was a small confinement room that the Qin estate used to treat prisoners. She had already suffered such a huge grievance, and second young master still wanted to interrogate her as if she was a criminal. Why? Why did he treat her like this? The bitterness in Xianxia's heart almost drowned her. "Go in." Huang Chong forcefully pushed her away, and Xianxia's head crashed into a small room. When she turned around, the entire room had already turned dark, and she could only hear a loud clang sound. She pounced to the side of the metal door and knocked heavily on it, calling out silently, Xian, Xian. On the other hand, Arbor only received a message from the night pavilion after breakfast, saying that Xianxia had been bullied badly by a group of hooligans. After Stay Up Late finished his report, he stood to the side and looked at the little crown princess, who had an uncertain expression on her face. The crown princess didn't look happy. Her brows were gloomy, as if a thick dark cloud was pressing down on her, which could erupt at any time. "Shameless!" Arbor shouted angrily. "Take some men and find those people. Castrate them all and send them to the Prince of Giantpain's estate to be eunuchs. This crown princess wants this group of animals to beg for death for the rest of their lives." Stay Up Late's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He could only nod and leave. Xiaomu forcefully smashed a cup, her face brimming with anger. Kai Xiu hurriedly went forward to clean up the broken pieces. Kaichi didn't understand, but she still asked boldly, "Your Highness, why is the crown princess unhappy? Wasn't it good that second young mistress sure received her retribution? Hadn't the crown princess always looked down on second young mistress? Why was she standing up for her now?" Kaichi's little head was filled with questions. Kai Xiu hurriedly tugged at her sleeve, hinting that she shouldn't play dumb. The young crown princess said angrily, "Such despicable methods are extremely disgusting. If she wanted to deal with someone, why would she need to resort to such underhanded methods? She could just face the enemy openly. Even if she was an evil person, she should do it openly. She disdained to resort to such tricks. As a woman, she naturally knew what Xianxia's experience yesterday meant. "Kai Xiu, why are you tugging at me?" Kaichi scratched her head in astonishment. The young crown princess had already left the dormitory angrily. Kaichi couldn't help but ask in a low voice, I really don't understand why the crown princess is angry. You're such a blockhead. Now that something like this has happened, others will definitely think that the crown prince consort sent someone to do it. Even if it's just an accident. How can the crown princess be willing to take the blame? Kaixio shook her head and pursed her lips. She lowered her voice and said, if the crown princess doesn't use a thunderous method and immediately make a statement, rumors might spread throughout the imperial capital in the afternoon. Oh. Kaichi looked enlightened. She raised her hand and patted her head. She said in annoyance, Sister Kaixio, you're still the smart one. I'm really too stupid. I can't even understand such simple logic. It was no wonder the crown princess was angry. The crown princess had just caused a ruckus at the Shi family's doorstep yesterday, forcing the Shi family to banish second young Mistress Shi. At night, some hooligans took turns to rape second young Mistress Shi. If news of this spread, perhaps everyone would secretly speculate that the crown princess was the one behind it. Even if they didn't dare to spread rumors, it would be detrimental to the crown princess' reputation. The crown princess had dealt with those ruffians in a particularly vicious manner. Firstly, she could convince people, and secondly, she could vent the anger in her heart. Our young crown prince consort is very proud and arrogant. You want to avenge her? That depends on whether our crown princess is willing to accept it or not. Kaichi puffed up her cheeks. There are thousands of things in the world. The crown princess has her own set of principles. As servants, we should listen more and watch less and not interrupt. Kaichi nodded, and the two of them pushed open the door and walked out. The crown princess dealt with the matter promptly. Those ruffians and hooligans were castrated that night and sent to the king of Xianxia's mansion. In the evening, the crown princess' righteousness spread through the streets. Once she made a move, she used thunderous methods to eliminate a few big gangsters who had been mingling in the neighborhood all year round. Getting rid of evil for the people, the crowd applauded and cheered. King Xianxia was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. At that time, he took over those ruffians and hooligans with a dumbfounded expression. Even in the afternoon, he was still nagging about how the little crown princess treated his king of Xianxia's mansion like a garbage dump. She threw as much garbage as she wanted, which was simply infuriating to the old king of Xianxia. The crown prince of Xianxia persuaded the old king of Xianxia, little sister-in-law crown princess is filial and sent a few people to serve father. Father, please accept them. The old king of Xianxia was so angry that he almost spat a mouthful of blood on his son's face. You shameless brat, since when did you address the crown princess as little sister-in-law respectfully? After the little crown princess dealt with those ruffians in a thunderous manner, the rumors naturally didn't spread. On the other hand, Shi Yongqian had been locked up in that small, sealed room for more than 3 days now. In these 3 days, no one came to visit her. Shi Yongqian's days were getting more and more hopeless. She felt as if she had been forgotten by the entire world and that no one could remember her. Her heart was filled with deep hatred. She hated the heartlessness of her parents and brothers, and she also hated Arbor for causing her to be in this state. The only person she didn't hate was the second young master who ordered people to throw her into the small, sealed room. In her heart, she was still trying to find excuses for the second young master. The second young master must have been delayed by something these 2 days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored her life and death. The funny thing was, the second young master she was trying to find excuses for was really so busy that he had forgotten about her and completely forgot about her. That evening, the iron door that had been sealed for 3 days and 3 nights finally made a sound. Shi Yongqian was both shocked and delighted. She scrambled to the side of the iron door and unwillingly slammed on the door again. In these 3 days, she was so hungry that she was dizzy. Ever since she became a cripple a few days ago, she couldn't take out the food that she had hidden in her inner world. So these few days, she was practically in an abyss of suffering. She was about to go crazy. Without food or water, her lips were so dry that they were cracked from thirst. But when the iron door opened and she saw the person standing at the door, a trace of disappointment involuntarily flashed across second young Miss Shi's heart. It wasn't the second young master. The person who came wasn't the second young master. Of course, it wasn't the second young master's bodyguard, Wang Cheng, but the master's right-hand man, Xianxia. Xianxia's pair of gloomy eyes stared at Xianxia like a poisonous snake. He grinned and looked her up and down several times with ill intentions. I didn't expect that the second young miss of the Shi family would fall to such a state. Xianxia's body couldn't help but shrink back. She opened her mouth, but she knew that she couldn't make a sound. She couldn't help but reach out her hand and gesticulate at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at her with a sneer. Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and gave her a sinister smile. Second miss, with your ruined body, you probably don't want to live in this world anymore. Since second miss is too scared to die, how about Xianxia send you off? With that, the man took a few steps forward with a cold face and kicked the small iron door shut. Xianxia's eyes spat out flames of fear and panic. She stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. She pounded the ground twice with her hands and glared at Xianxia as if she wanted to eat him up. Xianxia had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on Xianxia's exposed white calf, and he licked his lips. Xianxia felt that she had experienced all kinds of filthy things in her life. At this moment, how could she not understand the meaning of the man's gaze? She shrank back in fear, her eyes revealing a bone-deep hatred. She leaned against the corner of the wall and kept kicking her legs, wanting to kick Xianxia away. But she didn't expect Xianxia to throw her away and pounce on her. He quickly tore apart the green robe covering her body and slapped the struggling Xianxia hard across the face. Slut, what are you hiding for? It's not like this is the first time. Who knows how many people have toyed with you before, so why pretend to be a pure and chaste woman? I toyed with you because I thought highly of you. I'll let you have a good time before you die. Xianxia spat at her, then forcefully tore apart the clothes on her body. He sneered, if you're obedient, you'll suffer less. Xianxia silently sobbed, her fists forcefully pounding the man's shoulders. However, how could her soft fists be intimidating? Xianxia pressed her to the ground with just a few hits, and began to use all his strength to torment her. Little slut, who told you to mess things up? You're unlucky, and you almost implicated family head. Xianxia slapped Xianxia's face again. Xianxia immediately collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, unable to muster any strength in her body. She could only tilt her neck and allow herself to be manipulated, silently shedding tears. Her heart was naturally filled with regret and hatred. Half an hour later, a satisfied Xianxia lifted his pants and stood up, kicking Xianxia twice. He crooked his mouth, revealing a trace of a sinister smile. What are you pretending to be dead for? It's not like you're a young lady in a bridal sedan chair. Once unfamiliar, twice familiar. You can only blame your own bad luck. If family hadn't ordered for you to die, I would have kept you as a furnace. Although your cultivation has been crippled, there's still a bit of spiritual power in your meridians. Being a furnace isn't bad. Xianxia cruelly licked his lips, then kicked Xianxia again. Little slut, if you don't beg me, perhaps I really can find a way out for you? Bang! The small iron door was kicked open by someone with great force. Xianxia turned her head. When she saw the pure white and elegant figure appear at the door, her entire body trembled. She hastily grabbed the messy weeds on the side and used them to cover her body. Second young master actually came at this time. Compared to the last time they met, she was in an even more sorry state. Why did second young master always have to see her in such a miserable state? Xianxia couldn't help but burst into tears. Her throat made cracking noises due to her grief. Xianxia coldly glanced at Xianxia. Suddenly, her palm flew up and landed heavily on Xianxia's face. Xianxia was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The slap was solid, leaving 5 bloody marks on his face. Second young master, what are you doing? Xianxia's face immediately darkened, and he said angrily, although this servant is only a servant, I am still master's man. I warned you last time. Don't lay a hand on Miss Xiao. Xianxia swung out another slap, landing squarely on Xianxia's chest. Pfff. Xianxia couldn't withstand such a blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia stared coldly at the man in front of her. A black whip appeared in her hand and she lashed it at the man. The whip had barbs and hidden hooks, and it had been soaked in a special potion. After a person's skin was split open by the whip, the pain in their nerves would be magnified by several hundred times. It was so painful that they wanted to die, and their liver and guts were torn apart. Are all of you ignoring what this young master has said? No, it's not second young master. Xianxia rolled back and forth on the ground from the whip. He continuously cried out in alarm. Second young master, spare me. Second young master, ah. 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 Xianxia, who was cowering in the corner, immediately relaxed her brows and couldn't hide her excitement and joy. Seeing the man who bullied her being tortured by the second young master to the point of begging for death, she instantly felt much better, so much so that she didn't even hear a single word of the second young master's reprimand. She deceived herself and others by thinking that the second young master acted this time to teach that lowly servant a lesson for her. That lowly servant actually dared to touch her, the second young miss of the Shi family. He deserved to be beaten to this state by the second young master. Hit the main point, hit the main point. Xianxia wrapped herself in straw and cowered in the corner. When she looked at the second young master, her beautiful eyes were filled with deep adoration and excitement. She knew it, she knew that the second young master was extremely good to her. If he knew that she suffered so much here, he would definitely help her teach those lowly servants a lesson. And Arbor, that slut, the second young master definitely wouldn't let her off. She gazed tenderly at the Omega Kotoku young master, her eyes overflowing with dreamy colors. It was as if at this moment, Arbor was already kneeling in front of her, begging for mercy from the second young master's whip, kneeling and licking her. Xianxia was tormented to death by the second young master's whip dipped in poison, suffering unbearably. He didn't expect that the second young master would not give his father any face and hit him without any hesitation. He was also so vicious to his father's servant. One had to consider the master's face before beating a dog, right? The second young master's actions were like a poisonous thorn being planted in Xianxia's heart. As the whips fell one after another, the poisonous stinger quickly turned into a bramble, gradually growing and expanding. After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia stopped. Looking at the mangled figure in front of her, she coldly said, "Throw him out." Wang Cheng immediately stepped forward and pulled up the kneeling Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and said coldly to Grass, "Go back and tell my father that I'm going to kill him. I don't want to see this happen again. Old master is also worried about the second young master." Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Xianxia with a resentful expression. "No need." Xianxia coldly replied. "If you dare touch my people again, I'll take your lives next time." Xianxia glanced at Grass indifferently. The zither and grass quilt were dragged all the way out by Huang Chong and thrown into the flower bed of the garden like a dead dog. Xian. Xianxia called out excitedly, but her expression suddenly froze. She can talk? She could talk all of a sudden. What's going on? The heavens must have pitied her and given her a chance to speak. Xianxia was wild with joy as she rushed forward. She wanted to hug the corner of Xianxia's robe, but he dodged to the side. The young master of the Omega Kotoku looked at the filthy Shi family's second daughter with disdain and said coldly, "Who told you to act on your own accord?" Xianxia was stunned and quickly said, Xian, what are you saying? Who told you to take matters into your own hands and help my father go to Seacone Planet to arrest the Chiao family members? A trace of grievance instantly filled Xianxia's eyes, but she still carefully said, I did it willingly, Xian. I heard from uncle that you were seriously injured in the lower star domain, and one of your clones was destroyed. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened as she stared at Xianxian in disbelief. You're criticizing me? Are you blaming me? Xianxian couldn't help but shriek, why are you blaming me? I'm helping you. Young Master Omega Kotoku's black whip immediately lashed out at Xianxian's face. Xianxian instantly felt a sharp pain on her face and all the hairs on her body stood on end. Second young master was whipping her? Pa. The whip mercilessly lashed out at Xianxian's body several times. Xianxian was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She had already gone through so many tragic events and her body and soul had suffered a huge impact. Now that she saw young Master Omega Kotoku mercilessly whipping her, she couldn't accept it emotionally and her heart was twisted. Why? Why? Xianxia shrieked. Why was Xian treating her like this? What did she do wrong? Wasn't she helping Xian? Why was Xian whipping her like this? It was as if he wanted to whip her to death, again and again. It was no different from the violence he had done to Qianqiao just now. Xianxia felt that her tears had almost dried up in the past 2 days. She couldn't shed any more tears and could only open her mouth and wail. Xian, why are you treating me like this? Xian. Xian kept the whip in his hand and looked indifferently at the battered and blood-stained woman in front of him. A faint sense of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. So, when she was whipping Xiaoqiao, she also felt this happy. It turned out that whipping people was quite interesting. Xianxia slightly raised her head. She had always worshipped and loved this man in front of her, so even when he was whipping her, she couldn't take her eyes off him and looked at him like she was crazy. Thus, Xianxia didn't miss the flash of excitement in young Master Omega Kotoku's eyes. She shouldn't have loved such a cruel man. But the flame of love in her heart couldn't be extinguished and couldn't be suppressed. Even if he did such a terrible thing to her and treated her so cruelly, she still loved him wholeheartedly. As long as she could stay by this man's side, even if she was whipped every day, she didn't care. Xianxia crawled forward a few steps and reached out to hook the corner of his robe, shouting, Xian, I love you, Xian, I really love you. I don't have any feelings for you. Xian indifferently stretched his leg and kicked her. Every time I see you, I feel disgusted. Although his tone was calm, his words were like a sharp sword, cutting open Xianxia's heart. If it wasn't because you hindered, I would have married you because how'd SSS Chin SS's speaking Katokut, you use he S's comma tttshe he Xianxia cried out, but the infatuation in her eyes did not extinguish. The sudden, she s her s Koku's as hers, her she you did this for Arbor? You did this to me for Arbor, didn't you? What did I do wrong? Isn't it enough that she caused me to be in this state? Wyatt Xian. Xianxia pounded the ground as she wailed. Her face that was covered in whip marks was covered in blood and tears. There was no beauty to it at all. Instead, it caused the Omega Kotoku to have a look of disgust. He suddenly remembered that the little girl had also cried like this before. In a fit of anger, he had thrown her into the room and left her to fend for herself for over 10 days. When he came back, he saw that she had moved off the bed on her own. She was lying lifelessly on the ground with her face facing the sky. Tears that were like broken ice beads fell from her eyes drop by drop. She didn't make a sound or cry, but that kind of silent and broken cry made him feel inexplicably heartbroken in an instant. Her pearl-like tears were like broken pearls. At that time, it was as if they were smashed into his heart, making him feel unbearably uncomfortable. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he once again stepped on Xianxia's other arm. He slightly tilted his head as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He softly said, "Did you know? She didn't know how to walk before. But she never cried. When she was being whipped by you, she didn't even make a sound. If it wasn't for you, slut, obstructing us, how could we have reached that step?" The Omega Kotoku became agitated as he spoke. He moved his foot and with 2 caw-caw sounds, his eyes were cold and cruel as he stepped on Xianxia's 2 thighs. Xianxia's head was covered in cold sweat as she let out a miserable cry. If it wasn't for you, calling her a cripple. How could she think of leaving me? Xianxia's mouth was filled with blood as she looked at the man in front of her. The light in her eyes was extinguished bit by bit. Suddenly, it was as if she had a final radiance as her entire person brightened up. Did you know? The woman you're talking about, she is a talisman that cannot be allowed to exist in this world. Talisman, cough, talisman. Cough. Xianxia's eyes were filled with horror as she wanted to reach out and claw at her burning throat. But when he raised his arm, he discovered that his arm was in great pain. It had long been crushed by Xianxia, and he couldn't lift it at all. Talisman master? Xianxia's eyes were cold as she replied, "I already knew." Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. You slut, you're trying to harm her again. Xianxia suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck, her eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. In this life, I won't let you have the chance to hurt her again. Never. Cough, cough. Xianxia felt her breathing tighten, and she was almost unable to say a word. She stared at him in confusion as she mumbled, Xian, how did they end up like this? It wasn't like this before. It wasn't like this. A cold teardrop slid down from the corner of Xianxia's eyes. She suddenly realized that the curse words that the little crown princess had said by her ear seemed to have come true, that evil woman had said that she would die in the hands of the person she loved. That cursed talisman had really taken effect. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. His 5 fingers tightened around Xianxia's neck as he watched her slowly lose her breath in his hands. A trace of pleasure flashed past his eyes. She was dead. This bitch who had been cruel to Jojo in his previous life and who had constantly prevented them from being together was finally dead. From now on, no one could stop his determination to get back Jojo. No one would ever be able to separate him from Jojo again. Boom. A loud tremor suddenly resounded through the clouds, waking up the entire imperial capital that was shrouded in darkness. All the citizens who had been sleeping peacefully jumped out of their beds, lit their lamps, and opened their windows. They looked at the night sky outside the window in shock. The sky to the east of Dragon Flame City was completely dyed in a pure blue flame. Everyone looked at the scene in the distance in shock, feeling rather shocked in their hearts. Countless Xianxia flew out of their courtyards and rushed towards the Qin estate in the east. What happened to the Qin estate? The loud tremor just now came from the direction of the Qin estate. With such a terrifying tremor, the Qin estate's courtyard must have been damaged a lot. Kai Xiu got up and hurriedly pushed the door open to enter the little crown princess room. She saw that the little crown princess was still sleeping soundly. She had even turned over and pressed her entire body against the bedding, having a sweet dream. The crown princess' heart is really big. Kai Xiu's mouth twitched. She quickly closed the door and retreated, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. With such a big commotion outside, even a hibernating dragon would be awakened by the sound. The crown princess could actually sleep so soundly, her heart ached for the crown prince. He must be very helpless to hug such a small piece of wood to sleep. During breakfast, Lady Jojo looked at them with a puzzled expression. She could not help but look at her parents, second uncle, second aunt, and the others. What's wrong? The little fellow stirred the porridge in his bowl and looked at his parents in confusion. Ahem. Second uncle coughed. Jojo, didn't you hear anything last night? Arbor's little hand paused and his little face immediately tensed. Did a thief enter the house? No, no. Second Uncle Qiao hurriedly waved his hand and said with a speechless expression, it wasn't a thief who broke into the house. There was a big commotion in the east of the city. In the middle of the night last night, the whole family woke up with a start. They put on their clothes and ran outside. Everyone met up in the garden. Even Xiaosen, the brat, ran out with them. Who knew, however, he did not see the little crown princess. Everyone anxiously ran to Pear Blossom Courtyard to look for the little crown princess, but Li Yi told them that the crown princess was sleeping very well. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sir Jojo frowned. With a wave of his sleeve, a small tray-ant appeared in his hand. What did you do? Master, it's going to be summer soon. Cicadas and birds are chirping outside. It's very noisy. Master doesn't like to sleep on Paradise Planet. Then Chocho can only help Master block out all sounds from the outside. Everyone's lips twitched. No wonder the little fellow didn't react to such a huge commotion last night. It turned out that Chocho had secretly blocked out all sounds from the outside world. Arbor nodded his little head. Well done. Then, he raised his hand and patted the little Trent's head, sending it back to Paradise Planet. Sister, aren't you curious at all? Little Xiaosen bit on a chopstick and looked curiously at his sister. Mother said that the explosion in the middle of the night yesterday blew up several houses in the east side of the Qin estate. What does that have to do with me? Arbor scooped a bowl of soup with an indifferent expression. Stirring the spoon in the small bowl, Arbor picked up the small soup bowl and sipped it in small mouthfuls. When everyone saw her indifferent gaze, they assumed that she didn't want to ask too much about the Qin estate's family matters, so they smiled and didn't say anything. Xiaosen mumbled something. Wei Ziqin smiled and rubbed Xiaosen's head. Meddlesome. How can we meddle in the affairs of those large clans? Some things can only be heard from others. Don't casually judge. Oh. Xiaosen pursed his lips and turned around to take the half-piece of mantu from the little monk's bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. The little monk immediately scrunched up his bun-like face. Benefactress's younger brother, why did you snatch this little monk's mantu? Snatching someone's food isn't the conduct of a gentleman. Xiaosen lowered his head to look at the mantu in his hand, then glanced at the little monk. Didn't I just eat a piece of your mantu? Why are you talking about a gentleman? Alright, Kong Kong, there's more here. Madame Nairan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she placed a small plate of mantu in front of the little monk. Only then did the snagging little fellow shut his mouth. Last night, the entire imperial capital was in turmoil and chaos. Because of the commotion caused by the Qin estate in the city's east, the imperial capital's patrol squads were all mobilized. Many of the Crimson Forest Guards and City Defense Army also went out. The Qiao family members didn't sleep well either. In the middle of the night, there was chaos outside. Moreover, they lived on Changle Street, which was closest to the imperial city, so the neighing of horses could be heard incessantly. There was nothing to do after breakfast, so Qiao Zhongbang and his wife, as well as second uncle and his wife, returned to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Xiao Hu said with a smile, younger sister, Xiao Yao and I plan to go out for a walk. Do you want to come along? Arbor shook her head. I'll go in and cultivate for a while. Okay. When Arbor returned to her pear blossom courtyard, her expression abruptly changed the moment she stepped into her room. Without another word, she flicked her sleeve, and several bone-chilling lights shot toward the window. However, she saw a black figure suddenly enter through the window, and with lightning speed, he grabbed her small hand. Let go. Arbor's cold voice sounded. It was as if a cold pearl had fallen into an icy river, revealing traces of coldness. Xiao Qiao, you're really ruthless. A long sigh slowly sounded in her ears. The little stoic's expression chilled, and she slightly tilted her head. She gazed apathetically at the man who suddenly barged into the pear blossom courtyard. Do you really want me to die that badly? Xiao Qiao. He sighed again, his gaze fixed on her body. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly with an innocent expression that said, I don't understand what you're talking about. His eyes looked back at him coldly. After a while, Mr. Omega Kotoku said, Jojo, you're meticulous and calculative. No woman can compare to you. Arbor looked at him coldly and suddenly pulled his hand back. You'd better get out of here. It's too late. No one knows what will happen. You know that the person who appointed Shi Yongqian will come to silence her, Mr. Omega Kotoku suddenly said. That's why the curse you cast on her will force Shi Yongqian's soul to self-detonate the moment she's about to die. Arbor turned his head and gazed deeply at him. Although the second young master didn't know what kind of vicious curse he cast on Shi Yongqian, his judgment could be considered accurate. However, there was one point Mr. Omega Kotoku didn't know. She didn't know that the one who secretly sent Shi Yongqian to Seekong Planet to cause trouble was their Qin estate's patriarch. Now she knew. A glint of hatred flashed through Arbor's eyes. Family patriarch Qin had plotted to take her life time and time again. This time, he even indulged in the wildest of fantasies and wanted to secretly capture her family. With the old grudges added together, the enmity between her and the Qin estate would only deepen. Xianxia, listen carefully. Arbor gazed at him coldly and said expressionlessly, what I cast on Shi Yongqian was a curse. I curse her to die in the hands of the person she loves the most. Arbor tilted his head slightly and looked at the man in front of him with sparkling eyes. The person Shi Yongqian loves the most is you. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. Don't say any more, don't say any more. Xianxia seemed to have suddenly realized something. His expression was pained, and his handsome face contorted slightly. From beginning to end, what I want is not the life of the mastermind behind this. However, Arbor's voice was still so cold that it was a bit cruel. Don't say any more, all right? I beg you, don't say any more. Xianxia's expression suddenly turned sinister as he roared angrily. Arbor retreated step by step and spat out 5 words with a cruel expression. It's your life. What a pity. As expected, the self-detonation of a cripple's soul is useless. She snorted coldly without any expression on her stoic face. As if to tell the person in front of her that she was really similar, she said coldly, "Don't think that your fake gentleness can move my heart. Do you think that we will still cross paths in this lifetime? Stop dreaming, alright? Let me put it this way. In the past, there was a silly and naive little girl who gave you all her reverence, and then her entire being was trampled to pieces by you. That feeling is already gone. Even if another 10 lifetimes pass, what's gone is gone. It won't happen again. Xiao, I know I was wrong in the past. But in this life, nothing has happened. Can you not always hold on to the past?" Xianxia's voice was slightly choked up, and her eyes were filled with shallow tears. It did happen. Arbor's eyes widened as he clenched his fists tightly. Unable to control the anger in his heart, he shouted, "It all happened. Yes. You once rescued me from the dungeon. At that time I was truly grateful to you. I even saw you as a life-saving rope that I encountered when I was wandering in the abyss of despair. What about you? What do you take me for? Do you need me to repeat to you how you treated me? You told me not to cling to the past, but what about you? Why can't you let it go? In this life, I only want to be strangers with you, Xianxia. It's so simple. Can't you do it? Since you insist on pestering me again and again. I can only scheme to kill you. Jojo, I'm serious about you." The second young master clutched his chest in pain. He felt as if this place was being torn apart, and the torment was unbearable. Arbor suddenly turned to look out the window and swiftly leaped out. But she saw a bolt of lightning and fire streaking across the blue sky at an extremely fast speed, enveloping her with a whoosh. Jojo. Xianxia's figure suddenly darted out of the window and pounced to her side. Lord Jojo did not expect Omega Kotoku to throw himself at her without any regard for his life. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but who would have thought that this guy's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to push her behind him. At the same time, the thunder fire had already smashed into the second young master's body with a thunderous rumble at the speed of lightning. Although Omega Kotoku had set up a defensive barrier around himself, the power of the thunder fire was not to be underestimated. It broke through his defensive barrier in an instant. Chi. A flame slowly burned on the back of his hand. Are you all right? Xianxia lowered his head and glanced at Arbor. The latter was looking at him with a complicated expression. A faint light flickered in his icy jade-like eyes. Xiaomu wanted to reprimand him, but when her gaze met his, she felt like she was unable to say anything. She turned her little head and faced Omega Kotoku with the back of her head. At the same time, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal stepped out of Paradise Planet. He reached out and grabbed the little fellow's wrist, pulling her to his side. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's sharp gaze swept over Omega Kotoku's body. His gaze paused slightly when he saw the faint traces of flames on his wrist. What's going on? When he was on Paradise Planet, he did not always pay attention to what was going on outside. Who would have thought that he would almost be scared to death by this little fellow? Why would there be a thunder fire in the sky out of nowhere? The young Crown Prince Consort's scowling little face was expressionless. The thunder fire in the sky was also very strange. After it struck down, it seemed to have been punched violently. It flew backward toward the 9th heaven. Above the blue sky, a faint shadow was left behind, and its tail was even twitching. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal studied the direction in which the thunder fire had flown and was speechless. What is this thunder fire for? Arbor said calmly, to strike me. That's right, when she cast the cursed talisman, she knew that this talisman would definitely attract the flames of the heavenly Tao. What he didn't expect was that after Shi Yongqian's death last night, the lightning and fire had been delayed until now. Furthermore, this lightning fire was really just a casual strike. After a single strike, he ran away. How funny was this lightning fire? Arbor glanced at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was also looking down at her. Instinctively, he raised his hand and patted her head. With a serious expression, he said, Jojo, don't do anything that will make us worry. Xiaomu nodded her small head guiltily. She knew that cursed talismans weren't good things, but that day, she just wanted to be willful for once, that's right. Even if she had to suffer the pain of being burned by lightning and fire in the future, she still wanted to end it quickly. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at her. Seeing that she was fine, he nodded and glanced at Xianxia. Sir Omega Kotoku, it's not very appropriate for you to trespass on private property, is it? Xianxia glanced at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and said indifferently, I'm looking for Jojo. Jojo doesn't seem like she wants to see you. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal sneered and looked Xianxia up and down. Are you looking for trouble, second young master? Xianxia ignored the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. She turned and stared deeply at Arbor. Then, she said indifferently, Little Qiao, although I can't reverse the past, I can control the future. I hope you believe me. From now on, nothing that harms you will ever happen again. I will also get rid of the people who have harmed you in the past. The little stoic was expressionless, and her entire body was like a small wooden stake. She stood there stiffly and said, no need. Humph, she would get rid of her enemies on her own. Why would she need his help? Moreover, she simply didn't need him to save her just now. Just look at how loud the lightning fire was and how weak the fire was. It was as crooked as a little bedbug. How could it burn her, Sir Jojo? This guy just had to interfere. Sir Jojo felt very uncomfortable in her heart after being protected by him. Her small face tensed up in displeasure and tensed up forcefully. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He waved his hand at Xianxia and said, Jojo doesn't want to talk to you. Hurry and leave. Xianxia wasn't angry and nodded. She looked at Arbor and said, I'm very sorry about the Qiao family. I will restrain them and won't let the servants find trouble with you again. Arbor glanced at him and humphed. She suddenly raised her hand and threw him a bottle of medicinal powder. Even if you didn't block it, I could still handle that lightning fire. The little fellow turned her head and pattered back into her room, grumbling impatiently, meddlesome. Xianxia glanced at the little fellow's back and gripped the medicinal bottle in her hand. Dong, he kicked the door shut. Sir Jojo turned around and glared at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal standing behind her. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. What are you doing? She sat down at the table. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned around, flicked aside a corner of his robe, and slowly sat down across from her. He propped up his chin with one hand and looked at her with a chuckle. What outrageous things did you do? Your relative couldn't hold himself back and ran over to warn you? Arbor pursed her small lips and didn't say a word. Sigh, it looks like I can't get you to reveal the truth. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal took out a jade messenger talisman from his inner world and pretended to draw with a talisman pen. How should I write it? Jojo was naughty. Jojo was struck by lightning. Hurry up and come back to discipline your wife. Arbor glared at him a few times and raised his hand to grab the jade talisman. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned his hand over and pressed down on her small hand. The playful expression on his face faded slightly as he said sternly, Jojo, no matter when or where, don't punish yourself for others. Is that okay? Arbor looked at his serious eyes, bit his lips, and nodded reluctantly. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal laughed and flicked her head. Hey, you promised me. Speaking of which, was it really the curse that attracted the divine punishment? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal asked with a smile. Xiaomu subconsciously nodded her small head. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smile deepened. Before you used that talisman, you already knew that you would incur divine punishment. A faint desire to live ignited in Arbor's heart. Then, she shook her head forcefully. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smiled. Aren't you going anywhere these few days? How about going to the fish orchid planet to cultivate? Arbor nodded. She felt that it was best not to court death at this time. She felt that the man in front of her seemed to be a little angry. Oh, Jojo won't use the cursed talisman in the future, right? Arbor nodded but couldn't help muttering inwardly, I'll try my best. You're not fooling me, are you? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal suppressed his smile and coughed lightly. He looked at the young lady in front of him seriously and said, I didn't say that I wouldn't tell you. I'm just looking at the situation. Should I plead for leniency on your behalf? Arbor! Exclamation point. I'll tolerate you. Resisting the urge to beat him up, Lord Jojo snorted and jumped into Fish Orchid Planet. She planned to listen to Rotten Peach Blossom and cultivate in peace for a few days. These few days, she frequently entered a state of epiphany. She had a feeling that she was about to make a small advancement again. She should cultivate obediently so that she wouldn't have to wander around outside and be disturbed by all sorts of things. Before Arbor entered Fish Orchid Planet, he deliberately placed a few demonic eyes around the Qiao residence. This way, even if something happened outside, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the rest would be able to detect it immediately. However, he reckoned that nothing would happen at the Qiao residence in the near future. After all, the little crown princess had just used the Sure family to establish her authority. As long as one wasn't a fool, no one would pick a time like this to provoke the little crown princess. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Qiao residence. A slender figure came out of the carriage. Holding the hand of a young maidservant, she slowly walked out of the carriage and raised her head to look at the lintel of the Qiao residence. Bam, bam. The servant girl went forward and knocked on the door, but there was no sound of the door opening. She turned back and exchanged a look with the lady. Miss, this family doesn't seem to be home? The lady's eyes flashed. She took a few steps forward and knocked on the door a few more times. Miss, shouldn't we send a visiting card first? Let them know that Miss is coming to the Qiao residence to visit the crown princess, the servant girl said with a frown. Who was her miss? She was a famous god-level alchemist in the 3 continents. She had lowered herself to visit the Qiao residence but was rejected at the door. Single-clothed Sue smiled and patted her hand. Then, she looked up at the Qiao residence's plaque and said with a smile, we have nothing to do anyway. There's no harm in waiting. When the little girl heard this, she immediately curled her lips in displeasure. Miss, you really have a good temper. With your status, no matter where you go, they will welcome you with open doors, the little girl muttered. Only the Qiao family doesn't take you seriously. Xianxia shook her head with a smile. If we come here abruptly, no one will know. It's fine to wait. Thus, the master and servant got back into the carriage and waited until the evening came. The little girl puffed up her cheeks and said indignantly, this family is really too much. It's been so long, and even a servant doesn't come out to buy groceries? Xianxia also felt very strange, so she led the little girl out of the car and knocked on the door of the Qiao residence. This time, they didn't have to wait for long before the door was pulled open. A yawning manservant appeared at the entrance of the Qiao residence. He blinked his dog eyes and looked curiously at the master and servant pair. Ladies, who are you looking for? The little girl immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, our family's alchemist Shan is here to visit the crown princess. That manservant sized them up again and made a comical "oh" sound. Then, he prepared to close the door. The crown princess is not seeing guests recently. The little girl was about to explode in anger. She pushed that manservant. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Why did you close the door? Why are you pushing people? The manservant said unhappily. Our pill master Dan has been waiting until now. Why aren't you hurrying to inform him? Why are you wasting time with us? The pageboy became even more displeased. Who are you? Do you have a visiting card? I already said that our crown princess is not seeing any guests recently. The little girl's eyes widened angrily, revealing an expression of disbelief. This is the famous Dan Pill Master in our 3 prefectures. How many people are looking forward to begging our Pill Master? You actually. She was so angry that she was at a loss for words. However, Xianxia tugged at her sleeve and said to the little girl, all right, Mei Lan, don't be angry with this little brother. This little brother, we have an important matter to discuss with your crown princess today. Please inform her. The pageboy glanced at her and shook his head, saying, the crown princess said that she is not seeing any guests recently. After saying that, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Eh? Mei Lan was so angry that she could not help but curse, haven't I seen such an arrogant pageboy in a rich family? Miss, look at him. He clearly just woke up. Which pageboy would sleep until the evening before waking up? He still dares to be so unruly towards you. Just now, this servant should have slapped him twice. Xianxia sighed and shook her head, saying, "Forget it. Since the crown princess does not wish to see us, there is no need for us to disturb her." Mei Lan stomped her feet. This family is really unruly. No wonder their pageboy is like this. He caused Miss to wait under the scorching sun for so long. He simply deserves to die. Miss, you should not have come. You're asking for trouble. I was thinking that His Highness the Crown Prince's safety was worrying, so I wanted to give some advice to the Crown Princess. Xianxia sighed softly. In Paradise Planet, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was sitting on a tree branch with half a pot of wine in hand, swaying back and forth as he watched everything outside. Hey, why is this show not over yet? He sighed and poured himself another cup of wine. What a pity. My Jojo is in seclusion and can't see such a lousy show. The little Treant stood on his shoulder and waved two branches, saying, "Venerable Immortal, what's there to pity about this? Master definitely won't be interested in this show." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal blinked. With a flick of his sleeves, he leaped down from the tree. I'm not looking anymore. Let's go see how Jojo's training is going. Outside, after Mei Lan helped Xianxia into the carriage, she couldn't help but mutter a few words. "Miss, are we going back to the manor now?" A cold light flashed across Xianxia's eyes. She shook her head and said, "No, let's go out of the city now." Leave the city? Maidservant Mei Lan cried out in surprise. My Lotus's section break, before his eyes was an expanse of a crimson-yellow sea of sand. Sand dunes of high and low, rocks that rose and fell, and as far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of desolate sand. Mo Lian brought a total of 60,000 troops with her on this trip. The army had set up camp here 2 days ago. When they first arrived, Mo Lian couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the scenery of Greyfield Village. She had originally thought that this was just an ordinary small village. She didn't expect that this village was actually backed by a vast expanse of desolate sand. These 2 days, she had studied it with Third Fu and the others who had followed the army, but they couldn't figure out the reason. Where did this vast expanse of desolate sand come from? It was said that this place was still fine a month ago. Greyfield Village and several other villages nearby formed a town. One day a month ago, they were attacked by the desolate sand at the same time. Such a large area of sand had only appeared in the Aurora Desert outside Xianxia City. How could this village, which was originally in good condition, be buried by the sand? According to the villagers, the sandstorm came abruptly, and several villages were buried by the sand. The nearby villagers had no choice but to swarm towards Huiping Village. Huiping Village managed to survive because it was on a higher ground. It was said that the sand covered the sky and covered all the nearby villages. It flowed for 2 days and 3 nights before it stopped. However, whether it was the nearby streams or the fields, they were all buried under the barren sand. Just as the villagers of these villages were helplessly preparing to move, many zombies suddenly emerged from the sand and began to crazily claw and bite people. The villagers were not prepared at first and many of them were hit. Those who were hit gradually changed in the crowd, injuring even more people. Therefore, in these villages, other than a small group of villagers who were smarter and survived, the rest all became zombies. This was something that could not be helped. After all, no one knew that these monsters would breed more monsters. Huiping Village was a small village that could not be found on the map of the Divine Lands. The villagers usually did not care about what was happening outside and lived their lives peacefully. Who knew that the outside world had already given birth to such a terrifying creature as zombies? The villagers had also slowly learned how to protect themselves during the battle. The remaining 1,000 villagers could be said to be a group of people who were more capable of fighting. A small number of them had even gained special abilities from their misfortune, and they were still adapting to their new abilities. Third Fu opened the curtain and came in. He patted the dust off his body and shook his head. It seems like the wind is blowing again outside. An old-fashioned man standing behind Prince Mo looked out of the tent when he heard that. Your Highness, we can't go on like this. If we can't think of a good countermeasure and can't kill all the zombies in one blow, our people won't be able to take it if we continue to fight them like this. Not only will our people not be able to take it, we won't be able to keep up with our food. Especially in this kind of broken environment where yellow sand filled the sky, the wind and sand were strong, eating dust and dirt every day, people would be in a bad mood. You don't have to worry about food and water, Mo Lian said indifferently. Feng Su, none of the people who went to investigate nearby have returned. The man with an old-fashioned face and a very serious expression nodded when he heard this. They are all waiting outside. Your Highness wants to see them now. Mo Lian nodded. Let them in. He needed to know how many undead puppets were hidden in the nearby desert. First, he had to figure out their numbers and then formulate a plan to deal with them. What Feng Su said was also somewhat reasonable. These damn things, they had to be annihilated in one blow. It was best to end the battle quickly. Your Highness. Your Highness. How dare you? How dare you trespass into the main tent? Who gave you the guts? The guard's angry shout came from outside. No, little brother, I have something to discuss with His Highness. I want to report that bastard Wang Dongping for hiding his sister's zombie. He wants to kill everyone in our village. A sharp cry rang out from outside the tent. A middle-aged skinny man with a pointy mouth, monkey-like cheeks, and rolling eyes was pushed into the tent from outside. His face was bruised and swollen, as if he had been beaten up. Other than Fu San and Feng Su, there were a few other soldiers in the tent. When they saw this person's strange face, they couldn't help but snicker. That person looked like a lackey. When he saw Prince Mo sitting in the middle of the tent, he quickly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground. He flatteringly said, "This lowly one greets Your Highness the Crown Prince. You're making a ruckus in the army. Do you know what punishment you deserve?" Mo Lian's handsome face was cold as he asked in a light voice. That person jumped in fright and quickly raised his head and stammered, Your Highness, this lowly one didn't do it on purpose. This lowly one is really, really angry. That Wang Dongping has bad intentions. He secretly raised his corpse puppet sister in the tent. Your Highness, Your Highness. This lowly one is called Wang Xing. Every word I said is true. I hope Your Highness can judge clearly. Mo Lian looked at this person with a heavy gaze and waved his hand lightly. A soldier immediately cupped his hands and left. For a moment, the tent was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Wang Xing was so scared that he knelt on the tip of a needle. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Not long after, Wang Dongping and a short woman were brought in one after another. When the two siblings saw so many people in the tent, they didn't panic. Instead, they calmly knelt down at the same time and bowed, "This lowly one greets Your Highness." Your Highness, it's him. His sister Wang Dongsui's arm was torn by a corpse puppet. This grandson hid his sister in the tent and didn't report it. Sooner or later, he will harm all of us. Your Highness. It's not like that. I have a way to control the corpse poison in my sister's body. I can guarantee that she won't mutate in the near future. Wang Dongping suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The corpse poison can be controlled, Your Highness." Bullshit. Wang Xing was about to refute when Mo Lian coldly interrupted him. Let him continue. Wang Xing resentfully shut his mouth. Wang Dongping looked up and said, "This commoner is an apothecary. After the medicinal efficacy leveled up, I realized that it could help my sister control the corpse poison within her arm. As long as the corpse poison doesn't spread throughout her body and enter her head, my sister will be able to maintain her consciousness and won't undergo corpse transformation." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look warily at the Wang siblings. Mo Lian looked at the brother and sister deeply. After a while, she nodded and signaled to the two soldiers standing at the side with her eyes. The two soldiers stepped forward and pulled up Wang Dongsui's sleeves. The wound on Wang Dongsui's left arm was purplish black, and the rotten flesh had been removed. Although the wound was difficult to heal, it could be seen that the injury was indeed under control. The surrounding skin was normal. Do you think pharmacists are amazing? Wang Xing cursed, pharmacists aren't omnipotent. Even if your sister doesn't turn into a zombie today, can you guarantee that she won't turn into a zombie in a month or 3 months? I want to separate you and your sister from the others. Do you have any objections? Mo Lian said indifferently. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Wang Xing became anxious when he heard this. What was wrong with His Highness? Wang Dongsue was about to turn into a zombie, but he didn't kill her and only isolated her. Shut up. Fong Su berated. After being reprimanded, Wang Xing's heart jumped in fright, but he still couldn't stop himself from muttering, this is what it is. For things like corpse puppets, if we don't kill them now, if she acts up and goes crazy in the tent area, it will harm many people. His Highness has his own considerations, you don't need to say more about this. Fong Su glared at the monkey-cheeked man with dissatisfaction, then casually ordered the guard beside him, take him out. Wang Xing was pushed out in a flustered and exasperated manner. For a moment, the tent was very quiet, everyone looked at the kneeling Wang Dongping and his sister with a strange gaze. How long have you been controlling her? At this moment, Mo Lian asked. Wang Dongping was apprehensive, he looked up at the handsome man in black armor sitting in the center of the tent, and stammered twice, then he gathered his courage and said, from the first day she was attacked by the corpse puppet until today, it has been about 5 or 6 days. Her arm has always been like this? Wang Dongping nodded, previously, my sister's arm was shrouded in black qi, then, after this commoner used medicine to control her, the black qi also disappeared a lot. Mo Lian nodded indifferently, then waved her hand. 2 soldiers walked over and invited the brother and sister out. Wang Dongping and his sister didn't have much confidence in their hearts, they looked at each other, then entered a tent with fear and trepidation. Looking out from a small window, there were 4 guards standing guard outside the tent, it seems that they were really isolated. Big brother, will something happen? Wang Dongsue was silent for a moment and said. Don't worry, Dongsue, since His Highness the Crown Prince didn't make things difficult, it means that he believes what I said before. At the same time, in the tent, several young generals were puzzled. One of them stepped forward and said, Your Highness, although that person suppressed the corpse puppet poison in his sister's body. But we don't know if it's true. That's right, Your Highness, if we leave that girl in the tent area, will she? Mo Lian said faintly, we will go take a closer look at it later. What he didn't say was that he had previously suspected that medicine could control corpse poison. Now, it seemed that one had to reach the level of an advanced apothecary to have any effect on corpse poison. However, there were truly very few apothecaries in the world, and that Wang Dongping was a rare talent. Does Your Highness want to take that Wang Dongping for your own use? Third Fu frowned, Wang Dongzui's rights, he's right. That's right. Several young generals nodded in agreement. His Highness's rights, right? His Smo Lian swept them a glance. We know what to do. Go summon. His Tihuifeng handed the teacup to him and said quietly, Your Highness, someone from the night pavilion delivered news about the crown princess. Mo Lian glanced at the message Huifeng delivered and flipped it open to read, a hint of a smile on her face. As expected, his wife hadn't been idle. Greetings to Your Highness the Crown Prince. A group of men who had gone to the desert to investigate corpse puppets filed in and saluted. Mo Lian pressed down the paper in her hand and looked up at them. Everyone, tell me about the nearby situation. In the ocean of Fish Orchid Star, countless islands rose and fell. Arbor was cultivating on one of these quiet islands, and no one disturbed him for the past few days. After she opened her eyes, she first used her divine perception to sense the surrounding islands. Her younger sister, Jolin, was practicing the usage of water spirit on the neighboring island. Fairy Yellow Crane had successfully refined a cauldron of Earth-grade pills, and officially stepped into the ranks of Earth-grade pill refiners. She was currently dancing with joy on the small island. Yellow Crane, do you want to follow this lord out of the island? Yellow Crane was also quite pitiful. Ever since she was thrown onto the island, she had been concentrating on refining pills for so long. Her mouth was probably bland. At first, Fairy Yellow Crane thought she was hallucinating. 3 seconds later, she jumped up and shouted, Yes. Oh, Lord Chow Chow finally remembered that he was the one who was refining pills on this island where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs. It really wasn't easy. Fairy Yellow Crane took a deep breath, then turned her head to look back and forth. She couldn't help but shout, Jojo, where are you? I'm on the island next to you. Far away. The little fellow's faint voice floated into her ears, inexplicably making Fairy Yellow Crane feel that it was as pleasant as the sound of nature. Then when are we going out? Anytime. Lord Jojo blinked, and made Chocho grab Fairy Yellow Crane from the pill refining island to his side. The scene in front of them instantly changed. When Yellow Crane was caught by Chocho, she was still hugging her medicine cauldron. When she saw Arbor standing in front of her, she was so excited that she even threw away her medicine cauldron, and stretched out her arms to hug Arbor. Jojo. Arbor pinched his nose with one hand and retreated a few steps. His little eyes were somewhat disdainful as he looked her up and down. Why are you so smelly again? Fairy Yellow Crane raked her messy hair and chuckled. I got busy and forgot to take a bath, hee hee. With that, Fairy Yellow Crane suddenly felt her body lighten. She was wrapped up by a vine and thrown into the sea to soak in it. After Huang He finished washing up and changing into clean clothes, she hopped ashore. The little stoic, who was wearing a purple robe and had her long hair held up by a jade hairpin, was already waiting for her on the beach. Jojo. Yellow Crane Fairy insisted on giving Jojo a hug of love. Jojo-sama expressed his helplessness. Everyone she met liked to give her a hug. Sigh, she was so pretty that even the heavens were jealous of her beauty. As she thought, her small hand involuntarily stroked her little stoic face, and she turned to look at the grinning fairy Huang He. Huang He, congratulations on becoming an Earth-grade alchemist. Ha 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 ha. Fairy Yellow Crane immediately had a smug look on her face. She could not help but laugh with her hands on her hips. Jojo-sama felt that he had praised him wrongly. While the two people were talking, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal dashed over in a faintly discernible red robe. He examined Xiaomu from head to toe before commenting with a smile, not bad. Although you only advanced by 2 small realms, it looks like your cultivation has consolidated a lot more than before. Arbor was naturally quite satisfied. Although he only skipped gradual attainment this time and entered the initial success stage of a level 13 great spiritualist. But just as the Peach Blossom said, his cultivation had consolidated a lot more than before. Fairy Yellow Crane pulled her small hand and said, Jojo, I still need a few ingredients to refine the Earth-grade breakthrough spirit pill. It's fine. We'll talk after we get out. The ingredients should be available in the herb garden on Paradise Planet. It wouldn't be troublesome for Sapling to pluck them. Arbor pulled Fairy Yellow Crane away from Fish Orchid Planet. She planned to have Yellow Crane guide the small pill refiners in the Heavenly Pill auction. She told Fairy Yellow Crane about her idea, and Yellow Crane naturally agreed. She said that staying in Fish Orchid Planet's 12-fold flow of time was equivalent to living alone for several years. Little Yellow Crane wanted to go to a crowded place right now. The two were talking in the room when Wei Zichin's voice came from outside. It turned out that Wei Zichin had been coming to the Pear Blossom courtyard frequently these 2 days. However, she knew that her daughter had gone to the stellar domain to cultivate, so she only came to take a look before leaving. Now that she heard voices coming from the room, she called out to her daughter. Arbor opened the door and welcomed her mother in. She introduced Fairy Yellow Crane and said a few words. Li Ye's figure suddenly appeared at the door. Crown Princess, the Yi Pavilion sent news. Arbor raised her brows. She knew Li Ye's character. She wouldn't bother her at such a time unless it was something extremely important. Thus, she nodded and let her in. Li Yi handed the message to Arbor and said with a strange expression, "It's news about that god-grade pill refiner, Shawnee Su." Arbor was slightly taken aback. That god-grade pill refiner shouldn't have anything to do with her. Why would Li Yi specially pass this news to her at such a time? Puzzled, Arbor lowered her head to read the message. There were only a few lines on the paper, but Arbor's expression turned cold. A few days ago, when that pill refiner left the capital, our people didn't pay much attention to her. However, we discovered that her route was becoming more and more similar to the army's. We couldn't help but be curious. Li Yi pursed her lips, her expression carrying a hint of mockery. As expected, she's following the path of His Highness the Crown Prince's group. Calculating the time, she should be near the army's encampment, Grey Ping Village. Wei Zichin was astonished and couldn't help but interrupt. Which pill refiner? Why did she follow Murphy to Huiping Village, which was so far away? Could it be that the great emperor sent her to assist Xianxia? No. His Majesty was not that bored. There are alchemists and pharmacists in the army. We don't lack anything, Arbor said coldly. She went there on her own accord. His motive was obvious. He wanted to make his presence known in front of Jojo's Ren. Previously, Jojo's Lotus had already firmly rejected this woman from following the army. Who would have thought that she would be so bold as to follow them all the way? Crown Prince Consort, should we send someone over to teach this woman who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson? Li Yi asked expressionlessly with a taut face. Wei Ziqin looked at her and then at her daughter's stoic face. Inexplicably, he felt that this master and servant pair were actually, what a perfect fit. His daughter was already expressionless. Why did he send another expressionless shadow guard to her? There's no need for us to do anything. Arbor shook his head indifferently. In any case, Jojo's Ren would teach this self-righteous fellow a good lesson. The little fellow suppressed a small fire in her heart as she stood up with a taut face. Disgraceful thing, she thought that she was chasing after her husband from 1,000 miles away. She actually dared to chase after Jojo's Ren for no reason. Oh right, that pill refiner Dan even came to look for the crown princess previously, Li Yi suddenly said. Did she? Wei Ziqin was bewildered. Yes. Li Yi expressionlessly said, that day, everyone went to catch up on sleep after eating breakfast. They slept the entire afternoon and only woke up very late to eat. That did seem to be the case. It was the day after the Qin estate was bombed, right? Wei Ziqin thought for a moment before nodding. It should be the day Jojo went into closed-door cultivation. Arbor humphed. She must be exaggerating to scare me. Li Yi nodded. Crown Princess, then we're just going to let her chase him into the army? And disturb His Highness? Arbor pursed her lips. We have to see Jojo's Lotus first. Wei Ziqin smiled as she grasped her daughter's hand. Alright, Jojo, let's not talk about this. Let's go eat. You were in closed-door cultivation for so long, but you didn't even get to drink a sip of soup. The mother and daughter pair called for the little yellow crane to leave the room. At the same time, 500 kilometers away, at the army's encampment in Huiping village. Huifeng blocked the two women with a smile and said with an indifferent gaze, apologies, His Highness is currently discussing matters with several generals in the tent, so it's not convenient for him to receive Alchemist Dan. Alchemist Dan, please return. St. Claude Tzu stood in front of Huifeng. Her servant girl was following behind her, holding a bowl of something. It looked like she was here to deliver a tonic to His Highness. Huifeng swept a glance at the stew bowl, but he still blocked St. Claude Tzu with a beaming smile. St. Claude Tzu wasn't angry and nodded very politely at Huifeng. Little brother, since His Highness is busy with official business, then I'll have to trouble little brother to deliver this bowl of snow lotus seed soup to His Highness. Huifeng glanced at her with a spurious smile and shook his head. Apologies, Alchemist Dan. His Highness's diet is specially prepared by a physician. For safety reasons, he can't casually consume food from outside. Please forgive me, Alchemist Dan. St. Claude Tzu's smiling face stiffened slightly. She didn't say anything, but the little girl behind her, Mei Lan, couldn't help but shout, Hey, how can you say that? Are you saying that our Alchemist Dan will poison the snow lotus seed soup? Mei Lan. Single Claude Tzu scolded softly. Not only did these words not make Mei Lan shut up, but it also aroused the little girl's anger like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Mei Lan held the tray and stomped over to the single-robed Tzu, wishing for nothing more than to throw the tray at Huifeng. How dare you be so rude to our young miss? Mei Lan shouted in exasperation, This is a soup that our miss personally made with fresh snow lotus. Huifeng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Was there something wrong with this master and servant pair? If he dared to send this bowl of soup in today, the news of the night pavilion would be delivered to the crown princess tomorrow, and he would not be able to live a good life. Besides, perhaps before the little crown princess took his life, the crown prince had already found him an eyesore and slapped him to death. He simply didn't want face when he was given it, and insisted on playing the role of bad cop. Huifeng was just about to harshly reprimand this master and servant pair with a stern expression. On the other side, third young master Fu lifted the curtain and stood at the entrance with a spurious smile. I was wondering who it was. So it's Alchemist Dan. Third Fu curled his lips and cast an indifferent glance at Single Clothed Tzu. Interesting. This woman actually chased him all the way to Greyfield Village and now wanted to enter his room and enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. Did she really think that the little fiend in the capital was just a decoration? Third Fu couldn't help but shake his head. As expected, this alchemist dame before him was very bold and skilled. However, with her reputation as a god-level alchemist, it was true that a large group of cultivators would flock to her like a flock of ducks. It was no wonder that she was so fearless in doing things. She looked smart, but the way she did things was rather out of line. Third Fu shook his head again. Alchemist Shan, His Highness hopes that if you have time, you can help the commoners in the commoner district. They were hungry a while ago, so please help them check on their stomach and intestines, and see if they have any injuries. Okay. Xianxia nodded gently and agreed. Third young Master Fu, please tell His Highness not to worry. Xianxia will definitely do her best to help him. Third Fu did not correct him. He simply nodded and went back into the tent. In any case, he could just send her far away. As for the diagnosis, let her be. If she was willing, then she could help the military doctors. If she was unwilling, then it was fine. There were enough alchemists and doctors in the military anyway. Miss, why are you so easy to talk to? If not for the fact that the soup in her hand was precious, Mei Lan, the little maid beside Xianxia, would really want to smash this bowl of soup. Her miss had worked hard to make this soup, but His Highness the Crown Prince did not appreciate it at all. It must have been hard for Miss to be so good-natured and not be angry at all. She actually agreed to that third young Master Fu's words and ran over to treat those dirty commoners. What kind of joke was this? Mei Lan, who followed Xianxia to the commoners' resting area, had a disdainful expression on her face. This commoners' resting area was still a short distance away from the army's encampment. Before His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived, the remaining commoners had used the local materials, rocks, and sand to build a circle of low earth walls around them. The small earth walls barely reached the women's waists. If they huddled behind the sand walls, they could at least shelter themselves from the wind and sand. If he wanted to resist the corpse puppet, he could forget about it. There were also people who built a few holes behind the small mud wall, which could allow the children and the weak women to hide in. The environment was harsh, and food was scarce. After so many days of fierce fighting, these people's bodies were already exhausted. If His Highness the Crown Prince had not led the army over and temporarily blocked the waves of zombies outside, perhaps the remaining people would have already been eaten by the zombies. It's so dirty. When Mei Lan passed by a child who was sitting outside the sand wall and looking at her with dull eyes, she waved her hand twice and covered her nose with a look of disgust. The woman beside the child hurriedly hugged her child and looked at them warily. Sue didn't seem to mind the dirt. She squatted down and didn't care about the mint green long skirt. It dragged on the ground and was dusty from the sand. Is your child a little feverish? I noticed that his complexion doesn't seem right. Give me your hand. Xianxia smiled gently. That smile made the woman holding the child let down her guard a little, and she handed the child's hand to Xianxia. After Xianxia took the child's pulse, she smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. Let the child take this cold and heat pill, and he will be fine after a while." The woman took it suspiciously and watched the pretty woman leave. Sue led Mei Lan, who was pouting and complaining, to stroll around the civilian district. She specifically picked 2 or 3 children to look at before leading Mei Lan back to her own tent. Alchemist Dan strolled around the resting area twice and checked on the 3 children. They were only suffering from a lack of water and food, and their bodies were a little unwell. There weren't any major issues, so she went back. Dark Current was sitting at a table on the side, not looking proper either. He was currently telling Prince Mo about the scene he saw when he followed Danny Sue. After saying a bunch of things, he even pursed his lips in disdain when he was done. She really can't compare to our Crown Princess Consort's eagerness for success and instant benefits. If the Crown Princess was here, she would have finished diagnosing those children and women long ago, and she would have even distributed the medicine. Huifeng irritably glared at him and patted his head with his paw. She's not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the Crown Princess. Dark Current kicked off the table and said with a grin, "Your Highness, why don't you let this subordinate pretend to be a zombie and scare those 2 irritating fools away?" Huifeng rolled his eyes. You've really gotten addicted to pretending to be a zombie back on Seacombe Planet, haven't you? Heh, don't tell me that I scared Consort Xing so much that she couldn't get out of bed for half a month when I showed up in front of her. Mo Lian coughed lightly and set down the cup in her hand. She looked at him seriously. That was because this highness was young and frivolous. Everyone, they didn't see this lord being that old and steady now. Thankfully, the emperor of the divine province wasn't as muddle-headed as the old great king of the Mo kingdom. Otherwise, wouldn't he have ended up being tricked by you? Let's go to the commoners' area to take a look. Mo Lian couldn't be bothered with these brats and got up to walk out of the tent. The group had just arrived at the commoners' area when they were surrounded by a group of excited commoners who knelt and kowtowed to them. After seeing the reinforcements brought by Prince Mo, the emotions that they had been suppressing for the past few days were all released. Right now, their hearts were full of reverence for His Highness the Crown Prince of the Divine Province, who was like a divine soldier descending upon them. Mo Lian raised his hands and pressed them down slightly. Only then did the clamor quieten down slightly. Give everyone the food and water first. Mo Lian turned around and ordered. Huifeng nodded and immediately led his men to the side. A storage talisman popped out of his hand, and a moment later, he took out a large pile of food and water and had his subordinates distribute them to everyone. The adults could hardly believe what they were seeing when the children grabbed the winter fruit and started to chew on it. His Highness the Crown Prince actually brought such a sumptuous spread of food and fruits. Thank you, Your Highness. If you hadn't brought people to save us, I really don't know what would have happened. I am Wang Yifu, the village chief of Huiping Village. Thank you for your generous assistance. Mo Lian glanced at him. Village Chief Wang was probably one of those people who had awakened a strength-type special ability. Although his face was gray, he seemed to be in good spirits. Miss, His Highness the Crown Prince brought some people to distribute food and fruits in the civilian area. Shani Su, who was leaning on the short table, was stunned for a moment before he quickly stood up. Let's go out and have a look. If she had known that His Highness the Crown Prince valued those lowly commoners so much, she would have stayed there. Alchemist Dan was secretly vexed. On the other side, Arbor, who was far away in Dragon Flame City, received another letter from family head Mu. This time, the letter mentioned that it had been some time since the last clan competition, and Chaoyang Pavilion was open for business within a month after the competition. If Arbor still didn't return to the Mu residence, it would be equivalent to forfeiting the competition. This was a blatant threat. Arbor slapped the letter on the table and jumped up from the stool. What kind of joke was this? The Chaoyang Pavilion award belonged to her in the first place, so she naturally couldn't just let it go like this. It wasn't like she was afraid of the Mu family and didn't dare to return. She just didn't want to go back and play those schemes with them. Crown Princess, that messenger manservant is still waiting outside for your reply. Kaichi pursed her lips and couldn't help but grumble. He really didn't give up. In order to obtain the Crown Princess's reply, he would rather stand outside under the scorching sun and wait. Arbor's little face instantly tensed up, and she said in displeasure, "Go and reply to him. Tell him that I will return tomorrow. Tell him that he doesn't need to wait outside the door." Yes. Kaichi came back and not long after she left. She puffed up her cheeks and said to Arbor, "That manservant from the Mu family is really a strange person. I made it clear to him according to the Crown Princess's instructions, but he still didn't want to leave. He said that he will wait until tomorrow to lead the way for the Crown Princess." Arbor couldn't help but sneer. How much did Mu Jingfeng want her to return to the Mu family? She had already agreed to return, but he was still worried and insisted on leaving a manservant at the door as a decoration. It was simply baffling. Arbor had already made up her mind to return to the Mu family to rob them tomorrow. Since they invited her again and again with great enthusiasm, how could she not go? On the other side, Third Fu and Village Chief Wang were discussing how to break out of the zombie nest tomorrow. Village Chief Wang, gather the old, weak, women, children, and injured people in the village first. Prince Mo had many storage talismans, but most of them were filled with food, water, medicine, swords, armor, and so on. The remaining space should be enough to store a few hundred old, weak, women, and children. These people didn't have much fighting power. If they were left outside, they would just be food for the zombies. It was better to store them so that they wouldn't cause trouble during the battle. As for those young adults, they naturally had to fight alongside the troops. However, Prince Mo wouldn't mistreat them. He asked Fu San to distribute the armor and weapons so that these people would have something to rely on. Young Master Fu. While Third Fu was discussing with the village chief, he saw the single-clothed Su and the little girl Mei Lan walking over from afar. Fu San glanced at her and nodded slightly with an indifferent expression. Alchemist Dan, food is being distributed here, so it's a little chaotic. You should go back to your tent and rest first. It's okay. Xianxia smiled gently. I can help too. Third Fu frowned slightly and turned to look at Dark Current, Huifeng, and the others who were currently distributing food. He said with an indifferent expression, we already have enough people to distribute food, so we don't dare to trouble Alchemist Dan. Young Master Fu, did I do something wrong? Xianxia could not help but ask when she saw Third Fu's cold attitude towards her. Mei Lan, who was standing behind her, was so angry that her stomach was about to explode. These past few days had truly been sullen enough. Ever since she was given the cold shoulder at the Qiao residence that day, she felt that everything was very unpleasant. No matter who she met, no one gave her and her servant a good attitude. Even a few page boys dared to give her miss a hard time. The page boys that Mei Lan was referring to were Huifeng, Dark Current, and the others. Third Fu smiled sardonically. Alchemist Dan came all the way here to help, so the entire army is very grateful. However, we won't trouble Alchemist Dan with the rough work of distributing food. Xianxia frowned and wanted to say something, but when she looked up, she saw Mo Lian leading a group of people over from the sand wall. Her eyes couldn't help but light up, and she walked towards Prince Mo with small steps. However, the Crown Prince was surrounded by many people. Not only could she not get close, she was also accidentally pushed to the side. Mei Lan hurried forward to support her young miss. She glared angrily and used her elbow to accidentally push away her young miss's undercurrent. Greetings to your highness the Crown Prince. Before Xianxia could finish her sentence, she saw Crown Prince Mo walking past her while being escorted by people. He didn't even spare her a glance from the corner of his eye. Mei Lan helped her young miss up. Her heart and lungs were about to explode. Young miss, His Highness must have done it on purpose. How could he not see such a big living person standing here? Xianxia bit her lip and sighed, forget it, time will reveal a person's heart. He just doesn't understand me now. It should be better in a while. When Xianxia said this, she also felt that she lacked confidence. In fact, since they met, she had seen Prince Mo a total of 3 times. Moreover, His Highness the Crown Prince had never spoken to her directly. However, the more it was like this, the more unconvinced Xianxia felt. She had traveled through the 3 states in the past and had never seen a prince or imperial grandson who didn't take her seriously like this. Take His Highness the Crown Prince of Songzhou, Rongli, for example. Didn't he prostrate himself at her feet and hate that he couldn't spend time with her? It was just that she didn't like that person. Xianxia bit her lip and looked at Mo Lian's departing figure with a complicated expression. She didn't say anything for a long time. Young miss, why do we have to rush to see other people's cold faces? The little girl Mei Lan said angrily, the 3 states are so big. Who isn't obedient and respectful to young miss? There's no need to suffer this. Putting aside His Highness the Crown Prince who was obsessed with alchemists in Songzhou, who dared to treat alchemists like this in the surrounding small countries and tribes, not all of them were alchemists and alchemists, rushing to befriend their young miss. As long as Miss casually took out a spirit-breaking pill, those who would rush to do her bidding could line up from Dragon Flame City to the Sea of Forgetfulness. This Crown Prince of the Divine Land was really insensible. Xianxia's eyes flashed faintly. Ever since she was young, her personality had always been like this. She would never do anything that was not for the best. The path to becoming an alchemist was like this, and the pursuit of a lifetime of happiness was also like this. With her status, she could find any man she wanted. But if she didn't like it personally, she naturally wouldn't want it. Speaking of which, she had only heard of the Crown Prince of the Divine Land in the beginning. Who would have thought that he would helplessly fall into her trap the first time they met? The Crown Prince of Shenzhou was superior in both appearance and ability. Compared to others, the one from Xianxia was no different from the mud under one's shoe. Xianxia was a very persistent person. Since she was young, as long as she set her mind on something, she would definitely do it. It was the same for the person he had chosen. If she set her mind on it, it would be hers. No matter how many hardships there would be in the future, she believed that she would achieve her wish one day. With this kind of confidence, Xianxia returned to his tent. After the discussion, everyone decided to go to bed early. After all, there was still a good battle to fight tomorrow. The next morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, the army had already set out early in the morning. Back then, Mo Lian and the others had found a small opening and charged into the village from the place with the fewest zombies. After investigating, they found that the periphery was completely blocked off by zombies. They still needed to expend a bit of effort to break out from the inside. Mo Lian and Fu Sanbing split into two groups, each leading half of the army. Using firearms to clear the way, they charged out of the zombie nest like two sharp blades. Xianxia wanted to rush to Mo Lian's side several times, but she was always obstructed. She couldn't help but feel a bit stifled. Xianxia's cultivation wasn't high, and she could only be considered an ordinary person on the divine province. At the age of 28, she was currently at the 4th level of the spiritual realm, and her fire spirit had only reached the 5th level of the spiritual fire. Of course, although Xianxia's cultivation was low, no one would look down on her because of this. After all, she was a pill master, and most of her time was spent on the path of pill Dao. Your Highness. Huifeng leaped to Mo Lian's side and whispered to her, "There seems to be something strange about this Xianxia." And Lu glanced back and nodded. "That's right, Your Highness. Look, there are so many zombies around her, but not a single one of them attacked her." Mo Lian, however, looked as if she was used to this. What do you think she relied on to escape from the zombie nest before? Of course it's the pills on her. Mo Lian said aloofly, she probably concocted a type of medicine that can temporarily conceal all of her aura. The zombies couldn't sense her, so they naturally wouldn't attack her. Huifeng nodded pensively. Then this Xianxia is someone with some ability. She's a god-rank pill master. Mo Lian swept an indifferent glance over. Of course she has some ability. As they spoke, they had already led the soldiers to clear a path through the zombie horde and charged out of the sand wall. This place was surrounded by sand, and when they fought, sand and dust would roll endlessly. Fortunately, they had wrapped their noses and mouths with pieces of cloth in advance. Fighting against the corpse puppets in the sandstorm, the group moved quickly and nimbly. Wherever the soldiers swung their swords, the heads of the corpse puppets rolled off. Team 1, take a break. Team 2, take over. The troops advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. 1,000 people replaced the previous soldiers and began a new round of killing. Just like that, the group quickly advanced forward. Mo Lian suddenly paused the long sword in his hand and turned around to take a look. In the midst of a gust of wind, sand spread out endlessly, like a roaring giant beast, swallowing everyone in an instant. The sudden gust of wind messed up the team. But soon, everyone adjusted their pace and tried their best to coordinate with each other. These elite troops were obviously veterans of the battlefield. It was also very easy to deal with the corpse puppets. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes. Previously, he had also considered whether to use the large catapults to deal with these densely packed zombies. But this idea was ultimately rejected by him and Third Fu. For one, the large catapults were very cumbersome. Although they could knock down quite a few zombies with one strike of the hammer, they were still very useful. But everyone knew that merely injuring the limbs of the zombies wasn't of much use. In a battle of manpower, they could naturally dispose of these ugly fellows quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately. Team 2, rest. Team 3, take over. Following Huifeng's words, the teams moved again. They rapidly advanced toward the periphery. 2 hours later, they opened a gap in the zombie nest and encountered Fu San, who was leading his troops from the side. The two teams became increasingly invincible when they worked together. If one were to observe from above, they would discover that these two teams were in the shape of a scissor, like two sharp long swords that stabbed into the center of the zombie nest. Mo Lian suddenly soared into the air. Facing the fierce sandstorm, she flew directly above the place where the numerous zombies were gathered. He coldly glanced at the group of zombies below. With a flick of his sleeve, countless pitch-black flames silently burned among the group of corpses. Every zombie that came into contact with the black flames roared and rolled on the ground. As a result, the speed at which the black flames spread and infected the zombies became even faster. The soldiers, who were already in low spirits, felt their spirits lift slightly when they saw this. The zombies before them blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They had already killed until their hands were sore, but now that they saw their prince's incomparable bravery, their confidence instantly multiplied. The teams took turns to replace each other, and the elite soldiers with high cultivation were arranged to be in the later teams. When it was their turn, the field was filled with alternating red and blue colors. Brilliant red fire spirits danced in everyone's hands, occasionally stabbing into the zombie horde with icicles. Seeing that the situation was basically under control, Mo Lian handed a storage talisman containing the elderly, the weak, women, and children to Fu San and had him lead a portion of the physically exhausted people to retreat first. Your Highness, you must be careful. There are several high-level zombies in the zombie horde, and they've already scratched and injured many people. Fu San exhorted before leaving with his men. Mo Lian glanced at Wang Dongping, who was currently helping the injured with a group of physicians. However, she saw that his face already revealed extreme exhaustion. It appeared that he had expended too much of his medicinal effects. Send the injured and the physicians out first. Mo Lian turned to glance at Huifeng before instructing, send someone to watch Wang Dongping and his sister. Yes. Huifeng immediately led people to move the wounded. Mo Lian watched as more than half of the zombies were eliminated. Suddenly, she released more than 100 mechanical puppets. Retreat. After 6 hours of fighting, the soldiers were all exhausted. They needed to replenish their energy in a timely manner. There were less than 3,000 corpse puppets left, so they were not a threat at all. After they rested for a while, it was not impossible for them to come back and finish the work. After the bugle horn sounded, all the soldiers retreated in an orderly manner like a tide. One team after another, they headed out of the desert. After retreating more than 10 miles away from Greyfield village, the sandstorm gradually subsided. Just as everyone was heaving a sigh of relief, more than a dozen earth tornadoes suddenly appeared in the sky and chased after the troops. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Your Highness. Retreat. Mo Lian waved her hand coldly. He could tell that they might have fallen into an earth spiritual formation. An expert must have set up a talisman formation here. That was probably the reason why the village was buried by the sand in an instant. However, it was already too late for him to realize this. Someone had already activated the Earth Spiritual Formation's second attack. More than a dozen Earth tornadoes chased after them and were already right in front of them, about to engulf everyone. Mo Lian's eyes flickered, and she swiftly flung out a mirror from her sleeve. That mirror expanded with the wind and rapidly grew. It instantly blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun in front of everyone. Bam! An earth tornado pounced forward, blocking the mirror outside. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared at the mirror above their heads. Could this be a defensive divine weapon? While everyone was pondering this, they saw the earth tornado pounce toward the mirror again. Boom! 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 3 to 6 earth tornadoes rammed into the mirror. Mo Lian turned to instruct the dazed Huifeng, everyone, retreat. Retreat 50 kilometers away first. Huifeng quickly nodded and ordered his subordinates to lead the soldiers away. He and the 100-odd purple forest guards all stayed behind and stood next to His Highness the Crown Prince. Why aren't you leaving yet? Mo Lian frowned and turned to glare at Huifeng. Don't you know our capabilities? Hurry and scram with them. Don't make our eyes irritated. Mo Lian irritably roared at Huifeng. Huifeng and the youths of the Purple Forest Guard shook their heads in unison. What a joke. They definitely wouldn't leave. If His Highness was here, then they were here. If His Highness wasn't here, then there was no need for them to exist. Mo Lian glanced at Huifeng and the others in displeasure, but she didn't have time to be long-winded with them. She flicked her sleeve again, and several similar mirrors darted out from her sleeve and flew straight into the sky. At the same time, the first mirror abruptly shattered. While everyone was still in a daze, the second, third, and fourth mirrors flew to the same position and blocked the Earth tornado's path. That Earth tornado was probably a bit stuffy from being blocked the entire time, so it frantically spun wave after wave and pounced on the mirrors. Once, twice, thrice, and countless times, it shattered no less than 5 mirrors before finally crashing into Mo Lian's defensive barrier. Huifeng led a group of purple forest guards to lend a helping hand, helping Crown Prince Mo erect a defensive boundary together and reducing the pressure on him. At the same time, a middle-aged man in grey robes, who was sitting in the center of the sandstorm, opened his eyes and revealed 2 large yellow teeth. He coldly said, "Brat, I'll end your life here today. You dared to ruin our plans time and time again. This time, you'll definitely die in this sandstorm." He had set up this earth formation with great difficulty. Originally, it was only to raise the zombies underground as a defensive formation. However, as the experiments continued, more than half of the corpse puppets were destroyed by the heavenly Tao during an earthquake. Thus, he shifted his attention to the nearby villages. With so many ready-made corpse puppets that he could cultivate, why wouldn't he do it? New grudges and old grudges, I'll properly settle them with you, brat. A shrewd glint appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. He suddenly clapped his hands together, and a jade talisman jumped out of his fingertips. As the jade talisman fused with the formation plate beneath his feet, the earth tornadoes that were originally howling outside the defensive barrier gathered together like a gathering of demons and ghosts. One after another, the earth tornadoes suddenly formed an enormous upside-down funnel-shaped tornado. It was at least 100 times larger than the previous earth tornado. This enormous tornado violently swept towards the purple forest guards with earth-shaking power. Boom! The purple forest guards who bore the brunt of the attack immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies flew outwards. There had only been a thin layer of sand beneath their feet, but now, with the pervasive sandstorm, it grew thicker and thicker. The barren sand had already spread to their calves and was spreading towards their knees. Boom! The tornado crashed into the group's defensive boundary again, and this time, even more purple forest guards were sent flying. Under the impact of the power of heaven and earth, no one could confidently say that they would be able to withstand it. Mo Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. When the tornado crashed towards them again, she signaled with her eyes, and Huifeng and the others immediately understood. At the same time, they withdrew the defensive boundary with Mo Lian. The tornado arrived with a howl, filling the air with sandstorm and swallowing all of them in one gulp. From afar, it looked like an enormous skull had swallowed Mo Lian, Huifeng, and the others into its gaping maw. The grey-robed middle-aged man who'd been meditating in the earth spirit formation suddenly opened his eyes and laughed maniacally. Good, good, good. He'd finally taken care of this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and opposed their organization at every turn. If this brat knew that he'd died at Chu Qingfei's hands, who knew what he'd think? The grey-robed middle-aged man smiled smugly. Senior brother Black Cat, I've avenged you. At the same time, Mo Lian and the others, whose bodies seemed to have been bitten off by the skull's gaping maw, still didn't show themselves in the thick dust. Single-clothed Sue's sleeve was pulled by the little girl beside him. At this time, he was looking at the scene in front of him with an ashen face. No way, His Highness the Crown Prince died just like that. Would the person she took a fancy to die so easily? Miss, let's hurry and leave. The tornado might still be digesting after swallowing them. If it digests any later, it might come for us. The girl, Mei Lan, glanced mysteriously at the tornado that was spinning in place and felt her entire body tremble. She couldn't have been right, could she? Just now, this tornado seemed to have looked at her very spiritually. Xianxia took a deep breath, nodded, and was about to leave. Suddenly, a few pitch-black leaves drilled out of the gale. What was that? Xianxia stopped and looked back with a puzzled expression. This time, she could see clearly, only to see a few roots suddenly springing out from under a few leaves. Immediately after, the roots grew like a towering tree. The longer it grew, the taller it grew, the tighter it became. A main branch, like a giant tree and a wide vine, suddenly drilled out of the cloud of sand, suddenly bursting all the sand around it. A giant ink-colored lotus flower that could seize the good fortune of heaven and earth appeared before the eyes of single-clothed Sue and her maid. The two of them looked at everything in front of them in shock. Their little mouths were slightly agape, as if they didn't know what to say. Over 100 purple forest guards were hanging from the main branch of the Black Lotus, and they were all looking down with dumbfounded expressions. They were 100 meters above the ground. At this moment, they looked at each other in dismay and then looked up. They saw His Highness standing in the middle of a half-open black lotus flower. His long hair was scattered in the wind, and his handsome face was expressionlessly looking at them. What did you see? For some reason, the purple forest guards all felt that His Highness's voice seemed to be suffused with a thick chill. They all shook their heads with a strong desire to live and said in unison, "This subordinate swears." This subordinate didn't see anything. Could they say that His Highness stood on a flower bud and was extraordinarily handsome, comparable to a flower? They obviously couldn't. If they wanted to live, they had to be smarter and learn how to keep their mouths shut. It would be best if they could be both blind and mute. Mo Lian glanced at them. With a flick of her sleeve, she swooped down from 100 meters in the air and landed firmly on her feet. When the purple forest guards saw this, they all jumped down in unison with His Highness. Huifeng chuckled mischievously. When he saw Prince Mo turn to look at him, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. In reality, he didn't want to laugh. He just subconsciously chuckled. Oh no. Would His Highness think that he was laughing at him? Huifeng, didn't Your Majesty say in your last letter that our wife bought an estate on Mount Heaven Saint? Take some people with you to dig it up later. What? Huifeng wanted to cry but had no tears. He glanced at His Highness. Just how much of a person did this lord like to seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Your Highness, this subordinate swears that I definitely wasn't laughing at your beauty earlier. After Huifeng finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that the air had quieted down. He stiffly turned his head and saw that the purple forest guards were all looking at him like he was a corpse. He instantly wanted to cry but had no tears. 3 months. Mo Lian tossed down this icily before ignoring our dear Huifeng with a bitter expression. With a wave of his hand, the enormous ink-colored lotus flower that pierced the sky and earth slowly shrunk until it was the size of a small flower and directly disappeared between his brows. Mo Lian turned to look ahead and summoned 7th Yen with an icy gaze. Her finger moved slightly forward. Over there. 7th Yen whistled, and the golden dragon swept Mo Lian up with a sweep of its tail. The human and dragon traveled against the wind, and it was as if countless raging wind ghosts were brushing past them. However, to them, it didn't affect them at all. Mo Lian waved her hand and a sword appeared in her hand. A thick sword intent instantly flew out from the sword, creating a buzzing sound as it rubbed against the violent wind. Like a primordial force that tore apart the heavens and earth, this perfectly straight sword intent slashed towards the center of the zombie horde with an invisible force that could destroy heaven and earth. The sound of a sudden explosion rang out among the group of corpse puppets. Chu Qingfei, who was sitting in the middle of the Earth Spirit formation, was shocked. He couldn't escape in time and was hit on the back by a sword intent. His physical body instantly disintegrated, while his soul attached itself to a blood-stained jade talisman and suddenly burrowed into the ground with a squeak. Mo Lian seemed to sense something and looked down. However, at this moment, the thick dust was billowing, making it impossible to clearly see what was inside the destroyed Earth spiritual array disk in the center of the zombie horde. However, Yanqi sensed something very keenly. Master, the array disk has been broken, but the person in the array disk has escaped. His body has died and his soul has escaped. Mo Lian nodded with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he looked down. Sand and pebbles flew up under her feet, and all the earth and stones seemed to be sucked into the broken array disk, accompanied by waves of roaring corpse puppets. The earth trembled. The Earth spiritual array disk began to disintegrate, sucking in everything nearby. Mo Lian's expression changed. He was currently standing above the damaged formation disk, so he was naturally at the center of this sandstorm. Hence, he promptly recalled 7th Yen, but he was already uncontrollably sucked into the center of the formation disk. Huifeng and the others naturally turned pale with fright. However, they were still quite a distance away from the center of the formation disk, so by the time they rushed over, they saw that His Highness the Crown Prince had already disappeared from the center of the broken formation disk. Even the corpse puppets in the vicinity were all swept away. Your Highness! Everyone's expressions changed drastically. My Chiao section break. when Arbor finished drawing the last batch of jade talismans on Fish Orchid Planet, she discovered that it was already close to noon. Kaixio pushed open the door and entered before bowing to her. "The carriage is ready. Crown Princess, shall we set off now?" Arbor nodded, a cold smile flitting across her lips. "How is the page boy outside?" Kai Chi, who had followed her in, covered her mouth and giggled. "He's about to peel off a layer of skin from the sun. He's showing signs of getting heat stroke, so someone helped him to the side to rest." "How loyal and devoted." Arbor shook her head expressionlessly and got up to walk out the door. She had already explained the situation to her parents yesterday, so she didn't go to bid farewell today. In any case, she didn't need to stay in the Mu residence for long. She would leave after getting what she deserved from Morning Sun Pavilion. Now, she was increasingly hostile toward the Mu family, and she didn't have any favorable impression of them at all. She kept feeling that everyone in the Mu family, from top to bottom, was adept at scheming and wore a mask to conduct themselves. Just like that seemingly benevolent old lady. How could she abandon a granddaughter she had been with for so many years just like that? Arbor got into the carriage and sat there by herself, shaking her head slightly as if she had thought of something. The carriage drove out of Changle Avenue and headed toward Winter Moon Mountain Forest in the west. People came and went along the way, and the streets and alleys were filled with the cries of peddlers. Arbor had spent 6 days and 6 nights drawing talismans on Fish Orchid Planet. He had basically finished drawing all the blank talismans that he could draw. In the end, she seemed to have arrived at the Great Vacuum Realm. In the end, she seemed to have gathered the power of heaven and earth and drawn a Saint-grade golden talisman with the help of the gods. This was a Saint-grade golden talisman summoning talisman. This was the first time she had successfully drawn a Saint-grade golden talisman in her entire life. At that time, she had decisively put away the sacred grade golden talisman and stepped out of the Fish Orchid Planet. As expected, she had attracted a bolt of lightning. And it was still a small lightning strike. The lightning flashed and the thunder rumbled. It looked ferocious and lasted for a long time in the sky. However, when it came down to strike her, it seemed to be very weak. Speaking of which, she seemed to have gone crazy yesterday. She had drawn so many talismans and only rested for less than 4 hours. Now, she seemed to be a little drowsy. Xiaomu simply took a thin blanket and lay down to sleep for a while. When the carriage stopped in front of the Mu family's house, they suddenly heard a clang. An arrow with the word Lin carved on the tail of the arrow happened to be stuck in the window of Arbor's carriage. The tail of the arrow trembled slightly. This sound naturally woke up the little crown princess who was sleeping soundly. She raised her head, and her eyes instantly became clear. A pair of fierce eyes suddenly shot out through the curtain of the window. "Who dares to disturb the crown princess?" Kaixio scolded and jumped out of the carriage. In front of the Mu family's spacious mountain gate, more than a dozen people in tattered clothes ran out as if they were fleeing. Their expressions were panicked, and their eyes were filled with terror. Each and every one of them ran for their lives, and some even bumped into carriages and fell to the ground. Their heads and faces were covered in blood from the fall, but they couldn't care too much as they got up and continued running. Screams of alarm could be heard everywhere. Arbor came out of the carriage, her eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at the chaotic scene in front of her. Kaixio hastily grabbed a weary older sister and asked in bewilderment, "This older sister, what happened?" "Ah." That older sister hastily flung Kaixio's hand away and continued running forward crookedly. Several arrows suddenly shot out from behind her, flying towards the crowd of people. Arbor's expression turned grave, and she threw out several golden needles with a flick of her hand. After several ding-ding-ding sounds, those pursuing arrows were all struck down to the ground by the golden needles. "Big Sister Mu, not a single one of your 3 arrows hit their mark." Laughter was heard, and it was soon followed by the voices of many young people jeering together. "Prince Linchuan's vassal prince's arrow is extremely domineering. TSK, but didn't it still miss?" Playful laughter followed. A group of men and women, about a dozen of them, followed the laughter and chatter as they walked over. Xiaomu naturally recognized the youth leading that group of youths. It was the second branch's proud son of heaven, Mu Urkshu. 7th Miss Mu Ruian was standing beside Mu Urkshu. Upon seeing Arbor standing in front of the carriage, Mu Ruian immediately pursed her lips and tugged at her older brother Mu Urkshu's sleeve, muttering something softly. Mu Urksha looked towards Arbor and nodded politely. He walked over first and cupped his hands, saying, "We didn't know that the crown princess would suddenly grace us with her presence. We were playing archery just now and accidentally startled the crown princess. May the crown princess forgive us." Arbor's gaze swept over, and she couldn't help but frown. Apart from some Mu family descendants, there were also many other patrician families' descendants among the young men and women present. For example, the Qin family's 5th Qin and 9th Qin young master were standing not far behind. There was also a young man who was called the Crown Prince of Linchuan. He was also looking at her curiously. Lord Linchuan had lived in his fief for a long time. Arbor had heard about his son's return to the capital 2 days ago, but he didn't have the patience to deal with it. Now that she suddenly saw the heir of the Prince of Linchuan, Xiaomu also curiously sized him up a few times. This young lad was quite good-looking. He had inherited the Mo family's tradition and was quite handsome. Unlike that brat Mo Kuan, who had a hideous appearance. This person was pleasing to the eye, but the arrogance between his brows imperceptibly seeped out, causing Xiaomu to shift her gaze away after sweeping a glance at him. While they were talking, the beggars in tattered clothes who were running around were yelled at by more than a dozen family guards and escorted back. Every one of them had some injuries on their bodies and faces. They looked at the Linchuan Crown Prince's group in horror, as if they were looking at demons. "What is this for?" Arbor asked calmly with a trace of cold indifference in her eyes. "These are merely a bunch of beggars living on the streets. We invited them over to eat and drink, so they naturally have to make us happy. Isn't this very fair?" The one who spoke was a young lady from an aristocratic family. Her voice was incomparably arrogant, her eyes slanted upwards, and her nose wrinkled from time to time as she spoke. It was as if the lives of these beggars were as lowly as dog poop on the roadside in her eyes. She could trample on them wantonly and play with them as she pleased. "Who are you?" Arbor asked coldly. Mu Urksha was an intelligent person. Even though he hadn't interacted much with the young Crown Prince Consort, he already knew the young Crown Prince Consort's temperament after a few short interactions and understanding of her. Looking at her expressionless face, she looked calm on the surface, but her heart was most likely surging with anger. Mu Urksha hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Crown Princess, please calm down. This is the young lady of the Lin family of Rong City. The Lin family is proficient in the study of arrays and is one of the top aristocratic families in Rong City." Arbor glanced at Mu Urksha coldly. This glance made Mu Urksha inexplicably unable to continue speaking. Lin Miao knitted her delicate brows and said with an indifferent expression, "These people should know that if they want to get anything, they have to pay a price, don't they?" "Kai Xiao," the little crown princess said coldly. Kai Xiao immediately responded and walked forward. When she arrived in front of Lin Miao, she slapped her fair face without saying a word. Following the crisp sound of the slap, everyone could not help but be stunned. Kai Xiao said with a calm face, "You have no manners. If you want to talk to the crown princess, you have to kneel down first." Lin Miao was so angry that her whole body trembled. A trace of anger suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she raised her hand to slap Kai Xiao's face. As a daughter of the Lin family, she had never suffered such humiliation in her life. When she lived in Rong City in the past, everyone in Rong City, including the city lord, was respectful to the Lin family and did everything they could to curry favor with them. It had only been 2 or 3 months since she moved to Longyan City, but she did not expect to suffer such humiliation. How could Lin Miao endure this anger in her heart? However, before her little hand could touch Kai Xiao's cheek, her wrist was struck by a golden needle. Lin Miao's fingers went numb, and her entire arm fell limply to her side. A trace of fear appeared in her eyes. "Sister Miao." A familiar voice made Arbor look over. She saw Lu Yiran holding Lin Miao's arm with a pained expression. Seeing this motley crew, Arbor felt annoyed for no reason. He said coldly, "Tie them up." 2 purple forest guards darted out from behind her with a whoosh. They grabbed Lin Miao's arms from both sides and pushed her in front of the young crown prince consort. Mu Urksha hurriedly came out to smooth things over. "Crown princess, I'm afraid this isn't very appropriate." In any case, she was the eldest young miss of the Lin family in Fuzhou City. If she was bullied in the Mu family's territory, who knew how the Lin family would come looking for trouble with the Mu family? Mu Ruian couldn't help but cry out, "Crown Princess, what are you doing? Don't you like to play archery games? Then I, the Crown Princess, will play with you." Arbor's cold gaze swept over everyone present, and she waved her small hand slightly. The purple forest guard immediately understood. He released Lin Muir's arm and pushed her forward heavily, berating, "Why aren't you running?" At this moment, an exquisite purple bow had appeared in the young Crown Prince Consort's hand. As spirit energy seeped into it, the small bow in her hand grew in the wind, and with a whoosh, it became the size of a normal bow. The arrowhead was aimed at Lin Muir's pale face. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Arbor with an incredulous expression. The Crown Princess was actually aiming her bow at Miss Lin. Seeing that Lin Muir didn't react, Arbor released the arrow, and like a gust of wind chasing the moon, it directly shot towards Lin Muir's heart. "Sister Muir!" Louis Ran covered her mouth and screamed. This scream made Lin Muir recover from the shock, and hurriedly dodged to the side. But as soon as she moved, she found that her cultivation seemed to be suppressed. Her movements were slower than usual, and the arrow brushed past her shoulder and nailed to the trunk behind her. The tree trunk swayed slightly, and suddenly the entire tree fell backwards, crashing to the ground with a loud crash. It was obvious that the little Crown Princess arrow was not just for show, but really wanted to take her life. "You!" Lin Muir was anxious and angry, her face flushed red. She covered her soft and bleeding arm with one hand and hurriedly turned around and ran out of the Mu family's mountain gate. This Crown Princess was simply a lunatic. A wise man knows when to retreat. At this time, she ran home first and let her father come and reason with the Mu family. "Running so slow, you really want to die?" Arbor coldly shouted, and the second arrow followed the clouds and moon, shooting towards Lin Muir's back. Lin Muir glanced back, and when she saw the arrow coming straight at her, her whole person was frightened. She quickly twisted the defensive ring on her hand. The second arrow was blocked by the defensive shield, and with the force of the arrow hitting her back, she fell forward a few meters away, a trace of blood oozing out of her mouth. She was serious. Was the Crown Prince Consort crazy? She really wanted to kill her, Lin Muir, with an arrow. Lin Muir ran a few more steps forward, and her whole person almost stumbled to the ground. However, at this moment, the third arrow had already caught up, shooting straight over her head and shooting down a big tree in front of her. Lin Muir watched the big tree crash to the ground, blocking her way, and her whole little face was almost pale. As soon as she turned around, she was horrified to find that the little Crown Princess' fourth and fifth arrows had already caught up to her. The fifth arrow chased after the tail of the fourth arrow, directly splitting the fourth arrow in half, passing through and shooting straight between her eyebrows. "Crown Princess! Crown Princess!" Mu Erkshu, Lin Chuanwang Shitzi, and the others all cried out in surprise. Wouldn't this arrow between Lin Muir's life? Lin Muir's legs went soft and she fell to the ground. She opened her mouth and cried. She had really lost all her face today. The little Lin Muir, SSSSSS, and the whole arrow, the whole arrow, the whole arrow. Lin Muir's, the crown, the Crown Princess, and leaning against the tree Mian by, two, and, she was. "Crown Princess! You're too much, aren't you?" Mu Ruian cried out in exasperation. You're too much of a bully." Louis Ran hurriedly rushed over, reaching out to help Lin Muir, who was hugging her knees and crying bitterly, up. She also shouted, "Crown Princess, what are you doing? How can you bully people like this? So what if I bully you?" The little Crown Princess walked over to them with an indifferent expression. "In your eyes, these beggars are nothing more than the mud beneath your feet, ants that you can bully at will. But in my eyes, you are nothing but ants. I'm just an ant. I can do whatever I want, isn't that so?" The young Crown Prince Consort clapped her small hands twice. "Someone, come and round them up. Today, this Crown Princess will also learn from their horse-riding game and shoot beggars. I'll have a good time with them." "Yes." The purple forest guards mounted their horses. As the hoofs of the horses trampled on the ground, dust flew everywhere. The soldiers urged their horses to encircle the outer circle, blocking the crowd of panicking noble ladies and noble sons at the foot of the Mu family's mountain gate. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Mu Xianxia cried out, "Crown Princess, you're too." Arbor tossed a bow to Prince Linchuan's heir. "Prince Linchuan, are you interested in dueling with this crown princess?" Prince Linchuan's face was completely stupefied. Before this lord came to the capital, he had been warned not to ever confront the little fiend crown prince consort. Otherwise, you'll definitely not be able to bear the consequences. He didn't expect to meet her for the first time in less than 2 days after arriving in the capital, under such circumstances. He really didn't want to offend the crown princess. Now that the young crown princess had issued an invitation, how could he possibly dare to accept? Shaking his head repeatedly, Prince Linchuan hastily said, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. No, this younger brother naturally wouldn't dare to fight with sister-in-law. If this little brother has done anything inappropriate, I hope that sister-in-law will forgive this little brother on account of this little brother's youth and ignorance." The young crown princess coldly swept a glance at him and pointed a finger at him. "I will tell His Majesty everything that happened today. Just you wait. You've completely disgraced the Missouri estate today. If I were your father, I would personally deal with you and give you a good beating. That way, you won't always be with a bunch of wastrels and go astray in the future." Student Mosu almost burst into tears. He didn't know how the Purple Forest Guards had brought him out. Following that, all the noble ladies and nobles on the field panicked as they ran around frantically in the Crown Prince Consort's archery game. Xianxia was also on the verge of crying, and he dragged his fifth brother to run towards the edge while repeatedly calling out, "Crown Prince Consort, Crown Prince Consort. Fifth brother, and I didn't do anything just now. We didn't shoot those beggars. Crown Princess." Sob. Xianxia felt that he really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Today, he was only invited by Mu Xianxia to drink, but in the middle of drinking, Lin Miaoer suddenly suggested playing some archery game. Fifth brother didn't know martial arts, so he had been standing next to fifth brother to protect him, lest a stray arrow hit his fifth brother. He didn't expect to be treated as an accomplice by the crown princess now and be forced to leave the stage together with her. Sob. He was Duanyu's good friend. Weren't the young crown princess and Duanyu good friends? He thought that based on this relationship, he and the young crown princess could be considered good friends. Fifth young master Qin was also looking at the little lady with a complicated expression. She was so ruthless, and those arrows she shot were indeed aiming to take someone's life. If it weren't for the fact that these young masters and misses didn't have a few life-saving spirit weapons on them, they would probably be strewn with corpses by now. Fifth young master Qin felt that he truly couldn't understand the young lady before him. If you say that she loves money, she can return all the gifts she sent back without saying a word. Say that she was heartless and callous, but she could stand up for beggars and teach these patrician families' young masters and young misses a lesson. He truly couldn't understand this young lady, not at all. He was about to be confused by himself. Approximately 15 minutes later, Mu Jingfeng rushed over upon hearing the news and hastily stopped them. At this time, the young men and women on the field were more or less injured. Some were bruised and swollen from the fall, some had arrows pierced through their arms or buttocks, and some had broken legs and arms. At this moment, they were all clutching their wounds and groaning pitifully. "Crown Princess! What are you doing?" Mu Jingfeng couldn't resist bellowing angrily. For such a thing to happen at his Mu family's doorstep, it wouldn't be something to be proud of no matter what if word got out. Arbor coldly glared at him and directly put away the bow in his hand. He waved his hand and said, "You came at the right time. Lead the way to Morning Sun Pavilion." Her goal for this trip was Morning Sun Pavilion, so why would she waste her breath on them? Mu Jingfeng practically flew into a rage on the spot when he saw her contemptuous attitude and simply didn't place him, her father, in her eyes. Although you're the crown princess and have a noble status, don't forget that you're also the Mu family's daughter. Shut up. Arbor promptly bellowed without giving face. That icy expression caused Mu Jingfeng's entire body to tense up. This daughter truly wasn't of one mind with their Mu family. Weren't you the one who wrote a letter for me to come to Morning Sun Pavilion? Why are you spouting so much nonsense now that I'm here? Arbor. Don't go overboard. How has the family wronged you? For your sake, we've already dealt with Mu Rochuan. Dealing with Mu Rochuan is your Mu family's matter. What does it have to do with me? Arbor coldly interrupted Mu Jingfeng's words. With a stern expression, she impatiently said, "Don't put the life and death of some cat or dog on this crown princess' head. Don't think that I'll be grateful to the Mu family just because I'll punish Mu Rochuan when I come back. On the contrary, this will only show me your selfish, hypocritical, disgusting, and heartless face." Mu Jingfeng was so infuriated by the little fella's scolding that his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He stammered you for a long time but was unable to utter a single word. As the daughter of your Mu family, once you no longer have any value, you will be mercilessly abandoned. Arbor looked at the man in front of him indifferently, his eyes full of disdain. Mother must have been blind to choose a man like you. In his fury, Mu Jingfeng threw a slap at Arbor's face. How could Xiaomu be struck by his slap? With a twist of her body, her small fist directly bombarded Mu Jingfeng's face in a fit of rage. Bang. Mu Jingfeng crossed his fists in front of his eyes and blocked Arbor's fist. The father-daughter pair stood firm and did not move an inch. While the father-daughter pair was cursing at each other until they made a move, the hundreds of people in front of the Mu family's mountain gate all fell silent. Even though there were many onlookers, no one dared to make a sound. Do you think I'm my mother who will resign herself to adversity? Arbor bellowed furiously. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll let you drown in a pond and dismember your corpse. You'll die without a burial ground. Everyone was dumbstruck. Mu Jingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and roared, "Unfilial daughter." At this moment, the Mu family's mountain gate was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Even Mu Ruian and the rest were completely stupefied. They never thought that there would really be a girl in this world who dared to lay a hand on her father. In everyone's eyes, the little crown princess in front of them was simply insane. Who admitted that you're mine? Arbor coldly looked at Mu Jingfeng, who was panting from his anger, and swept him a disdainful glance. Want to be my father? Not just any random cat or dog on the street has that qualification. I'm only here to get my prize today. I'll leave once I'm done. Don't talk nonsense and lead the way. Right now, she no longer had any favorable impression of the Mu family. Especially after they dealt with Mu Rochuan and schemed to take credit for it in front of her, she had lost the last trace of warmth toward the Mu family. Mu Xianxia, who heard the news, hastily ran out and ran to the red-eyed Mu Jingfeng. She hastily said, "Lord, let's talk things out. The crown princess is still young and impulsive. Could it be that Lord can be as impulsive as her?" Mu Jingfeng was truly about to explode from anger today. This daughter of his was truly a jinx. She came back this time just to get her prize and didn't have the slightest bit of intimacy or reverence toward him, her father. How could he have such a heartless and unfeeling daughter? Was this really Long Chuyun's daughter? Long Chuyun appeared unyielding, but her temperament was the best. Normally, she wouldn't get into any disputes with others, but this daughter, she was simply a natural troublemaker. Arbor turned to look at the huddled beggars and instructed the Purple Forest Guard, "Send these people down the mountain." "Sister-in-law, aye, I'll send them off." Prince Lingchuan's heir had long turned pale from fright. He promptly volunteered to make up for his mistake. Arbor looked at him coldly. Emosu only felt that gaze was like the water of a cold pond, the depths of an icy spring, so cold that it made one's heart tremble uncontrollably. I promise that he and the others will be fine." Fifth young Sir Qin left with Emosu with a complicated expression. Even now, he still couldn't understand the young crown princess. Call her cold and resolute, but she was so kind to some beggars whom she had never met before. You can say that she's kind, but she's so cold and murderous towards her own father. Although the crown princess was young, she was an exceptionally difficult person to read. Arbor turned around and walked towards the Mu clan's mountain gate. "Lead the way." "My lotus's section break, dong dong, dong dong." Mo Lian knocked on the seeping mountain wall beside her. As she walked, she kept picking up the crystal cores on the ground. Along with him, a large number of corpse puppet cores were sucked into the ground by the formation plate. However, it was unknown where the corpses of the corpse puppets had gone, or if they were buried by the soil. In any case, it would be a waste not to pick them up. Mo Lian thus walked forward, picking up the large pile of crystal cores on the ground while she was at it. Previously, when they were fighting with the zombie horde, no one had time to pick up the crystal cores. Now, the crown prince had benefited for nothing. Stepping on the rippling rocks, Mo Lian hadn't walked for long when she heard a woman's pained voice. Prince Mo narrowed his eyes, and he raised his hand to fling out a concealed weapon. Who cared if she was a human or a ghost, he would nail her without a second word. With a sound, the penetrating bone nail flew out from his fingertips. It disappeared into the end of the long stone wall. Ah! After a scream, the woman's broken and pained voice also disappeared. Prince Mo casually threw out a golem, took out a black stick, and poked the golem's shoulder. Go, Tu, scout ahead. That golem called Tu was a bit dim-witted. When it heard Crown Prince Mo's command, it walked forward clumsily and staggered along the stone that was flowing with a trickle of water. Prince Mo followed behind Tu, took out a winter fruit from his inner world and took a bite. Needless to say, after a day of torment, his stomach was empty. Even Mo Lian was feeling a little hungry. He casually ate 2 or 3 winter fruits to fill his stomach, and followed Golem 2 to the turn in the tunnel. This was a long underground tunnel. Other than the stone walls on both sides, there were only rugged stones under their feet. Underground water came out from the cracks of the stones, so when they walked, they were always dripping with water. Fortunately, the soles of his boots were quite thick, otherwise, they would have been soaked by the water. Prince Mo kept the crystal nuclei along the way, filling up more than half of the space in an empty purple storage talisman. In the future, there would be enough crystal nuclei to increase the efficacy of the medicine. He thought in his heart, and slowly came to a stop. That golem number 2 stood in front of him in a daze. Without Mo Lian's instructions, he didn't move and just stood there foolishly like a wooden blockhead. Looking from where it stood, there were a few drops of fresh blood on the ground, which had not been completely soaked by the trickling water. The water on the stone wall formed a natural small water screen. There should be a small stone cave inside. The view was blocked by the water screen, and looking in, it was pitch black. Mo Lian did not plan to take the risk, but used the little black stick to poke the golem's waist. Go in and see who is there pretending to be ghosts. The golem strode over, and not long after, a woman's scream could be heard. Mo Lian frowned and took 2 steps back. Not long after, Golem 2 came out of the small cave with a woman with disheveled hair in its hand. Ah! Ah! The woman's cries suddenly stopped, and she changed into a pleasantly surprised tone. She shrieked, "Your Highness, Your Highness!" Mo Lian glanced at that woman with disheveled hair that concealed her true appearance. He simply didn't know who she was. However, Prince Mo recognized the bone-piercing nail on the woman's left shoulder. Brother Duanyu's famous work was a bone-piercing nail that injured his tendons and bones for half a month. Oh, it turned out that the penetrating bone nail had hit this woman. Prince Mo did not feel guilty at all. He shouted at Mechanical Puppet 2, "Throw her away and let's go." Don't pick up all the trash from him. He still had to find his way back, so he didn't have time to talk nonsense with some random people. Your Highness. Your Highness. However, the woman who was thrown to the ground by the golem suddenly crawled up and scrambled toward Mo Lian's feet. Before her claws could reach Mo Lian's legs, His Highness the Crown Prince abruptly kicked her in the chin. This was truly tragic. After a faint crack, the woman wailed and clutched her face in so much pain that she could barely speak. Prince Mo glanced at her angrily. She could only blame herself for throwing herself at his feet. She was simply crazy. He hated being touched by some strangers the most. She looked dirty and ugly, so how could she have the nerve to throw herself at him? Mo Lian harumphed. He didn't even spare that woman a glance out of the corner of his eye as he walked around that small water screen and followed after her. The rocky road began to wind upwards, leading to an unknown place. This underground must have been hollowed out by the people of Tianyun to make a stronghold. The array above was most likely a protective array, used to prevent strangers from breaking in. Your Highness, I am Susu. Xianxia covered her face and turned around, but she saw that there was no one behind her. His Highness the Crown Prince had already walked away with the wooden mechanical man. Xianxia could not help but feel angry. She had traveled extensively and met so many people, but she had never seen someone like the Crown Prince of Shenzhou, who did not give her any face. Xianxia could not help but feel angry and unwilling. She raised her hand and clenched her teeth. wanting to remove the bone nail from her shoulder. After she was sucked down by the array disc, her whole body fell on the pile of stones, and her whole body was in pain. Just as she was groaning in pain, a hidden weapon came flying out of nowhere and nailed her on the shoulder. She was shocked and scared, thinking that there was an enemy hiding in the dark, so she hurriedly dragged her body into the small stone cave behind the water curtain, intending to treat the various small wounds on her body. However, she did not expect that before she finished treating, she was pulled out of the small stone cave. She was really unlucky to have met such an unromantic man. She wanted to delicately seek protection and help, but her chin was almost broken by the man. She felt that there was no place on her body that did not hurt. She must first use medicine to treat the injuries on her body. Xianxia took out 2 healing pills from her inner world and swallowed them. She also took out a medicinal herb, rubbed it in her hand, and then applied it to the small wounds on her body. These superficial wounds were easy to treat, but the bone nail on her shoulder was very difficult to remove. She had already tried to retrieve it for herself earlier, but unfortunately, she did not succeed. Firstly, her head was lowered, so it was difficult for her to move with one hand. Secondly, the penetrating bone nail was very strange. Once it was nailed into the skin, it was useless to forcefully pull it out. There were dark hooks hanging around the concealed weapon, which were sucked into the depths of the flesh. If he were to use force, he would only tear off an entire piece of flesh, making him suffer unspeakably. Xianxia tried 2 more times and could only give up temporarily. After all, it was not very convenient for her to treat his wound with her head lowered. However, if this concealed weapon was left in his skin, it would easily cause his skin to fester. At that time, if he wanted to take it out again, it would be extremely painful. His Highness the Crown Prince is so cruel, Xianxia stamped her feet. After hastily treating her wound, she hurriedly ran after Mo. After chasing for about half an hour, they finally caught up with Prince Mo, who had stopped at the end of the road. "Your Highness." Xianxia's expression did not change, but her heart was slightly happy. A man and a woman alone in a room, how could she cultivate some feelings with His Highness? Xianxia was about to reach out to touch his back, but she saw Prince Mo, who was originally standing in front of her. End of chapter 3576. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.